All right. Few things just right off the top as I had this argument last night, and I just for a couple of minutes, can you allow me? Um, it's another one of these in a long line of examples of me trying to be happy or trying to find some joy in the pain. Okay. You find joy in bad times by, I believe, choosing to feel that joy. And if you are not capable of doing so in moments of maybe unrest, in moments where it's not the easiest thing to crack a smile open, just go ahead and be miserable, but don't rain on anybody else's parade. Because I watched the Rockies game last night, and it was a game in which the Rocks were trying to battle their way back repeatedly. They're down 2 in the first. They score 4 in the second. They let up 3 in the third to tie the game back up. They score 1 in the third themselves to go up. They let up 2 more in the fourth. Just keep battling their way back. And Hunter Goodman, who is one of the top catchers in baseball, hits his 31st homer in the 8th inning with 2 out on a pitch that's down by his ankles and barely clears the fence, and the Rockies win their 41st game of the year. And the reason why I bring all of this up is the Rockies, when you're in a position of team has been bad for a while, the expectation can't be losing 100 games for 3 consecutive years. Goodness. 100 games for 3 consecutive years. And now, if they don't make the playoffs, I'm mad. There has to be a build. Well, it took the Rockies until September 5th last year to get the 40 wins. We were in the middle of college football season. And at this point in the year, they're 41-62. Is that a good MLB record? No. In fact, it is still worst in the league by half a game. But showing signs of improvement in the way that I put it last night, Twitter, you can follow along at Brett Kane Radio, is if somebody is 500 pounds and they tell me I've lost 150 pounds, my response isn't going to be, well, you still weigh 350, fatty. It's going to be, good for you. You're on the right path. This is the track you should be doing. I wouldn't yell at him for saying, oh yeah, talk to me when you look like Jason Momoa. This is the thing about sports. It's almost always a climb to the top. And sometimes you have to hit rock bottom. And I think the Rocks, through a number of different things this year, have shown reasons to be optimistic about the future. We know the guys in the lineup, the young players in the lineup, your Kyle Karoses, your Cole Carriggs, your TJ Rumfields, your Troy Johnstons, Hunter Goodman, obviously. Not as many of those stories when you start talking about guys in the bullpen or in the starting rotation. But that is, again, coming off of one of the worst seasons the MLB's ever seen. So you do that combined with the idea, and I don't think that this is a small detail, when this team gets punched in the mouth or they're down late in a game, for a team that's lost 100 games in 3 consecutive seasons, they show a decent amount of fight for a team that's put in that position. And they refuse to just give up and let a game go. And these are all things that I think you can point to for positivity that all make this, like, I call it a fun year. I think they're fun to watch. Never said it was a good baseball team. But you compare this to last year, even the year before that, as far as straight entertainment value, the Rockies own some of that. They do. So 303-504-0925. This goes in the category of do you buy it? Because I feel like so many times this offseason we have started one of these shows with some amalgamation of Nuggets or basketball offseason, what's going to happen with LeBron, what's going to happen with Peyton Watson. Well, this goes in the do you buy it category. And I don't know what to trust anymore on the internet, but I've seen a whole bunch of people toss this out there. It looks legit from the videos that I've seen. Now, no legitimate journalist, I think, is going to run with this unless they saw it for themselves. But yesterday, somebody was looking at the Heat and their YouTube channel. And did you see this, Jesse? I mean, you run a lot of online stuff for us here. Sometimes you schedule something that you know is coming in advance. For example, you might see when the Broncos season starts, they have these set times for training camps and stuff like that. And it'll say Sean Payton press conference coming, if it's a Monday, Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. or something like that. And they just have that in there as a placeholder because they know it's coming. Well, the Heat's Twitter account yesterday had something called LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, July 27th of 2026. That would be 5 days from now. Now, I'd say this. It'd be on a Monday. If the introductory press conference is on a Monday, you typically get this news out a few days beforehand, maybe on Friday, something like that. And then you let a couple of days pass, give reporters time to get all their crap together, especially for a story as big as this one, and then you do it a couple days later. But that's what happened. It was on their official YouTube page, and then it was taken down. Now, I'm trying to think about who would be stupid enough to actually put that out there. It's not that hard just to create a video to get yourself ready for it. I mean, Jesse, you do it in what, 10 seconds before this show starts every day? It's not hard. But for teams who don't really care, you know, if it's a training camp press conference in the NFL, they'll have that scheduled out 4 days in advance because they're like, screw it. I got a hard time imagining anybody's dumb enough to go out and do something like this. But I will tell you, looks like a lot of different people have posted the same thing, that they've seen it before it was taken off. And if LeBron does go back to Miami, I watched an interview with Pat Riley and Dan Le Batard. And Pat Riley, who was very much someone who, like, I think more angry than anybody's ever been at LeBron in his career when he left Miami to go back to Cleveland. Like, pounding the table at a press conference. He didn't say this, but he did say it. Felt like he was lied to by him. And he was speaking in a way that was very complimentary of LeBron and almost assured, body language, tone-wise, that he was going to Miami. And make no mistake, like, I know the Los Angeles Lakers have made a lot of moves this offseason. They've gone out. They did the Walker Kessler trade. They went out and they did a number of different things to try and get themselves in a position to make LeBron kind of like, I don't want to say not matter, but let the sting of him leaving not hurt as much. But by the way, this is just an update to the Heat story. This is on ESPN. The Miami Heat posted a link to a scheduled live stream titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, with the date being July 27th. A team spokesperson said that was a mistake. The spokesperson told ESPN's Shams Charania on Tuesday that the club's social media department was preparing for the possibility of James signing and mistakenly posted the link to the team's YouTube page. Well, that gets a little bit more interesting, doesn't it? So they admitted that they did it. They're like, well, we were just getting ourselves ready. I actually do this all the time. I go on my YouTube page, and I have scheduled for September 7th of 2028, Brett's marriage to Margot Robbie. I actually, just in case, you got to be prepared. You know what I mean? That's something you just got to prepare for. You know what? I will be absolutely shocked if he doesn't go to Miami. And first of all, it just makes sense. He seemed to enjoy his time in Miami. He won a championship there. If he goes back to Miami, they'll welcome him with open arms, just like Cleveland did the second time he went back. But also, they're in the Eastern Conference, and they acquired Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I'll tell you this right now, a lineup with I don't even know what the hell else would be on that Miami Heat roster. But a lineup featuring LeBron James, Giannis, and Bam Adebayo is a pretty freaking scary one. You have three genetically gifted freaks on that team. You know, Bam is a center who's only like 6'9" or 6'10", but he plays way bigger than that because he is really athletic. Giannis, really athletic. LeBron, still at 42 somehow. 41, I guess, for the moment. Freakishly athletic. It makes sense. Going back to Cleveland, I just don't see it. Pairing up with guys like James Harden, and I don't think that'll work. It feels a lot like, well, Cleveland's got more as far as bigs than the Lakers do. I mean, they have a good roster. I just don't see a third time going back there. But now that, I guess this happened last night after I went to bed, this was admitted that they did actually have this and deleted it. And it's like, what? It's just the possibility of that happening in 5 days. That's all it was. Okay, if that's what we want to roll with. But I've said it before, I feel like so many different decisions across the NBA are hinging on the idea that whenever LeBron makes his decision, then teams can move on to other things. And I think it also sets up where teams want to prioritize. A lot of the teams that are mentioned in potential sign-in trade reports with Peyton Watson are teams in the Eastern Conference. And maybe a move like this changes their mind. Maybe a team that thought, if I do this, I can get us close to competing at the level of a Miami or whoever. Maybe that changes it. I don't know. But a lot more, I guess, to get to with this now that this report is like official. 303-504-0925 as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. ESPN does something every year, and I do think it's interesting, and it has to do with young talent on your NBA roster. And I think this can provide a sense of urgency depending on your perspective. It is ranking NFL teams by their talent that is less than the age of 25. So how many of these sort of blue chip caliber players do you have that are under that age threshold? And what you'll notice is a lot of teams that are bad are in this category because those teams are one that are trying to climb up. The way that you do that is acquiring young talent and hoping that those guys flourish in the years to come. So just a few of these. The New England Patriots, they rank number 1. With Will Campbell as a tackle, Christian Gonzalez, Drake May, all of those are their blue chip players. Number 2 is the Houston Texans with Will Anderson, their tackle, Ursary, their cornerback, Kamari Lassiter. C.J. Stroud is still somehow on this list. God, is that true? Man, C.J. Stroud's only 24 years old still. That's crazy. But you keep going down the list. At 3 is Chicago. At 4, funny enough, is Cleveland. You got teams like the Seahawks at 8. So the list goes on. And there are some bad teams that are mixed into this. But I'm just curious. Put on your thinking caps for a second and tell me, where do you think the Broncos, just off the top of your head, would rank? Like, give me some players on the Broncos that are under the age of 25 that you would consider like blue chip caliber players. Ones that are going to take the NFL by storm, but they're under the age of 25. Because I got the list in front of me of guys under the age of 25. It's all the draft picks and obviously the free agent signings and guys like that. That is one part of this. Here's the players under the age of 25 on the Broncos roster that had a roster spot from last year. It is Marvin Mims still. It is Caleb Lohner. Reed Holsky, who is a practice squad tackle. Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant, and that's it on the offensive side. Defensive side, Jahdae Barron, Chris Abrams-Drain, Savion Jones, and Jonah Ellis. I don't think you'd consider any of those guys blue chip players. And that's why the Broncos on this list rank 31st. Now, I do think this list is a little bit flawed in the sense of what does it matter if somebody is 25 or 24 or somebody's 26? Like, I'll give you a shocker. Do you know who's 26 years old? Hufanga, who's been in the league for 6 years. He is still a 26-year-old safety. Nick Benito's 26 years old. Surtan's 26 years old. Riley Moss is 26 years old. Jaquan McMillan is 26 years old. On the offensive side, your offense is a little bit older. Bo Nix is 26. And as far as big-time offensive players, that's near the end of the list as far as younger, I should say, in age. Waddle's 27, Miners is 27. But they rank 31st. The only team behind them that has less is the Rams, whose only player on that list is Ty Simpson. By the way, the Broncos had nobody listed as blue chip players. And I do think this is interesting for one reason. The Broncos have been incredible at navigating Russell Wilson dead money, $85 million, not in use over 2 years. They have found a way to get by that by finding a quarterback that no matter what you think of Bo Nix, whether he's elite or Bo Nix is just okay, having him on a rookie deal making, pennies while other quarterbacks are living in billion-dollar estates, it helps ease the pain of that. What also helps ease the pain of that is being incredibly smart and judicious in the way that you're spending your free agent money. And they've done that by re-signing players who not only have gotten the bag, but also continued to play hard. It's finding guys like Zach Allen and Mike McGlinchey and Hufanga and dudes like that in free agency. But I think it also does provide a little bit of insight to where you're at as a team, the strengths on your team and where they lie, and how much longer do you have to really capitalize on it. Your defense is still pretty young. But when I look at the offensive side, the one major concern that I have is one thing at two positions in which you need to have that. I don't care if you are a perennial sort of championship contender or not. If you want to be a good offense, you need to have good tackles. And the Broncos do have good tackles on the left and right side in Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey. But both of those guys, Garrett Bowles is now 34 years old. Mike McGlinchey is 31 years old. Your best wide receiver, with not that Jalen Waddle's an unknown, he's just an unknown here. The best receiver that you've had for a while is Courtland Sutton, who is now on the other side of 30. There's a few big-time players on this team that mean a lot to your offense that are older guys. And I do think it doesn't set off like a huge ticking clock or anything like that, but it is something to be aware of. And it's why in the NFL, if you don't have elite quarterback play, which maybe the Broncos will have, maybe Bo Nix develops into it, but if you don't have elite quarterback play, you need to be constantly reinventing yourself. And the good teams do it. The Seahawks have found a way to do that. They've done that through, when they moved on from Russell Wilson, they went to Geno Smith. And the Geno Smith teams were teams that not always, but did occasionally make the playoffs, were competitive in a really competitive NFC West that featured, the Niners and the Rams winning a whole bunch of games every year. And then they reinvented themselves with Sam Darnold, which eventually led to a Super Bowl. They've been able to find it. The Niners are a team that's been like that too forever. I don't know what you thought of Jimmy Garoppolo or what you thought of Brock Purdy or whoever. It didn't matter who was in. They continued to win because they would continually find ways to sort of back-end talent through the draft that whenever somebody left, it felt like somebody else was coming up. And then a timely trade here for Christian McCaffrey, a timely trade there for Trent Williams, and you're still right there in the mix. But that takes drafting George Kittles and Nick Bosa's and Fred Werner's and guys like that to keep that all staying together. But more than anything, what the Broncos' lack of, blue chip talent less than 25 tells me is that you just haven't had draft picks for a long time. That you were just kind of handing those away. And I wouldn't even say for bad reasons. Obviously, in hindsight, the Russell Wilson one is bad. But the Sean Payton one worked. We'll see on Jalen Waddle, but I don't think anybody, no matter what happens, if Jalen Waddle is like a gigantic swing and a miss, just remember where you're at right now, because I think we all agreed that giving away I can't remember, was it 29th or 30th overall? Whatever that pick was in the first round. I think 30th. Trading that for Jalen Waddle was something that we were all on board with. That if you use the Jalen Waddle pick, if Jalen Waddle was in this draft and available at number 30 overall and you didn't pick him, I think people would have went crazy. But it's a lack of draft capital. And in that sense, look at the teams that the only team that is beneath them. Why do you think the Rams don't have? Why are they ranked 32nd? Because that's all they do. All the Rams do is give away draft picks for things that are going to help them in the immediate. But it does, I think, put a little bit more of an emphasis on you don't need to have the exact same season as last year, and I think you'd be a little bit foolish to expect it. To win 14 games in the NFL is incredibly hard. To do that in back-to-back seasons is almost impossible unless you're some sort of dynastic, holy bleep in history team. To do that with a tougher schedule this year, even more. To do that with the unknowns of injuries and everything else, I mean, it's just really, really hard to do that year over year. I think expecting 14 wins. By the way, Jesse, can you do me a favor real quick as we're talking about this? Can you look up what the over-under for wins are for the Broncos right now? Because it's going to be high. I don't think it's going to be crazy. My guess would be somewhere in the, let's put these at halves. 10.5 sounds probably about right.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, 10.5.
10.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go 11.5, you'd get way too many people pounding that under, and that's not what Vegas wants. 10.5 sounds about right. But if they have an 11-win season, I think that's still something that is, it'll get you in the playoffs. It'll get you in position to compete for a championship again. Might be good enough for an AFC West division crown, who knows? But I think it would be unfair to expect the exact same win-loss result. It doesn't mean the team can't look better in some different ways, but it'd be tough to do it again. Like it's always thinking about who your peers are in this situation. As long as you're peers with the top teams in the AFC, that's all you should be concerned about. And, I just saw this article from The Athletic yesterday that it's the second year they've done this. They've put college football teams into tiers. And I wanted to see where CU was at. Because I was trying to figure out, are they in a tier with some of the bottom teams in college football? Are they in a tier with maybe a middle-of-the-pack team? Remember, going back to last year, CU finished the season with only one conference win. They finished 3-9 overall. It was in the years under Prime, the worst season that they've had. In 2023, they started the year 3-0. They won one game since, but that was a 4-win season. The year after that was the 9-3 season, where Travis Hunter won the Heisman. The year after that, it was 3-9. And now you head into this year with, I think, some real expectations. But their peers in this, they're in what they're labeling their 7 tiers total. And you guys make the determination. You guys make the guess. Which tier out of the 7 would you put them in? Tier 1 is obviously your championship contenders. That's your Ohio States, your LSUs, your Oregons, your Ole Misses, your Miamis, Texas, Notre Dames, teams like that. That's who's in your tier 1. Going beyond that, where do you think they are? I'll just tell you, they aren't in tier 7, which is the last tier. That's your Temples and Buffaloes and Boston Colleges and Rices and teams like that. They have them in tier 4. And here's some of the peers that they surround themselves with. Kentucky, Mississippi State, Michigan this year, Texas Tech, Nebraska, Kansas State, Baylor. If they're in that category, do I think that's an ideal one to be in? No. Do I think it's one that would show a marked improvement on the year? Yeah. Because most of those teams are going to be hovering, but probably bowl eligible, which off of a 3-9 year is something I think every CU fan would take at this point. But still, I know there's some CU fans that are going to push back on this, and it seems impossible to me. A texter says, Tier 4 seems generous. I think it seems generous too. There has to be a time where expectations come into play. And giving a coach a fourth year and saying, like, if I ask Dion legitimately, what's the goal? And I don't want to hear, like, the goal is to win every game. It's like, well, I know that. That's every coach's goal. But deep down in the recesses of your brain where you're being incredibly honest, I hit you with truth serum. What do you think this team's going to be? And if it's not at minimum bowl eligible, then we got a problem. Again, it's year 4. You've had 1 year where you were 9-3. You had a year where you're 4-8, and another year where you're 3-9. If you can't get to at least 6 wins, this is officially a problem. Because it's not even about the coaching aspect of this anymore. This is more about, can you get the talent on campus? That's it. So 303-504-0925. Can talk a little bit more about this as we go along. I saw a story yesterday that is remarkable. And it's about playing through injury. And I cannot imagine playing through this injury that we'll get to next. All right, there's a player on the Athletics. Sacramento, Vegas, Oakland, whatever you want to call him. Joshua Kuroda Grauer. He was called up 3 weeks ago. He played third base for him. Since he's been called up, he has hit .417. This month alone, he is 22 of 53 from the plate, hitting 415. He's playing in a game a couple days ago. This is on the 20th. This is on Monday. And he does what a lot of hitters do. He takes a foul ball off himself. Now, a lot of guys get it in the shin, the ankles, the toes, the something, and it hurts. It hurts bad. He had the unfortunate foul tip that went directly off the beans. He's down on his stomach, clutching at his equipment. Did not seem to be wearing a cup. He is keeled over and doing what every guy does in that moment, which is praying for survival. And then he grabs his helmet. He throws his helmet back on. He steps back into the box and he says, you know what? We're going to go out. We're going to take another hack at this thing. So he steps in. This guy's hitting .417 on the year in the last 3 weeks. He takes a deep breath and basically shakes off the demons and rips a line drive into right center field for a base hit. Only to find out that he is now going on the IL for a ruptured testicle. That is the medical report that they have given out. And I got to tell you, in sports, we write stories of heroics. The Miracle on Ice. Kirk Gibson. I think this man should be up there. You take a foul ball off the schwanz and you rupture a testicle and you step back into the box and rip a line drive to right center field, the man's a hero. And all I want to figure out, because I have to imagine, from the time that impact was made, from the time the Eagle landed, to the time he decided, I'm going to step back into the box, it had to be, and this is a dude thing. This is what dudes do. The embarrassment of having to leave the game after fouling one off the bag and walking off the field that way did not supersede his fear of being made fun of about it. I've told this story before, but I will remind you guys, if you guys are new to the program or haven't heard it yet. I was in Cancun with my wife. This was years ago. And I'm the kind of person, everybody hangs like by the pool. It was a work trip thing for my wife. So she's got a whole bunch of coworkers around her. They're all hanging by the pool. I don't understand it. You know, at that time I lived in Nebraska. I'm like, guys, there are pools where we come from. There's not sand and a beach with an ocean or gulf next to you. Go enjoy that instead of the pool. So I like to go out and swim in the salt water. I can swim. I'm not a great swimmer. I'm not Phelps. But I can swim. Until some sort of what I've heard before but never experienced, a riptide comes in. And I'm being pushed farther and farther from shore. And I'm swimming pretty hard. And I'm getting farther and farther away from my wife's beach chair that she is very casually laying in sun tanning. And I get lucky enough. Jesse, I think I'm going to die. I don't know how else to put it. I am totally tired. I am starting to do the dip underwater thing while coming back up for deep breaths in a panic. And I see the lifeguard chair. And I think to myself, all I got to do is yell help. That's it. Just yell help. And this man will come in and save the day, and I will be alive. I didn't have kids at the time, but for my future children, I can be a father to them. And you know what I decided in that moment, Jesse? I decided I wasn't going to be the guy who had to be rescued by a lifeguard on a work trip. I chose death. Certainly thought I was dead. Until a big wave comes in and pushes me so far forward that I'm able to touch again. And I walk back on shore, dying of breath, walk up to my wife, and I go, I was outside. And she said, you're being dramatic. She still to this day has no idea how close she was to being a widow. And Joshua Kuroda Grauer faced the same situation. Am I going to be the guy who leaves with a busted... I was about to say the end, but I can't say that. But busted whatever. Am I going to be the guy who leaves with a busted ball bag? Or am I going to be the guy who steps back into the box and rips a base hit? And he chose the latter, only to go on the IL afterwards, but getting the base hit after that negates any sort of making fun of. Because now what he can say to anybody who tries to make fun of him is, oh yeah? You think you could get a base hit after that? It's a dude thing. I don't know what to tell you. So shout out to one of our new American heroes, Joshua Kuroda Grauer. Way to go. Brand new. Speaking of baseball, this is only going to be a second, but I want to spend more time on this later. Susie Hunter, who covers the Rocks, on June 23rd, said the Rockies aren't calling pitches from the dugout anymore. Warren Schaefer, we decided to go in a different direction and give the catchers the first go-ahead. I thought, okay, sort of nothing news. I mean, this happens. Sometimes you want the pitching coach to call him from the dugout. Sometimes you want the catcher to do it. Sometimes you want the pitcher to have some autonomy over it. It's all sort of a personal preference thing. And that wasn't interesting until I see this story from Britt Garoli. An Angels scout was fired this season for filming Rockies coaches on his phone from a seat in the stands. He calls himself, quote, the baseball spy. And I got to tell you, this is not going to be headline front page news. This is not going to get everybody in some sort of lather. This is not going to be treated like the Astros banging on trash cans back in the day. But is it not the exact same thing? And is the only reason we don't care about this is because a terrible team in the Angels spied on a terrible team in the Rockies? Is that what's going on here? Because I like to be, as much as I can, I'm far from perfect in this category, but I like to be non-hypocritical. And I would like to be consistent in the way that we punish things that we deem as cheating or immoral or whatever. If this is the truth, the Angels scout was fired for filming Rockies coaches on his phone from the seat in the stands. He's obviously giving that information to somebody on the Angels bench. So why don't we go after the Angels the same way that we went after the Astros? Somebody got an answer for that one? No? Nobody wants to yell for help? They want to die in the ocean like me? Okay, cool.
So are you saying if it was like the Dodgers or someone like that, it would be more exposed?
Oh, yeah. If this was a Dodgers guy spying on a Yankees coach in the World Series, please. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. Can watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. I promised myself last night. I promised. I made a plea to myself as I was watching the Rockies have this nice little comeback win. Hunter Goodman, 31st home run of the year in the bottom of the 8th to get the dub. I promised myself I am not getting got. We just talked about it yesterday. I don't want to get got. Getting got is, I think, the most embarrassing thing that happens to one of us on this show. When you're trying to bring up a story and it's not true.
Happens daily.
And I kept seeing these things. I'm like, I'm making a promise that I won't get got, because what do, Moj? I don't get got. I go and get.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Yep.
And I kept seeing these stories and videos, and that's what made me question it more, of the Miami Heat's official YouTube page. Official. And you know how teams like the Broncos during training camp, they will schedule Sean Payton press conference on Monday. If we're on a Monday, they'll say Wednesday, Sean Payton press conference 10:30, and they'll have it scheduled in their like YouTube queue, right? Miami Heat had a video that said LeBron James introductory press conference July 27th, 2026. And I go, this has got to be doctored. No way. And I wake up this morning and I just go to ESPN's homepage. And what do I see?
It's real.
The Miami Heat posted a link to a scheduled live stream titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference, followed by the date July 27th, in its YouTube channel. What a team spokesperson said, it's a mistake.
Spit it out.
Sorry. The spokesperson told ESPN's Shams Charania on Tuesday that the club's social media department was preparing for the possibility of a James signing and mistakenly posted the link to the team's YouTube page. The post was later deleted. So it was true. Here's my question to you. Do you just throw out fake introductory press conference stuff in case you're going to sign somebody? Or did somebody really mess up and probably piss LeBron off?
Well, because Vic was in the news for so long. What?
Were you in the YouTube era news, Vic? Were you doing the YouTubes?
He was not. But I tell you what news outlets will do is they will have a pre-written obituary of somebody famous.
Yeah, we've started yours.
Moj was here, then he died. Adios, amigo.
A lot of nice things have been said.
And by the way, that's all I really needed. You know, just Moj was here, then he's gone. His bees died, and so did he. So no, but
it sounded like a poem.
His
bees died, and so did he.
So the thing is that they will do that.
Yeah,
in the event that, but this feels to me like it's.
But hang on, Moj. Someone dying is an inevitability. It will happen.
Correct.
Somebody signing with a certain team in free agency is not a given.
This doesn't feel like somebody was getting ahead of the game. This seems like this has all been worked out, and they accidentally post somehow
for a specific date. How about this, Moj? Right. Our obituary for you is in 3 weeks. What would you think about that? That's when we have it time-stamped.
Well, that I'm leaving the show right now and I'm taking off to Tahiti.
Yeah. Look, all I can think is, number one, somebody messed up big time. I heard this interview with Pat Riley and Dan Levitard. Riley, who, if you guys remember, Riley was pissed when LeBron left Miami to go back to Cleveland. You guys remember that press conference?
Sure.
He was pounding the table.
Yeah.
Basically telling him I was lied to by him, a whole bunch of stuff. He sounded remarkably cordial and amicable about the idea of LeBron coming back, and even had this tone of like assuredness, like, yeah, if LeBron comes, then our relationship will be fine.
In fact, I think he used the term, he's a good kid.
He's a good kid.
Yeah. Listen, the more this goes on, the more this sounds like some elaborate scheme where you're almost playing Blue's Clues. You're leaving little hints.
You never watched Blue's Clues, did you?
Oh, it's not. That's not what it's about? You
It's
don't
more
leave
like
little hints?
They do something. We just got a letter. That's what they kind of do.
Okay, well, yeah.
Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
we got a letter that there's a press conference July 27th when it really doesn't exist. So there's this elaborate scheme.
But
that's
does
going
it?
on.
But
Well, I
does
don't
it?
know. That's just the. It's getting really. Rich Paul said yesterday, "quote LeBron has earned the right not to be rushed," and I don't deny that. I mean, guy's an all-time great. Nobody needs to be rushed. But the fact you have to say that, and the fact that that has to be a public opinion, just tells what is going on here. What else is there to decipher? What could be going on behind the scenes?
I've got it. You know what should happen today? The Denver Nuggets should leak something out on their Facebook page.
I think every team should do that.
LeBron James introductory press conference,
Yes.
July 28th.
But hang on.
The 26th. The
Every
26th. Everybody should do that today. The Cavs should do it. The Sixers should do it. That would be friggin'
These
awesome.
are the two things I wanted to get to.
Screw his world, man.
Hang on. You hit on one of them, Moj, because the two things that I think are the funniest part of this story is one, what if the Nuggets YouTube had that?
That would be so awesome.
What if they had? It would now be the entire show, would it not?
Well,
the entire show would be that.
If the Nuggets YouTube page had that, somebody would be fired.
Well, correct. I'm sure somebody's getting fired in Miami over this too
In fact, I say we fire you.
for discussing the
He
idea.
didn't do anything, though.
Let's just establish a day. We'll
Okay.
call it LeBron Day. Nuggets LeBron Day.
Here's the second part. And God, I'm half joking, half. If LeBron is signing with Miami, if that is indeed happening, and this all came out, one, LeBron's got to be pissed because he didn't get to do the thing on his own. Two, would LeBron push back his signing farther just to make sure that the press conference wasn't going to be on Monday?
I think he probably would.
Three, would LeBron be so petty about it that he would reconsider his options? That's the three questions that I have. And I'm half joking.
I think it'd be funny if teams just on a daily just said, we're out of the LeBron derby, one by one.
Yeah, like
And just sort of forced his hand.
Charlotte just goes, we're out.
Yeah, we're out. We're done. Memphis, hey.
We're out.
Much respect, King. We're done. Utah. I mean, Utah today.
Yep.
If Utah had any sense of humor.
Oh, my God, that would be awesome.
That would be so funny. They hold a press conference. Just want everybody to know. I know that we were a big candidate here. We're out. We're out on LeBron.
I know
we're
it
going to
sounds
make that
Vic,
known now.
I know it sounds silly. I know it does. It sounds petty and whatever else. But why not? Why not have some fun with your fan base? And when are we going to stop being afraid of getting on this guy a little bit?
Why? Yeah,
Why?
I agree with you.
Because
He's
I think-
having fun with his fan base
I think
there
people
is.
feel
I'll tell you why.
because Clutch Sports.
because there's money.
Exactly.
Involved. Yeah.
Because they have probably half their roster represented by his best friend, and you don't want to piss him off. Like that's the weird thing about LeBron.
That is weird, man.
It's beyond weird. That's why I said, guys, a couple years ago when we had this subject on, I said it's a weird, conflicted relationship where one of the players in the league actually represents the league
Yeah.
in a player-owner relation. It's a weird deal. Here's a perfect example, and you could say, well, it's not him, it's his friend. No, it is him.
It is him. It's look, I don't think this is unfair to say. A lot about business is who you know and all this different stuff. That's not a secret to anybody. Rich Paul ain't Rich Paul without LeBron James. That's the truth. Rich Paul isn't this mega agent in the NBA if his best friend isn't LeBron.
dating Adele.
He's not. Yes, exactly. If Rich Paul grew up in I don't know how big Akron, Ohio is. Let's say he grew up in Cleveland instead, not Akron.
That's just a suburb.
But I'm saying, like, he never met LeBron. Fine, he grew up in where is
Boise, Idaho.
Sure, or where are the Bears going to play? The Hammond Bears, Hammond, Indiana. If he grew up in Hammond, Rich Paul isn't a mega agent in the NBA, and that doesn't take away from any of his hard work or anything like that. But it's the truth; he's just not. But now that they're sort of in bed together, you can't piss off LeBron because then imagine this. If the Nuggets did something like that, and they wouldn't because technically they're in the race for it, air quotes, in the race.
Every story I read, they never have ever mentioned the Denver Nuggets.
But let's say they're the Memphis Grizzlies, okay? And they're not in. And you poke a little fun at this situation. But you're negotiating with Peyton Watson. What if Rich Paul takes offense to what you do?
Mm-hmm.
He takes offense to you poking at LeBron that way.
What if he takes offense to this radio show?
Whatever.
Well, I'm just saying. We work for the same organization. What if he says, I don't like what your radio show said?
That's a lot of Kevin Bacon's 6 degrees of separation
That's
that
also
we're going here.
that's
but...
also an awful lot of power for one
Yeah,
guy.
No kidding.
We'll see if you're back tomorrow, Brett. Listen,
Why are you trying to fire me today? What's going on here?
I agree with you. I think it's ridiculous, which is why I believe everyone should take the role of we're out of the running and just keep going. Like, make the decision for him. Everybody gets together and says, all right, here's what we're going to do. On this day, we're going to say, we're out.
Wait,
and
so
everybody just make the decision.
This is like the reverse Bachelor?
Yes.
It's people, instead of getting a rose, they grab a rose and just leave to the limousine or something?
Right.
Yeah, like on the side, you hold a lottery, right? If you win the lottery, great, you're the team. And now everybody bow out day by day.
I'm trying to think
Damn
of
it.
guessing.
Guys, that would have been a great bit to do a LeBron James Bachelor, and we didn't do it.
Shoot. I almost said another word. You know,
I told Nelly, I said, you know what a good idea would be was LeBron James watch day 6 like we did with Aaron Rodgers, but then he left for a month.
Yeah. Well, what would be, here's the question.
And I couldn't trust Jesse to do a bit like that. Goodness
He
gracious.
can barely push a button right now. Jesse's he's in his own head.
You look asleep over there, Jesse. Wake
you
up.
okay, buddy?
No, I'm wide awake.
Okay.
Good friend of mine,
Well, no,
who's a
Vic-
basketball fan,
Yeah, go ahead, Vic. Sorry.
and a season ticket holder, right? Says to me, he just says, as much as I can admit LeBron is a great, great player, he never ceases to amaze me how he's able to do more things to make everyone dislike him.
I know.
Isn't that amazing? Like, you guys have heard me. Like this season, you guys accuse me of being of slobbering all over LeBron because I can't get enough of the fact that at that age he could play at that level.
I agree.
I've said over
It's
and over
amazing.
again, it's the most
It's amazing.
incredible athletic
Yeah.
feat I think I've ever seen.
And I've defended he and Bronny. I think it's noble. I mean, with this kid, whatever. But this kind of stuff is just, I don't understand. Maybe someone should explain why it takes so long to make up your mind. What is going on?
Well, here's what I think it is. What bothers me about this stuff is if he just leaned into it, if he goes, yeah, I'm one of the greatest players who's ever existed in any sport, and I'm a billionaire, and I'm a mega genius with more money than you peons could ever imagine. Like if he went full Mr. Burns about it, Moj.
Right.
Full Zlatan?
I think I'd be like, okay, well, then that's who you are. But it's when this happens, when he does all this stuff, and then he's like, I just don't get why. People don't like this, or I don't get my respect, or you can't play both sides of the coin.
Well, listen.
Because if that's the case, you would be the most socially unaware person ever about how your actions impact people.
Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the least likely, of ranking all the teams, what is the worst odds of LeBron signing with that team? Is it Utah or Sacramento?
Oh, I think it's Memphis. I watched him on that golf show.
Oh, remember he said he hated the city?
Okay.
No, and he said everybody in the league is like, I'm not going to Memphis. He goes, if they moved it to Nashville, maybe it's different. But no.
I could tell you 3 teams he'll never, he's not going to play for Memphis. He ain't played for Utah. And I doubt he plays in Toronto.
Okay, so that's 3. Sacramento's out, no doubt about it. Sacramento's way out. Even though it's in California, it's way out.
LeBron James playing in Utah would be one of the funniest things. I would pay.
So
$1.
those teams. Well, doesn't Rich Paul have a sense of humor? If those 4 teams sent out a thing on their YouTube page saying,
We're out.
"We're out,"
One other team. Unlike Michael Jordan, who went to the Washington Wizards,
Yeah.
I don't see LeBron doing the same.
Okay.
Is there another? He wouldn't go to New Orleans.
No.
I mean, these are all teams you wouldn't go to. I'm just trying to
Charlotte?
think of the least likely.
Mm-mm.
Portland.
The least
Milwaukee?
least likely.
Milwaukee? Nah.
Yeah.
Pacers?
Of course not. None of these. Never, ever in a million years, but I'm just saying the least likely. So what is wrong with doing that? And, I mean, even Rich Paul would have to see a sense of humor involved in this.
Because I want my damn respect, Mosh.
Okay. Well, you've got plenty of it, man. How much more do you need? All right, so he's going to Miami. They screwed up the release of the YouTube thing. He's going to Miami. Fine.
He's going to Miami, too. I think Miami's a front runner. I think somebody messed up, and it's going to be Miami.
Yep. Unless he changes his mind because he's pissed.
This could be one of the worst, emoji worst predictions. So, Jesse, make a note of this for Nelly, because I'm going to say this with full force. He very well might go to Miami, but there ain't no way that press conference is happening on the 27th.
No,
There's no chance that happens now. Why? Because you don't dictate when LeBron speaks.
Yeah.
I dictate when I speak.
What if he said, guys, what if he said in a press conference, just in parts unknown, I'm going to a place that is in rarefied air, the only place on earth, the only team in the NBA that I don't have a winning record against. There's only one team all time that he's not beaten more times than he's lost to, and that's the Denver Nuggets.
Vic, I said it yesterday.
What? Or did you say
There
what
is
if he said that?
zero chance he ends up as a Denver Nugget. And when I say zero, I mean less than zero. Who was in that movie Less Than Zero?
I don't know that.
It's from the 80s.
It's, save these drops. This would be hilarious if you did sign here, though.
He's not going to sign here.
Oh, my
way,
God. You could make a full show montage of me saying he's not coming here.
All comments that we've made to denigrate LeBron James and his associates over the last 2 weeks, they will be struck from the record if he indeed signs with the Nuggets.
1,000%.
And I will deny them all. I will deny them all.
And I don't care if you bring him back up on the radio. I don't care if you're recording this at home.
Nope, it's AI.
It's either AI or I was drugged.
303-504-0925. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatic Sportsbook. We're now in the post-All-Star break version of the MLB season, and Fanatic Sportsbook is where you have to be. Fanatic Sportsbook is giving you profit boosts every single day during the MLB season. Use them on any hit, run, strikeout. Every at-bat in every inning will mean just a little bit more if you jump on with Fanatic Sportsbook. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot every MLB game day. You pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest homer of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see the total entries, watch the estimated payout in real time from first pitch to the final out. Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game, so download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see for yourself why winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Hey, everybody. The Rapids are back for their first post-World Cup game tonight at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Tune in for coverage starting at 7 p.m. on your home for the Colorado Rapids. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So the Rapids back in action. Still, trying to battle their way to a playoff spot. Yeah.
Is that kid who played on the Australian team playing for the Rapids still?
Yes, Lucas Harrington.
Yeah, but I think those guys, aren't they taking just a couple of days off and chill?
Messi is.
I mean, Australia was out for
they've been
a
out.
minute.
They've been out for quite a while. What am I saying? Yeah.
So,
sorry, just kidding.
I was just reading an article. ESPN does this almost every year, and I kind of like this. Look, it's a flawed way to look at it, but it's an interesting look, I would say. And they rank every team in the NFL based on their talent that is under the age of 25. And they do it by blue chip players and a whole bunch of different things. So the weird part about this is you can have a team with a whole bunch of really good 25-year-olds that rank low on this list. And it's what's really the difference between 25 and 24? But it just shows you young talent on your team. And just off the top of your head, don't look anything up. Just tell me, where do you think the Broncos rank in talent under the age of 25?
Oh, Brett, you put me on the spot because I've never thought about that topic before. So now I have to compute in my head quickly, which I'm capable of, but let me compute.
Young talent under 25?
Under 25 on the Broncos, yeah.
I'll say they're 20th in the NFL.
I would say they've got to be somewhere in the 20s.
31st.
Yeah. Wow.
The only team behind them is the LA Rams. Now, what do those two teams have in common?
Well, they are both really good football teams.
True, and?
And they both lost in their championship games last season.
True, and?
And they both have...
And they both have not had a draft pick in 5 years.
But, yeah,
I mean, that's really what this list is, isn't it? It's
basically.
You build youth under 25 that's good by having draft capital.
I mean, we think
and the Rams don't have any.
We think they've got potential, Vic. We just don't know it yet. I mean, maybe Jonah Coleman will turn out to be the damn greatest find in the last 20 years. I mean, who knows?
But I started looking at the roster, and it is sort of an interesting sort of look at this. Because they have guys who are 26 and 27 that are really good, which is still youthful players that have a lot of years left. But especially in the offensive side. Do you want to know who their only players under the age of 25 outside the rookies this year are?
Pat Bryant.
Pat Bryant's one. He's 23.
Okay.
Is Nick Bonito No,
Only on the offensive side.
on the offensive side.
R.J.
Okay.
Harvey's got to be like,
defense in a second.
R.J. Harvey's got to be like
R.J.
24.
RJ Harvey is 25.
Oh, he is.
He is
Damn
25.
it! When he turned 25.
I don't know. Within the last
Okay,
year.
Jonah Coleman.
I said outside the rookies.
Outside
I'll
the
just
rookies.
help you.
Now you
I'll help you.
just-
It's
we
Pat
mentioned
Bryant.
Pat Bryant. Yeah.
It's Troy Franklin.
Okay.
And weirdly enough, the only other one on this list outside of Caleb Lohner, who's kind of like up and down on the
he
practice
doesn't
Kind of a
squad.
loner.
Marvin Mims is still 24 years old.
Oh, you're
Is he
kidding me.
really?
Marv.
It's his fourth year in the league. He's only 24 years old
Marv,
still.
my
Wait a
man
minute.
Marv. How's that possible?
Are you kidding me? Marvin Mims is
So,
only 24.
That means
Yep.
he was a young senior in high school, and he's always been that guy.
You can't give up on that guy.
His birthday is March 19th. He won't be 25 until the offseason.
Holy crap.
Yeah. So those are the only three real players on offense that are under the age of 25. Defense, it's a little bit different. You have more, but I would say guys of note. Jahdae Barron is 24.
All right.
Jonah Ellis is 23.
Okay.
And then you have guys like Savion Jones, who's 23. Chris Abrams-Drain is 23. Drew Sanders is still 24.
And these guys are all. Not one of those guys is a starter.
But you asked Nick Bonito. Nick Bonito's 26.
Yeah. Well, you know what this tells me? You better win now.
I kind of have the same feel towards it. It's you have a good team, but I'll tell you where the concern to me comes from is where your good players are located at as far as age goes. The first main concern that I have, the Broncos have been noted to have a really good offensive line, right? Well, when your anchors, your tackles, Garrett Bowles is 34.
Well, he was a late bloomer anyway.
And Mike McGlinchey is 31.
Yeah, but I refuse.
Your number one.
Time out. I refuse to sit here and look at Vic's face. And look at his face today. Vic's face. He has. I woke up at 4 a.m. face.
I think it
feels
looks
great.
like a good face.
I got a good face going today. I feel good.
I don't know
my
about
face
that.
today.
I can't sit here with that look on Vic's face and say, "Oh yeah, 31 so all."
But it is. Like
But
in
it's
athletic.
not. But it's not. I
Okay.
mean, but it is. But it's not.
You know what?
Give me the star 32-year-olds in the NFL right now, outside of quarterbacks
How old's
Yeah,
your mom?
and kickers.
Yeah.
How old's your mom?
They don't exist. They don't exist. Moser, yeah, Brett makes a good point. As a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. Put it into your Google machines right now. All the teams in Denver sports, relative age of all the teams. The Rockies are young, and that's about it. Every other team skews older in the league. Every other Denver team.
Well, that's good.
I
Because,
believe the Avs, Moj, are one of, if not the oldest team in the league.
they are starting to get there, and Brent
I-
Burns certainly will bring
I think
that, help
they're-
bring that margin up.
So all I'm saying is when you're at that number, at that win now is more important than ever.
That is correct.
The Broncos' overall age for their team, according to our AI robots, is 26.4 years old.
Okay.
Now, a lot of those guys are, lower end of the roster guys, not your stars. Now, again, they have plenty of guys who are good that still have years left. I'm not saying that they don't. This isn't like, hey, one last run at a championship sort of thing. But the Nuggets, by the way, Vic, they have an average, it says, of 26 years old,
Okay.
26.3. The Rockies, 28.5, and the Avs are at 30.5.
30.6, but it also says that is elevated. They're third oldest in the league, but that's elevated by the return of 41-year-old defenseman Brent Burns. So
Yeah.
the Kings are number 1, the Florida Panthers are number 2, and the Avs are number 3.
All right. I don't know what these other sports have done, and I don't know if their stats based on age and championships. I can tell you this is fact. Basketball is younger today than it's ever been. The sport of basketball and the height of basketball it skews a lot younger than it did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, certainly 30 years ago. Older teams had distinct advantages. Now, youth is better served on a basketball court for whatever reason.
Yeah.
In fact, I asked that question to John Wallace at the Nuggets press conference about a month ago. I said, do you notice this? Is this what we're doing? Because the Nuggets have made a point in recent years their draft picks have been guys who have played 4 or 5 years. They're 23, 24.
Jalen
right?
Pickett came in at 23?
But the league, the players are getting younger. They're younger players today.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that is. Maybe they're better prepared for the league. You know? I mean, you got guys like Dylan Harper coming out of college and just kicking butt in an NBA Finals.
Are you? So hang on. I'm trying to compute this. You said the players today are younger?
Yes.
What do you mean?
What I'm saying is they're coming out of college or coming out of whatever, and they're playing and contributing right away and making they're difference makers earlier.
Oh, so I got you. So it's not like you would have your once in a blue moon, like high school athlete who gets to the league and produces or whatever, a one and done guy. Like it's happening immediately with dudes who maybe 3 years out of college.
Yeah,
or something.
they're immediate difference makers.
Yeah, I think that's true. And the Nuggets really haven't had that outside of Christian Brown. I mean, if you think about it, even MPJ, it took him what? Not until really year 3 to find his footing in the league.
No, part of it too, though, is you're right, because I mean these are cycles. When you get into these windows, you sacrifice picks to try and win now. The Avs have done it. The Nuggets have done it. Broncos have somewhat done it. You're sacrificing some of these top picks where you would have a 22-year-old, if you're talking about the NFL, come in and maybe be a starter or at least a big contributor right away as a first-rounder.
Can I give you guys something real quick that I just think is crazy? So
What?
Bo Nix is 26 years old.
Right.
Nick Bonito is 26 years old. Riley Moss is 26. Pat Surtain is 26. Jaquan McMillan is 26. You know who else is 26 years old? 6-year NFL veteran Talanoa Hufanga is only 26 years
Crazy.
old.
See, I placed the barometer.
He got in the league when he was 20.
My oil dipstick, my barometer, is my gauge, is my beautiful baby boy. So if you're younger than my beautiful baby boy, I just can't fathom, my beautiful baby boy is 27. And these guys are all younger than he is.
That's insane. That's not possible. There's no way Dante's 27.
He's
That's
27, to which I
There's no
once
way.
again
There's no
explicitly
way.
say, when are you going to bring some revenue to the table?
Well, J.K. Dobbins is 27. Quinn Miners is 27. And Jalen Waddle is 27.
That's crazy to me. They could all be my beautiful baby boys.
Yeah, they could.
Next time I run into one of these guys, I'm going to say, you could be my beautiful baby boy.
Say, can I adopt you?
How funny would it
And
be?
bring them
though?
revenues.
Hang on. Think about how hilarious it would be, just the Christmas pictures, if Quinn Miners was his beautiful baby
Oh,
boy.
my God.
I produced that.
Come here, son. Let's take a family photo. And it's like Wembanyama standing next to him.
Well,
Giant belly
Miners
exposed.
is 6'3" and 320. Vic, I'm trying to.
That's two Vics.
It's more than 2 Vics.
Well, have you seen Wemby's parents? Wemby's parents aren't exactly towers.
I have not seen his parents.
Yeah, Google Wembanyama and his
I should
parents.
wanna see this.
And you'll
Jesse,
freak
bring
out.
that up, will you?
Yeah, you'll freak that out. You'll go, what? Yeah, I didn't have it in my family. We didn't have any of
They're
that
both
business.
pretty tall.
I mean, dude,
I mean, his mom looks like she's probably 6'1".
yeah, his mom looks tall as hell. She goes up to his shoulder. He's 7'4" or whatever.
That's
hold
a
on.
bit over
How
the top.
tall?
I got it,
Is
Moj. I'm already
Wemby's-
on it. Victor Wembanyama's father is 6'6". His mother's 6'3".
Oh,
those
I
are
must have got
gargantuans.
I must have got.
Yeah, no, they look tinier because they're next to somebody who's 7'4".
Okay, that's still a bit skewed there, isn't it? I mean, you.
Not
Dude,
as much as you think.
That mom,
no,
mom would post you up
No,
and go either hand on
the
you,
mom
man.
is my
No.
height. The mother is.
The mother is as
Hold
big
on a
as Brett.
second. Well, how come that doesn't happen in my family? How come my kid isn't like a foot taller than me and my wife? Why is it just him that gets that? I mean, look, my kid. He's not like. That's not. Look, that's not the same. Why is he? Why does he have that?
I don't know what to tell you. Perhaps you should have. Well, no. Never mind.
This is the exact reason why I am dramatically opposed to genetics. It's the imbalance in life that's causing this rift, this inner struggle, where sports isn't sports anymore. It's just basically the genetics lottery. Some win it, some don't. But it's out of control. When you give me a 7'4" dude that can dribble and shoot, what are we doing?
I just love the line of Victor Wembanyama's parents aren't that tall. Mom's 6'3". Mom.
And dad is 6'6".
Relatively speaking.
Yeah,
Did
relatively.
you hear what I just said? Relatively speaking, he exceeds the height of his parents by nearly a foot. Why isn't my kid doing that?
I would think it.
I'm going to ask you, did you exceed the height of your father by a foot?
Not
Yes
by
or
a
no?
foot, no.
Okay, Moser, are you a foot taller than dad?
No, my dad's taller than me.
Okay, I got a problem with that.
Well, then blame my old man and blame my dead mom. Are you blaming my dead mom?
No, I got a problem
Because it sounds like you're blaming my mom who's
with
now
genetics,
deceased.
just picking and choosing
Mom,
who gets that
I know
benefit.
you're up there. I apologize for big bad mouthing you because you're only 5'2". I apologize.
I do think it would be funny if Victor Wembanyama's parents were Vic and Terry sized.
Yeah.
And then you remember that scene in Elf when Will Ferrell sits on his dad's lap?
Yeah. They have at the factory.
His adopted dad, yeah.
Well, listen.
That's what it would look like.
Yeah, that genetically would be impossible unless there's like a pituitary, like a George Mirasan type of situation.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I'm watching.
in order to get to that height, Vic, you got to start pretty tall.
Is that what Boban has? Does Boban have that stuff, or is he just?
It's the pituitary gland thing, I think.
Does he?
Well, give me some of that pituitary.
I don't know that this age you can really handle that, man. They're gonna have to go deep inside.
You guys
there.
can laugh all you want, but when I bring up the most popular athlete in the world stands 5'5.5", and you know that to be true because you saw it with your own eyes. Now what do you say?
I'd rather be Victor Wembanyama.
No, you wouldn't.
I'm not sure I would.
Actually, you're probably right about that.
No, you would. Over Lionel Messi? No,
I'm
you
not.
wouldn't.
In America, I would. In America, I would.
Well, try to find a bed to sleep in, Jack.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Trey-
That's actually way too tall. You're right about that. That's way too tall. You know what, Vic? I would rather be your short king than I would Victor Wembanyama. That would be an uncomfortable life to be 7'4". Very uncomfortable. You want to be like a 6'5", 6'5.5". That's
All right.
that's a good size.
This person writes in, Moser, that's no excuse. My mom's 5'4", dad 5'11", and I'm 6'2". Whoever the hell you are, how did you get the benefit of those extra inches? Although I did, now that I think about it.
Yeah,
Easy was 5'7".
yeah, Easy was not.
Bambi's like 4'9".
Yeah,
the
Bambi's
fact that
little.
I got to my massive height is a miracle.
Yeah, you should be thanking your lucky stars.
One more thing real quick before we get to a break.
Messi's not 5'7". I've stood next to him. There's no way he's 5'7".
Oh, I can't figure it
Someone
out.
said that.
I wanted to find Jose Altuve's parents' height. So there's no known information on this.
Huh.
303.
That would be
504.
funny if his parents were 6'8",
I know.
6'9".
Maybe Altuve was built in a baseball lab,
Yeah.
like the movie Twins with Schwarzenegger and DeVito.
Still, that picture of him standing next to Aaron Judge on second base is one of the
It's
funniest
hysterical.
things.
Yeah.
And why are Serbians so tall? Yeah, what's going on in Serbia? What happened there? Every Serbian's got length. Chill out, Serbia.
303-504-0925.
Hey.
Actually, is that true, or do we just know Serbian basketball players and that's
we
it?
just know Serbian basketball players.
Oh, no, Serbia's tall, dude. Serbia's tall. It's a tall country.
Google, is Serbia tall?
It's
Hey.
a tall country.
Vic, as we roll on here, I want to talk about Hunter Goodman for sure. But before that, I have, and I told you so, and I want you to say, Mose, you told me so when we come back. Jess.
So I've already had the folks from AAA come on over and fix a bunch of things in my house, install some new features like the water osmosis system. It's delicious water. Also, got a leak. Didn't know where it was coming from. My man Caleb from AAA Plumbing, Heating, Electric. Caleb comes over. Speaking of height, he's bigger than I am. But somehow he managed to get himself down that crawl space where there's like 2 feet of clearance. He found the leak. He discovered the leak. He fixed the leak. We got no more leak. Those are the links AAA will go to fix your problems. Don't try to fix it yourself. You're not capable. Call today. Look them up. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com. Spending time outside. And if you're looking to upgrade your backyard, check out Flatiron's Fire. Incredible hot tubs, the newest cold plunges, beautiful outdoor furniture, fire features, everything you need to create an outdoor space you'll actually want to hang out in. Mention you heard about them from me at Altitude Sports Radio, and it's going to save you 10%. Plus, ask about financing. 0% for 12 months through Affirm on every qualifying purchase. Visit the Denver showroom today. Learn more at flatironsfire.com. Here's the next one. Vic Lombardi here, speaking from experience when I tell you I absolutely love the sauna that I got from Flatirons Fire. It's become part of my routine, whether recovering from a workout or just unwinding after a long day. And the best part, they have saunas for every need and every budget. Mention you heard about them from me, and you'll save 10%. Plus, financing for 12 months, 0% on that financing through Affirm. You can enjoy it now and pay it over time. Visit the Denver showroom. Learn more at flatironsfire.com. See, I made a little mistake on that last one. Thanks, buddy.
You know, if a place had really, really helped tens of thousands of men over the course of a decade, you think they are probably pretty good at what they do. And that is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So whether you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or low testosterone, that was me, they can help you. They can fix you. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy, and more, maybe that's what you're dealing with. And right now at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, these advanced medical strategies are kicking tail. TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You've probably heard those acronyms before. Maybe you don't know what they mean, but it's enhanced body composition programs, and they can really, really help. So if that's you guys, stop waiting around this summer and get yourself taken care of. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. Get back to being you and go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, I remember Colin Cowherd used to have a segment was where Colin was right and where Colin was wrong. Where was
I right
Moser?
about Serbian Heights?
They're 13th, actually.
They're up there.
The tallest country in the world on average is the Netherlands. They average 6 foot
Huh.
for a 19-year-old boy. 6 foot tall. Then Montenegro, Estonia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Iceland, Denmark, all of them are 6 foot.
Huh.
So yeah, at 5'11", that's Serbia, that's Czechia, Latvia, Slovakia, Ukraine, Slovenia, basically all the Anias in Asia's. Yeah.
Speaking of size, somebody on the text line made a great point, Radke. Great point. I never thought of this. So the NFL players, rightfully so, they want all these NFL stadiums to have natural turf, just like they had for the World Cup. Like at the Meadowlands, they have grass that they just played on. Why can't that grass stay there instead of AstroTurf? But Radke brings up a great point. Here's the difference. In a soccer game, everybody's spread out. Everybody, you're not wearing out just the center of the field. And these guys aren't 320 pounds. In a football game, in the trenches, you're talking about mass humanity.
Yeah, I made that point on Monday.
Yeah. And they're going up and down the field in the middle of the field. So what happens to the middle of the field? It gets worn out.
But Vic, this
fierce.
is nowadays. It's not like 1971 Green Bay, Wisconsin. The technology now of turf, and they're able to weave in plastic fibers with natural fibers and so on.
Still gets worn out, Moshe.
I mean, it does. You're right about that. It does.
Have you been on a football field? Have you been to Mile High after a Broncos game?
Yeah, it's chewed to hell.
It
I know.
looks as if a herd of elephants came through.
I've been there a million times. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just saying the technology nowadays is better than it ever has been, but it's still more laborious and cost prohibitive.
Yes, it's not the same.
Even if the players prefer it for their bodies. Hey,
you can watch a soccer game, go down to the field, and you will not see the roots of the grass torn up because you just won't see it. It's not the same. They don't tear up the field like football players do. That's football.
The shortest
it's harder to maintain.
The shortest country in the world is Timor-Leste.
Who?
It's Southeast Asia's newest country.
Timor.
Timor-Leste.
Where does Italy rank in that sucker?
By the way, if you're a 19-year-old boy in Timor-Leste, you're on average 5'3". That's a bummer.
I'd be a giant.
Would be a giant. You want to play dunk hoops in Timor-Leste? Just start getting after people?
Dude, when I went to Tokyo, when I went to Hong Kong, I felt like I could post up anybody.
Yeah. Mose, what'd you have for us? Where were you right about things?
Did you see what happened yesterday? Did you see what happened in the National Hockey League?
I did see this.
What happened in the National Hockey League yesterday?
Yeah. Brett, say it.
Jason Robertson is back with Dallas. It's on a 1-year deal, $12 million.
$12 million. What did he not do?
He did not sign a long-term extension. Well, didn't go to arbitration.
He did not go to arbitration. What did I tell you?
Yeah.
I said they got close and then they avoided it, and he took a 1-year, $12 million deal, which is a raise of like 4.25 for him. So he can live with that for 1 year. But I'm telling you, man, you get into arbitration. I'm like, he doesn't want to go to arbitration. Mm-hmm. And the Stars don't want to go to arbitration. But it's the player's right to go to arbitration. But if you sit in that arbitration room and the Dallas Stars have, I'm sure, a designated guy,
get pelted.
Whether it's their GM, Jim Nill, or somebody else, they are going to beat you up hard to your face. And it sucks because they're supposed to love you and you're supposed to love them.
Didn't Ryan O'Reilly go to arbitration here in Denver?
He did not.
I thought he did. Who was the prominent Colorado Avalanche player? And I remember hearing stories about the back and forth. It was in that era, I thought.
Yeah, it was. Was it?
Somebody that was
factor?
prominent name went to arbitration and said, "Oh my God, that was ugly.
It was brutal." Yeah. No, O'Reilly.
Tyson Berry.
Tyson Berry. Yep.
Yeah, Tyson Berry.
Should have asked him about that when he was in town selling his beer.
How fun was that arbitration? Not fun. Not fun at all. And then my second thought.
Took place in Toronto, July 29th of 2016. Two sides
Yeah.
settled on 4 years, $22 million.
think-
Days later, avoiding a formal arbitrator's ruling.
Right,
says.
avoid the ruling. So then you're both in there and you're like, okay, enough. Let's just get this done. And I think it was Eric Lacroix at the time who was the guy that.
And just a few here. Patrick Nemeth filed for arbitration 2018, but agreed to a one-year deal days before.
There you go.
Ryan O'Reilly, to Vic's point, the team and player exchanged numbers in 2014, with Riley opting for a one-term deal. However, the sides agreed to a 2-year contract hours before the arbitrator made the final ruling. So he did do it, didn't get the ruling.
I cannot tell you how many deals have gotten done all around the league at the arbiter's place outside the doors.
Comfer, Sheldon Dries, and Ryan Graves all elected for arbitration, but ultimately signed a contract days before going there.
But a lot of deals have come down to the 11th hour right outside before you walk in because it is very unpleasant. Now, that being said, something that's very pleasant is Hunter Goodman, who hit his 31st home run of the year last night.
I think that ties his total from last year, didn't it?
Vic, last year in 144 games, he had 31 homers.
You know, as I watched it on television,
which is damn fine. Yeah.
As I watched it unfold, all I could think of is, weren't we supposed to be there last night and somebody ruined it for us? A tie game in the 8th inning. He pulls that off, and we're sitting at home watching it, but somebody in our
I couldn't
group
help
ruined
think
it
the
for us?
same thing.
There is no chance that both of you are staying for the end of that game. I don't think there's any way you guys would have stayed for
Well,
it.
here's what I do know. That may be true. That may be true.
I
It
probably
may not
would have
be
left
true.
in the third. You're right.
Yeah.
That being said,
Vic would have said, wait, these seats aren't the wine seats 3 rows behind home plate. I'm out of here.
yeah. That being said, it doesn't mean you're not a flaming dill wagon for blowing it off last night.
No, I'm getting this from all angles. I had this golf thing I had to do on Monday. I was...
Oh, you had to do a golf thing?
No, he didn't do it because he was sick.
No, I was sick. I couldn't go, and now I'm getting that. They're like, oh, you could play golf today and not Monday. My stomach was leaving my esophagus. I don't know what to tell you.
Flaming dill wagon. Okay,
Vic,
that being said, though, he's got 31 homers in 94 games.
Okay.
His average is 257. He hit 278 last year, but he's swinging the bat harder this year. His launch angle is probably a little different. Not as many base hits, but his on-base percentage is the best it's ever been. Slugging percentage, obviously the best it's ever been. So if I don't want to deal him, I don't. But if you were going to, will his price tag in return ever be higher than it is today on July 22nd?
Well, this is what the report's already out, and I think it was Ken Rosenthal that had it.
Yeah, they want
They said,
big time
look,
stuff.
he's not off the table, but you would have to give an overwhelming haul
Yes.
to get Hunter Goodman, which is the way you should do business for a 26-year-old
exactly
who's
right.
this good.
Yes.
That's the way you
A
should do business.
26-year-old catcher with 31 bombs in 94 games? Yeah.
Like,
I'd want a freaking haul.
Here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to estimate how far off are we from being a team that can make the postseason. And some people, and this is so dumb, we're up against it too. The Rockies aren't going to compete for the playoffs for 5 years. The White Sox just lost 3 consecutive 100-game seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And they lead the AL Central right now. Okay? It's not like this takes a 6-year rebuild just because you lost 100 games. You can get back to the playoffs in a couple years. And they're making the estimation, will whatever you bring me in a Hunter Goodman trade get us closer and faster to that than actually having Hunter Goodman? If the answer is no, then they're not doing it. And that's how you should be doing business.
All right, last thing. What is going on with our guy, Zeke Tovar?
Zeke Tovar's got to get called down. That's what's got to happen.
I mean, we're talking.
He went from untradeable, remember that?
Yeah.
He was basically a piece of this future you don't touch to
Cost effective, under contract for a while, multi-gold glover.
I mean,
but he's broken at the plate.
You're looking at 2 years ago, dude. He's hitting 270, 26 bombs. I mean, he's putting the bat on the ball.
Did they scout a hole in his swing?
I don't know, but obviously last year he was injured, some of it, but obviously dropped off. And then this year he is steady struggling. He's sitting below the Mendoza line.
No.
man.
He's 3 for his last 40.
Yeah,
My
this
goodness.
is.
Hey, Brett, when you lost your swing and you sunk to the depths of just pure misery,
Yeah, been there.
What part of your swing did you lose? Were you not hitting the breaking ball? What was it?
It's not. Think about having like the shanks in golf. It's not like it's
You
not a
just don't know
swing
what it
mechanical problem.
Yeah.
It's all here. It's upstairs. Like it's
Timing
you have
off.
no confidence. You don't feel like if I swing the bat, it's not going to be solid contact. And that's the problem. It's not something you can just work out in the cage. I don't know. It's a mental
For
thing.
those who don't know, people say he's sitting below the Mendoza line. You know what that means?
Hitting 200 or less than 200.
Less than 200 because there was a former shortstop, light-hitting shortstop in the bigs for the Mariners named Mario Mendoza. His career average, by the way, is like 215. So he actually his career average is above the Mendoza, but they used him as the benchmark. If you're hitting below 200, you're hitting below the Mendoza line.
So I'll tell you just real quick what's going to be very interesting. You have an outfield right now of Jake McCarthy, who is he fun to watch. He's a gamer, man.
That catch he made last night?
I know. He's hitting
Oh,
307.
that was sweet.
Great fielder. He's 28. You have Mickey Moniak, who is still dropping bombs, hitting 280. He's 28. You have Troy Johnston, who they just brought over. He's hitting 296. He's 29 years old. And then you have your Brenton Doyles and your Zach Veens
and your
guys that
Rumfeld.
aren't on the roster.
And your Rumfield, that kind of thing.
Well, he's at first base and he's a younger guy. That's
Yeah,
not part of the discussion. I'm
the-
talking just outfielders.
Outfielders. I'm sorry.
Those are all guys that at that age, with where this team is at right now, are trade candidates. But it's a matter of who are you do you want to trust that? Are you still in on Brenton Doyle? Are you confident that Zach Veen's ready to make the jump? Like, you got some questions in the outfield around this time of year, the deadline, that I think would be really interesting for the Rocks that could give you, look, not a Hunter Goodman haul, but you could get a decent prospect for Mickey Moniak. You could get that with Jake McCarthy the way he's playing right now. So I don't know if that's something they're willing to pull the trigger on or what, but it is going to be interesting. But as far as Tovar, yeah, Moj, I think legit, he just needs go down to the minors for a second and figure things out because this is not working. 303-504-0925. Broomfield just got an upgrade. It's Hammer and Nails, a men's premium grooming lounge. It's now open in Vista Highlands. Enjoy haircuts, hot shaves, hand and foot care in a masculine setting. Celebrate with exclusive deals and join today. Find more information online at hammerandnailsgrooming.com. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane from my friends over at Surfside. Just a delicious summer drink, whether you're on the golf course, on the patio, out at a bar, restaurant, stores near you. They're everywhere, and there's a multitude of different flavors. They got the lemonade vodkas, the iced tea vodkas, the green tea vodkas, the half and halves. All of them are delicious. I'm working my way through, slowly but surely, to each different flavor. Love the blueberry. Love the OG lemonade vodka. The Arnold Palmer's, the half and halves, iced tea lemonades, delicious, especially on the golf course. You can find them in so many places. 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar. Best part, no bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. They go down like water. Find yourself a Surfside. If you haven't yet, do yourself a favor. They are absolutely delicious. Go find it. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Meow. Meow.
All right, so Texture says, don't forget about Cole Carrig. You keep your greasy mitts off of Cole Carrig. He's going nowhere. I've already proclaimed Cole Carrig through 35 games as a Rocky for life. He does nothing. There's one thing about Carrig. You guys were watching the game last night, or Vic? I think you were, because you saw the Goodman
I was
one.
too.
So you guys saw when Cole Carrig, I think he was the at-bat before or a couple before. It was the at-bat before Hunter Goodman. So it's tied up 7-7. There's one out in the eighth. He gets a couple of pitches that he thinks are bad calls. I think they were both strikes, actually. Mm-hmm. You can tell he's got, and I think they talked about it on the broadcast.
He's got a little burn in him.
He's got a little, he's got to control the emotions a little bit better, just a little bit more.
I like it.
Now, you know what? Maybe he doesn't, because I say that thinking, if you do that and show up an umpire, he might give you a strike that's not a strike, but I guess you can challenge those now if you want to. Look, you want to have the fire and stuff like that. It feels like sometimes he's too geared up, but he has been, for a young kid who's only played 35 games, he's had a lot of late game moments that have been amazing at the plate. Like, he's had a lot of great at-bats. I'll say one thing, though, regarding Jesse, you knock it off.
I told you he was jacked. I told you.
There's a
That
story.
scared, I'm not gonna lie. That scared the
That
living
scared
hell
me
out
a
of
little bit too.
Me too.
That scared the living crap out of me. And if it scared me, I mean, right now, if you're just driving around, did that scare you? It scared me.
I'll tell you what else is scary. And there are moments in sports where I think that we point to heroes, American sports heroes. You go back to Miracle on Ice; those were heroes, beating the Russians. Kirk Gibson coming in injured, slams a dinger. I got a new name I want to add to the list. The A's have this player named Joshua Kuroda Grauer. He's a recent call-up. He's only been in the bigs for 3 weeks.
Say Growler?
Grauer. So Joshua Kuroda Grauer has been called up. Moshe, in the 3 weeks he's been called up, he's hitting .417. He's playing great. And he does what a lot of guys do. He took a foul ball off his body 2 days ago.
Oh, you know what I
So
know this.
a lot of
saw
guys,
that.
they clip themselves in the knees, the shins, the ankles, the feet, and it hurts. Like that. If you guys have never had a foul tip of a 98-mile-an-hour fastball going off your leg, it's painful. It hurts a lot. He took the foul ball off the beanbag, okay? So he's down, he's on the ground, he's writhing in pain. He's like flat on his stomach, just holding his nether region. He gets back up, and he asks for his helmet. Puts the helmet on, he gets in the box, and he gives a face where he goes, like gritted teeth, deep breath, and he rips a line drive into right center field. You're like, wow. Impressive feat. Only to find out he's now on the 10-day IL for a ruptured testicle. And if that
what?
man, yes.
Testicular contusion, I think, is the proper term.
No, it is ruptured testicle per a team announcement. I don't think...
By the way, we're being clinical here. We're not being silly.
Well, allow me to be unclinical. You have a ruptured beanbag, step back up to the plate, and rip a line drive into right center field. You're an American hero. As Jesse just plays the sound to try and freak us out.
Jeez.
But you tell me, and I'll make this quick, because for those who've heard the story, I'll make it quick. But I know exactly what's going through his head. It's a man thing. When I was in Cancun and I was out in the ocean and there was a riptide that took me out and I legit thought I was dying. I was getting to the point where my head was dunking underwater and I was too tired to get myself back up. I saw a lifeguard. Saw him. And I said, all I got to do is yell for help and in 10 seconds, I'll be back on shore. And I decided I'm just going to die because the embarrassment of having to be saved like a 5-year-old was too much for me to bear in my life. I didn't have kids at the moment. I was like, my wife's going to be a widow.
She'll find somebody else.
She's
no
lying
problem.
on a beach chair tanning in Mexico.
She'll find somebody else quickly.
Legit thought I was dead.
Yeah, if I'm that dumb, I'm just going to call it.
I'm not going to be the guy, and it was a work event for her. I'm not going to be the husband that needed to be saved by a lifeguard.
Hey,
I'm not going to be that guy.
Who was that gal we worked with where her husband floated out to sea? We never saw him again?
Yeah, I'm not.
Right.
I'm not going to be the guy who needed to be saved. So I made the decision, I'm just going to die. And I was lucky enough that a huge wave came in and pushed me to a place where I could stand. Went up to my wife. Honey, I thought I was going to die. She didn't see it. She said, you're fine. And to this day, she has no idea how close she was to being a widow.
By the way, if you get that situation again, swim sideways.
I didn't know that. Everybody told me that. I'm like, I grew up in Nebraska. I don't know riptides, okay?
Can I give you an example?
You guys mess with oceans.
But hang on a second.
Why do you mess with them?
I tell you that story to tell you the reason why Joshua Kuroda Grauer stayed in that box and ripped the single to right field was he goes, I am not leaving the game because I was dumb enough not to wear a cup. That's exactly what went through his head. That's all it was. It was pride. It was nothing else. The pain of a ruptured testicle should take any man out of a game.
Brett, how many guys wear cups in Major League Baseball anymore?
Not a lot. I would say catchers 100% do.
Okay.
I would say probably third baseman, infielders probably do. Outfielders
no
do
football
not.
players do anymore.
Outfielders do not wear cups.
I can relate to this because the embarrassment hurts, right?
I wear a cup every day.
Do you want to hear a story? You don't
For
wear
your
a cup
little
every day
dinghy?
for what? Hit the little dinghy.
Let me see if the robots have any information on this. How many MLB players still wear cups? Current estimates suggest only 25 to 50% wear them.
Wow.
So anywhere from a quarter to half the
Yeah.
players. Catchers near 100%. Yeah,
Of
no
course,
kidding. A
yeah.
catcher's going to wear a
No
cup.
doubt, has to.
It is 100%. Infielders mainly, many infielders wear a cup to prevent about bad hops.
Hey,
Okay.
Gabriel Landeskog was wearing one.
Well,
He
yeah,
was,
they-
yeah.
I mean, every
you have to.
NHL player
You
does, I
have
would
to.
imagine. Yeah.
Do you want to hear it or not?
Yes. Go ahead.
The first time I had my first solo in an airplane. Been flying for a while, right? Now it's time for me to solo, plane by
Han Solo?
myself. Han Solo. And so the airport's kind of dead. So I taxi down, there's a run-up area. You got to go through your checklist, right? Do your run-up. All of a sudden, the airport gets really busy. And as I look behind me, there's like 4 planes coming, and including at the end, a tail dragger's coming, And then all these jets start to come in. And so I'm ready to take off, and I talk to the tower, and he's like, yeah, not usually, take a position and hold on the runway. And I'm like, okay, so position and hold, okay. I acknowledge it back. I'm like, gee, I'm scared because it's the first time I've ever flown by myself. I'm positioning and holding on the runway. He's like, no, Juliet, you're fly your runway heading, I'll call you across. And I said, could you repeat that, please? Because he's talking fast now because he's getting agitated because all this is going on. I can't understand him, and I've got to repeat it back to him. And he goes, and this is over the frequency where everybody can hear you. Every airplane in the area is listening to this guy go, Niner, Juliet, you will fly your runway heading. I will call you across when you take off now. Good. I said, okay, mother trucker. And I slammed that mother, and here I'm down the runway. And I lift off, and I'm flying toward the Flatirons. And I'm thinking to myself, well, I can't go land again because everybody who sees my tail number is going to know it's me he was yelling at.
Just land in Mexico.
I said, no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm flying toward the Flatirons. And if I don't hear from that blank hole again, I'm going to fly right into that Flatiron, and I'm going to kill myself, and my blood's going to be on your hands.
Why don't
I was so...
people...
Dude, then, well, no, Vic, stop. Then he goes like this. So then everything starts to calm down a little bit, and I'm flying my runway heading. Here I am. I'm ready to die. At that point, I'm ready to die. And then he goes, so then over the frequency, he goes like this. Niner, Juliet. Turn cross. Turn left for your crosswind down, and you'll be following a Cherokee. So then he starts talking to me like I'm a kindergartner. I'm like, dude, I'm not brain dead. I'm not a kindergartner. It's just you're going, and I'm trying to repeat it back to you, and then you yelled at me. And I'm so embarrassed. I'm like, I'm a man. I'm going to die To prove you wrong, you son. You know what I mean?
That is
oh
funny.
My
Why
God.
don't those airplane people just talk normal? Hey,
Well, they do.
Mark, you wait till the next jet goes and then you go. What? Why does everything have to be coded?
Well, it's all airport lingo and airport talk. I mean, I get it because things started to heat up pretty quickly, and there was like a PJ bearing down. I'm on the runway active, and there's a PJ coming in and another PJ behind that. He's got to get these planes on the ground.
I can't think of a more stressful job. I can't.
Than air traffic controller? Yeah.
Exactly right. I can't think of I could never do that. I would lose my you-know-what.
Was there any consideration, Moj, to just turning the plane around and driving it back and parking it?
At that point, you can't because the runway's active, and I'm on the active runway. I've completed my run-up. I'm positioning and holding, and he's going to tell me what he wants me to do. And then things got really heated because there's planes stacked up behind me. There's planes coming into land, and he wanted me to go like this and just take off. Well, I had to repeat. You have to acknowledge what he says. And I said, could you repeat that to me? And he lost it on me. Anyway, it was like, all right. So I had the same thought process as you. Look,
I'd rather die than deal with the embarrassment.
I'd rather die than land this plane and have everybody look at my tail number and know that it was me. It was so embarrassing. That being said, was somebody on the program said that plane that I first soloed in, that somebody crashed that plane.
What?
Anybody who's flying out there who has flown 909 or Juliet, Cessna 172, 909 or Juliet. Yeah, I guess somebody put it in the dirt.
I guess they were okay. One of the longest stories I've ever heard, by the way.
Oh, you're welcome.
I do get the embarrassment of that, though. I'm just new. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the command?
I mean, for the first time in my life in an airplane, I'm in control of my own life. You know, whether this thing takes off and lands is on me.
You know what? That's exactly what happened to me when I did TV for Vic during the summer league. When Jenny's yelling at me, toss to the feature, and I'm
you don't know what that means.
I'm featuring the rookies now.
I'm going to fly this into the Flatirons.
Yeah, and my flying in the Flatirons was Katie's live in Vegas. We'll go to Katie. Hi.
Unbelievable.
504-0925. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane from my friends over at Fanatic Sportsbook, and the MLB post-All-Star break starts right now, and Fanatics is where you have to be. They're giving profit boosts every single day this MLB season, and you can use them on any hit, any run, any strikeout, any whatever you want. So every at-bat and every inning just means a little bit more. New this season, the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see the total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time from the first pitch to the final out. Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game, so download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see for yourself why winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Vic Lombardi here, and I think you know I'm speaking from experience when I tell you I absolutely love the sauna that I got from Flatirons Fire. It's become part of my routine, whether I'm recovering after a workout or just unwinding after a long day arguing with Moser. They have saunas for every need and every budget. Mention you heard about them here from me, and you'll save 10%. Plus, with 0% financing for 12 months through Affirm financing on qualifying purchases, you can enjoy it now and pay over time. Now I got to get me one of them cold tubs. Visit the Denver showroom or learn more at flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com.
All right, so I was reading this story. It's from The Athletic. It's the second year in a row that they've done this. And in college football, they rank every college football quarterback in tiers.
Oh,
they have them
boy.
from 1 through 7. So 1 is kind of who you'd expect. It's the top guys in the league. It's your Notre Dames and Ole Miss with Trinidad Chambliss and Oregon.
Arch Manning.
Texas is on that list, Ohio State. But where do you think Juju Lewis ranks between tiers 1 and 7 in college football?
I would say, well, he's still so young, man. He's still such a pup.
5.
Yeah, I'd say somewhere in the middle to – he's not at the bottom. He's probably not – you talk about 7 tiers?
7.
He's got to be 4 or 5.
He's in tier 4. And this is how they have this listed, is some of the stars of tomorrow, inexperienced quarterbacks who coaches believe in but lack a proven resume. So they ask coaches around college football about this. So that's where he is, and he's surrounded with some of these teams in here. Bama is actually in tier 4 with their quarterback. Nebraska, Kansas State, Virginia Tech, Wake Forest, TCU, Wisconsin, Michigan, Texas Tech, teams like that. And I wonder how much of the success and failure of the CU Buffs is going to be on Juju Lewis. Because it feels like the success and failure of the CU Buffs has been directly correlated to for the most part within Shedeur Sanders.
Well, there's so much newness to the CU Buffs regime right now. I mean, Juju got a taste last year, but now he's got to take it a step further. He's got a new offensive coordinator. There's a new system, entirely new players. We talked about the influx of transfers in the portal, and what was that number? What was the percentage? Was it 60%?
Something
more,
like that. Maybe a little more, yeah.
So it's a new team and a new system. This go-go offense that we're going to see.
You realize that Julian Lewis, Vic, as we sit here today, he's still only 18 years old.
Yeah, he started school early.
Yeah, he does not turn 19 until the 3rd week in September. I mean, you're talking about a young dude. And so think about it last year. As a 17-year-old, actually, no, I'm sorry, he's an 18-year-old, he's on the field, right? Playing against major college football players.
Yeah.
Came in as a 17-year-old, turned 18 during the season, and then played.
The best thing they can give Juju Lewis this year is a run game.
Well,
Give him a run game.
I was going to say that or something else. Run game certainly would help. He was sacked 11 times in his final 2 starts. Now, I don't know if that's quarterback hanging on to the ball too long or the offensive line just couldn't protect. I mean, I would assume it's a little bit of both, but the offensive line has been – I mean, that's what Shedeur was criticized for, remember, is that, he holds on to the ball too long. And it's like, well, how come every quarterback at CU gets sacked a million times then?
Who was the kid that was down at UNLV, the quarterback? Because the new OC
transferred out.
Yeah. Remember that he wanted to get paid more, or they promised him more bread?
That was after a 4-0 start, right? Yeah. Is it Jackson Arnold?
I can't
remember his name.
No, I don't think that was it. But so Brennan Marion, I think he was only at Sac State for 1 year, was he not?
He moved.
Matthew Sluka.
That's who it was. But wasn't he at Sac State for just 1 year? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
You keep asking questions we don't have answers to.
But he's the architect of that offense you're talking about, though, Vic. Yeah. He's the architect of...
Have you seen this offense? I saw the scheme play out. I saw him actually explain the offense. It's more run-oriented than you think. Everybody thinks it's sort of this run-and-shoot thing. The run game is very unique, the way they run the ball. The way the formations are very... You're going to see formations like, what is that? I can't wait to see it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Very inventive. See if it works. May not work.
I am so curious this year.
I mean, the quarterback's in the shotgun a lot. I do know that.
But
they got a couple, and they got a couple of back. Well, they line the quarterback up with a couple of backs by him sometimes, right?
Moser, they'll put two backs on the same side of the field.
Yeah, that's odd. Well, but aren't there a lot of RPOs in that thing too? Or there's a lot of RPOs.
Everything is sort of like a, and that's why offensive linemen have to be adaptable in this offense. You got to have a particular set of skills to run this offense. I think the O-line is going to be the most important facet of it. I can't wait to see it work because I've always felt CU was at its best, right? CU won a national championship when it ran a version of the option. That's what they ran. Call it what you want, but that's what they ran. And I'm not saying that they have to run the option again, but a prominent run game is important.
Yeah,
you can't just abandon it.
Brett, let me explain real quick. I know this is 35 years ago, but at the same time, Darian Hagan and Charles Johnson were not giant quarterbacks. They were not drop-back guys. They were, I mean, they were smaller dudes who ran it to perfection.
I watched Nebraska do that for the first 14 years of my life. They ran that offense with Eric Crouch and Scott Frost and Tommy Frazier and everybody else. I mean, I don't know if. And I know you're not saying this. That kind of offense, I just don't think works anymore. I think guys are too fast now.
No, but I think running the ball is important.
Yeah, of course. What's interesting about this, he's in the same tier. Remember, this is the inexperienced quarterback that shows a lot of promise, whatever. That's what they called this tier that Juju's in. And the same as Michigan. You guys know who Michigan's quarterback is? Remember from last year?
Oh, it was the kid that they paid all the money, that Portnoy and all that gave all the money to?
His name.
Same thing as Juju, early graduate.
Okay.
I think he got to Michigan when he was 17. 18 years old, Bryce Underwood.
Right, Bryce Underwood.
And I watched his first couple of games. Now, his season didn't finish great. Only 11 touchdowns and 9 picks. But sometimes, I know you guys know what I'm talking about here. When a young quarterback enters, and maybe his numbers aren't great, but you'll see an occasional throw where you're like, oh, my God, okay. Bryce Underwood has that. Like, he's got an absolute cannon.
Okay, so what you're saying is it takes time to develop, right?
Sure, yeah.
All right. So I hate to go here again. So Notre Dame's quarterback, C.J. Carr, who's a stud. He's going to have a great season. He made his very first collegiate start at Miami in that game.
Yeah.
You think that's easy?
Of course not.
You think that's an easy way to enter the league?
Especially Miami's defensive front? Hell
exactly right. And was within a score of that game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of stuff that I'm saying. You have to take that into account when you're determining wins and losses and who deserves what. You have to take that kind of stuff. Dude making his very first career start?
Yeah. There is... I was going to save this for later, but I don't think we'll have time. So I want to do this now. Because this is about... I'm not 100% on this, but I strive to be as much as I can be. And it's consistency and keeping your moral compass in the same direction.
Okay.
There was a story in the MLB about a decade ago. A team won a World Series under dubious circumstances, we'll say.
Houston Astros?
Houston Astros. And what exactly did they get popped for? Give me the story again.
A trash can.
Trash for stealing.
But what did the trash can what were they used in conjunction with?
They would hit the trash can in a cadence to steal signs.
Which was being stolen electronically from another place, right?
That is correct.
Because it was generally accepted.
There's like a guy in the outfield who was stealing signs and then relaying it. Then they would hit the trash can.
It was generally accepted in baseball that if your catcher is dumb enough to let a guy on second see your signs and you're translating that as the guy on second to your hitter, that's you being stupid. Then don't do that, right? Or if the pitcher has a tell or whatever. Let me share something with you guys. See if you find this interesting or not. I saw from Susie Hunter. She had a quote from Warren Schaefer on June 23rd. So about a month ago. And it said this. The Rockies aren't calling pitches from the dugout anymore, okay? Here's the quote from Warren Schaefer then, a month ago. We decided to go in a different direction and give the catchers the first go-ahead with it. And to me, I'm kind of like, okay, I saw it, and I was like, it's a nothing story. Switch it up. You know what? Catcher gets first crack at this now, not the pitching coach. Maybe Hunter Goodman's got a good feel for the game. That happens in baseball. You trust your catchers. Mm-hmm. I would trust Yadier Molina to call a game for me. Well, in The Athletic yesterday, an Angels scout was fired this season for filming Rockies coaches on his phone from a seat in the stands. He calls himself, quote, the baseball spy. Is this a big deal or not?
The baseball spy?
Does this not matter? Because the Angels who are terrible were spying on the Rockies who are terrible, so nobody cares? Or are we going to keep some honesty in the integrity of the game and start punishing people for this stuff?
This is exactly why I looked the other way when all those Astros allegations came in and everybody was up in arms about the Astros. That's exactly why I stood my ground and said, you are all hypocrites.
Well,
every
Moser,
single one of you.
Moser was very anti-Astros when they won the World Series under these circumstances.
And,
so what do we
think? My retort was always the same. My retort is, they all do it. Every one of them. It's just like bike racing. There are a lot of bike race enthusiasts that listen to this show. I see them on Twitch, and they watch the Tour de France. And the same thing. Oh, well, those cheaters. What if they all cheat? What if every single one of them cheat? And there's no way to prove they don't. Then what? Then what do you do? Because I believe every single baseball team goes out of its way to steal signs.
I'm trying to figure out why the second worst team in baseball
would have to have signs stolen from them.
The Rockies are the worst. No, the Angels are the second worst team in baseball. Why are they stealing? Must not have been very effective. I don't know. Why are they stealing from the worst team in baseball?
But again, just on its face.
But on its face, stop cheating.
My question is,
remember the guy, the Arizona Diamondbacks guy who had the Apple Watch and he got tossed out and all. What?
But if you remember, there was not as harsh of repercussions as some people wanted for the Houston Astros, but guys got in trouble. Alex Cora got in trouble. He was the manager of the Red Sox at that time. Didn't he lose his job? Yeah, there was a whole bunch of guys who got popped for, again, certain things. But I'm with Vic. Just because I know how that sport works, I'm like, if you guys want to open it up, and this is
it's hypocritical.
to make a tie-in, I think it's part of the reason why the NBA is going out of its way to try and not have anything happen with Kawhi Leonard.
I agree.
Is because if it does, that opens you up to a number of different things that could be infractions in the same sort of category.
Right. Player used a team jet to go somewhere.
That's
You're exactly
not
right.
legal.
Hey,
that is giving extra money to the player.
I'm telling you, from the advent of baseball, since baseball was around, guys have gone out of their way to steal signs. There have been methods used, methods failed, methods that still work. But I don't understand. The reason why the Houston Astros were thrown the bad reaction by guys like
because
Moser
they won the World Series.
Because
That's why
they won it all.
They won the World
Series. It was
Series.
such a elaborate scheme.
It
was so damn elaborate.
It was.
But it was
also. I still think about this. If the Astros were just more subtle,
Yeah.
in how they would do that. Like, I don't know how that would be, but instead of going,
Hold on.
that everybody can hear.
Hold on.
Yeah, you got the gavel.
Mm-hmm.
What do I have here?
Oh, there you go. A gavel in a trash can. Yeah, Moj, give us a sound.
It's-
I'm at the plate. I'm Jose Altuve. And if you bang the trash can, it means a curveball's coming. I'm ready.
All right.
All right, here we go. Game on. Like, yeah.
If it's gonna be a fastball, you're like,
Did you know that the year that the Astros won the World
Off-speed
Series,
pitch.
the Rockies were also accused of sign stealing? I think by Boston
Yes.
or the Yankees.
Yeah, but they stink, so nobody cares.
Exactly. So don't play that game with me. I don't care. Same with the Tour de France and cycling. I don't care. Guess what? Because there's only a select few people that can do what they do. So if they're all aided in some way, fine. Knock yourself out. I don't care.
So a texter says the Astros were stealing signs with a video camera from center field that was played on a TV in the players' tunnel. I agree.
I don't
But
care.
hang on a second. This Angel Scout was filming Rocky's coaches on his phone from a seat in the stands. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. But when it's two teams that stink, I guess it doesn't matter. That's why I think it's silly.
I think it's the use of electronics that is the big no-no. That's where I mean, listen, 1932 guys are stealing signs.
Mm-hmm.
1959 guys are stealing signs. 1981 guys are stealing. That's what they're doing, but they're on the field. They're players on the field. They're not using electronics and cameras and instant feedback and all that kind of
There's
crap.
no question about this, though. You guys remember Connor Stallions from Michigan?
Well, sure.
If Michigan was 5-7 and not a national championship team, that's not a big deal. It's a footnote. It's a story that probably pops up on ESPN.
But if the Patriots weren't Super Bowl contenders, is Deflategate that big of a deal?
But,
Hey, let
but
me ask,
Jim Harbaugh could still be at Michigan for all we know. But he's like, I'm not going to deal with this.
Allow me to ask our cycling enthusiasts who watch every race. Pogačar, the guy who is dominating cycling right now, the Slovenian, the young Slovenian. Is there any shred of evidence? Is there any doubt in your mind that at some point he's doing something? Something. Whether it's doping, HGH,
I just
something.
figure all of those guys are doing
I don't care. Because he's faster than everybody else.
I'll tell you this.
And everybody else is doing it.
There's one thing that bothers me. I've seen videos of this. You know when they have the pace cars that give them water or something like that? I watched this guy grab the water bottle, but Vic, he held on to it.
Mm-hmm.
And
To
then the
help
car
get a little
sped
pull.
up.
Sure, of course. They all do that.
And then he
though.
does
I've
that
seen
for like 5. That you can't do that. You
I
can't
see
get
that all
pulled.
the time. That happens all the time, dude. Dude, it's implicit. It's part of the sport.
To
get a tow
sketch on a car?
to get a tow by an Audi?
Watch enough of those races, you'll see.
To get a tow by an Audi.
Anyway, Wine Time is coming on August 28th. What is it? It's an evening filled with exceptional wines, live entertainment, and unforgettable experiences in the heart of downtown Denver at Elitch Gardens. Get more information and purchase tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Oh, by the way, next.
You know, if a place had really, really helped tens of thousands of men over the course of a decade, you'd think they are probably pretty good at what they do. And that is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So whether you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or low testosterone, that was me, they can help you. They can fix you. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy, and more, maybe that's what you're dealing with. And right now at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, these advanced medical strategies are kicking tail. TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You've probably heard those acronyms before. Maybe you don't know what they mean, but it's enhanced body composition programs, and they can really, really help. So if that's you guys, stop waiting around this summer and get yourself taken care of. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Call them today. 720-440-7900. That number again, 440-7900. Get back to being you and go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Go ahead, Moj. Yeah.
Let's start things out here. We've talked a lot of World Cup on this program, believe it or not. You realize that the final had a peak of 51.7 million people, making it the most watched English language soccer broadcast in U.S. history. Like, the ratings for the World Cup in the United States of America were off the charts, better than they ever have been. So people embraced it, Vic. It's in our country for the most part, and people got all over it.
It was a massive success. Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you guys see the Chiefs announce their new stadium, and they unveiled designs, drawings of what it's going to look like? 65,000 seat stadium with a dome, so it can host not only NFL games, but Super Bowls.
Take a look for yourself.
Final Fours.
It does look pretty.
Kind of looks like SoFi, kind of.
It's going to cost about $3 billion, and 60% of that money, unlike the Broncos facility, is coming from public funds.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be in Kansas City. it's going to be outside Kansas City. So it's going to
Wait,
be
where at? Because their stadium now is outside.
I thought it was going to be in
Kansas
Kansas.
City.
It's going to be in Kansas City,
Kansas. Yeah, Kansas City,
Yeah,
Kansas.
that's right.
Kansas City,
But I've told
Missouri.
you on numerous occasions, dude, the difference between Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri is a street.
It's
I mean,
it's in a different state. That's all I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
but okay. But what I'm saying is it's virtually one big city, and that's what it is.
I just find it interesting.
You can hit a golf ball down the street, and you're in Missouri from Kansas.
I find it very intriguing that two teams in the same division are going to unveil stadiums the same year, because that's when the Broncos' new stadium.
So what's the
is
Broncos?
expected.
Is it going to look like this? Like with
So, wait a minute,
I
wait a
can't
minute.
wait to see the drawings. I mean, the images. I'm sure they're working on. I'm sure they have them, but they don't want to release anything until they get this Burnham Yard thing taken care of. It's not done yet.
Right
They're
na-
still dealing with people.
Right
down there.
now, the Chiefs and the Royals share a parking lot with each other.
Correct.
Kauffman Stadium in Arrowhead. But are they, if I remember this right, are they moving the Royals to downtown? Is that what they're doing with the Royals?
Yeah, because
And then-
it's on the outskirts. I said the
no,
outskirts.
I don't
I've
know
been
where
to,
the
look,
Royals are going.
I've been to plenty of
Games
Royals
there,
games.
yeah.
I've been to a couple of Chiefs games. It is sort of like it's not around anything.
No,
it's
it's
like
out-
its own little place.
That is correct.
I just need everyone to understand that I did that symposium last week where I moderated at Moser with the NHL. Do you guys understand how rare it is for our city, the city of Denver, I think one of the great sports cities in the country, to have all of these venues in the same area?
Yeah.
We have a baseball stadium in Lodo. Right down the street, we have a basketball and hockey arena. Right down the street from that, we're going to have a brand new state-of-the-art football stadium. And right down the street from that, there's that new NWSL soccer stadium. We have 4 stadium arenas in the downtown footprint, unlike any city in the world.
It's pretty rare.
Well,
That's crazy.
As we talk about stadiums, can you pull up the picture of the other stadium I wanted to show you? Because Northwestern, the Brainiac School, as their stadium's always been sort of a dump. They did some renovations to it. Theirs almost looks like the Premier League.
Yeah.
That's what theirs looks like. Now, if you guys remember, Northwestern, their stadium is like right on the lake.
Right
That
on
is
the water.
correct.
Like their practice facility is amazing because they have this
Right there,
view
it's
right
right
there in the water.
in Evanston. It's right there,
cold.
just north of Chicago.
So they're trying to put in some stuff to compete at a Big Ten level. Now, I don't think it's going to work, but what follows this is one of the funniest pictures I've ever seen. One more. Give me Chip Kelly, who is now the offensive coordinator
Oh, my
of
God.
Northwestern. Did you guys see this picture?
Is
Yes.
he really? I didn't know Chip was there now.
Look at
All
Chip.
right, Bob the Builder.
He's in a purple vest, construction vest, with a hard hat on. Is that totally necessary for him to do? Isn't the stadium done? Like, I'm still trying to figure out, is that Chip being funny or is that Chip being forced to do that?
It is funny.
Regardless, it's funny. If it's intentionally funny, even better. But yeah, I don't know. How many different people, if I told you, where is Chip Kelly coaching right now, would have said OC
See,
from
North-
I had
Northwestern.
no idea.
Because it feels like just yesterday he was pulling out that fake accent to take the
No, you're thinking of Brian Kelly.
Oh, Brian
That's Brian Kelly.
Brian
That's
Kelly.
Chip
was
Kelly,
Brian
he was the
Kelly.
Ohio State OC. Then he went to the Raiders.
Right.
Got let go there.
Here's a weird story. So you know when like a player, an ex-player for a college football team makes a donation and they get a building named after him. Like I know at Nebraska this happened recently with Ndamukong Suh. He gave them tens of millions of dollars, renovated some training facility, and they named it the Sioux Training Facility or something. Never seen it for a current player in college football, but that's exactly what happened at SMU. They named their future athletics recovery center after their quarterback, Kevin Jennings.
Why?
They said he displayed commitment and loyalty. Here's the translation.
What?
Kevin Jennings is a pretty good quarterback. He's had around 25 touchdowns the last 2 years, and SMU's been a good football team. They were
Sure.
11-3 2 years ago. They were 9-4 last year, finishing in they've had top 10 appearances in the college football playoff rankings. Is this their way of being like, hey, thanks for not leaving. We'll name a building after you, despite the fact that
Could
you're going
be.
to play for us again this
that
year.
could be the new thing now. Stick around and we'll name buildings after you. See if that legacy works.
I got to tell you, I appreciate the hustle from SMU.
Sure. Oh, by the way, Moj, I don't know if Brookie's done this, but my daughters enjoy it. Your daughters ever go thrifting?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So basically, thrifting
Absolutely.
is rich kids
Sure.
buying clothing that is at thrift stores.
Or just kids, period. I mean, it just.
Yeah, whatever. They think they're cool buying that clothes. That's fine. Do what you got to do. Go thrifting. Everybody goes thrifting now. It's a big deal. A 19-year-old thrift shopper paid $3 in a thrift store for what turned out to be Wilt Chamberlain's warm-up jacket from the 1972
What?
NBA Finals. It's been authenticated. That jacket just sold at an auction for $90,000.
What?
He paid $3, sold it for $90,000.
That's better than
Thrifting
buying
pays.
Bitcoin.
That's incredible.
Remember
I
that
thought I saw that story someplace, but I didn't know the details of it.
Remember that famous story when Bitcoin was just starting? This guy had a whole bunch of them. He gave this pizza delivery guy like 200 Bitcoin for a large pizza.
What's that worth today?
Like $1 million. I have no idea. I don't know if you guys could tell by my face. Not much of a crypto guy. Don't really get it. Aaron Gordon, according to Bleacher Report, has been named the 8th best dunker of all time. Now, I tell you this. I think Aaron Gordon in his performance at that dunk contest between him and Zach LaVine,
He should have
is
won.
the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
Yes.
I thought that dunk contest between two competitors of all of them may have been the finest dunk contest ever put together. Ever. I mean, it was, you've had big names. I remember when Jordan and Dominique Wilkins went at it. That was pretty damn cool.
Pretty awesome.
When Dr. J here in Denver went at it, that was pretty damn cool. David Thompson and Dr. J did it here in Denver at the old McNichols Arena. Pretty cool. Big names, but the levitation by those dudes was unreal.
Okay, let me give you the top 10. Vic, let's see. You are the basketball historian. Do you have any beefs with this list? At number 10.
Is this in order?
Yes. At number 10 is Clyde Drexler.
Yeah, Clyde was more of a glider.
At number 9
Well, that's
is
because his nickname was Clyde the Glide, bro.
I got you.
at number
Thanks.
9 is Jason Richardson.
Yeah,
I can see that.
multiple-time dunk champion.
8 is AG.
Okay.
7
Should
is
have been multiple.
LeBron.
Okay.
6 is Sean Kemp.
Oh,
Oh,
God, he
dude,
was a
Sean
ferocious-
Kemp could
He was the kind of dunker.
dunk.
He rocked the arena when he
Dude,
dunked.
dude, he did.
Blake Griffin is number 5.
Yep, in his heyday, my God. he could
Okay,
go
but
over the rim.
his heyday wasn't as long.
But hang on, that Lob City Clippers team.
That
was pretty awesome,
Phenomenal.
At number 4 is Dominique Wilkins.
Yep,
He
the
was
human highlight film.
spectacular.
At number 3 is Dr. J.
Beyond spectacular, Dr. J.
Number 2 is MJ.
Yep.
Who's number 1?
Vince.
Vince Carter.
Vince Carter has to be number 1.
If you jump over somebody who's like 7'5" in the Olympics and dunk over him, I mean, come on. In game,
Yeah.
you're gonna do that in game over a 7-footer?
You know,
insane.
J.R. Smith was a hell of a dunker when he played here, too.
Oh,
J.R.
yeah,
Smith
ferocious.
is an honorable mention.
See, I always mention this when it comes to dunk contests. It's not. I don't care about the pageantry. I don't care about you jumping over a limousine or something. I want to see some ferocious dunk. It's got to be like a boom.
You know,
One of those.
He didn't do it a ton like that, but when Antonio McDyess, Vic, when he elevated and slammed it down, when Antonio McDyess, God, I wish Antonio, he was such a nice, he's a great player. I mean, but he's such a nice human being.
Terry, or Moser, do you remember?
Terry.
The hell?
Do you remember Terrence Stansberry? Do you remember Daryl Griffith?
Oh, yeah, Dr. Duncanstein. Yeah.
Dr. Duncanstein,
Yeah,
Daryl Griffith.
yes. Played for the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah, a texter says no Matt McClung. No, because he's a G leaguer, and those aren't allowed on my list. Or Bleacher Reports, I guess, for that matter.
Did you see this 5'2" or 5'4" guy that dunked over Shaq? He's 5'4".
What is that, by the way? I keep seeing highlights from this.
I don't
What is
know.
the thing they're doing?
I don't know what that is.
Who would you say is the second best dunker on the Nuggets?
Right now?
When you get past AG, yeah. Get past AG. Is it
Let me think
PWat?
about this.
Jamal doesn't dunk a lot, but
not a
Jamal
lot.
has some good ones.
He has some good ones. I need.
Well,
Jamal,
before Christian's injury, The dunk
Christian
he had
could
on
dunk.
Rudy Gobert
Yeah,
will
Christian
go
can
down
dunk.
as one of the great dunks, in-game dunks in Nuggets history.
You know what,
in my
Jamal's?
opinion.
You know what,
Do you remember
Jamal's?
that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
remember him smashing Rudy Gobert's face?
Yep.
Jamal's are great because it's not that often, but then he'll take off to the rim and fly, and you know, I mean, it'll surprise you, and you're like, yeah,
Could it be PWat?
could be.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I haven't seen a crazy. PWat is a quick leaper, not a ferocious.
I'll
leaper.
give you a could be because we don't know. Trevor Brazil might be that.
We might see something out of him this year.
Might be that
Mhm.
because that dude can fly. Oh, by the way, every single day at 8:45. Back after this. All right, I got to go back to something. I have to do it. When I was going to bed last night, I kept seeing these reports that people were on the Miami Heat's official YouTube page. And in their official YouTube page, they had for a scheduled video to come on the 27th, Monday, that was titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference. Now, a lot of things make sense. He liked being in Miami, and let's not be dishonest here. If you have a trio of LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Bam Adebayo, that's a pretty good group of guys. I mean, that's a pretty damn good trio in an Eastern Conference that isn't as strong as the West. But I just thought to myself, there's no way the Heat could be that stupid into doing that. And then I find out this morning that it was true. They deleted that once people found out about it. And now I just found this. Make sure I'm not getting got. No, I'm not. Posted this morning on LinkedIn. The Miami Heat are searching for a director of YouTube strategy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's not a social media person that messed that up, not necessarily the YouTube person.
No, it was on YouTube. They put a
It's
video
part
on
of social media, though. That could be under the social media umbrella. It could be. I don't know if one necessarily.
Well, they're looking for somebody to take the YouTube job.
Wow.
All right, so this is done. So there's no more discussion. LeBron James is
He's
going to Miami.
unless he's now.
Unless you pissed him off so bad that he's not doing it.
I'm going to Philly now instead.
You tried to jump the gun. I'm going to go.
You know what? I sort of hope he goes to Miami because it's going to be easy to root against Miami.
Oh, we mean with
Giannis
and Bam
and LeBron.
I just saw a quote, by the way, from Giannis. This could mean two different things, but what he said was, they asked Giannis, what kind of pitch are you going to give to LeBron? He goes, I'm not, essentially. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the quote in front of me anymore, but he said, I'm not going to pitch him anything.
I want to see
could that reason be why? Because he knows LeBron's coming already. What do you want to see? What?
Where's the LinkedIn? Let me see the LinkedIn.
Right here.
Are you sure that's real?
That's the Dunk Central. It's got over 2 million followers. They have yes.
Hey, go check Spencer Jones' LinkedIn account. Where's he going?
That's real.
You know, these I'll tell you what, these sleuths on the
Moser,
internet are pretty good.
Maybe you might want to talk in front of your microphone.
Yeah, you might want to get in front of a mic.
This is a radio show.
Instead
of just standing in the middle of the studio.
The sleuths, though, the internet sleuths, they're good. They've been all over this thing.
Yeah.
Like, this is Pablo Torre level of investigation.
I'm just going to do what Moser just did there. Yeah, guys.
You actually sound pretty clear.
Is it really?
Yeah, you sound pretty good.
You actually sound pretty good from there.
It's because I've got a very, very good mic. Maybe I'll just.
We have the same microphones,
this is why
it's the same mic.
This is why when you blow your nose, it rips my eardrums in half.
Well, how far back do I have? Here? Should I go to the rim?
I can still hear you.
Hang on.
You hear me pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still hear you.
All right, let me take off. Let me just go.
How about this? Yeah, go downstairs.
Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah, you can just turn his mic off, too, if you want to, Jesse. Look, now we can't hear Vic. Oh, gosh, what happened? Here's the point.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's outside the door. He's outside the door.
Here's the thing, though, man. I'm being dead serious.
How far did that travel?
We still heard you a little bit outside the door.
Heard you pretty good.
But this is why when you had construction going on in your kitchen, we hear... Think about this for a second. I'm going to ask... No, hang on. I want to ask this one more time. Because there's 3 offshoot questions to this if we assume this is all true, okay? You don't put this out there. What the Heat said, they admitted that video was up and they took it down, but they said, according to a team spokesperson, it wasn't because he's coming to do an introductory press conference. They were just preparing just in case. Just in case if randomly at that time on Monday, 5 days from now, he would be doing it.
Well, do you believe the Cleveland Cavaliers have one already ready to go?
No.
Do you believe the Philadelphia 76ers have one ready to go?
Nobody has it ready to go and put into their YouTube queue unless they know it's going
to happen.
If the rest of the league had a sense of humor, and I know nobody will do this because they're afraid to disrespect LeBron and some teams that are still in the right. But if the rest of the league had a sense of humor, every team today would unveil their LeBron announcement schedule.
Oh, dude.
It would be hilarious.
Okay. It would be really funny.
That being said, why would that be so offensive to Rich Paul and LeBron James?
They'll find a way to find it offensive, but you know it.
I think it would be hysterical.
If the Memphis Grizzlies today said August 6th, circle it, LeBron announces he loves Memphis.
Yeah.
I think it would be hysterical.
Here's my 3 questions. I want you to answer these. Number 1, regarding LeBron. Does LeBron, if he signs with Miami, indeed, which it looks like he is.
Well, you know what he does have, Brett?
Does
he already has a boat with a boat, so it fits right back into Miami.
Does he push his announcement to later to not give the heat or to not allow this press conference to be on Monday? Is that 1?
Yes.
Number 2, does LeBron take offense to the idea that they jumped him on accident for the announcement?
If he does, I could see where that would be bothersome because he wants it to come from him. But I think it wouldn't change the fact that he wants to play in Miami.
So my 3rd question was, does LeBron consider, because of the disrespect he would perceive, maybe I reevaluate my options? But the fact that I even ask that question with a couple of % of sincerity is amazing to me.
On this program, we don't take ourselves too seriously, do we?
Wait, didn't this... Sorry, Moj, just one last thing.
Yeah.
Didn't this happen one time? Didn't some team jump the gun on like a coaching announcement and then the coach backed out?
God, I have a vague...
There's something like that happened, didn't it?
Well, that was going to happen. That happened here at CU. Who's the guy that he took the Tennessee
Butch
job?
Jones.
No. Leahy told me a story. He told us a story of this, that the coach found out in the radio interview.
Yes.
And then he got pissed and he backed out.
Yes. Who was that?
He just told us his story 2 months ago.
Yes.
Well, I don't really pay attention to much that's said on the show, so don't ask me to remember.
It goes back to, Brett, what I was telling you before, that these news outlets... Have you ever seen a news outlet release an obituary and somebody will say, "Hey, I'm not dead"?
Yeah, you killed Tommy Tuberville on the show.
Well,
Yeah,
I didn't release an obit though. I didn't have one written up for him.
You may have well done so.
You said he was buried under a tree.
Remember, I meant Pat Dye.
You said Tommy Tuberville.
I know, but I meant Pat Dye.
He's a congressman.
That's what I meant. Pat Dye. So the point is, he is buried. Pat Dye is now a tree. I'm just letting you know.
Who the hell was that coach?
I forget. Somebody help us out. But listen, all of this, we don't take ourselves too seriously on this program, do we?
No.
It always amazes me when people take themselves so seriously.
Who's the best
And
at
I think
doing that?
And not taking yourself too seriously?
Like an athlete, a really good athlete who doesn't do that.
Vic, help
I
me
don't
out.
think Joker takes himself too seriously.
That's true.
That's true.
I mean, that's about as easygoing as it gets.
Yeah, it's true. Was Peyton Manning that way? Would Peyton Manning, like, behind the scenes grind a little bit if somebody was critical?
Well, he did the SNL thing with the portalette and the.
He has a great sense of humor, but inside the locker room, trust me, his teammates were very attentive.
Walking on eggshells around him?
Attentive.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
They had to make sure that they carried their weight.
Yeah, but that being said, Vic.
Jesse, call Legwold because this is going to drive me nuts. Can you call Jeff Legwold?
If you know, Jake Plummer never took himself too seriously.
That's true.
No,
yeah,
he
Jake.
didn't. But if
if
Memphis did that, would Rich Paul really not ever let a Clutch Sports client engage with the Memphis Grizzlies because it was offensive to LeBron?
I'll tell you this. If I'm the Nuggets, I'm not running the risk at poking fun right now. I'm not running the risk while I'm in Peyton Watson negotiations of pissing off Rich Paul. That is not happening.
Yeah, but the Rich Paul works for the client. The client doesn't work for Rich Paul.
Oh, this is a great one. Now, he might not be a very great player, but Jameis Winston is about as much as you're going to get in that category
That's a
of
pretty
like
good one.
not taking himself seriously.
John Kruk was like that.
Yeah.
Totally.
Is Kruk just doing Phillies games now?
Oh, Josh says it was Dave McGinnis for the Bears job.
Dave McGinnis, thank you.
Thank
All right,
you,
we don't got to
Josh.
call Leaky
Yes.
now. Don't bother
We
him.
got
Don't
him.
bother him.
Yeah, thanks,
Dave
Jess.
McGinnis. That's right. But he said they were basically negotiating the contract, and as they're negotiating, Chicago radio announced that he took the job, and he goes, "No, I didn't.
No, I did
and
not.
no, I'm not."
And now I'm not. Exactly right.
God, that's crazy. But yeah, the Heat are now looking for a new director of YouTube strategy.
That's incredible.
I'm sorry to the person who lost their job. You know they didn't mean to do it. I feel bad.
But that's-
They're probably miserable
that's
right
Miami's
now.
a weird sports market because obviously they've tasted success. They've won championships. But I remember when the Nuggets played there in the finals, because they were so used to winning championships, and this was a first time for Denver. If you guys remember, a ticket in Denver for that NBA Finals, you could not get anything lower level for less than $1,200.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it.
Yep.
I remember my wife and daughter flew out to Miami for game 3 and 4 of that
And it was
series.
cheaper, right?
And tickets were $200
Yeah.
lower level in Miami. It was
Amazing.
cheaper to
But-
fly there.
Here's what I don't understand. If it was that Wade LeBron team, those tickets aren't that cheap. And so I don't know if is it just a lack of star power? Or is it they just didn't think that Miami could do it?
I think a little bit of both. I think they just been there, done that. You know, when you've been there and done that so many times, I think people get worn out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Two things I think that
I mean, look at New York this year. People weren't worn out there.
they weren't. Two things, Vic. I think number one, people overall take themselves too seriously. And number two, I think people tend to overthink things. I can be absolutely an overthinker at times.
You're an overthinker.
Absolutely. That being said,
You know what you are? You are a public thinker. Your thoughts come out of your mouth when they shouldn't sometimes.
well, thank you, Vic. That being said,
Yeah, shut your mouth.
Yeah, why don't you shut your mouth every once in a while?
that being said,
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it looks like a duck,
Then it's a moose.
it ain't a friggin' chicken.
Oh.
It's a duck. This whole Miami Heat thing is a duck. It's a duck.
Look, I knew this was over.
It's quacking like a duck. It's laying an egg like a duck.
All
It's got a bill like a duck. It's a duck.
all Miami had to do was this. Listen, if nobody wanted to speculate and you didn't want to fire anybody, at least publicly, all you had to say was this. It's an internet lie.
We got hacked.
We got hacked. Something. Yeah, the hack thing always works. What do you mean I like pornography on my Twitter account? I was hacked.
Hold on a second. But to put out an ad for a YouTube hours later? I mean, literally 12 hours later, you get an ad up. Hey, we need a YouTuber. Hey,
Yeah, that YouTube, according to DMac, that YouTube listing was posted 15 days ago. So it has nothing to do with this.
Well, maybe they knew that the person in charge wasn't doing a good job. DMac, shut up with your facts and let me have fun. Let radio be fun.
talk about somebody who takes himself too seriously. I'm teasing.
DMac built his own YouTube channel pretty damn well. I'll give him credit.
He did.
Well, DMac, then apply for the YouTube job for the Miami Heat.
I don't even know the password to my YouTube channel.
I don't even have a YouTube channel.
If somebody can give me my password back, that'd be great.
Texture says, no way the social media guy knows LeBron is going to Miami. You'd be surprised, people within those circles, especially in the social part, what they do and don't know because they got to be prepared to send things out. You got to come up with graphics and all this different stuff. You don't think that they've been – look, man, if LeBron's going to Miami, Vic, you don't think they've told a graphic person, hey, go through the archives and give me a highlight reel, 2.5 minutes of LeBron highlights from Miami so we can throw them back up the second he announces.
You best be ready.
Yeah. Guaranteed. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane from my friends over at Fanatic Sportsbook, and I love this time of year. Post All-Star break in the MLB and ready for the most intense part of the MLB season. You can do so with Fanatics, and it's where you got to be for MLB game days because they're giving you profit boosts every single day. You can use them on any hit, any run, any strikeout, any whatever you want. So every at-bat and inning means just a little bit more. And new this season on Fanatics, it's the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, all you got to do is pick any player to hit a home run. And if they hit the longest homer of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. You can track your player on the daily leaderboard. You can see the total entries and watch your estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. So download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Hey, Brett, are you leaving right after the show?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Brett and I are playing Bella Ridge this afternoon up north.
Bella Ridge. Is that Longmont, right?
I'm not sure where it is.
Shout out to the people.
Johnstown.
It's close to Longmont.
Have you played it, Moj?
No, I know where it is, though.
Couple-
Can we hang on a second?
Okay.
Can we explain how this went down, though, Vic? He's got one spot. Who's occupying the other two spots?
None of your business.
It's your brothers. I know who it is.
HIPAA.
Pippa.
It's Adelio. It's Adelio and Mario, or it's Dante and Mario.
Here's the deal.
It's
I
Dante.
had 2 spots open for you guys. No, here's the deal. Brett, you will confirm this. I had 2 spots open. I texted both of you over the weekend. You guys good for golf on Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Brett did not respond for 2 days. Moser said yes immediately. So we get to Monday. Brett's not here. Then we get to Tuesday. Okay.
That's not true. I did respond. I said, I'll let you know by Monday, is what I said.
So then we get to Monday and Tuesday. I said, okay, are you guys good for golf Wednesday? Then Moser doesn't respond. And when Moser doesn't respond, what usually happens, Brett?
That means he ain't going.
So I don't play these little child games. If you guys want to play, you play.
The last thing I remember is
I'm
that
playing.
I got a text that said, one of you gets to play. Who is it? And I said, let Brett. He enjoys the game now much more than I do. I may quit the game.
What are you talking about? You played great and you're a member guest.
Won a 36.
We already
What
established
a
that you
fifth-
lost to a cheater.
He's not. I don't think he was, though.
Well, you're not saying that. I've never met the guy. But if you're a 15 handicap and you shoot par, correct? Are those numbers correct? 15?
It's fraudulent.
If you're, I'm speaking this to the universe, anybody listening, because I had a couple people contend that, no, it's happened. No, it's not. If you're a 15 handicap and you shoot par golf, you're cheating. You're sandbagging. That's not possible.
It's the greatest round you've ever played in your entire life.
Especially in a tournament.
Yeah. You don't do that in a tournament. No
Well, the
way.
guy shot 49 in the other 9 holes. He went 49, 36.
I don't care what he shot in the other. I don't care if he shot 140. You are not capable of shooting par golf as a 15 handicap.
Let me give you guys a couple pieces of news that came by over the last hour or so. This from Ken Rosenthal. The Rockies are reportedly fielding interest on the following players: Kyle Freeland, Michael Lorenzen, Tomoyuki Shigano, Mickey Moniak, Jake McCarthy, Willie Castro, and Senza. And I think that's a fantastic list.
I
That's
think that
exactly
makes-
what you need to be doing.
Hey, by the way, Lorenzen, I'm watching him last night. I know he got roughed up. I know he did.
He's gotten roughed up most of the year.
But that guy's jacked, man.
No, he is. I mean, yeah, he's jacked. He gets
Michael Lorenzen's he's
jacked
pretty,
out of the ballpark a lot, too.
Hey, where'd they get that Romano reliever? Every time I turn on a Rockies game, there's a new reliever I've never heard of.
Well, when you're, yeah.
Dude, you're right. They just got a bunch of dudes that, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Look, I don't know what you can get. As much as we all love him, the Freeland, it's time. I know you're a local kid. You love this team, but it's time. Dude, his ERA's in the sevens. It's been that way for years.
But you know what?
He's been like at best a 4.8 guy.
But I have a soft spot in my heart
Of course.
for him.
Of course.
Vic, you had one of the most talk about guys who didn't you have like a great conversation with him like 4 or 5 years like but early like he's like
It was a confidence thing for him.
yeah, Kyle Freeland.
Yeah, we did.
And he sort of just laid it all out for you. Like he bore his soul to you, did he not?
Well, people tend to do that.
Bared. Well,
bare
what's
their
the proper? He bared his soul to you.
But to finish
Bore.
this, like,
What an idiot.
I don't know what you get for Freeland. I think even for him, it's probably best that he has a little change of scenery, get out of Coors Field, see if that changes things.
No doubt.
Michael Lorenzen, it's what I said at the beginning of the year. I think it was worth it if a 1-year contract for a veteran pitcher, maybe you can sell him off for something, and if he's terrible and you can't, then you just waste a couple $1 million, no big deal.
Yeah, but Kyle Freeland's our guy, man.
Hang on, let me go through this. Shugano is somebody that might be interesting. He's 38 years old, though. You aren't going to get much for that. The ones that are going to matter here, Mickey Moniak is somebody you could get something for. You could get a prospect for Mickey.
How old is Mickey?
28. And remember, he's a former number 1 overall pick that kind of fizzled out, seems to find his stride here in Colorado. Good for him. In a couple of years, he'll be 30. Could he still be productive? Of course he could, but that's somebody you sell. Jake McCarthy, another 28-year-old, and I love McCarthy. God, do I love him. He's the ultimate gamer. But another guy you could get some stuff for. Willie Castro maybe a little bit, and then Senza. I've been saying sell Senza like a month ago.
They're a little late on Senza.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, because Sagano is the only Rockies starting pitcher with a winning record. He's 9-4.
That is correct.
How available are you going to make Sagano?
He's 38. He's
He's
available
36.
as available gets.
Exactly.
He's 36.
Whatever.
I mean, the fact that I can see on this list that there's a starting pitcher with a winning record. By the way, Senza is not a starting pitcher, but he's 9-2. He was at his all-time marketing high about a month ago.
The problem is the catchy thing with relievers and wins, because this has happened a few times for Senza. Senza's gone in the game, blown a save.
I know.
Only to earn the win later because you score a run in the top of the next inning or whatever, bottom of the next inning. But that's who's on the market for them right now, and I think that sounds like a fantastic list. Again, I will say this new regime is doing all the things I think that they should be doing at this point of where the Rockies are at. You bring up young guys like Cole Carra, give him a shot. Oh, he's good? Awesome. You stay in the lineup. Then you pick out guys who are maybe a little bit more veteran, having a great year. We'll put you on the block. If we don't like what we see, then we'll bring you back.
But here's the thing. You're the worst team in baseball.
By half a game.
You're the worst team in baseball.
By half a game.
You don't have a lot to lose.
Correct. That is true.
So, yeah, I would do these deals. But, man, you've got to hit on a couple of these deals. I mean, if you're going to do it, then get something back that give yourself the best opportunity to make it work. Give yourself the best opportunity to grow some of these prospects or whatever you get into something that matters, not this year, not next year, 2, 3, 4 years down the line.
What a steal they got in TJ Rumfield. What a steal.
Dude, he is just a stud.
Who'd they trade to acquire him?
They traded him to the Yankees.
Yeah, I know. I can't remember who went to the Yankees.
I think it was that reliever, Chivilli, I think.
Well, that worked.
Yeah, Chivilli.
This guy's in conversation for Rookie of the Year, for crying out loud.
Yeah, he's playing great.
He's actually not, and he should be.
Well,
There's a lot of lists where he's not even top 5. I'm like, what are we watching?
But he's 100 games into his career, man. How much better? I think he can get better. I mean, this guy feels like a 300 hitter.
No, but if you're somebody, and this is so rare now, but that's why I mentioned this in spring training. Remember when I was talking about this dude doesn't strike out? And I was like, oh, it's spring training. I'm like, yeah, but still, he doesn't strike out.
Well, he struck out 58 times this year.
In, what are we at, 100 and what games? 103 games? That's crazy.
He's played 100.
Hey, Moj, he struck out 58 times. Go ahead and look up Joe DiMaggio the year he had his 56-game hitting streak. Check out how many times he struck out that year. Just look that up.
I am.
Different era, obviously, but crazy. Where contact was everything.
Record season. Okay.
Dude,
for God's sake.
What, 5?
Brett, no, but this is going to blow your mind. He struck out 13 times in 541 at-bats.
Think about that for a second.
Oh, my God, is that sick.
Today, I'm looking at, right now, Hunter Goodman, as good as he has struck out this year 127 times.
No, he strikes out a lot. Yeah, he strikes out a lot.
127 times.
Yeah, I'll tell you this, though, Moj. I just showed you an overlay of Chase Burns, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Moj, are you listening?
Yes. Chase Burns, yeah.
Of the overlay of his fastball and slider.
It's sick.
I don't think, as all due respect to Joe and how great he was, I don't think he was seeing sliders like,
well, of
like
course
that.
Not.
Yeah.
In a different era. You're right. But, you had to adapt to the next generation. I'm sure that, when he was later on in his years, he was facing young pitchers that like, what is that?
Yeah.
Where's that coming from?
I love these trips down memory lane for the kiddies out there. The late, great Tony Gwynn, God rest his soul. And if you talk to all the studs on the Hill,
oh, Tony was different
in the early 90s and whatnot, late 80s, early 90s. Maddox, right? And Smoltz. I mean, all these guys are like, I couldn't get that guy out.
Yeah.
I couldn't strike him out. Maybe I can get him to, line one to somebody, but dig this. Vic, here are his strikeouts. You ready? And I'll start with his real first season in 84. He had 23, 33, 35, 35. 40 was the most he ever had in 88. And he hit 313 that year. Next year he had 30, 23, 19, 16.
He's a freak.
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, the ability to put the bat on the ball consistently.
But
you find me as good a hitter as Tony Gwynn.
I'll use Brett's argument. I mean, he doesn't have Mason Miller coming at him. Different era.
Yeah. Closer in era, closer.
Mm-hmm.
But there's one other quote I wanted to give you guys. So Nick Saban is doing the media thing. He's down at SEC Media Days as a media member. But they asked him a question about, the SEC and where things are at. And they were talking about their new scheduling. Nick Saban said that he has long advocated for a revamped college football scheduling model where all power conference teams play a strict 12-game schedule exclusively against each other. So there's no more non-conference games against non-power teams.
No more $1 million payouts to junk state.
And this is one of those moments, so I'm going to go back to it, where I feel like, I told you guys, I'm watching these history documentaries now. A lot of people don't know that our founding fathers did not agree with some of the accepted things of the time regarding how you treated people and what led to the Civil War. But none of them wanted to force them into a civil war because they knew that was coming if you tried to abolish slavery, right?
Correct.
So they just didn't have the balls to do it when they were in charge. Nick Saban saying this, I think sounds great. And then I looked at, he had a run from 2015 to 2020 of national title. I think he made 4 out of 5 in that time frame. Here's his non-conference schedule. Play with Wisconsin in 2015, and also Middle Tennessee and Louisiana Monroe. Mm-hmm. And then the week before the Iron Bowl against Auburn, they played Charleston Southern. And in 2016, they did play USC to open up the season. They did also play Western Kentucky and Kent State.
He also beat the crap out of teams too, though.
I understand, but then he played Tennessee Chattanooga the week before the Iron Bowl. And then in 2017, when they won the national title, the week before the Iron Bowl, they played Mercer. In the week after that, or the year after that in 2018, they played the Citadel the week before the Iron Bowl. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can say this all you want to, but when the games are mattering most and attrition is at its highest in college football, the end of the season where guys are hanging on for dear life, everything hurts. Scheduling an essential bye week before your biggest game of the season, ridiculous.
Well, is he saying he wishes he wouldn't have done that, or is he? Well, of course he wishes he would have done it. Otherwise, he would have done something different.
Hold on a second. Can I ask you
11
an honest
years
question?
ago, that's the way it was.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Sure.
If Nick Saban was the head coach of Bama still right now, do you think he would prefer a Power 5 game the week before the Iron Bowl, or would he prefer to play the Citadel?
Hey, by the way, we're going to welcome in Oregon before the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know. It sounds stupid, but I don't disagree with him because they're going to get in anyway. These teams are going to get into the playoff anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You don't need a schedule. But Charleston, what was the score of that Charleston Southern game?
Hang on. In 2018, when they lost the national title to Clemson, the score of the Citadel game was 50-17.
Okay.
When they played against Mercer against the year they won the national title against Georgia, the Mercer score was 56-0.
Okay.
In 2016, when they played Chattanooga, it was only 31-3.
Ooh, okay.
Close one.
Where college football is today, the playoffs and the way they've set it up, is far superior than what we saw just 10, 15 years ago when they did the BCS. And
for sure.
It's way better.
For sure.
Way better now.
Well, and guess what? I had beefs in that time when it's like you can't schedule conference opponents against each other in the national title game. That's why you have a conference. You decide who's best during the conference play, and then you decide who moves on from there. When I got an Alabama-Georgia or an Alabama-LSU national title, I'm like, what are we doing? What's the point of having a conference if you're just going to take the two best teams from one conference and have them play each other for a national title? Now, they've opened it up to a playoff, and the Big Ten's won 3 years in a row. Weird. Would Indiana have been in this last year? I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, they were unbeaten, bro.
Oh, you could find some excuses.
There's no way you keep an unbeaten Big Ten team out of the damn playoff.
But it's just
Or the
Indiana.
BCS.
Look at their schedule. They barely played anybody. Come on. What, am I going to count that win against Northwestern?
This whole Greg Sankey thing.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because he doesn't like the way this bill is going through in Congress, to limit.
Yeah, Moj.
This guy.
I'm at this point.
And they're like, okay, so we hey, listen, he said breaking away from the NCAA is a real possibility.
You know what?
Yeah, go ahead and do it then. Do it.
I dare you.
Do it in minor league football. Go ahead and do it. And we'll see if anybody outside SECville gives a rat's rip.
I can't describe to you how much you would not matter at all to me if you broke off into your own thing. You would become the UFL. I do not care at all. You can have your fun little games against you and Vanderbilt or whatever you want to do. I would not care a single iota.
Yep,
Not
I
a
say
single
do it.
thing. You would become the Birmingham Stallions to me, or the St. Louis Battlehawks.
I disagree.
You know what I have been watching?
You would be interested in watching a league that has no interest to you?
No, but you would
that Notre
care.
Dame would not participate in?
No, but you would care. You would always wonder how your team would fare against those teams.
Why?
You would always care.
It's a different league.
Yeah.
I don't care what happens in the European Basketball League.
Well, because the NBA's the dominant league. But if there's another league out there that the dominant players go to, then you would care about the competition. Yeah.
Would a UFL team beat Bama? Yeah, probably. But I don't watch that. I don't care.
Hey, what am I watching?
It means nothing to me.
What am I watching? Football.
But I'm being serious. I'm Greg Sankey. This is a promise to you. If you feel like you are so superior to everybody else, then go prove it. Do you guys remember when the Premier League tried to do this? Didn't they try and get the Man U and Arsenal and all the other teams do the Super League? And they backed out. Why?
Public uproar.
Because they said, what? If you guys do this, then why do we care about your league anymore? If you're going to leave us, then go ahead. See if your own fan bases are enough to buoy you to a place where you're making the same amount of money.
What have I been watching? Like on Sunday or Saturday mornings, I've been turning on the TV early, and I don't know what channel it's on, but there's football. There's American football being played in Europe.
Today?
Yeah, I mean, now
I haven't seen that.
As we speak. I've been watching. What league am I watching?
I have no idea. I'm not familiar with any league that plays football in Europe.
Yeah, the Paris Lights, Berlin Thunder, Vienna Vikings, Rhine Fire, the Wroclaw Panthers.
Is it a revival of the Euro League?
I don't know what I don't. It's funny because it looks like they're playing at a park. It looks to me like they're playing at not even a high school football stadium. Like they're playing at some random soccer field, is what it looks like.
Who? What's their team names? What are you?
I don't know what I'm. Or is it the European Football Alliance?
There's the European League of Football.
What am I watching?
Its first season was in 2021.
I think it's this one.
You're sleeping.
No, I think it's the Frankfurt Galaxy, Munich Ravens, Nordic Storm, Paris Musketeers. What am I? I don't know. It sounds familiar, but what am I? Somebody tell me what I'm watching in the weekends in the morning.
Told you what I was watching last night, and I finished off the season of the quarterback. I thought it was pretty good.
It's a real Roger Ebert review that you had right there.
Pretty good. And I've watched 2 episodes of The Hawk with Will Ferrell, another golf comedy show. I think it's pretty good.
Oh, it looked terrible in the preview.
I think it's better than that other one that was released on Apple TV. What was the other one?
Stick,
yeah. I think The Hawk, whatever, is much better than that.
Will Ferrell's a golfer? What are you saying?
Hang on, yeah. I want to give Vic's review of quarterback in the style of an old school preview guy voice. Ready? This season on quarterback, Roger Ebert calls it pretty good.
Well, I mean, I thought I would just be bored beyond, and I'd turn it off, but I I actually watched through. There's so much now, and the difference between television today. All right, kids, sit down for a second. The difference between television today. There's so much out there, so much content to consume. You have so many selections to choose from that you can't fill your heart's content. It's just impossible. But 30 years ago, you had 4 channels, pretty much.
Shut him off. He's just rambling now. Do it one more time, and I'll do mine.
They're calling it one of the best movies of the last decade. The Odyssey, directed by Christopher Nolan. Vic Lombardi said it was...
Mike Smith of the New York Times says, it's all right.
That's what you wanted? That's what you had me redo that
It's all
for?
right. Yeah, it's all right.
303-504-0925. You get a fact checker next.
You know, if a place had really, really helped tens of thousands of men over the course of a decade, you'd think they are probably pretty good at what they do. And that is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So whether you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or low testosterone, that was me, they can help you. They can fix you. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy, and more, maybe that's what you're dealing with. And right now at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, these advanced medical strategies are kicking tail. TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You've probably heard those acronyms before. Maybe you don't know what they mean, but it's enhanced body composition programs, and they can really, really help. So if that's you guys, stop waiting around this summer and get yourself taken care of. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Call them today. 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. Get back to being you and go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Turn it up for me, Jesse. Turn it up. All right. By the way, a fun fact. What Moser is talking about, I think, this European Football League. Did you guys have any idea that Jack Del Rio is the head coach of the Paris Musketeers?
No idea.
Jack Del Rio. Out of all people. So this European Football League, I wonder, are there any other coaches that are in this thing?
Did not know it existed.
Is
Is it related to the NFL? Is the NFL operating it?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. But yeah. Hey, Moj, we got just about 10 minutes left. You want to saunter back over here instead of piddling around on your phone?
I was right in the middle of something incredibly
Are you doing
important.
cameo things right now?
No, it was something else.
Are you doing cameo?
Oh, is he
No.
on Cameo now?
No, I'm not.
Moj,
It's something.
you
No,
have a guilty
Moj.
face right now.
I'm not.
Were you telling Timmy happy birthday?
I was.
Hey, everybody. It's Mo.
No, I'm not.
Hey, little Timmy, I woke up this morning. The only thing I thought of was your birthday. And I wanted to say happy birthday from the Moj.
Wedding.
So
Jack Del Rio's the coach of the Paris
don't
Musketeers.
you try and weasel your
No,
way
but
out
I'm
of doing
curious.
cameos while we're trying to do a radio
I'm
show.
not doing any. I'm not
Don't
doing
try
that.
and make some side
Oh, my
cash
God.
on the side while I'm trying to make the money that puts food on the table for baby Jamal Kale and
Hang on
baby
a second.
Boval. Don't
Hang-
you do that.
Hang on a second. Now, my real question is, what would it take for Jack Del Rio to take the job with the Paris Musketeers? I mean, maybe what kind of bread would they pay him to take that job and live in Paris? Now,
Enough.
maybe he's always wanted to live in Paris.
Hey,
I don't know.
tell me you wouldn't take a gig living overseas. If right now, I told you the NBA is going to Europe. It's going to be NBA Europe. And I've told you guys this. There's going to be a team in Italy somewhere, maybe Rome, maybe Naples. If someone said to me, hey, get a job, you got the new, I don't know, radio job in Naples for NBA Europe, I'd be gone tomorrow.
Well, it would take a sizable amount for me to move out of this country. Sizable.
Well, I'm not saying I'm going to live there forever.
Man, I've been to Paris a million times.
I got dual citizenship. I can come and go when I please.
You could. Brett, I've been to Paris a million times. I'm not sure I could live there. Because Paris is gigantic. It's not like New York City.
Mose, you're right, though. There's certain things in Europe, certain liberties we possess here, they just don't do it.
Right.
Like in Italy, the thing that drives me crazy is everything shuts down for lunch.
Yes.
Like, everybody stops.
Yep.
And I don't mind people eating. You have to eat to live. But can I mean,
Oh, you mean
can't just
the
stop
opposite way?
working.
Like, so everybody stops what they're doing and goes and eats for a couple hours.
Like, I'm talking
I
about
see.
everybody.
Okay, I heard this. I don't know if this applies to Italy. Is this true, though, that in Europe, in some places, most places, I don't know, they just don't do breakfast? Is breakfast not a thing?
It's just usually the breakfast in Italy.
A piece of meat and an egg, maybe. I don't know.
Not even
Yeah.
just a boiled egg if you're lucky,
Yes.
and a croissant.
So people wait till lunch, and that's why they all take time off. They're like, it's time to gorge now.
It's time
And then
to go,
dinner,
and then you need to sleep.
dinner
Yeah.
is really big, and you
Late,
eat.
but dinner's
you
late.
eat like at 9 o'clock at night. You eat late.
Yeah.
Bro. It's not like here, right? And I will say this about Naples.
Sorry, a texter said, Paris is gigantic. The Germans took it in like 2 days.
Okay.
All right, hang on. We got an expert on this. We got the coach on. So let's talk to the coach. Sanford, what can you tell us about this European American Football League thing?
Well, I had a choice myself after being dismissed at the University of Colorado Boulder.
So you had a job offer?
I got offered a head coaching job in the ELF. It's actually not the EFL. It's called the ELF. It's
Okay.
the ELF. It's the European League of Football.
Okay.
Oh,
And-
where? What city were you offered?
It was tempting. It was tempting. It was Innsbruck, Austria.
Oh, dude, you're an idiot.
I know. I've heard it's I heard it's essentially like living in Vale or Aspen, and just it's glorious, beautiful place. So the team that offered me the job, I interviewed on Zoom with a couple of like Austrian dudes that barely spoke any English. And I did a Zoom interview for like 3.5 hours with
So
the
you
general
got the
manager.
job?
I very nice.
What'd you say?
Very
9?
nice.
9. Hey, you want the job? 9.
Wait. So
Nine.
can I'm going to try and get into detail. You disclose what you want to. First of all, did they get to a dollar offer?
I will go all in.
Did they get
What's
to
that?
a dollar offer?
Yeah, and it was here's what I told them what I made at CU, and then they started saying, well, this is kind of a temporary, kind of a seasonal work, if you will. Is kind of how they described it.
Okay.
But those jobs, Coach, right? They come with lodging. You probably get a car, right?
Yeah. So they were gonna put me up in Innsbruck, and they said it's a good place, but then I brought up like, okay, I have a wife and 3 kids at the time. They were like what, 5, 7, and 12 or something like that, and then they got a little bit like, ooh, that's going to be tight, and that's in Europe. Everything's tight, so I can't imagine how tight it would have been. We probably would have shared a bed like, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory type setup there. But, and my wife is like, let's go. Let's leave it all. Sell it all. Leave it all. Let's go to Europe. Who cares? And I'm like, babe, kids, school, education, college, like there's some things we got to kind of process. I'm like, yeah, basically pay me for 3 months. Now, do you guys know the crystal company Swarovski?
Yeah, Swarovski Crystal. Yeah.
Swarovski?
Yeah. Swarovski.
They own that. That is the ownership group, because that crystal company is in Innsbruck, Austria. They own the team that I was off the job, the Raiders P-roll. I asked them, like, can I get a job at Swarovski, like an executive job? And the other 9 months I'll work at Swarovski. They're kind of like, I don't really know this guy. I don't know what he's going to do. I'm like, I could sell things. I could run something. There's the board I can sit on. So that was kind of ended up being the deal breakers. It was kind of a 3-month deal, put your family on hold for the summer, and it goes a little bit into the fall, so it didn't work out. But, man, you know who is in there? It's a lot of former head coaches or former coordinators in the NFL from, like, the 90s. It's a big 90s. And so a lot of these – go ahead.
Are the players American players generally, or are they European players?
You're only permitted, I believe it was 3 per roster, American players.
Wow.
And so that was part of my interview, is I was getting the process of figuring out what kids would come with me all the way out to Austria and put their life on hold. And the football is probably about, and they even told me this, it's about the equivalent of like Texas high school football. Like if a really good Texas high school football program from like, South Lake Carroll or Allen High School came in, they'd probably beat them.
Coach would have gone out there with Tyreek Hill and Aaron Donald and said, okay, I got my guys.
I got my dudes.
So moral of the story, and thanks for the info, Coach, is that your wife said, screw the kids, I want to move to Europe.
Yeah, I think she almost just was ready to just put them up and throw them on the next door house. They want 3 children.
Oh, she said, you stay home with the kids. I'll go coach the damn football team, and you stay in America.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad we got some insight on this, Coach. Appreciate it.
Love you, boys. See you in a bit.
All right, that's Mike Sanford. You hear him in just a few minutes right after us. In the meantime, Jesse, do you want to give us a fact checker, please?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
The fact checker today is basically you being told that that LinkedIn ad was from 15 days ago.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, that YouTube, according to DMac, that YouTube listing was posted 15 days ago. So it has nothing to do with you got.
Well, maybe they knew that the person in charge wasn't doing a good job. DMac, shut up with your facts and let me have fun. Man, you're such a nerd.
You claim to never have gotten got.
I didn't get got. It
Yeah,
was
sorta
up.
got.
I did not say that it was just posted. I said it was posted. You said it was hours later.
Semantics
You got
matter,
got.
Kaner. Semantics matter.
Anyway, welcome to the Heat, LeBron James. That's the moral of the story today. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
ball deep left field. Did Hunter get enough? You bet he did! 31st home run puts the Rockies up in the bottom of the 8th.
A Rockies win last night thanks to Hunter Goodman's 31st bomb of the season in the bottom of the 8th. They hold on to win 8-7. Nice win for the Rockies. Nice home run for Hunter Goodman as we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. Alex Ronemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford back after a two-day hiatus coaching some football. Do you have your voice today is my question.
I think I do. I think it's pretty good.
All right.
It was nice to go up to the beautiful campus of the University of Northern Colorado, go Bears, and have somebody else coach the team for at least a couple of the stretches that we did for team camp up there. It was a lot of fun, man. We got to tussle with the likes of Arvada West and Mullen High School and Broomfield gave us a bunch. So it was a lot of fun. And University of Northern Colorado, their football staff is doing a phenomenal job right there up there with Ed Lamb. And I'm kind of getting in the mood a little bit for college football, Raj. And SEC Media Days is kind of whetting my appetite a little bit. We'll hear more from a funny moment that happened with John Summerall to give you a little peek behind the curtain of what a football locker room looks and sounds like.
That'll come up just after 10:15 today. We'll have NFL notes coming up at 11:15 as well with Chris Mitchell. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. Watch us, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, or subscribe on YouTube today. Just search Altitude Sports Radio in your search bar. But we start with the Rockies, and we start with Hunter Goodman and the fact that we are, just about 12 days away from the MLB's trade deadline coming and going, and 31 home runs for a guy who is on pace to break a National League record that has stood for 56 years if he continues on it. Right-handed bats right now, man, they're not on the market. The best right-handed bats on the market right now are like Byron Buxton, who Minnesota doesn't want to part ways with. Like, he's too good. He's a five-tool player. And if you're going to rebuild, you probably want to hold on to that guy who's under contract for another 2 more years. Shea Langoliers is another power-hitting bat from behind the plate for the Athletics. Hunter Goodman, Wilson Contreras. But that's about it. If someone desperately needs offense at the catching position or desperately needs a power right-handed bat, you might be the belle of the ball at the trade deadline this year. And it is so relaxing right now as a Rockies fan to know that this organization is now willing to wheel and deal, is willing to, when you are the worst team in baseball, which they are right now, or second worst team in baseball, you're in a position to trade away your assets. And Hunter Goodman is likely one of them. I'm flipping and flopping whether or not I want to trade this guy because he is so good with 3 more years of team control at just 26 years of age, knowing that even if the league locks out, you're going to have him for a couple of years after that, after next season. And it is very difficult to find offensive catchers. If there are teams that desperately need that type of offense, you might be able to walk away with the King's ransom. And you'd be dumb not to do it. Only if you get the King's ransom.
Yeah, and that to me is the path forward for the Colorado Rockies front office. Obviously, it's going to be a hard decision, but you dangle the carrot. You don't look desperate in terms of we're willing to deal this asset. Because here's the thing about Hunter Goodman. Hunter Goodman was drafted, acquired, and raised by the system here in Colorado.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a success story.
He is a success story. And when you have a success story that is doing things in a season at the age of 26 years old that was born and bred in your own system, part of the problem with being in a proverbial cycle of not being able to win baseball games and get into the postseason is, do you make the decision to keep some really, really, really special homegrown talent? Or do you say, we need every single bit of draft capital, of arms in the systems of other places? but you cannot settle for anything other than a king's ransom.
It has to be everything. You have to have a top 3 prospect in someone's pipeline, if not multiple top 10 prospects in someone's pipeline to get that player, right? I agree with you. You don't dangle out Hunter Goodman saying, hey, we're going to trade this guy. You let people come to you. You field those calls, but you let people come to you.
What's the guy? Is it John Morosi, who's like a Major League Baseball insider? There's a couple of the Major League Baseball trade insiders. There's probably, don't go to the biggest one. Go to like the 3rd or 4th biggest guy. Kind of the Tom Pelissero of Major League Baseball, who I really admire, and he just lost his job from NFL Network and ESPN. You go to that guy and just a tiny little, hey, there might be
he's out here. He's out
There's
there.
something there. But
we don't want to, but he's out there.
Yep. And because, listen, Johnny Bench, I believe he has the National League home run record.
Since 1970.
It was Bench, right? 45?
45 homers in 1970 is age 22 catcher.
And do you realize that only 38 of those happened while he was actively playing catcher?
Well, yeah, I know.
It's a weird statistic, but
he's a primary catcher, as is Hunter Goodman.
What Hunter Goodman's doing is really impressive. It's a success story. And let's just be like, I know a lot of people make fun of the Rockies. I know everybody says negative things about Dick Munford and the Munford family. Isn't it good, at least for the first time in a long time, to talk positively about at least something that the Rockies have ideated, developed, and grown in a 4th round draft pick that is now potentially one of the most dynamic catchers in baseball outside of Cal Raleigh, who I think is having a bit of a...
Raleigh's having a down season.
Yeah, he's having a down season.
Goodman, he is replacement level defensively. He doesn't have the best pitch selection in the world, and he can be a wild swinger, but he connects, right? Like, you're not looking at him to be a 290 average guy. You're looking at him to be 255, 260 at the best, and hit 35 bombs. And he can certainly do that right now in the middle of his prime at 26 years old. Yeah, it is nice to talk about something positive, right? This is a change from years past where it is simply trade everybody, right? For me to be wanting to hold on to a player means something has gone right. Yeah, they're likely going to lose 100 games this year. They're likely going to be the worst, the 2nd or the 3rd worst team in Major League Baseball, but they're basically going to have a 20-win turnaround. It doesn't happen in Major League history. It really doesn't. I think I went over it. Like, I have a comprehensive list actually right in front of me of the most extreme year-over-year win improvements in Major League history. There's like 20 instances of 19 wins year over year, and they might do it this year. And no, offensive catchers don't grow on trees. But you can win without an elite offensive catcher. You can succeed without elite offensive abilities from behind the plate. What you can't do in this league, what you can't succeed without, is pitching. And if he can bring back a king's ransom of pitchers in terms of prospects, you have to consider trading him.
The difference today from, say, a year ago, 2 years ago, with the Rockies in terms of moving mountains for a player like this and being open to other people making an offer that you can't refuse, is that do you trust the Rockies brass, general manager and down, or director of baseball operations and down, to develop the arms? Whereas maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you didn't have Paul DePodesta in your building. You didn't have the advanced analytics, which takes into account pitch count, matchups, having potentially an opener as a spot starter that maybe gives you an inning or two. Some of these things that are the modernization of baseball, I believe that as the Colorado Rockies, and if it's your money and your Dick Mumford, heck, even the Penner Walton ownership group that's now slightly involved in supporting the Rockies financially, you trust Paul DePodesta. And we said that. Like, part of the reason that the Walton Penner ownership group was interested in the Rockies is because there is now DePodesta in the building. There is, like, I am going to invest in something that has maybe an arrow up trajectory, which you didn't have 2 years ago. And so I think the same could be hold true. I now trust more the Rockies' ability to handle some arms going forward.
Now, everybody else, pretty much everybody else should be on the block. Like Kyle Freeland, if someone wants a lefty,
See ya.
and he'd be a bullpen long reliever in the
like
postseason.
an opener too. Could be an opener.
Sure.
But you know what's interesting, man? And I was thinking about Hunter Goodman before we get too far off of Hunter Goodman. Outside of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Padres, Mets, there's a couple outliers. Where is the big investment happen? What division of baseball do you see a ton of investment in their salary, overall salary construction? It's American League East. Have you seen what's going on in the AL East right now? They're essentially all 5 teams because the Red Sox have won 10 straight. I think they won more than that.
They've won 14 straight games. They won again last night. 14 straight.
All 4 of the teams in the all 5 of the teams in the American League East can win the American League East regular season division. And I think the winner of that believes that they're going to end up competing to win a title.
Yeah, Toronto was an out away last year. They were one bad play away from winning a World Series.
And they're in the same position that the Colorado Rockies are in the NL West. They are in 5th place right now.
How many games are they out though?
12.5, but it seems like it's not that big.
Oh no, it's big.
The Rays right now in 1st. Guess who's 2 games out? Spenders of all spenders, not named the Dodgers. That's the New York Yankees. The Boston Red Sox are only now 6.5 games out of 1st place.
They're not going to, no one's, I don't think anyone outside the Yankees are going to catch the Rays in the AL East. You're looking for wild card spots if you're the Sox. And
I think the Yankees and the Sox should be willing to give a king's ransom.
Well, the Sox, I mean, 2.5 weeks ago, having this conversation, the Sox were sellers. The Sox were right down there in the basement of the league. They were sellers 2.5 weeks ago. So Boston's going to be in that conversation. New York will be in that conversation, right? They have Ben Rice, who can play both first and catch, but they would need a full-time power-hitting catcher. He would be a really good fit in pinstripes, Goodman. He would be a really good fit right now, considering that Will Smith just went from the 10-day IL all the way to the 60-day IL. You guys don't want to hear this. You know who's got like the best farm system in baseball and has for a really long time?
Los Angeles.
It's the Dodgers.
And Paul DePodesta knows the people there pretty well.
The Dodgers would be able to give you a lot. I know it would really hurt, but that might be the team. If Will Smith isn't coming back for the postseason, that might be the team.
And we talked about it. Could you name the catcher right now of the New York Yankees?
The catcher for the Yankees? Austin Wells?
Okay, yeah, you got it. You realize what his batting average is this year?
215.
$158.
Yeah, it ain't good.
And then
it's not good.
JC Escara has come in because Wells is so bad this year, and Escara's hitting $188.
And then Dalton Rushing's out there in LA trying to hold his own weight for the Dodgers, and it's not great. Now the Dodgers are gonna continue to win, but like he ain't Will Smith.
And you know what's gonna be cool? Bidding war between the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Yeah, why not?
For a catcher.
Be my guest.
And guess who's the sole beneficiary of that? Not Hunter Goodman. He doesn't benefit. He's controlled by the Rockies organization.
He's controlled by whatever team owns him through the 2029 season.
The beneficiary of that arms race for Hunter Goodman is going to be the Colorado Rockies. I can't wait to see what they get in return.
I have a feeling they're going to hold on to him because the asking price might simply be too high for that player. What they have going for them, though, on the Hunter Goodman track is he's not a Coors Field product, right? Like most of the damage he does is away from Mile High. But Freeland, trade him. Lorenzen, I don't know if anyone wants him. Trade him.
Tovar?
No, I'm keeping Ezekiel Tovar. He's too young.
So is Hunter Goodman.
Goodman is, for me, at 26 years old, you can talk me into keeping him. You can.
Okay.
I have flipped and flopped. I've waffled on this a lot. You can talk me into keeping Hunter Goodman. Jake McCarthy, 28 years old, is a little outside my range. He is a high average, top 50 and on base, might be the outfielder this year that has the highest batting average in the league.
And actually
he's fast.
Elite running bases.
No doubt.
Like
right?
You can imagine that in playoff baseball.
He'd be pretty good.
Pretty
Remember
damn
what Dave
good.
Roberts did for Boston all those years ago? Yeah, McCarthy could net you something. Willie Castro at 29 years old can play 4 different infield positions. Willie Castro should probably be a guy that you're yeeting out of Colorado. Antonio Senzatella should have been traded 2 months ago, but if someone wants a veteran arm, Senzatella should be traded out. You can talk to me about keeping Hunter Goodman. You could maybe talk me into keeping Jake McCarthy, but under team control through the 2028 season, not knowing what's going to happen next year, and being 30, almost 31 by the time he hits free agency, might be a guy that you get rid of. It's funny. They're going to lose 100 games. They're like in an advantageous position at the trade deadline. It's crazy to me. Sanford's back after a couple of days. Raj, Sanford, the morning sprint, altitude 92.5. Fellas, Broomfield got an upgrade. Hammer and Nails, a men's premium grooming lounge, is now open in the Vista Highlands. Enjoy haircuts, hot shaves, hand and foot care in a masculine setting. Celebrate with exclusive deals, and you can join today. Find out more information online at hammerandnailsgrooming.com. And by the way, we have a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails to give away today.
I need to get trimmed up, brother.
All you need to do is text our keyword, Hunter. Hunter. Dude's got a hammer with a bat.
Yeah.
Hunter, 303-504-0925.
Got a pretty impressive crank, doesn't he?
He cranks home runs 31 times this year.
That's what I was talking about.
He feels like a nail gun, too. Yeah. 303-504-0925. Text the keyword Hunter, 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 to 303-504-0925, and you will be automatically entered to win a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails today. We're going to give that away later on in the program. Put your first and your last name on that text message, please. Yes,
Urban
Coach?
Dictionary. That's good.
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm chuckling. My mind's in the gutter here. Hey, Coach, you mentioned SEC Media Day has come and gone. Chris?
Well, I'd say no two decisions are alike. You know, like Lane and I are friends, and Lane and I talked several times through the process of October, November about what it was looking like for both of our schedules of how things were going to unfold. And you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear. Like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, drives me crazy. I would say, who is that? But I'm not going to embarrass him.
Welcome to the crazed world of a college football team meeting room, media members of the SEC. That was John Summerall, new head football coach at the University of Florida. I believe going into his first year, last year he was at Tulane. This is the environment that you create. Now, to start out, obviously, John Summerall is referring to the fact that Lane Kiffin and other members of the SEC are at least a little bit prickly with regards to scheduling. Should we be forced to play really, really good teams non-conference when we already have a 9, I think is it an 8 or a 9 game slate against Southeast Conference football teams?
8 games. I'm pretty certain it's an 8-game schedule.
And I actually loved what John Summerall said, completely separate. He ended up finishing his statement after that. He said, I'm not going to be caught complaining about being in the SEC as a head football coach. I'm not going to sit here and talk about, we have to play good. You're in the SEC and you're
rolling in money.
You are rolling in money. And so to whom much is given, much is required, much is expected. But also I think the John Summerall piece there is that a cell phone went off by a member of the media during SEC Media Days. And if you want to see somebody's environment, college football head coach is actually the judge, the jury, the executioner, the king, the queen, the page, everything in their own castle or their own house, their own, whatever you want to call it. They are in charge of everything. And when somebody pisses off the king, everybody pays the price. And you can tell John Summerall is a high-strung, tightly wound individual. And this is so much of these college football head coaches. Man, these dudes are miserable. But it's football season. They're already on edge.
The schedule that Florida had last year can make any head coach miserable. He has to turn around a team that went 2-6 in SEC play. But look what they had to go through. I understand the plight of, look at my schedule. I then should be able to make sure that I play Long Island University in week 0.
By the way, the SEC just moved to 9 conference games.
All right, so 9 this year. It was 8 last year, 9 this season.
9 this year officially.
Thank you.
Yep.
But look what they had to do in the month of September and October. They were at LSU, number 3 team in the country. At Miami, number 4 team in the country. Home against Texas, number 9 in the country, beat Texas, 29-21. On the road at number 5, Texas A&M. Mississippi State had a little bit of layup there. That was one of their 2 SEC wins, and then they finished off the first day in November having to take on Georgia, the number 5 team in the country, and lost by 4. Like, Florida didn't win a lot of games last year. They kept all of those things close outside the Miami game.
Yeah, I get it, but you're Florida. You're one of the few programs in all of college football that has won national championships, plural, in multiple eras of college football, multiple head coaching tenures within college football, much like Alabama, much like Texas,
it's
much
a
like
premier
Michigan,
job. It's a blue blood program. It is a premier job, without a doubt.
much like Notre Dame. You have won national championships, and you've done it unlike Notre Dame. You've done it in the last 20 years. Obviously, with Urban Meyer, obviously it's been a while, but you can't go 2-6. Now, John Summerall, new head coach, brand new head coach. So his problems are not last year's problems.
Nope.
And in college football, what is so different about it today than there was, say, when I was in it 5 years ago, 6 years ago, is each team, each year, is a completely different entity in and of itself. There is no carryover. Now, the cultures might carry over. Your offensive, defensive, and special teams coordinators might have some real impact on the product out there.
Doesn't it feel like there's more carryover in the best teams, though?
Indiana?
No, Indiana's got a lot coming and going, but Ohio State, Texas.
Yes, but to me, now more than ever, it allows for an Indiana to win a national championship, where 7 years ago, there was a 0% chance that Indiana was going to find a way to make it work. You had Mark Cuban and some members of La Familia for the NIL purposes of building your roster. All of a sudden, you can become a national championship football team. You had the right quarterback. You outbid everybody for, without question, the best quarterback in America. You got a shot. Who do you think is there anybody that you can think of, and I'd love to ask our texters this, that are college football fans, 303-504-0925. Is anybody poised to be the next Indiana? The next just completely out of the blue rise from the ashes into glory. And Indiana was not just a 1-year deal. 2 years ago, that was a good football team. Obviously they got blown out in the college football playoffs at Notre Dame in the first round. But up until that point, I was so impressed with the job that they were doing there in the first year. Is there another program that you could see doing something like that?
They were so historically bad.
The worst.
For decades and decades and decades. I don't know if there's a comp. Now, could you see a team?
Does Texas Tech count?
But Texas Tech has been good. They were the Mike Leach. They were Spike Dykes was really good.
Patrick Mahomes, baby.
I mean,
Baker Mayfield.
Texas Tech's always had.
Who was their stud wide receiver for years? Des Bryant?
Crabtree.
Oh, it was. Thank you. It was not Des Bryant. It was Michael Crabtree. Thank you.
Yeah, but they've had some good players. Who was the other? There's a slot receiver. Who's the guy that played? Was it? There's a slot receiver I thought played for the New England Patriots. Not Edelman.
Chris Hogan?
I think Chris Hogan was like a lacrosse player that came, I think, before Hogan.
I don't have it off the top of my head. I think Texas Tech is too successful. Is BYU too historically successful?
They've won a national championship. I mean, it was Lavelle Edwards, air quote, It
was years ago.
Wes Welker.
Wes Welker was a Texas Tech Raider?
Yes. How did we all miss that?
Okay.
He was like the original Patriots slot receiver that also really enjoys, hanging out at the fraternity and playing golf on the weekends.
Danny Amendola was a Texas Tech Red Raider?
Another one. There you go.
They had some good players, but I don't think Texas Tech they can't be in that conversation. I think they've been too good. So BYU can't be in the conversation because they've won a national title, but it's been so many years.
Was it 1984? I believe is when they won it. They won the title in 1984. It's been a long time, but they've been a program to me that has been somewhat near the top of just about every conference they've participated, from the WAC to the Mountain West and now the Big 12.
Does being in the SEC exclude you from this conversation?
No, Vanderbilt was a great one.
Vanderbilt.
But so much of Vanderbilt's magic was wrapped up in the arm and legs and athleticism and guts of Diego Pavia.
But I could see them maybe not this year. I could see them over the course of the next year, 2, 3 years with all of the money that Vanderbilt has and all of the allure that non-football Vandy gives you beyond your college and NFL career. And a lot of these guys who are making their buck in NIL, a lot of those guys aren't going to be long-term NFL players. Like, you might have a cup of coffee. You might try and make a team out of a training camp. Most of those guys are going into desk jobs by the time they're 28, 29 years old, right? At the latest. Vandy's a really good degree to have. Vandy could be one of those teams. Missouri?
Missouri would
Missouri
be impressive.
be this year?
Missouri would be very impressive. Missouri's not a bad one at all.
Plus 9,000, the odds for the Missouri Tigers to win the title this
You know
year.
what? Okay. You know what? Here's the comp that could come from the Southeast Conference. What is Indiana historically known for, without question, sport-wise?
Basketball.
Yes. This is Hoosiers. This is the basketball
Oh, I think I know where
state.
you're going with this.
You're going to Kentucky?
Amen. We're in the era post-Calipari. For Indiana, we're clearly in the post-Bobby Knight era. We've been in the post-Bobby
Kentucky's
Knight
a good
era.
one.
Are we post Mike Stoops now, or is he still there?
No, that's where I was going to go with this. Kentucky invested in the hot shot offensive coordinator who was responsible for Bo Nix, for Deontay Moore? Is it Dante Moore? Excuse me. Dante Moore, who's going to be the rising quarterback. He played last year for Oregon.
He could very well end up being the number 1 pick in the draft next year if Oregon makes a run.
Will Stein. Will Stein's the new hot shot, the
All
new
right.
prodigy. Now, different than what happened at Indiana. And it's my football brain is eaten alive by coaching about 10,000 snaps of live football in the last 3 days. Italian head coach of the Indiana Hoosiers has eluded me this entire segment.
Signetti?
Signetti, thank you. You guys probably tell I couldn't get Signetti. It just wasn't there. I was hoping that somebody was just going to be like, "Hey, you're Signetti."
No, I was going to let you wade through it.
You did, yeah. And at least I'm honest.
You got to work your way back into the program.
So Signetti, the difference with he and Will Stein, although he was the hot guy in football, dude, Signetti's cut his teeth as a head football coach at every level, from IUP, Indiana University, Pennsylvania, James Madison. And he did it for a long period of time. Like, this is not a guy that just came out of nowhere. Will Stein is going to be learning head coach on the fly. But the fact that Kentucky was going to outbid so many people to get the hot shot coordinator that's known as an incredibly intelligent individual. He's been on these airwaves, by the way. When Bo Nix was drafted, he was, I believe it was on either the morning show or Kreckman and Lindahl, talking about Bo Nix as a processor. So much of what Bo Nix you can attribute his readiness in the National Football League has been to Will Stein. So Kentucky might be shifting their priorities like Indiana did, and you make decisions. Where is the money? The money is in football. That's where the money is. The masses fill out football stadiums. Basketball arenas at the very most, hey, you're talking a lot of these buildings inside of camp. What's Duke hold, 5,000 to 7,000? Like Assembly Hall in Indiana probably holds a lot more than that. I think it's closer to 16 to 18,000.
Hey, not everyone can be the Carrier Dome, baby.
I know.
Not everyone can be the Carrier Dome.
Is the Carrier Dome, is that a weird, at the height of Syracuse basketball, what would be the attendance of a conference game? Like, and you were a student there. There's got to be a ton of empty seats.
No. I mean, when I was there,
There weren't 58,000, were there?
So for football, it hosts 46,000. For basketball, it can fit in as many as like 35,000, I think.
There weren't 35K
dude,
there.
when I was there, Syracuse was a top 5 team in the country every single year. I went to a Duke Syracuse game in 2009 that had 37,000 people at the basketball game. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. So what Syracuse does is they place the basketball court across like the south end zone of the Carrier Dome. I think it's now the JMA Wireless Dome or something like that. And typically what you have is basically from the 50-yard line in, you have fans. For that Duke game, there were fans sitting in the arena in the opposite end zone. You couldn't see 75% of the basketball court. You could see both baskets, but where the Carrier Dome has their extra seating is like this makeshift grandstand essentially on the 40-yard line straight across the football field. So you can't see the entire basketball stadium or rather the court. There were 35,000 people there. It was nuts.
How
37,000.
crazy is this statistic? So that was the all-time record. It was that game that you're alluding to. I just looked it up on Google and saw the images of that. So impressive.
It's lunacy.
However, Syracuse basketball is in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, we're bad.
How crazy is this? Syracuse finished with an average attendance of 17,726 fans in this past season. And they were a bottom half team in the ACC, bottom 3.
They were pretty bad. They were pretty bad, dude.
And so they were 17,000. That was 6th highest in the country, but 3rd lowest in Dome history. That's unbelievable.
Hey, I was there when the team was pretty good. I got spoiled when I was out there.
Like going to a basketball game, just a regular season, like January contest, February contest with like 28,000 fans is pretty insane for college basketball.
The Rapids are back for their first post-World Cup game tonight at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, so tune in for coverage starting at 7 p.m. right here on your exclusive home for the Colorado Rapids. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Pids are back. Up the Pids on 92.5. Wine Time is coming up on August the 28th, and well, what is it? It's an evening filled with exceptional wines, live entertainment, and unforgettable experiences down in the heart of downtown Denver at Elitch Gardens. You can get more information today and purchase tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. That is altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Rookies reporting. Vets are there in 6 days. You are all out there in 9 days on the 31st. So training camp it's here for the Broncos. Like we're back in the thick of things. Before we get back into the Broncos, there is a little bit of news in the National Hockey League as it pertains to the Avalanche because, well, one of their rivals re-signed maybe their best player. Jason Robertson, the 40-goal scorer for the Dallas Stars, re-signs a 1-year, $12 million deal. He avoids an arbitration hearing but does not sign an extended deal. He will be an unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. It's a huge gamble from a guy like Jason Robertson. Massive gamble. Honestly, I think that I wonder if that's what would have happened with Mikko Rantanen had they walked him into free agency in Colorado, where they just got super close to it. Although Rantanen didn't have the restricted free agent protection that Robertson had this year. But do you know that
overpay?
No.
Is it 14 AAV?
No, 12.
12.
1 year,
Okay.
$12 million for Jason Robertson. And this is a guy who turned down a trade to Seattle. He used his full no-move clause to strike down a trade to the Kraken that would have paid him 8 years, $15 million a year. He turned that down, and he just signed 1 year, $12 million. It is a win now for Jim Nill in Dallas, and Dallas can win now. That is a really freaking good hockey team, man. They are better with Jason Robertson on the wing on their top line. 40 goal scorers are not easy to come by. 100-point players. He wasn't that last year, but
He was banged up, wasn't he?
He missed a few games, not a lot.
It wasn't the same Jason Robertson from 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Well, yeah, he put up 105 or 109 points a couple of seasons ago, but 40 goals is legit.
Yeah.
And he wasn't
He's not old. What is he?
26 maybe?
Yeah, he's a youngster.
Maybe. So
he was the hot shot just 3 years ago.
Jason Robertson's legit, man.
He's a good player.
He doesn't play a premium position. I think that's the reason why that he doesn't get the big time deal that Leo Carlson got, or he doesn't get the big time deal that Connor Bedard just signed. But I really do think that it's a huge gamble for Jason Robertson. If he scores 40 goals again next year, or if he scores 100 points for Dallas, the Stars won't be able to afford him. If he doesn't, if he drops down to a 75-point player and he only scores 30, he will have cost himself a whole bunch of money. Now, I think that would keep him in Dallas. So my hope here is that Jason Robertson wins the Rocket Richard next year.
He played every game.
I thought he got hurt. Was he hurt in the playoffs? No, he wasn't. So 2 years ago, was he hurt?
25. We have not moved to 84 yet, correct?
84 this year.
Okay. You realize this is the cool thing about Jason Robertson. Starting with the 2022 season, he's had 4 straight seasons of 82 games played. That's remarkable.
So when was he? I remember him being
How
injured.
often? But Raj, how often do hockey players play literally every single game in a year? No matter period. How many players for the Avs played 82 this year? I can't feel I don't think it was that many players that played every single night for a daunting stretch of hockey. That's a unique stat right there for Jason Robertson.
The Avs had last year 4 players that played 82
Who are they?
games. Sam Malinsky, Brent Burns, Parker Kelly, Jack Drury. Brock Nelson played 81. Nathan McKinnon played 80.
So none of your pure top line superstars played 82. But
no, but McKinnon was held out of games at the end of the season,
which makes sense, right? Is it? I wonder if Jason Robertson's trying to do the Iron Man thing, trying to do the Burns.
That's
thing.
a lot of games, man.
It is.
It's a lot of games.
It's
So he
crazy.
signs 1 year, $12 million in there with Dallas. He stays there. I think it's a gamble on both sides. My hope is that Robertson is a stud next year and he puts up 100 points and 50 goals. And because Dallas is always going to be good, right? I'm not me saying that it shouldn't shock you. They're a good team. He's a good player. If he scores 50 next year, they're going to be the 1 or the 2 seed in the Central. And I think that is what's going to happen. It's either going to be Dallas or Colorado next year, winning the Central Division. I want him to score 50 goals because I want him out of Dallas. And if he scores 50 next year, or if he puts up 100 points, Dallas will not be able to hold on to him. Now, if he scores 30 goals, you know what Dallas might do? Still win the freaking division because they're so good. And they've got great goaltending and a solid back end. I think they're just as good as Colorado is.
Is Dallas in the post-Peter DeBoer era going to still be, air quotes, Dallas to the Colorado Avalanche? Is Glenn Gulletson, is he...
Last year tells you no. Last year tells you they were...
I feel like they lost the stinger a little bit.
They did. They turned into a power play merchant team. They really did. Mikko Rantanen was worthless 5-on-5. Wyatt Johnston scored 25 power play goals or whatever it was during the regular season. The only thing they could do was score 5-on-4. They didn't do anything 5-on-5 against Minnesota, which was a harbinger of the Peter DeBoer era where they were so difficult to play against at even strength. So no, I think the data from last year tells you no, they're a different team. They're still very good. They're still very dangerous.
Glenn Gulletson, had he been? Is this his first time as a head coach? Because he was in Edmonton for 7 years as an assistant coach.
I don't know if he was a first time head coach. I think he's coached before. He was a head coach in Dallas years ago.
Was?
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because if you spend 7 years in Edmonton and you're learning a system that is really predicated on 2 of the most talented players on planet Earth.
Predicated on power play.
Yeah. Scoring crazy amounts of special teams goals. And I don't know if that was the right hire for Dallas. I don't know. Just because I think, at least from an Avs perspective, man, you hated playing that slog fest of Peter DeBoer hockey.
Yeah, DeBoer going east helped you. And unfortunately, you ran into a team in Vegas that hired a DeBoer-esque head coach in John Tortorella. Like, there is an archetype of team and coach that Jared Bednar does not do well against. And it is DeBoer, Tortorella, those types of
Old
dudes.
school.
Those types of players, man.
Old school hockey.
It's difficult for him to get through that. And
it's the equivalent of if you're a team that's a bit more finesse based. Trying to think who would be the equivalent in a football setting. Like, remember the Indianapolis Colts back in when Peyton Manning was flying high?
What, under Dungy or Caldwell?
Yeah, I think it was more Caldwell, where the defense was good, not great, and they just outscored people, and then they played somebody that was like going to just muck it up, run the football, play great defense, essentially play Seattle Seahawks football from this past season. Or even, honestly, the Denver Broncos are not a finesse outfit now at all. That's the thing I like about the way Sean's built this thing. I was worried for a while there. Sean was going to build this thing all in the image of yards, points, and finesse. He's built this thing from the inside out, and his investment has been all based off of winning the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And that's kind of a little bit the style that, in a hockey sense, you win between the circles in hockey. You win center ice. That's kind of Peter DeBoer's thought process. Clog it up, make people be perimeter, and you'll go see if they can win on the finesse perimeter spaces.
Under Dungy, the Colts with Manning lost in the AFC title game to the Patriots.
So they were tough. They
lost in the divisional round the next year to the Patriots. They lost in the divisional round the next year to the Steelers.
Yep, which was all blue collar,
Muck it up.
Big Ben, defense.
2006, they win the Super Bowl.
Yep. I'm trying to think who they won that. Who they beat that?
They beat Kansas City in the wild card round.
Kansas City was not like a 3 yards in a cloud of dust, play unbelievable defense outfit then.
They beat Baltimore,
which is a little bit of that style.
They beat the Patriots 38-34 in the AFC title game, and then they beat the Bears in that monsoon, right? I think it was down in Miami. It was either Miami or Tampa Bay where they won that thing. They beat that Chicago Bears team with Rex Grossman.
Devin Hester, right? He had like that kickoff return to start the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah.
Did you
following year?
Oh,
following year, they lost to a high-flying team. They lost to the Chargers. They lost to the LaDainian Tomlinson, Phillip Rivers, Antonio Gates Chargers.
But you know who those guys were? That was Marty Ball. Marty Schottenheimer, man.
They lost back-to-back years to the Chargers in 07, 08.
He was feeding the rock to LT, though.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they were running the football.
I mean, LaDainian Tomlinson is like, for my money, and I know the 2008 season, that 2007 year, when he's just going nuts, I'm like 16 years old or 15 years old when that's happening. So I'm dialed into that. There's not many running backs that I've seen in my lifetime that are better than prime LT. That guy was a stud.
Was prime LT under Marty Schottenheimer the end of the running back is the bell cow, like the real bell cow for the entire season? Because it feels like the era died with LT. Because LT's
I think
career
it started dying there, right?
LT's career felt a little short-lived, didn't it? I feel like it could have been. Like, it's because the treads were not left on those tires, man. Marty,
He had, between 2001 and 2008, LaDainian Tomlinson rushed for at least 1,000 yards and double-digit touchdowns every single season.
what were his carries like?
His carries were 340, 372, 313, 339, 339, 350, 315, 292.
That's insane. We've gone through these numbers recently. There's nothing like that in the current NFL landscape. I mean, you're almost getting 400 freaking carries.
Your
years.
attempts last year, 323, 311,
That was the highest,
309, 307. You had 4 running backs that had 300 attempts or more. It was Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, James Cook, and Derrick Henry.
And LT was still had, 70 more than...
Dude, LaDainian Tomlinson was an absolute freak. Hey, text our keyword in Hunter, Hunter. That is Hunter to 303-504-0925. It's your chance to win a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails. It's a brand new men's grooming lounge. Rather, Hammer and Nails. Text the word Hunter to 303-504-0925. NFL notes coming up in about 20 minutes. Sanford's back after a 2-day hiatus up in, where were you, Fort Collins? Greeley? Somewhere?
Greeley.
All right.
Say that with your chest for all you Bears out there. Have some pride in your school, man. I stayed at Turner Hall this year. Last year I was at Harrison Hall. No air conditioning in Harrison Hall a year ago. Did you realize that while we were up at Greeley and we had a 3-a-day practice, Greeley hit the all-time temperature record. The Greeley Airport, which I didn't know there was such a thing, hit 106 degrees according to Chris Bianchi. Well, probably somebody else as well.
You had those poor kids out there playing football in 106-degree weather.
3 times.
Oh, man.
It's fun.
I saw
We survived.
Alex Ovechkin and his wife went to the World Cup final, which was like very, very hot in New York. And certainly not 106 degrees. And Ovi's wife did an Instagram reel and was telling all the people, like, I can't be happier that my husband decided to play a game inside of a freezer.
Was it in Russian or was it in English?
It was in Russian.
Are you fluent?
In Russian?
Yeah.
No, it just had English subtitles.
Amazing.
Yeah, there
That's
you go.
really cool.
That's
how they
the-
do it.
that's
I
the-
didn't know with your
It's
your
the young
Finland
millennial in me.
I didn't know with your Finlandia background if you had some Russian chops.
That'd be kind of cool. What would you want out? Because I know you speak Spanish, so remove Spanish. What's the next language that you would like to be fluent in? Like, what would be the coolest flex? I think the most useful would be like Mandarin, but I don't know if that's a flex. What'd be like a really dope language to know? Russian's kind of cool.
I think Serbian would be pretty cool.
Serbian.
Is that-
It ain't Italian. You don't want to be, a
Italian's kind of sweet.
silver-tongued devil.
Especially because my wife's she has major Italian heritage. If I just randomly learned all of just was doing Rosetta Stone on my own in the weekends and at nighttime late, all of a sudden I'm like, buongiorno.
Italian would be a good one. I think Italian would be better if you
Ciao,
were a
bella.
young single man. But as we're now me in my mid-30s and you want 40.
4.
I was giving you a
Yeah,
few
thanks,
years,
man.
buddy. I was
Appreciate
helping you
it.
out there.
Appreciate you.
You look 40. How's that?
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll take it. My knee doesn't feel 40.
I feel Russian would be pretty cool. German would be kind of dope.
It's a harsh language.
It is harsh.
Japanese, anyone?
I like
Japanese. That's the winner.
Genki desu ka?
Okay, all right.
Watashi no
All right,
namae
okay.
wa Mike-san.
Japanese might be the winner. That'd be the coolest flex.
Oh, okay, I guess I'm at it.
To walk in to like a Tokyo sushi restaurant and just be
rip
able to rip it out. Yeah, that'd be sweet.
You know what's
The
awesome?
salary man can't believe it.
You know what's the best part about learning Japanese? Because I did learn quite a bit of Japanese. One of my best friends in coaching was a transplant from Japan to America to just coach American football. Tsuyoshi Kawata. Is that you go to Japanese restaurants in America and you start speaking Japanese to those that are working at the Japanese restaurant.
You get better food.
No.
No?
None of them are Japanese. Not one of them. And they look at you like,
It's like, dude, I'm from Pueblo.
no, they're like, it's Chinese. They speak Tagalog. They're from Philippines. None of them are from Japan. None.
106. Is it going to be that hot at camp next week?
I don't know. I'm ready. We're under tent, man.
Yeah,
good.
you know what? I can't complain. I really can't. We're covered.
And it's
We're not in
grass.
the elements.
The Greeley was not grass. It was turf.
He's on fire!
It was like 130 degrees on the actual turf surface. We had probably 50 players with blisters. And I was like, what's that from? They said, my feet are burning. All right, we're good. We survived. We got 2 days rest.
You think the NFL is going to move to mandated grass fields within the next 3 years?
Should. Absolutely should. The World Cup revealed that. How many of these players saw their own surfaces, like MetLife, that has such a bad reputation for injuries in New York?
I saw the
because their turf
Jets
field-
and the Giants have to play 15 games on turf this year.
Stupid.
They play 15 games. The Broncos are slated to play 4.
Let's think. Okay.
Fewest in
Can
the
I
league.
name the 4? I can't. I don't have the schedule hasn't become second. Just go ahead and name them.
Kansas City,
They're
Grass.
Grass, yeah.
home, grass.
Grass.
San Francisco,
Grass.
Los Angeles Chargers.
Grass.
That's grass?
Yeah, SoFi, they do the rollout thing.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yep. That's elite.
Arizona Cardinals.
Grass.
Grass rollout. Carolina Panthers.
Grass.
Pittsburgh. That might be one of them. I don't know, but that might be one. It feels so un-Steelerish to be on AstroTurf. There's no way they're not grass.
I coached in a game there, and I could have
At
swore.
Heinz Field or whatever it's called now?
I coached against Pitt when I was at Notre Dame. I could have swore it was turf.
At the Jets, turf.
Turf.
At Vegas, turf.
No, they're grass. They have the rollout. They have the huge area right outside the stadium that gets the sunlight directly on the grass.
That's not turf.
No. The West Coast stadiums are essentially, I think, 100%. It's Seattle that's turf for sure. So here are the NFL turf stadiums. Okay, so true turf. So it's 14-30, man. Okay, so the Dallas Cowboys, turf. Carolina Panthers, turf. So that's one for the Denver Broncos. New Orleans Saints, turf. Detroit Lions, turf. Gillette Stadium, New England Patriots, turf.
Gillette, so that's one of them, game 17.
Yep. Highmark Stadium, turf. Indianapolis Colts, Lucas Oil Stadium, turf. Seattle Seahawks, turf. Atlanta Falcons, turf.
They don't play Atlanta.
MetLife, turf.
So that's Giants and Jets.
Titans, turf. It's stupid to me. Why would the Titans have turf? And NRG Stadium in Houston, turf. Bengals, turf. You're right. SoFi Stadium is turf.
There we go.
You're
I had
right.
a feeling SoFi was turf. So those are your 4 games.
So I get the true indoor stadiums that were not built in recent time periods where you have the ability to have that, whatever, it's on wheels, and it wheels itself in like a railroad track after getting natural sunlight and all that. That's the first stadium that I saw with my own eyes doing that was Arizona.
That was sweet.
And I was like, that is so
It was
cool.
the coolest thing ever.
And I played in a game. I coached in a game in the Fiesta Bowl in like 2011. I was like, whoa, can you show me that field and how it's just like a full field right outside the stadium?
Very, very cool.
But Carolina Panthers, tons of moisture. You do get why would you have turf? Why?
I don't know. Is Tepper cheap?
Maybe. Yeah. I get New Orleans. I get Detroit, both domes. New England. You can't go
ridiculous.
Grass. You can't go grass
Ridiculous.
in New England. You've won a gazillion titles.
Insanity.
I wonder if that was a Tom Brady. This sounds crazy. The one thing that happens on turf for a quarterback, if you're a franchise that is predicated on a quarterback for decades, plural, one thing that doesn't happen on turf very often, wide receivers don't slip. They don't slip. Now, the problem with that is they get hurt, but they do not slip. You get a lot of people that do naturally fall with more frequency on a grass surface than you do on a turf surface. And a very meticulous quarterback like Tom Brady, he might have just been straight to the ownership group, talked to Bob Kraft in between his massage sessions and said, Bob, I want turf. Keep turf. Don't ever go to grass. That could be why they're there.
It can't cost these teams more than $3 million a year to kind of do what the Broncos are doing. So I'm even baking in costs for
actually the dirt. Like you're going to have to probably
the dirt,
bring
the
in
water, the people that you have to pay to keep up the grass. Right? 3 million? Maybe 4?
To these franchises?
Yeah, it's couch change.
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
It's mixed
and
in
the
with
fact
the
that the
curly
Broncos
fry
are doing
from
it right
Arby's that's in the bottom of your couch.
Actually, you know what? I don't want the league to mandate it. I want this to be a built-in advantage for the Broncos. I want when you are going out and talking to free agents or talking to your own pending free agents and say, oh, you want to go to Carolina? Really? At age 27, you want to see a third contract? Are you sure?
You worried about your ACL, buddy?
You want to go to the Patriots? Oh, I know they're historically great, but you want to go play on that stuff when you're 32 years old? We're gonna give you 3 new fields a year, every single season out here.
Did I not say Minnesota?
I don't believe you said Minnesota.
There's no way that Minnesota's on grass, right?
No way. No way.
What's that? That's US Bank. Is that right? Does that sound right?
Minnesota plays. Where are they? How many games do they have on turf this year? They play 13 games on turf. They have to be
It's turf.
an artificial
That is
stadium.
turf. Permanent roof. So that's another one right there I did not mention. 14 of the 30.
Things keep coming up Broncos, man. It is another feather in the cap to the ownership group. Another wonderful thing that they have committed to for their program, for their players, for the health and safety of the guys that they pay that turn around the big bucks for that ownership group. It is another thing that they have done perfectly. To put that on top of what's happening out at Dove Valley with this new facility being done ahead of schedule, and I can't wait to be there in a week.
Speaking of stadiums and turf, have you seen the renderings? Have you seen the renderings of what's going on in Kansas City?
I have not.
Pretty cool. I'm so excited to see the renderings of what's going to happen here in Denver. Because we haven't yet seen the pure renderings because the deal is not entirely finished.
Yeah, it looks sweet. But none of these stadiums ever live up to the rendering hype. None of them.
Well, yeah,
I feel like SoFi is the only one that lived up to the hype. Allegiant looks like what the renderings were, but inside it doesn't feel like it.
No.
SoFi lived up to the outside hype, and then what it looks like on the inside when it hosts any type of sporting event, it's just the perfect stadium.
The new Chiefs building looks pretty sweet. If you scroll through the thumbnails, have you seen what it looks like inside with the clear roof, like a complete glass roof? So you're gonna get natural playing surface, like you're gonna get grass playing surface, but you're gonna have a complete roof for postseason. I mean, it looks pretty nice.
Would you take that? Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I like how so far in these renderings, they're really trying to make it look like Arrowhead 2, like
does.
a logical sequel to Arrowhead 1.
Yeah, I
And
don't
do
hate that
appreciate
either.
that. Most of those like new stadiums just kind of go like, this old stadium was nice or whatever. We'll just make it look like whatever.
I agree.
Just not have like a real identity to it. This one though.
Do you notice what's going on right there in that rendering? What are they showing on the Jumbotron?
A stealth bomber
Doing what?
flying
Flying over and then look up.
the wrong direction.
No, it's a stealth bomber that's doing a flyover over a real dome stadium. They're flexing the fact that the dome roof is completely clear. So you could still do flyovers.
Would you take a domed Broncos stadium if it was a clear roof, but it's not retractable? You are a domed stadium 100%, but it's not retractable. However, it's completely translucent.
Absolutely not.
I agree.
I love Rocky Mountain Air.
It has to be a retractable.
Chris, I hate to tell you this, man. Midwest Air just does not clear Rocky Mountain Air.
It's pretty sticky, isn't it?
It's a little sticky, buddy.
Once again, text the keyword Hunter, Hunter. That is Hunter to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message, and you'll be entered to win a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails. We'll give that away at the end of the program today. Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories around the National Football League with Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes. We are a week away from Broncos Camp and veterans reporting. Public can be out there on the 31st. Can't wait to see you guys out there. We will be on site every single day out there from camp, multiple shows. We're going to be putting in the physical work. We're going to be sweating it out.
We're going to see Bo next day one.
Oh, yeah.
I believe so.
Bo's going to be fine.
Full go.
Bo's going to be fine.
Taking 1 reps.
Yeah, I'm actually not
7
concerned
on
about it
7,
at all.
team reps, the whole deal.
I feel like I've been the least concerned about Bo Nix out of anybody here at the station. I'm not really concerned about his ankle. If it happens again, I'll be terrified. It's kind of binary for me right now.
Smart.
The Bo Nix ankle thing, it's binary for me.
That's smart for you.
It's either perfect or it's the end of the world.
I'm going with Raj.
There we go, yeah.
It does nobody any good to maintain a level of doom and gloom that the impending re-injury is happening.
Absolutely
It does
not.
nobody any good.
I choose to look at Bo Nix's ankle the same way that I look at a New York Mets baseball season on day number 1. They're going to win the World Series, man. And then inevitably, the season's over by Game 7.
So what you're going to tell me is that based off the New York Mets 43-59 record, if you're comparing that to Bo Nix's ankle, we should expect the worst.
I'm not putting any juju out there. I don't know the strength of my own Raj curse, so I'm not putting it on Bo Nix's ankle. I will not make any proclamations. I'm just saying what my mindset is. If I make a proclamation, the opposite will come true. We all know that.
Okay, so some good news for you, Raj. If you were to make a 4-team baseball division for your beloved New York Mets with my beloved San Francisco Giants,
Why would they be in
and
a
Chris
division?
Mitchell's beloved Kansas City Royals. So if we made our own imaginary division.
Why would they are on opposite sides of the country and then one smack dab in the middle.
I'm saying that we make up. So we're comparing our 3 favorite teams in their standings. And then throw the Colorado Rockies in there because the 3 of us can agree we support the local team.
Of course.
Your Kansas City Royals, your New York Mets would be in first place.
Hey!
Second place would be the San Francisco Giants. Third place would be the Kansas City Royals. And fourth place would be the Colorado Rockies. But all within 2 games of each other.
The all-suck division.
We could actually come up with a pretty good little thing there.
I used to be the AL Central, man.
Chris Mitchell, save us. What's first?
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
So training camp is basically here. Cardinals and Panthers are reporting to their respective camps, so it's basically camp season. ESPN has unanswered questions for 5 different teams that could be answered before the season actually begins. 2 of them are teams from the AFC West. I'm going to ask you guys these questions, and I want your thoughts, and if you think these questions in question can be answered before Week 1, Game 1 of the 2026 NFL season. Question number 1. How does coordinator Davis Webb change the Broncos?
More tempo, more commitment to running the football. I'm lobbing it out there. And more commitment to unlocking the talents of individual players like Marvin Mims Jr. and Evan Ingram. Playing into the skill sets of players that are unique and designing things for them to get touches.
I think that question can be answered prior to Week 1 against Kansas City. I think you can learn that over the course of a few weeks down at Dove Valley, just by viewing what Davis Webb does with Bo Nix. Just by viewing what they do with Jalen Waddle, how they're utilizing Marvin Mims, and the fact that Davis can't be as stubborn as Sean Payton is, right? Right?
Nope.
Right?
Right.
So if that's a given, I think you can answer that before Week 1, sure. And I agree with you. I think they're going to commit to running the football more. They don't want Bo Nix being the leader in pass attempts in the NFL this year. Not at all. I think that can be answered by Week 1.
You paid that offensive line the most of any offensive line in the National Football League. It is the number 1 unit in terms of investment and production and continuity over the last 2 seasons in the NFL. Lean into what they do best, and that's having their hand in the dirt, playing slightly forward, coming off the football, and getting some good production on the ground from this team.
All right, that question is answered by Week 1. What's next?
What sort of first-team reps does Fernando Mendoza? What does he get, and what does he do with them?
25%, maybe a little bit more in training camp. But I don't think he starts until week 7, week 8.
I believe that Clint Kubiak is doing all of the right things, pulling all the right strings as a new head football coach, and doing the thing where he uses Kirk Cousins. Is it Cousins? Yeah, plural.
Kirk Cousins.
He's using Kirk Cousins as the somewhat talented sacrificial lamb for year one. Let him
the full year?
For as much as needed until the voices are so loud in desiring Fernando Mendoza that it's a win-win proposition.
The voices are going to get loud after week 7. I could see Vegas being 2-2 through 4 weeks. I think they can beat Miami, who might be the worst team in football. They can certainly beat New Orleans. I know it's going to be on the road, but they can beat the Saints. They're going to get beat by Los Angeles and Kansas City in weeks 2 and 4.
Worst case scenario for Clint Kubiak and for Fernando Mendoza's process of maturation is that Kirk Cousins gets injured in the first 5 weeks. That'd be the worst thing that could happen.
Right. I think it's going to happen after 7 weeks because after that Kansas City game, they go to New England. They play Buffalo at home. They play the Rams at home, which is essentially, I don't know, it'll feel like a home game for LA at that point. And then they go on the road Sunday, November 1st to the Jets. I wonder if that's the game. Debut them on the road against a cupcake like New York. You go back across the country to San Francisco the next week against a tough team. Now, the first team he would face at home, Seattle in week 10, would be really tough. There's not really a reprieve for the Raiders on their schedule this year.
So the plan for training camp on an article that just came out on ESPN.com is for the Raiders to sprinkle the rookie in with the starters at training camp, but get less than 50% of the team reps.
Okay, 25%.
Yep.
I was kind of there.
So it should be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, so that answer to the question is going to happen before week 1. I really do firmly believe that it's like 7 or 8 weeks, and then they're going to throw him in there. You think it's going to be basically the whole season of Cousins?
I think it's going to be until it's a very smart. If you opened up the book, Head Coaching for Dummies or Head Coaching 101, it would say when you're not a very good team and you're in a bad spot, allow it to get as bad as possible, as long as possible, and then get to the point of there is no hope, and then introduce hope. And you would introduce hope in the form of Fernando Mendoza. And what that ultimately does for a guy like Clint Kubiak, hope carries you through the next offseason.
Next question.
Is the Bengals defense ready to meet expectations?
That's a huge question because I think if the Bengals defense is just serviceable and they get a fully healthy Joe Burrow, they're a team that could win their division and then be a brutal out in the postseason. Dexter Lawrence helps a lot. That's a legit player, but is just one guy enough? I still think they're going to be a bottom 10 defensive unit in the league, but I don't think they're going to be the worst. Let's call them 22-24. Is that good enough to get the Bengals into the driver's seat in the AFC North? Assuming Burrow health.
Trey Hendrickson, how big of a loss is that?
Big. Massive. That's a heck of a pass rusher.
To Baltimore even.
Yeah. That's a really, really big loss.
But
the defense sucked with him.
Yes, they were bad with him. I think that the Bengals get health this year from their offense, and you ultimately see 11 wins.
But what does it mean for the defense? The question is the
Outscore
Bengals
your
defense
problems.
ready to meet expectations?
Outscore your problems until you can't outscore your problems.
So
in
the answer is
postseason.
no.
Correct.
The answer for you is no, which means the answer to the question is we have to wait until the regular season. No, that will not be answered by week 1. Mitchie, what's next?
What does the Eagles' offense look like?
Hand the ball to Saquon Barkley as much as humanly possible?
It's not going to be great.
No, it ain't.
And it's a big year, man. Sean Mannion is taking over as the offensive coordinator. And Sean Mannion comes from the Green Bay Packers, but before that, he's got a little bit of that. He's been touched by that tree of Kyle Shanahan and McVay and all those guys. So he's going to be one of the dudes that comes in with a little bit of juice, a little bit of intelligence, all that. But first time doing the job and not having the nurturing that, say, Davis Webb has had for the last 2 years under Sean Payton in the same location with the same personnel. I don't think it goes particularly well. I actually am going to do my favorite annual thing, which is call Nick Sirianni being on
It's been 3
the
years
chopping
in a
block
row.
going into season, what? How many times has he been to the Super? Has he been to the Super Bowl twice or once?
Twice.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Every offseason,
And he's
man,
gonna
there
get
comes a
fired.
time where you're like, yeah, he's gone. He's
done.
toast.
Yeah, I'm saying it.
I feel like we do that till like week 5 of the regular season. Then we're like, okay, the Eagles team is actually good.
Nick Sirianni's going to be fired this year.
There are 2 players on this Eagles offense that are going to benefit the most from A.J. Brown being gone. It is Devontae Smith. And I think it's going to be Eli Stowers.
Okay.
I think Dallas Goedert is hitting the cliff. I really do. I think he's 1 foot off the cliff. I think Eli Stowers is going to be like remember what Aronde Gadsden was last year and what Harold Fannin was last year?
You don't forget who else the Eagles drafted.
Who else did they draft?
Mekhi Lemon from USC.
Oh, they did draft Mekhi Lemon.
Yes. Los Alamitos Griffin, same high school that old coach here.
So who benefits more, Mekhi Lemon or Devontae Smith?
Devontae Smith is the vet, but Mekhi Lemon is bigger, thicker. And granted, he's only 5'11", but he is 192 pounds. Like he plays.
Yeah,
and gives
Devontae's
off,
a twig.
He's a twig. He's not wide receiver 1 because of his body type in the National Football League. I think Mekhi Lemon can be that.
Okay. Yeah, hand the ball off to Saquon until he gets hurt. And then if Saquon gets hurt, you're in trouble.
I did like their draft. Like for you to get Mekhi Lemon and Eli Stowers, both and they got pick 10, pick 22. And they maneuvered some picks to be able to get those players. Like that's immediate help from 2 players I really liked in this draft class.
Next question.
Did the Texans do enough along their offensive line to fix it?
Probably not is the answer to that question. I do believe in the Texans' ability to win that division because it's so soft. The answer is probably not. You utilize a first-round pick on a center, but is that really going to transform your offensive line? Is it?
I don't believe so. I don't think they've done enough. I don't think that, man, it just feels like there's going to be a point in time where your quarterback is going to break. CJ Stroud has gotten just abused, and you think about some of the things that have happened in the postseason with him. This is right now, and Denver Broncos boast the number 1 offensive line in pro football. Number 2 is the Philadelphia Eagles. And it takes a lot of scrolling before you get down to where the Houston Texans get, and it's nowhere near being a top 15 unit in the National Football League.
CJ Stroud was sacked 29 times last year. That's the same amount of sacks taken as Matthew Stafford and Bryce Young. It is 19th in the league. Drake May was sacked 68 times last season. Justin Herbert 60 times. As a comparison, Bo Nix 22 times to the turf last year was good for 26th league-wide.
Yeah, this is fantasy football analytics site has the Texans' newly built offensive line is the 30th best unit in the National Football League.
Yeah, it's patchwork.
With the Browns and Titans being the only 2 teams that are worse than them.
The only way to fix the offensive line is top 15 picks utilized on tackles, or you do what the Broncos did with Mike McGlinchey and Ben Powers, and you go out and you pay a bunch of money, right? Like you're going to try and find the guard in the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th round that the Broncos have now done multiple times with Miners and Palczewski sitting behind him. They utilized a high-ish draft pick on Lloyd Cushenberry, but got rid of him after his first contract had come and gone. That's the only way that you can rebuild offensive lines. You draft them high, or you overpay for them. And luckily for the Broncos, they overpaid heavily.
Yep.
But they've been really, really healthy. And it also helps that they have they have Garrett Bowles at 34 playing the best football of his career. It's insane. Garrett Bowles turning around his career has done wonders for the Broncos.
And he's your left tackle. right? Like to think about that you were publicly humiliated and mocked and booed every single time your name was called by an
He
official.
was one of the most hated Broncos players I can remember in recent memory for those first 2 seasons.
What was his nickname? Garrett Holds.
Garrett Holds.
And now he's potentially a Ring of Famer. Potentially a Hall of Famer. Depending on how these next 3 years
He's
play out.
probably a Ring of Famer. He's played long enough. And first team All-Pro.
I think he's a Ring of Famer today.
If he wins a Super Bowl,
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Whoa.
Because he's going to play 4 more years, man. This guy's playing the best football of his life. He's a spring chicken. He's going to play forever.
He probably doesn't want to go anywhere either. He
No,
might
he's
sign
from
his next
Utah.
contract. He might sign and just be like, yeah, I'm just going to stay here. We'll do the hometown discount. Now, he's only made 2 All-Pro teams. He made one back in 2020, and he made the first team All-Pro last year. But he's played basically full seasons his entire career outside of 2022 when he got carted off the field 5 games in. 9 years. He needs to play another 4 seasons. He needs to play until like 37, 38 years old. And then he might have that conversation, but he has to have a remarkably high level of play for 3 or 4 more seasons. Hall of Fame is really tenuous. They got to win. Ring of Fame is right there. I agree. NFL notes are brought to you every single day here on the Morning Sprint by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We will give away a $60 gift card on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we wrap up a Wednesday edition of the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the return of Coach Mike Sanford. We had Berto in the past couple of days, but as always, great to have my partner in crime back. The whole show back together.
First time in forever. You know what that means?
First time in forever.
You know what that means?
For the first time in forever.
The fact that we have as we call our group thread on Apple Messages L Morning Sprint. It means that training camp is here. Football is here. Summer sports talk radio is essentially over. And it's time to see some real stuff that, frankly, it's what it's all about, man.
You mean we're not doing the top 5 punt-ish returners of all time like the McAfee show is doing right now? Which, by the way, they put Tyreek Hill as the best punt returner of all time. Come on. Isn't it like Dante Hall? Shouldn't that be the guy?
There's an account. Do you guys know anything about at the score on X? I don't know if it's a betting app, if it's whatever.
News aggregate?
There you go. It's a news aggregate. So I saw this post this morning. The NFL's gross national revenue in 2025. Any idea what you think that number is?
I have no clue. We had one of our coworkers came in, Erica, and asked me what the total population of Spain is, and I was wildly off.
29 million?
No, you're off, but you're a little bit closer than I am. I said 125, and I'm nowhere near it.
What is it?
125 million. I think it's like 50 million or 60, something like that.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't, because geographically, it's not a huge country.
So I'm going to be way off. I have no idea where to even start. Is it 20 billion?
You're really close.
Really?
14.5.
Oh, all right. Cool.
But even more impressive than the $14.5 billion, you realize that the NFL in 2025, it made more than the NBA, Major League Baseball, and National Hockey League combined.
Yeah, it doesn't shock me.
If you ever wonder, sports talk radio listener, why we lean so heavy into Denver Broncos and National Football League, it's because this country, and especially Denver, Colorado, in the state of Colorado, this is a football country.
I feel starved for it. Right?
This is a football state.
I'm getting dragged, by the way, on the text thread for not throwing Devin Hester out there before Dante.
Oh, man, Hester was good.
And I should be dragged for that.
But I would say this, man. The Denver Broncos being the first real standing professional sports team in this market, I'm so excited for the Broncos season this year. The storylines that we're going to see, seeing a superstar wide receiver that's established and proven and is a true professional in every sense of the word professional. It's going to be so fun to watch Jalen Waddle in the orange and blue. I can't wait to see the redemption year of Evan Ingram, and I believe it's going to happen. I think he's having a good year. I think Davis Webb's going to unlock.
Oh, I'm so nervous about that. It's the one piece of the offense that it's funny. I was going into this season saying, is this the no excuse year, the first no excuse year for Bo Nix? Because he has everything around him. He has a 1A and a 1B, and he's got a really good stable of young wide receivers after Waddle and Sutton. Troy Franklin, one of his best friends, Marvin Mims and Pat Bryant are both excellent wide receivers at this point in their young careers. He has the highest paid offensive line in football, a returning first-team All-Pro left tackle, maybe the best guard or a top 5 guard in the game in Quinn Miners.
You know what he has is a crazy amount of continuity.
He's
coaching continuity.
Right. He's returning RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. If J.K. Dobbins is healthy, I looked at this offense and I went, is this the first year that you look at Bo and you go, dude, you got to get it done. No excuses. The only thing that saves me from making that argument ironclad, it's the tight end room, because it's a disaster.
I don't know.
It's a disaster. On paper, it's atrocious.
I don't think people give Evan Ingram enough credit for what his resume, not what last year was, his resume brings to the table. You think, and I think the world in surrounding Broncos country thinks that Evan Ingram is 38 years old. He's 31. Okay? He's 31 years old. He is a pass-catching tight end that is 3 years removed from having 114 catches on 143 targets, which is an insane number, and having 963 yards receiving. Last 2 years, played 9 games for the Jaguars in 2024, 47 catches on 64 targets, and last year for the Denver Broncos was only targeted 76 times for 50 catches, 461 yards. He was misused. I never saw anything that told me that Evan Ingram stinks. I saw that Evan Ingram was used in chip protection and then released out to the flat, and that's a majority of where his catches came. He will be unlocked in Davis Webb's system. And it's not a different system from Sean. They're not going to call things differently. It's how you employ your personnel. And the two players that I want to see, and I believe I'm going to see, get unlocked in a guy like Davis Webb that can spend his entire livelihood creating touches for players, finding schematic ways to get the ball in two unique players' hands. And I think it's Evan Ingram and Marvin Mims that see a jump.
Do you agree with this text message that comes in? The Broncos don't have any running backs that can pass protect, and the tight end room continues to be the tell of them not being a championship-ready team.
Well, I actually think that text
I did
pretty interesting.
editorialize just a little bit.
The text message actually said, and the tight ends are a tell, and I'm saying the alignment of the tight ends, and I think that's where 281 is getting at right now. They're in proximity to offensive tackle or offensive guards as chip protection helpers. So you don't see Evan Ingram as a free release tight end because there's not enough trust in the running back room to handle the 5th or 6th rusher if you blitz.
Ton of trust in your left tackle, not giving up a single sack last year, though.
Yeah, the left tackle's he's not getting a lot of help, doesn't need a lot of help. The help usually comes on the right side. It does. And I love Glinch, man. That's my guy. But that's where the help typically comes from. And that's where I want to see more trust in the highest paid offensive line. And then J.K. Dobbins, now R.J. Harvey in year 2, and Jonah Coleman, who is a very good pass protector. I want to see that group become a very, very, very good pass protecting group. And Sean Payton made some decisions to move on from certain members of his coaching staff based off some of those analytics.
As we are a week away from veterans reporting, are there any position battles that you're very keyed in on? Because of that return of roster and that continuity that Bo Nix has around him, there's not much, right? Like there's not a position battle on the offensive line in terms of your starters. There's not a position battle at wide receiver. Maybe there's a position battle at wide receiver 3.
I think so. That's what I was going to say. Marvin Mims Jr., Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant's.
And that's it.
That group right there. Who's going to get?
It's a touch battle. Because they're all slotted into where they're playing on the field. It's a touch battle.
But is Jalen Waddle going to be... what I'm looking for is how often is Jalen Waddle going to be lined up in the slot versus being the outside receiver opposite Courtland Sutton? Because that is going to tell a lot of... If he's in the slot a bunch, Troy Franklin's on the field a bunch at Z. If he's at Z a lot, Marvin Mims Jr. is on the field a lot at F or Zebra, which is the slot. That's what I'm watching. And then I think Pat Bryant is Courtland Sutton's number 2. He's a good number 2. I actually think he could take over if the C word doesn't revisit, and we don't want the C word around Pat Bryant. I think that he'd be in a position to get a very, very quality, big, physical, pass-catching, chain-moving receiver when it's time to move on from Courtland Sutton.
Is there pressure to play Adam Troutman more coming off of his contract?
He's your run blocker.
To get him involved in pass-catching offense.
It just ain't there. There's not above average component to who he is as a run after catch player. He's a competent receiver, but you're not, you're going to get on some play action stuff. Like he's just not a guy that's going to create any mismatches or any type of he's not going to make many awkward body catches. He doesn't bring that particular skill set.
And then finally, not much outside of who's on the other side of Nick Bonito on the defensive side of the football, right? Like the Jonathan Cooper situation is so up in the air right now that is it Jonah Ellis? Is it Q Robinson who slots in? Let's say for the sake of argument, Jonathan Cooper's not on this team or he's not available for the first.
And then is does Drew Sanders reveal himself somehow, some way as a contributor this year? And is it going to be where the Broncos kind of, I think, thought he was going to play, which is outside? We'll see. We'll see.
Rookies in camp. Broncos vets a week away. You guys can be out there on the 31st. We'll be out there alongside you. Congratulations to our winner today for a $60 gift card to go to Hammer and Nails, a brand new premium men's grooming lounge in the Vista Highlands, is Eric Drucker. Congratulations to Eric Drucker. You're walking away with $60. Chris Mitchell will get in contact with you if he hasn't done that yet. But that's it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for Mitchie behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
All right, let me tell you about this LeBron situation.
Wait. Dan, go ahead and hit the Peyton Place theme song.
Do you think Dan has the Peyton Place theme song?
I bet he's never even heard of the song or the show. Have you ever heard of the show Peyton Place?
Like Peyton Manning?
Peyton Place.
Really,
Yeah.
Scott? What are you doing?
No, I'm just asking.
I mean, really?
No,
Do you need to ask that?
Some people like to expand horizons.
Okay. LeBron. First of all, I do think he's going to Miami.
Well, they accidentally put a tweet out, didn't they?
Not a tweet. It's different than that.
Or what?
Well, I mean, what it is matters.
What was it that they put out?
They put out, doing the old YouTube stuff, I've learned a thing or two.
Oh.
Now, I wish the story was true that they fired a YouTube person and were advertising it today. I wish that story was true, and I don't mean to be a wet blanket guy, because that's hysterical.
Because then the guy still had control of the tube, and he puts out.
I mean, if you're Miami and your reaction to this mistake happening is to blow a guy out and immediately put an ad, there's just something funny about it. I'd feel bad for somebody who lost their job. And I hate for the facts to get in the way of a better story. But the truth is, they were looking for a YouTube guy. By the way, pays $85,000 to $100,000 a year.
Live in Miami or live wherever you want to live?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I bet it's flexible. Learn YouTube out there, kids. College? Figure out YouTube. Anywho, that job was advertised 15 days ago. So, okay. So they obviously have a few blind spots in their social media. They're trying to fill one.
Why they're going to spend $100,000 for a guy to manage their YouTube channel?
Yeah, well.
What does the YouTube channel Meister for here get?
We don't have one.
Oh, okay.
And nothing.
Free. You do it for free, don't you?
It's been a tryout basis.
Yeah.
It's been a fun, close to 3-year tryout.
But think about how much you've learned from doing it.
It's like
you can't. I mean, can you put a price on education,
Scott? It's like going to college. Seriously, it's taking as long as college. That being said, I've learned what happens is there's a platform. The platform we use for YouTube is called StreamYard. So on StreamYard, and there's others, it's not just StreamYard, but there's other places that you schedule something and then that pushes things out. Scott, I have made every mistake in the book when it comes to all this digital stuff. I can't even tell you. Because if you click the wrong button.
Like half the shows you've done.
Oh, my Lord. And scheduling and putting this and putting that and bop it up.
By the way, you got to do one last night.
I did get to do one last night. I did get to do, what do you know, the Rockies won.
Yeah.
I did get to do one of those. So what happened was, and I've got no doubts that this is what happened. There was something communicated to somebody, but their department is pretty loose. And somebody was just being an eager beaver and went into a platform because you can make things, you can temporarily put things in and you don't have to publish them.
Yeah. You don't have to populate them.
You don't, but you can set it up. You can set it up and it's good to go and, just click a button and here we go. There was some eager beaver with the Miami Heat organization that put something in and instead of just having it sit there, like we'll get to this eventually, they hit a wrong button. But the question is, why would they have? So the date might be the wrong date too. Don't even pay attention to the date.
What was it, 27th?
Yeah, it was like Monday. The date might be right. The date might be wrong. But what's clear is they did not mean for this to go public. They were just getting ahead of the game and they were just setting it up so that when it does happen, we can just click a button and go. And they're trying to replace somebody in their department anyways. So this is somebody who might not have done well for auditioning for the job, by the way, because I would assume there's an internal candidate interested in that job. And I would dollars to donuts, it's some 23, 24-year-old eager beaver, that sort of thing. Yeah. And, they made a bad mistake.
However, that doesn't change the fact of why the mistake happened. To think that somebody did this that has access to their platforms as a joke is ridiculous. That is absolutely absurd that anybody who had access would just be goofing around. So the mistake that was made, in my opinion, was made because it's about to happen. Or they're pretty damn sure that it's going to happen.
Because the information, a heads up.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when the Nuggets won the championship. They had already planned the parade 2 months out.
Yeah.
I mean, there's pre-planning. So, hey, we're going to have this press conference. We about got this thing done.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, get everything clear because when it's go, we got to be ready.
Yeah, when we
so
do this,
the Eager Beaver gets ready.
When we do this LeBron thing, we're going to have to do press releases. We're going to have to do this. There's probably 100 things
we gotta
that you have to do.
Jim Gray's doing.
What is Jim Gray doing? Is he
does a podcast.
Has he been fired by ESPN recently?
Oh, I think he's been
a long time ago.
I think he works at Westwood during football season all the time.
Anyways, so I think LeBron is going to Miami. I think it was a mistake based on information that they have and they believe. I think they probably had a checklist of like 100 things to get done to get ready for this announcement. That was one of them, and it was botched. I don't think there was any ill will. I don't think it was a prank.
It was put in the system, ready to go. As soon as you say go, we're ready to go.
Yeah.
And then somebody came back in afterwards, started hitting buttons, clearing things around.
A mistake happened.
Yeah, a mistake
happened. It was placed in some sort of platform to be able to broadcast. Instead of just making it private, it was published prematurely. It was a premature publication. And if you're a victim of premature publication, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Yeah. Figure that out.
Revitalize, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Either place would be fantastic.
I don't know. Can they help you with
I don't know.
Premature publications?
Probably, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. They can help you. If publication.
I thought they were.
If you can't get any publication
I
all,
thought they were trying to help you get the publication.
They can get you published.
Yeah, they get you published.
Perhaps you're right about that. They can get you published. They're an amazing publisher.
The premature part is up to you.
I suppose that's right. Yeah. You might be excited about everything, being published and all.
Yeah, that's true.
So, a little too quick. So, what do you think, LeBron? All right, that's my theory. What's your take?
I think that's a pretty good theory, especially because you are. Okay, Dan, hit the reverb on my microphone. Master of the YouTube.
He doesn't have that either.
You not have that?
No. I don't know why you think he had it.
I just thought he's got all the buttons.
It's been like years together.
2 or 3.
Have you ever said hit the reverb and all of a sudden you're in a cave?
No, that's usually when I do a remote and it just naturally happens. It's awesome. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. That would be a neat effect to be able to. Anyways, go ahead. Yes.
When I saw it, I said, okay, somebody really jumped the gun. They're probably getting yelled at today. Which is great for his agent. What's his name? Paul. He's going to go, hey, this is going to cost you an extra $4 million, probably, or something like that.
Yeah, but to think that LeBron is like going to change his mind.
You wonder if
it's ridiculous that he would change his mind because of this mistake.
Plus, you wonder if LeBron already doesn't have real estate in Miami.
I bet LeBron's got real estate in a lot of places, but sure, why wouldn't he? Peyton Manning's got a condo in Miami Beach.
Tom Brady on that build it in Birmingham, Birmingham build or whatever.
Yeah,
got a nice house in Miami. They go Miami, and they show him in.
Why wouldn't he?
And then they go Los Angeles. These got a nice house. What are you doing in Los Angeles? I guess because Fox is there.
You know what happens, Scott, when you get that kind of money? So I hear. You don't live in any place. You live in the world.
He does. He's got his own G8 or what's better than a G8? It might even be better than that.
Listen, man, if you can fly whenever you want, however you want, you just buy houses.
Listen, when you got a private jet and you got your seat and your feet's up on the seat in front of you, that's probably your plane.
Dude, if I had money, I'd have at least 5 houses in the United States. At least. Be fun. I'd definitely have a place.
I'd like to do that and not have money. How do you do that?
You can just sleep under a cardboard box.
Yeah.
You got to figure out bus fare to get from one place to the other. But
living in the viaduct
you can do
at Colfax at 25.
You can do it.
Yeah. People, hey, dude, I will say this, and homeless isn't a funny thing, but when I was in Miami, lived there for a year, it was homeless people migrated to Miami.
Yeah.
Because there'd be none, and then all of a sudden, January, February, there's like people living underneath these bridges. I'm like, they migrated down just for the winter in Miami.
Have you ever heard the Adam Carolla bit? And Dan, if you could find a snippet of it, it'd be
with
pretty
reverb.
Funny. The Adam Carolla bit is things really rich people and really poor people have in common.
Yeah. He's got a whole list. It's like a whole list.
It's a huge list, but one of them absolutely could be live wherever you want.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I bet that's on his list. Yeah.
Rich people and poor people both live wherever you want.
Yeah. Your house is mobile. Yeah, listen, do I think him go to Miami?
One of their funniest things is both have a high regard for copper.
Yeah, that was one.
You got to think about that one for a second.
No, that makes sense. High-end houses, and then boom, boom, boom. Although I was told the carbon market had kind of bottomed out a little bit, and so
I'll talk to my copper guy about
not
that.
as many break-ins. By the way, I finished the built in Birmingham. They get promoted. I've never seen a vehicle. I couldn't tell if the vehicle was to promote Birmingham FC, Birmingham City FC, or Tom Brady. One of the two.
Yeah.
And he mellowed toward when it came down. I liked him better at the end. First two episodes hated him.
What is this on? What?
It's like
network?
Netflix, I think.
Netflix?
I think so.
All right, I'll look it up.
All
right, so LeBron in Miami.
So I was going to flip over now to the quarterbacks. And I just going to say this because you've seen a little bit further into it. I'm still not done with the first thing yet.
Yeah.
Kind of like Cam Ward.
Huh, okay.
I was like, okay. And then I go back.
Finish your thoughts on LeBron because we're going to have
he's going to go to Miami, and I still wonder how it's going to play out. I will say this. If you're 42 years old and you're still playing basketball, it's highly intelligent to play in Miami as opposed to Denver or Philly or Cleveland. Because I'm telling you, and listen, I just spent a year there, and I was 27 when I played in Miami. But man, your legs were never sore. Your knees felt great. Right? I've got this big sliding glass.
Just feels good to be
door
there.
in my condo at Christmas, and we got that thing wide open on Christmas morning.
Just feels good.
It's just
everything feels good.
Warm weather. You go to practice, go down to the Clevelander, sit out by the pool, have a beer.
Feels good.
Just feels good.
Okay, maybe
your body feels good.
Maybe LeBron wants to feel good.
Your body feels good.
Hey man, you'd have Giannis, you'd have Pat Riley, you'd have Spoelstra, a guy who you've won 2 championships with. It's a cool place to live. It's the East is probably a competitive playground to be in.
I still don't know if they built a championship team.
You know, they're listen, I think there's a lot of dominoes to fall, and I think Peyton Watson is one of them. By the way, there are now rumors. There's a bit of a lean on Peyton Watson from the Nets, which does make sense. I mean, he is close, very tight with Michael Porter Jr. They were vacationing with AG in Monaco or someplace in France, shirts off. I mean, if I looked like that, I'd never own a shirt, or at least I wouldn't own any buttons.
AG still looks really good.
They all 3 of them look really good. I'd have the shirt, but perhaps no buttons.
Yeah. Tied around your waist.
Whatever. That sort of thing. And
you'd be like Jamie Tart. You get a suit when you got to go to the suit. No shirt, just a sports jacket.
Who would kick me out?
Yeah.
So he's, on the 50-yard line at the World Cup with Michael Porter Jr. in some sort of suite or great seats or something. And it's like, oh my God, look at that. And I'm like, yeah, of course. That's who buys tickets for the World Cup. Dudes that make like $30 million a year. Yeah, guys that make $30 million a year for the World Cup, I'll drop $50 to $70K. What do I care? If you're Michael Porter Jr. and we're boys and let's go. And this could be your life, Peyton. But you know what? The Nets still have to make an offer. Or whoever still has to come after Peyton Watson because the Nuggets can match.
What if they did a sign and trade with Brooklyn and part of your trade back was Michael Porter Jr.?
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Now, I'll tell you why, more specifically. there is another report out there. Several teams have come after Cam Johnson, and the Nuggets have said no thank you. I think they want to run it back. I think they want to try to figure out Peyton Watson, but I think we're about to see the Nuggets run it all the way back with the starters.
We ought to discuss and the reasoning why. Is it they think they got it, or are they kind of up against it that they have
It's a great, damn good question. We'll get to it in a little bit. We do have Broncos news today as rookies report. How about that?
Well,
rookies are in the new facility. They're figuring things out.
And a cardio story.
A cardio story?
To continue from our yesterday.
You got a cardio story? Did you last more than 2.5 minutes?
15. Recumbent.
Oh!
I'm feeling
a little smarter today.
I was going to give you some props.
No, I deserve some props.
I was going to give you some props.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey,
I figured something out, and if there's physical fitness people out there, let me know.
Leggy, speaking of physical fitness experts, Jeff Legwall joins us next.
Okay, Dan, hit the reverb on my microphone. Master of the YouTube.
Hey, during this MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you need to be. It's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout, so every at-bat and inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. They track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Got to be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. Yeah. I call this roll your window down music.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's summertime.
The afternoon.
Let's roll that window down. Sounds great, feels great, looks great. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, the rookies report today. I don't know exactly what time they report. I assume they're there already. But that means there's actually activity, football activity.
In the new facility.
In the new facility, Jeff. How about that?
Sparkling new.
Sparkling new.
Have you gotten the tour yet? Have you been in that place yet?
No, I haven't, Scotty. I think, we'll probably get a look right before the veterans come in. Maybe, I don't know. But I've heard they're still working through as you would any building you build. Way back in the day when I worked that side of the aisle, it was the punch list.
Right.
At the end. And a building that big with that much stuff going on in it's going to have a pretty big punch list. So I think they're still working through all that, but they're working out of it. And they're in there, and I think they like it a lot.
You know what I miss by these new high-quality facilities everybody is building and lives in now and does all this stuff right there? You miss the locker room where the guys could jump in the shower, and all you had to do is go down to the second stall on the left, flush it, and everybody in there would scream because the cold water would go away.
Yeah, they're a long way from that.
Yeah,
now, Scotty. We're also a long way. When I covered the Steelers in 91, 92, 93, the media room was right next to the coach's offices. So we don't have that anymore either.
That's some nice access, isn't it?
Where is the media room going to be?
It's where the old team store used to be in the indoor facility.
So
that'll be it. That'll be the media room now. It was the construction office for 2 years, so
right.
It will now be the media room.
That's a big old media room, though.
Yeah, we'll see if I have a spot. I'm always curious.
Well, working for ESPN, that's a legitimate concern, Jeff. I mean, it's been
yours is right there that says Jeff Legwall /mops.
Yep.
Custodial
services.
Just keep a low profile over there, Jeff, at ESPN. You know what I'm saying? Just keep your head down when you walk around.
Low profile, not a problem for me. I have the lowest profile of all.
What rookies, if we're just having a rookie conversation, what rookies have your interest the most?
I'll tell you probably the two guys who have the chance for the most playing time easily are the third rounder, Oneedham.
Mm-hmm.
They really like what they've seen from him. He's shown, what SEC players show when they get there. They know how to practice. They know how to get on the field. So I think he'll be in the rotation pretty quickly if he has the kind of training camp he had, the same kind of, deal he had in OTAs. Like when the pads go on, if he shows what he showed in the other stuff, he's going to play. And I think Jonah Coleman is going to be in the rotation in some fashion too. So, and I'm curious to see where Red Murdoch is, the seventh rounder, where he is in the depth chart sequence at inside linebacker, because they kept Ellis on the edge, and I think they'll keep Sanders on the edge too. So they need some depth inside there.
What about Joe Lee? I know you had talked about him in OTAs too.
Tight end is a tough spot to make your way. I like him as a player. I think coming out, contested catches were his forte. He really isn't bothered by getting jostled by a defender, and that's a big deal for a young tight end. That's the part they don't like the most when they come into the NFL. They got defenders with their hands on them more. But in Sean Payton's offense, there's an awful lot there for a young guy to convince him to put him out there. But if they're willing to play him in certain packages only, I think he's got a shot. And the guy, he's in last year's draft class, but man, I watched where he was last year compared to where he is this year, and I thought they should have used him in December down the stretch. But Lohner is a spectacular athlete. There are very few teams that have that guy with that kind of profile. And I still don't understand why you don't find 5 red zone plays for him a game.
He had some sort of ankle injury. Something happened to him in the spring.
Yeah. But he should be ready to go at some point here in camp. At least that's what I've been told. But I mean, physically, that's a rare player who just hasn't played much football. That's his only crime, is that his resume isn't very big, but there aren't that many guys with that kind of size, that kind of vertical, that kind of athleticism.
Taurine York, another inside guy, undrafted guy. What do you think are his possibilities to make the team?
I think an undrafted guy, your best avenue may be you have to look at a Broncos roster that, they kept it intact. So you got to look for places where they're going to be looking for depth. And I think that's, safety and inside linebacker, I think are going to be your chances to carve out a spot if you're, this is a veteran team that went deep in the playoffs, so there aren't many job openings top to bottom.
We've talked about this before. The first 6 weeks of the season, pretty good schedule to get out of for the Broncos. Where do you assess they need to be? Do they need to be 500? Can they survive a 2-4 start to this season?
Well, you can survive a poor start if you handle your division, Scotty. So you got to look at the division games in that start, and those are the ones you really don't want to lose. If you go
which is
2-4,
Kansas City in the opener.
Yeah, no, and the Chargers are in that mix, aren't they?
I think you're right.
Not quite. I'm just saying if you lose games in a tough stretch for them, they better not be division games. If the Rams beat you and the Seahawks beat you, yeah, you don't feel great, but the damage to your playoff chances isn't as great as if you lose a division game.
The ratings for thing, a lot of lists in the summertime, Jeff, and I'm sure you've been part of it.
I participate. Yeah,
I'm sure you have. It's kind of interesting with Bo Nix. On some lists, he's not there at all. On others, he's actually rated pretty high. We saw an article today about overrated and underrated guys. And this particular article said Bo was overrated.
Second most overrated.
But I look at Bo and I'm like, I don't know if I go with overrated. Because in general, he's looked at as like the 18th, 19th, 20th best quarterback. Like, how is the guy that is perceived as that overrated?
Yeah, I don't get where you could put him in any overrated. If that's just somebody who doesn't like him as a player, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know how anyone in their right mind could say, oh, Bo Nix is overrated. We don't know yet, He's on his rookie deal. To me, you don't start getting overrated or underrated until a team had to commit to you.
Yeah. He's not making a big salary. He's in nobody's top 10 list. No top 10 list has Bo Nix.
He's won 24 games in 2 years.
Yeah. That's what you have a guy on a rookie contract who's been to the playoffs twice and has won,
24 games. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that how can you possibly be overrated? You're on a rookie deal and have done that. Now, if you're on a $200 million deal, okay, let's have a discussion about such things. But
so when you see something like that, and there's no logic behind it.
No, you're looking for traffic. You put a headline on that draws clicks, and a lot of people. The problem, again, here's my get off my lawn speech, but here comes the old guy. But the problem in media today, one of the problems is there are outlets that pay for traffic and not the content. Like it used to be, you got paid if your story was good. Now you get paid by how many eyes you put on it in some places. And those are where those lists pop up because that gets traffic and, somebody is trying to pay their mortgage. And I don't begrudge anybody making a living, but as a reader, I would hope people sift through that stuff and don't get all hot and bothered.
We've learned in America today, we don't sift through stuff. It's whatever the headline tells us that's true.
And sometimes the headlines don't even match what the quote was that they're talking about. It's just you're trying to
get clicks,
light a campfire there. So, sometimes it takes a spark.
All right, Jeff. Anything else going on with the Broncos that we? It's funny. Did you see the renderings for the Kansas City Stadium?
I did. It's like everybody wants to build SoFi.
Yeah. You know what? I just a note, and I got it. They're still in Kansas City, but now they're going to be in Kansas City, Kansas. But they ain't going to be in the middle of the city. They're going to be out
in Olathe.
They're going to be in the outskirts a little bit. Jeff, I'm on the light rail the other day, and again, I'm going past 10th and Osage. I'm going to give the ownership so much credit, man. Everybody wanted the Denver Broncos in Denver. Nobody is building these new stadiums in the cities, okay? You understand that, right? Nobody's doing it. So the Broncos are bucking that trend. The Broncos are all also paying for this. Like, they're not getting a lot of public help like the Kansas City Chiefs are, like the Buffalo Bills
Chicago.
did. Like all these people do, okay?
Well, let me ask you, name me the last year the Dallas Cowboys played in Dallas.
Oh, my God.
Just look that up. Everybody's up in arms about, San Francisco 49ers don't play in San Francisco. The New York Giants don't play in New York. It's,
Nobody plays. I'll tell you who does play in their city because I was just there on a little vacation fun thing. Seattle.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's plenty of NFL. I'm just
Cleveland.
saying.
Not for long. Cleveland's moving.
For all the crankiness about, the Bears especially. I was back home in Chicago for a little bit this summer, and there's all this angst about how can the Chicago possibly not. I'm asking people I grew up with, tell me the last time the Dallas Cowboys played in Dallas, and then get back to me on that. This is, look. This is still isn't 100%.
I know. I was just going to go there.
The Broncos are in if you're Greg Penner and the ownership group, you're in a no-lose situation. You've already made the land better than it was.
Yeah.
So if you don't build a stadium there, you sell it.
Yeah.
And you make a fortune.
You're fine.
And you put the stadium wherever you want.
Yes.
It's a win-win for them. This is, they're doing business at a level no other ownership group in the league can do it. And they don't lose in this. They either build the stadium they want and love smack dab in downtown, or they build it out in the burbs.
Yeah.
But it's getting built. They're going to pay for it, and it'll be exactly what they want. And they won't lose a minute of sleep over, how it got there, I don't think.
And anymore, and you just talked about everybody's trying to give it a little SoFi. Everybody's building new stadiums to make it bad weather possible because they all want Super Bowls, don't they?
Of course.
Well, it's different here because they're not asking for a ton of public money. They'll try for some infrastructure public money, exits off the interstate if they've got to move the light rail line. All that stuff will be public money, but the stadium itself here will be Bronco built. That's not the case. The Kansas City deal is considered by government watchdog groups to be the worst stadium deal for public money in history.
Oh my God.
And the only reason you can sell that to a legislature is this prospect of getting a Super Bowl. So the Bears will do the same thing. It's just the way it's been done. The Titans, there's a lot of public money in the new Nashville Stadium. There's some in the Buffalo Stadium. But you're selling the prospects of other events, Final Fours, Super Bowl, even bowl games. If they're going to play the college football playoffs, to get in the mix there, you're going to need a stadium they can play in the winter.
Hey, the stadium the Broncos are playing in that's won at least two Super Bowls in, or by playing in there, a lot of public funds on that one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And it's not, teams argue it all the time, but it isn't great economics for a city if you're looking at it from 10,000 foot and not the passion of sports. If you're just looking at how you spent money, it's not always a great deal for cities and counties and states. But, you're talking about an emotional tie to things like sports teams. So that's why they're able to get these. It's incredible to me in these times when everybody's looking for more money for schools and programs and things that, the Chiefs got the deal they did. I mean, that's quite something.
I give the Walton Penner Group a lot of credit. It would have been a hell of a lot easier just to go out to the burbs. They listened to the.
They could have already broken ground.
Yep.
Easy.
That's what we talked about
2
the other
years
day.
ago, and they did get information. When they were looking into all this, that 60% of their season ticket base is in those southern counties.
Right.
It's not in downtown Denver. So, they're making look, they want to make money. That's their deal. They've got more than anybody else in the NFL. They didn't get that way by not trying to make money. And their vision of the downtown stadium will make them money.
Sure.
And plenty of it. But if for some reason it doesn't work out downtown, an environmental study or whatever. The neighborhood groups can't come to an agreement.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, they'll sell that land to a developer and make far more than they paid for it, and they'll build the stadium wherever they want.
Great stuff, Jeff. Appreciate it. We will talk to you next week when the Vets report. The Vets report like a week from today. Is that right?
Yeah, 28th, 29th.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And then we get going on the 31st. And by the way, just looking at training camp, this looks like, I don't know, schedule-wise, this looks like one of the easier training camps, Jeff, of all time. Just like days on. What's that?
This is how they look now. This is how they look now. I mean, the players, when I first started covering the league, guys would come in so out of shape because they had to get real jobs in the off season. They were selling cars or insurance or learning how to be investment bankers. They were doing all of these things in the off season to pay their bills. And now these guys just take care of themselves. They're spending on trainers and nutritionists and chefs. And they get here ready to go. And there is a peer pressure when you're on a good team, DMac. A Denver Bronco player knows you better show up ready.
Right.
Or someone else is going to be playing in your spot.
Hey, I got to ask you the question we popped up yesterday. You're going to go 6 days in a row, Monday through Saturday.
The first week is it. It's the hardest time.
The hardest time.
6 straight days.
How many of those 6 days is Bo Nix practicing full go?
Full go would be the buzzword there. I think he will practice all of those days. Would he take the same number of reps he did last year in the first week of camp? I can't say that, but that wouldn't necessarily mean he's not full go either. It might just mean they like where he's at physically and they're just going to ramp it up, because he can't participate in any unless he's medically cleared. So that's the rub. Once you're medically cleared, you're full go. It's just how many snaps are they going to throw you out there?
All right, Leggy, we'll talk to you next week. We appreciate it.
All
It's
right.
Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with the job and end with a career. Scott has breaking news about exercise. I'm actually kind of dying to know.
Well, I think I learned something that I thought I didn't know, but I knew I don't know.
Well, what can you get out of this show if not a little education?
The 3 E's of radio.
We are summer school. It's PhD on 92.5.
Fly ball, deep left field. Did Hunter get enough? You bet he did! 31st home run puts the Rockies up in the bottom of the 8th.
It was an exciting game last night, and the Rockies and Nationals are getting ready to go here in the next 20 minutes or so. I saw a ESPN.com thing, Scott, and we'll get to the exercise thing here in a second, but they were talking about the top 10 potential trade guys in Major League Baseball. And one of them was Abrams, who had 2 home runs for the Nationals yesterday, which is like kind of quirky to me because they're a 500 team. Like they're not out of it at all. And then the Rockies and their top guy, number 8 overall in Major League Baseball, is Hunter Goodman, who hit his 31st with 2 outs, Scott. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. And Michael Lorenzen is garbage as a starting pitcher. I don't care that he doesn't miss arm day. The guy's in great shape, but his days of being a Major League pitcher are toast.
Well, he's 36.
He does not have it. Neither does Kyle Freeland. But, okay. What's crazy is that Sugano, who definitely looks like the least fit out of the 3 of those guys, is by far the best pitcher. It's a weird sport, baseball and pitching. It's not always brawn over your brain.
Didn't Terry Forster win a Cy
Terry
Young
Forster
once?
was an all-star.
Yeah.
He's pretty schlubby. I know Terry Forster because he was in an all-star game. He gave up to start the all-star game. He gave up back-to-back home runs in an all-star game to Bo Jackson and Wade Boggs. I just saw that floating around the other day, and I'm looking at Forster. I'm like, oh, my God. But whatever. There's a list that came out recently from some, Ken Rosenthal, some baseball guys. The Rockies are fielding interest. You ready? You remember what I said the over-under would be? 5.
Yeah.
They've already done 1 with Halverson. All right. They are reportedly fielding interest on Kyle Freeland, Michael Lorenzen, Tomo Sugano, Mickey Moniak, Jake McCarthy, Will Castro, Antonio Sensatella. 7 guys.
Yeah. And not on that list is the guy we just played the highlight.
And not on that list is Hunter Goodman, and I kind of like it. I really don't want them to trade Hunter Goodman. I really don't.
But is that your what's best for the Rockies to do right now, or that's my favorite player for the Rockies right now?
It's I don't think you're going to get the return you deserve for the value he brings to the table. I just don't think you're going to get it, and I don't think you should be desperate to do a deal unless you get equivalent or better value for what you're trading. Unfortunately, and I'm not trying to rip a local guy, but if you get a Chick-fil-A coupon for Kyle Freeland, you're probably doing all right these days. Lorenzen, same thing. Sugano can win games and get through innings. He's crazy. Mickey Moniak, a former number one, would be a incredibly valuable piece for the vast majority of playoff contending teams. And so would Jake McCarthy. Both of those guys are gems. But neither one of them, as good as they are, and they're both really good, neither one of them has the value of Hunter Goodman.
Right. Can we just stop at Hunter Goodman? Because I asked you this question yesterday. I looked it up just now.
Yeah.
Just off the top of your head, and I don't know if you've gone through it, do you know what his splits home and away are? Because that's always been a big thing.
Well, his power splits are weird because he hits more home runs on the road than at home.
18 home runs on the road, 13 at home.
It's a quirky deal. He talked about it at the All-Star game, like we're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It's nuts.
And I think his batting average is 265 or something like that.
I'm not so concerned about that because I know he strikes out a lot.
That's fine, but you know what his hitting splits on the road and home?
They're probably better on the road.
231 at home, 282 on the road.
It's very weird.
I mean, so if I'm a team that could really use a power hitting catcher, and I'm looking like, dude, he's hitting more home runs on the road. And he's got a 280 batting average on the road.
Dude, I think out of 30 teams, 26 of them would be interested in upgrading their catcher position to Hunter Goodman. That ain't the issue. The dude is legit. The issue is not to get fleeced.
Right.
And I think it's too easy to get fleeced, so I just wouldn't do it. And I keep him. I keep Rumfield at first base, which I think they got for Shively from the Yankees, which is, talk about winning a trade. That is unbelievable. And I'd keep Kyle Karros. I do not care about Tovar, but I don't think he's tradable. I think they would trade him if they could. I just don't think you're going to get anything for him. Unfortunately, McCarthy, Moniak, and Willie Castro, all three of them having great years. All three of them having great years, but they're veteran players that you kind of have to trade.
Yeah.
And in terms of the pitchers, I would hate to lose Sagano because he's been effective, but Freeland, Sagano, and Lorenzen were all, and Sensatella, were all being used this year to be traded. All of them. So, do whatever you got to do. It's going to hurt you getting to 63 wins. It is. But nothing's going to hurt more than just getting rid of a player that you can't get equivalent value for.
Right.
So,
and again, the old Rocky way is not striking when the fire's hot.
Correct.
And if you got guys that are hot, this is only where I put Goodman in there because I like him too. I liked him when he came up and was platooning at catcher a couple of years ago. I thought he was a better catcher then.
Well, he was becoming a better catcher. Yeah, he wasn't actually a great catcher.
But he's a better hitter. He's a better at bat.
He's become better become better at everything. Yeah.
So I'd like him to be the next Rocky that sticks around forever, and then someday you move him to first, or whatever.
Sure.
But his value right now is, and again, you got to trust Daniel, what's his name?
Paul DePesto. And Josh Burns is the GM. Burns and DePesto.
I mean, you brought outsiders, baseball guys in.
Yeah.
You got to trust them that if they can get some, that they wouldn't get fleeced.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. These are deep baseball guys that have a lot of experience. The Monforts are not getting in the way at all. There's zero indication they got in the way. Greg Penner has bought an interest in the Rockies, which people were advocating for the Monforts to sell completely. Well, he sold sortively. Okay, so that ain't happening. You're not getting any interference. You're getting everything you want. So what happens here in the next week, Scott, is going to be very, very interesting. Trade deadline is actually August 2nd. So we got, a week and a half, something like that. So I'm very curious what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. And I'm torn beyond recognition about Hunter Goodman right now. Because you'd have to get a starting rotation pitcher, a high-quality starting rotation pitcher. And that's not easy to do. Generally, you have to draft those guys and develop them. That's generally how you have to do it. Because we're not the New York Yankees, and we're not these high-paying teams that can just pay for these starters like Denny Nagel and Mike Hampton back in the day.
Right.
We got to develop those guys. We got to draft those guys. We got to find those guys. That's why they drafted 1 million pitchers. They got to, Chase Dolander's got to work out. This guy from UCLA they took in the draft hopefully will work out eventually. But if you're going to acquire a pitcher, Scott, it's got to be somebody who is a knockout.
Quality starter right now.
And that is, who's going to trade that guy?
Nobody.
Right? So why would we trade Hunter Goodman if we can't get something like that?
What if you could get a team's number one prospect pitcher that's just killing it at every level?
Possibly, is if that's the projection. And I will trust these guys, by the way. I will trust these guys. But last night was fun. We're down. Oh, now we're up. And then Lorenzen gives up another bomb to Abrams. And we're down. Now we're up. Now we're down. Now we're up. And now we're knocking down 2 out home runs from our catcher in the 8th. And we got a guy, Romano. And I'm going to guess you've not heard of Jordan Romano.
Well,
Did you even know the Rockies had a closer?
Well, I heard of Ray Romano.
He doesn't. This is annoying. He spells it just like Ray Romano, but he pronounces it Romano, which is annoying because you just pronounce it like everybody loves Ray.
Right.
But he doesn't. And so I roll my eyes because, you're being a dope. You got to be that different guy.
Buy into that.
And I'm listening to the morning show today, and they're like, who's this guy? And it's a legit question. but he was a legitimate guy with the Angels. He was their closer, and he lost it. Mental. Just, it's weird in baseball, man. Sometimes mentally, you just lose it.
We first came to age with that with Steve Sachs.
Dude. But he has all the talent. He was just on the street. They picked him up. They're working with him. And it was like up, down, one run, no fuss, no muss. Game's over. Guy's got a little bit of fire. Guy's kind of a fun guy. You know, we'll see if they want to hold on to him.
And a guy you'd have if Sensatella gets traded.
A guy, yeah. And Sensatella, unfortunately, they should have traded Sensatella like a month ago. He's coming. The other Sensatella is kind of rearing his ugly head. But I bring this all this up just to say it's an exciting time. If you care at all about this team, it was a fun game yesterday. They still have the worst record in baseball, Scott, okay? I'm not excusing from that.
But as you mentioned yesterday, when they win,
yes,
somebody special creeps up, Dan, and does a podcast when the Rockies win. And you know who that special someone is? Master of the YouTube.
If you want to go into, I like my little If you want a deep dive into last night's game, like and subscribe. Yeah, that's right. I go into it deep. All sorts of highlights and takes. It's on YouTube.
Yep, and that's why you are Master of the YouTube.
We'll get to your exciting exercise routine here in a second. And the whole LeBron James story is kind of funny as well. It's PhD on 92.5. What's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction can affect more than your sex life. It can put a strain on relationships, impact your confidence, leave you feeling frustrated, anxious, or embarrassed. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic specializes in helping men overcome sexual health concerns with personalized treatment plans designed around their individual needs. The truth, many men live with ED for years before seeking help, but they don't have to. For most men, effective treatment is available. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has licensed medical providers that'll take the time to understand your unique medical situation and recommend a plan that's right for you. These advanced medical therapies, they work. With treatments having success rates well over 90%, it means you can enjoy intimacy again without the stress and uncertainty that ED can bring. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, using advanced medical science to empower male performance, goes far beyond pills. So call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. 720-440-7900. 5 locations up and down I-25. Easy to find. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, here we go. Broomfield, Scott, got an upgrade. Hammer and Nails. It's a men's premium grooming lounge. Now open in Vista Highlands. Enjoy haircuts, hot shaves. Oh, my God.
There's the hot shave.
Is there anything better than a hot shave?
No, that's pretty good.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Listen, I get the shave and I do my thing, but I don't get that.
You get the hot towel around your face.
I do that. But the hot shave, maybe with the straight blade.
I've had that one time.
Oh, it's such a luxury.
It's fantastic. And I did it from a real barber.
It's hand and foot care in a masculine setting. Celebrate with exclusive deals and join today. For more information, online at hammerandnailsgrooming.com. Text Goodman to 303-504-0925 and you're entered to win a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails. We'll pick the winner at 2:45. So in honor of Hunter Goodman being the hero, the Rockies and the Nationals about to get going here in a few minutes.
Hey, he could be getting player of the week. He's up there flirting with player of the week, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know if he's won it yet this year. He probably has. He might have. The dude's hit
He's hit
3 home runs.
2 games.
What does it take? Ty Lawson. This is a tough one here. Ty Lawson had drinking problems. I thought he kind of got that.
I thought I read an article
that straightened out.
that he fessed up to it and had gone to some sort of rehab or had done something about it. But
yeah,
I mean, he's had multiple DUIs even when he was here, right?
Yeah, he did. One of the few. I don't break stories. I consider myself somewhat of a journalist on some things, but not a newsbreaker. But I did get, that was one of the very few news stories I broke, and BI had a little connection, and they were right. And it was not a great story. It's, you're breaking stories about guys getting DUIs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, So he stands out to me sort of because of that. But this was a long time ago. Yeah. And I've seen him on social media, and I was just like, oh, okay, he seems good. I guess he's living in Castle Rock, which I did not know. Did you know that he's been living here?
I did not know that.
Is he living here? Is he living here?
I did talk to I talked to somebody this past season who said they ran into Ty and that he was here.
All right. Well, he was arrested on shoplifting charges in Castle Rock. And the allegation is that he stole a bottle of Tito's from a local liquor store and began drinking it and walked to a nearby restaurant where he was detained by local police. Wow.
If that's not a cry for help, I don't know if you.
Dude.
I mean,
what is going on?
What, you going to try to sneak that?
Hey, what are we doing here? What do you think Ty Lawson's career earnings were, too?
Well, I think he made some good money. He played overseas. I was told he got into one of the growing industries here early on. I thought he still was getting residuals and royalties from that, so I don't know.
All right, well, I'm sorry to hear the story.
But once an addict, you're always an addict. I mean, an alcoholic can be drink-free for 30 years. They still call themselves alcoholics. It's not like, oh, okay, I've passed my 600-day mark. I'm no longer an alcoholic. Well, yeah, obviously you still are. Yeah, it is sad. Listen, I like Ty. He was always good to me. He was funny. I liked him a lot. I'm now more worried about Ty, the human being, than, whatever he's going to do for me or for basketball or for the Nuggets, because he's not a bad guy, but there's good guys that have bad problems.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a self-inflicted thing, not something he did to somebody else.
Yeah.
You're stealing a bottle of Tito's. You're drinking it, through the parking lot into a restaurant? Like,
yeah.
what?
And walking into the restaurant
what are we doing
with
here?
the bottle of Tito's?
Yeah, you're doing this all to yourself.
Yeah.
What's a bottle of Tito's run you? $20?
I don't even.
What are we doing?
Doesn't Tito's have different brands of alcohol?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know.
I mean, it's got vodka, doesn't it have like
yeah. It's vodka. Well, I don't know. It might. Yeah. Got me. All right. Anyways, kind of a downer story, but we're aware of that, and so there you go. I don't have much more to say. Hope Ty's okay.
Yeah. You hope this is the start of something good for him.
Meanwhile, on the Nuggets, with the story about LeBron and Miami and the messed up YouTube post, and we kind of spent more time of that at the top of the show. You can go back on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
The radio station's YouTube channel.
And all you have to do is listen for Master of the YouTube.
But that being said, I do think LeBron is going to Miami. Do you think the same, or we need a little more time here?
I hadn't thought. I thought that all the evidence you brought out today, it sure feels like it was an accidental timing, not necessarily story. Like some guy probably jumped the gun, or the other reverse of that is somebody wanted to get back at Miami and said, "I'm going to throw this out there and see, on the way out the door, see you later."
That's an epic way to tap out.
An epic way to tap out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I listen. I think you and I don't think we had this conversation on air, but we talked about it during the break yesterday sometime. And everybody's all excited on that first signing of free agency Thursday. What, 3 weeks ago now? 3 weeks ago, a month, 3 weeks at least. Everybody's like, LeBron ain't going to sign.
With the Nuggets.
No, he ain't going to sign.
Oh,
He's going to drag. I mean, we remember the Jim Gray.
The decision.
The decision, right? I mean, that was after a few weeks also, and then you're going to make a made-for-TV free agency decision. I don't know, because I think he caught so much grief for doing that he probably won't do that. But listen, NBA, what was talking more about this since the draft and rookie league, or LeBron's free agency?
LeBron's free agency by a mile.
Yeah, by a mile.
By a mile.
And I know the World Cup probably didn't help it. I mean, this is probably the least I paid attention to the summer league, because it's kind of fun. It's a fun thing to look at. You see the young guys and all that, blah, blah, blah. But basketball news, it's all about LeBron. This is purpose. He ain't going to make a decision and then be out of the news until training camp.
You think he's just an attention?
He is attention hoe.
Yeah.
Dude. And so is Rich Paul. And that's his guy. Man.
Why do you think?
Because I don't know. Why do people go in the shower or in the closet by themselves sometimes?
I'm sorry, what? Okay. Gotcha. Well, actually, that explains it.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Okay.
Dude, who cares?
The only reason I care is because I think it's a domino in the Peyton Watson saga. I think everybody's kind of waiting.
I would say this. Why, unless Denver thinks they can sign LeBron?
Well, I think it's got more to do with tradable assets and like what team's going to get him and what they're going to give up in order to get him. And
but
what
I don't think they have to give up anything.
Well, Miami, I don't think does. No.
Well, he's a free agent, so no one has to give up anything right now for him.
Well, it all depends on what he's going to sign for, right? By the way, I think that's a total bunch of bunk. I think he's going to sign for like $50 million. Never mind like the vet minimum and all that. I bet you he signs for a gargantuan amount of
what
money.
you would have seen, but this Ballmer thing from the Clippers, probably what you were going to see got kiboshed because Ballmer got caught with Kawhi. But what you're going to see, sign for 15. We have two sponsors that are going to pay you 20 each.
Yeah.
And you got to go to one corporate speech for each one of them and make an appearance on their newsletter.
Yeah, well, that's totally against the rules, but I got you.
But I think it's been done probably for years.
I think one way or the other, LeBron's going to get one way or the other. I think he cares about the money, not that he needs it, because he doesn't.
Well, he's $1 billion, right?
Yes, he's a billionaire. But it's more like what the money says and like where his ego is at, and that sort of thing. The fact that he can still command that. I think he's just one of these gargantuan ego guys.
Right.
I think Tom Brady is a gargantuan ego guy.
Yes.
And so.
And you know who else is that we learned in the world? Zlatan. Zlatan's act is of giant gargantuan guy, but he doesn't hide it. And so it becomes funny.
Zlatan was hysterical when he tapped out and said like he's retiring from broadcasting. after doing it once?
Dude,
He was a broadcaster for 2 months and he announced his own retirement.
I saw a video online, and it was Holland comes into it. It looks like they're in a hotel to some like big room, and Zlatan's in there dressed like, maybe they're in Miami, like it's that nice, Miami clothing, blah blah blah. And Holland goes, "Look at you, look how you dress. That's perfect. Watch, look at that. Oh, it's on the right arm. That's where it's supposed to be. Blah 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 blah." Zlatan goes, "You look good too." He said, "You dress like a millionaire. I dress like a billionaire."
Well, speaking of soccer, the Rapids are back for their first post-World Cup game tonight at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. That'd be a blast. So you can tune in for coverage starting at 7 o'clock on your home for the Colorado Rapids. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are 9 days away from camp. The best number 9s in sports, Colorado sports history next. All right, I'm going to get to 9 days from training camp, so our salutes on the number 9. This was good yesterday. We'll see if today can match it. No dumb questions on the way as well. But I do want to check in with you. Excuse me. I should hit the cough button. I suggested something, and it worked.
Well, listen, here's what I found out. So to back up, I told you I got on the elliptical a couple of days ago, and I'm going, and all of a sudden my hip is like hurting. Like, I mean, I'm on a cry, lean forward to try to maybe change the angle. My knee all of a sudden starts, feeling like there's a flamethrower in it.
Yeah.
And I'm going, I'm like, oh my God, how much longer can I do that? I look up and I'm at 2.5 minutes.
That's a great story.
So I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do the elliptical. Yeah. So you suggested the Dan Tanner total workout machine, which is also known as the
recumbent bike.
Recumbent bike.
Yes.
Here's what I found out. Easy.
Oh yeah.
So you gotta make sure and put the grade up a little higher.
I told you I see a lot of people reading books on the recumbent bike.
There was a dude on a regular stationary bike.
Yeah.
3 bikes over from me reading a magazine the whole time.
Yeah, I think if you can read, you're really not working out.
Yeah. So I put on a little touch screen, boom, boom, boom. I'm going through some city in Europe or the countryside in Europe.
Traveling.
It looks like, traveling a little bit. Try to keep my RPMs up to a certain level. Boom, 15 minutes, good. I'm doing it to just try to give myself a warm up.
Sure. Of course.
Here's what I noticed. So then I went and watched what's Thor's name? Helmsworth.
Chris Helmsworth. There's a couple of Helmsworths there.
Liam and Chris. Yeah. Chris the Thor.
Okay, all right.
Dude, he's got a workout video. Go if you can find it. And he's limited weights. He goes, I have a limited equipment workout I want to do today.
All right.
And he's going to make extraction 3. Dude, you ought to see what this. Anyway, a lot of bands and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I took some of those exercises. I want to do those.
Sounds good.
Dude, I'm like halfway through and doing these different exercises, doing some shoulders, some back, doing some stuff. Boom. I'm sweating.
Hey, there you go.
And I'm like, when I just lift weights, I don't really sweat.
Right.
But I got sweat going. I'm wondering if just that 15-minute warm-up got me going a little bit. So now that I come over here, and I was I could have taken a shower afterwards.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
No, but you could have.
No, because I want to work out again today, and I'll take one tonight.
You're not a shower in the gym guy?
Well, we don't. Listen, if gyms were on the other side of the track, I'm on that gym.
Okay. All right.
We have a one-stall bathroom.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair
you know
enough.
what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
But yeah, so
you got something new for yourself.
So I'm thinking, you
got something new.
I'm going to hit that warm up every day, and I think that does something internally to your combustion.
You know, they have recumbent bicycles, period, that you could take outside.
Oh, I got a guy in the neighborhood that has one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're stupid.
Why?
Because you're so low, no one sees you anyway. You know this. It's dangerous driving around a lot of traffic with a bike, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine yourself 3 feet lower.
Well, that's why you have the big, huge stick with the orange flag waving
then
off.
When I see that, I'm like, well, just get you a dune buggy.
I see guys on the recumbent bike, and I'm on the outside, not inside, in the gym.
Yeah.
But I see the guys on the recumbent, not a lot. And I'm just like, oh, you've just given up. But if it works for you, it works for you.
Yeah, when they got 2 wheels in the back.
You're safe. I mean, you're not going to fall over.
Yeah,
if you fall over, you're 1 inch from the ground. You're going to be all right.
Yeah, you're not going to hit wet cement and fall into a curb.
If you hit wet cement on a recumbent bike, everything would just sit down. You'd be fine.
Yeah,
you'd be sitting in the mud.
Yeah,
in the concrete. No, you wouldn't have done what I did.
Yeah,
no,
it wouldn't
dumbest thing of all time.
Trying to do your Al Pacino impersonation, Scarface.
It's unbelievably bad.
Yeah. So anyway, I got my new routine. I'm going to warm up every time with at least 15 and I'm going to try to work up.
Yeah.
Work up to a little more each and every time.
Well, you actually exercised aerobically.
But I never considered recumbent bike an exercise.
I got you.
I still don't, but I was surprised.
If you get your heart rate up and you get
but it still only got to 90 something. I mean, it still wasn't.
Really?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, it wasn't hard.
Oh, I guess not.
Pedal harder.
Lord.
What do you pedal your RPMs?
I don't know. I'll check my RPM, Scott.
Yeah.
It's a good task for
Well,
me.
you got to get your heart rate up to about 130 to 140, don't you?
There's no way on a recumbent bike you could get your heart rate up to 130.
No?
You're sitting back. Dudes are drinking Dr. Peppers and reading Gone with the Wind. Are you kidding me? A recumbent bike is to just loosen the joints up, get a little something going. Get your heart beat up a little bit.
If you just have a workout and it's just recumbent bike, are you actually gaining weight? Maybe.
If you're drinking a Dr. Pepper and not a diet Dr. Pepper, maybe so.
Got to get through the Odyssey poem somehow. All right.
That would be funny. You know what? I had a video. If I were, you know what, the master of the YouTube, I would start a small series on YouTube of recumbent classics.
And read classic literature.
And I would read
from a recumbent bike.
Read classic literature while pedaling a recumbent bike. Now you laugh right now, but I know, master of the YouTubes.
Oh my God!
Wheels are turning, and you're going. People would watch that.
Scott Hastings reads the recumbent classics.
Recumbent classics.
F. Scott Fitzgerald.
There she blows, said Captain Ahab.
Oh, my Lord.
I could start getting people to chime in. Which classic should I read? I read like a chapter.
That is fantastic.
You know, and it's boom, boom, boom.
Chapter 1 of Moby Dick.
Chapter 1.
Start your wheels.
Moby Dick.
They call me Ahab.
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens. I'm telling you. You know what? I'm goofing on it, but I'm telling you, people would check in.
And everything would be like on a bike. It's like Little Women on a bike.
Yeah, on the recumbent.
Crime and Punishment on a bike.
Yeah. 12 Angry Men
on a bike. Scott Hastings reads the classic recumbent style.
Dude, Coffee in a Car. Seinfeld's making millions on that stupid little podcast.
Right. You should, and then you can do a book club, and everybody is gathered around you on a bike.
Then we could get some gym to open up, like 'cause they got those spin classes. We do a recumbent classics class, and it's a book club. And we could go around the room each
You
day.
talk about the book as you're on the recumbent bike.
Yeah,
that is
because you
fantastic.
You ain't breathing hard.
Right, we might as well get a little workout in. Do I still get to drink the wine and cheese and the whole thing with the book club?
No, that's post that. We'll bring in a little brie.
All right, we're 9 days away. It's a fantastic idea.
Don't you think? I know you joke with me, but don't you think that's kind of a good idea?
Scott Hastings, the recumbent classics, and you're in a gym and you're reading on video classic literature.
Yeah,
that is so freaking funny. It's ridiculous.
Gosh, I wish I had that. You're gonna have to show me how to film
pretty
myself.
Damn. Well, so you just take your phone. And
if I film myself doing that, the Gospel of Mark, but if I film it, you'll show me how to put it up and put the banners and all that stuff.
Sure, that's not hard to do. It's a star. Yes, that's easy to do. Unless you're the Miami Heat and you have no idea what you're doing. But yes, it's easy to do. If you had 5 minutes of you reading, I'd be curious what people would say. That would be it. Like
my goal is to get that done in the next 3 or 4 days.
That would be.
I don't have a classic book.
And you'd have your glasses, and you'd have the book, and
we could do a pause. We'll pause right here. Let's check our heartbeat. Put the book down. And grab the handlebars to your side.
Oh my God, I'm crying.
I could have an assistant.
An assistant? What would the assistant do?
Well, like I said, let's take a break here, and I also got to do it like that dude with the fro that used to paint.
Oh God!
Let's take a little break here, and check our heartbeat. Hand it to the assistant. Yeah. Do the check. Yeah. Sitting there talking the whole time. Okay, we're up to 87. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Oh, how about a little water? Then a hand with a cup comes in.
All right, well,
maybe a little spritz.
You take it to whatever level you need to.
No, I think I just start with the recumbent classics.
If you have the nerve to just break out a book and start reading it out loud in a gym, I'm going to laugh my ass off. It's hysterical.
You will get that video this week.
What are people going to? I mean, people are going to be around you.
Listen, I bought recently for Christmas. God. I bought all the classics of Charles Dickens. So I know I can start with Charles. Great Expectations. Would you like a little Great Expectations?
Oh, I'm laughing my ass off.
Oh, and you know what I could do?
What?
We're going to jump to the last page of Recumbent Classics. If you just read the last 2 or 3 pages. As Captain Ahab tied to Moby's back.
That's right. You could just read the last chapter of all the books.
Yeah.
Because who's going to, it's take you hours
They're
to
called
do it.
classics. What am I, spoiler alert?
Just read the last 3 pages. 3 pages would take you 5 minutes, right?
Maybe, yeah.
3 pages on the Recumbent Classics of Scott. I'm going to read the final 3 pages of all this classic literature. So you don't have to. All right. We'll see how you do. Go for it. We'd all like to see it. Okay. 9 days away from training camp. Dan, what do we have? The best number 9s? What is this list?
Just some the notable 9s.
Notable
in Colorado
9s.
sports history.
All right. Can we make any guesses? Scott, you know any 9s?
I know 2 9s.
Who do you know?
Isn't McKinnon 9 or one time?
McKinnon was
No,
9? 29, yeah. 29.
29. Vinny Castilla.
That is right, Scott.
Very good.
Most notable Rocky to wear the number 9, Vinny Castilla.
That may be hard to beat.
There's one other fairly notable Rockies player that wore the number 9 as well.
Give us a hint.
Center fielder.
Notable center fielder.
Pierre.
Oh, Juan Pierre.
Juan Pierre.
Juan Pierre had the
good job,
the hat.
Scott.
Always flat brim was always a little crooked.
And when they traded him, they badmouthed him out of town, which I thought was that's another time when the Rockies lost me.
Okay.
Juan Pierre was a good player for you.
I like Juan Pierre, yeah.
I did too. Well, all he did was trade him and let him go win a World Series.
I like Juan Pierre. I love Dexter Fowler. Another guy who did real well after he left here. All right, that's good. Good for the Rockies. What else we got?
But Castilla's the better player of those.
Then Juan Pierre, for sure.
Number 9s. Was David Treadwell?
God, was he a number 9?
He was a single-digit guy, I think.
I thought it was wasn't 3? All right, what do you got, Tim?
All right.
Or you can give us some hints.
Give us a hint.
How about we do a fairly recent Nuggets player who wore the number 9?
What's he known for?
Abdul Wahed.
I'm sorry, what?
That is one, Scott. That's not what I'm talking
Abdul
about.
Wahed was
Holy
Tariq
cow.
Abdul Wahed.
What year was that?
2000 to 2002.
During the Kiki days.
Oh, my God. All right, you got me on that.
This
Never
was in
even heard of him.
2020.
He was from France, or he's French.
2020, a Nuggets player donned the number 9.
So COVID year. So we're talking bubble? Bubble Nuggets, 9?
He did play in the bubble.
He played in the bubble?
Impactful player for the Nuggets.
Impactful player in the bubble. They went to the Western Conference Final.
Wasn't Harvey Grant?
Nope.
Was it Millsap?
Nope.
Was Millsap in the bubble?
He's still in the league today.
Yes. He's the one that got in the face of the Clippers and helped start that comeback with Morris. And they came back from down 3-1 and won the series.
Well, we should be able to think of this. He was
Number
in the
9.
bubble. He was an impactful player in the bubble. Damn. Give us another hint.
Well, I'm trying.
American or not American?
Yeah, he's American. I believe he played for the Blazers the last couple of years.
And it's not Iguodala.
Nope.
And it's not what's his name?
Gosh darn it.
Not Plumlee.
His first name starts with a J.
People are probably screaming at their radios right now.
Yeah. Starts with a J.
Well, I'm lost, man.
What school did he go to?
Oh, I'd have to look it up.
Oh, see, I'm looking at the text line. Is it Jeremy Grant?
Jeremy Grant.
I said Jeremy Grant was the first guess I said.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Did you hear him say Jeremy?
I said Jeremy Grant was the first guess.
I didn't hear
My
it either.
first guess I said was Jeremy Grant.
I'll believe that you did say it. I just didn't hear
I
it.
said that. I said Grant. I said that was the first guess. So
That's
we
on
got
Dan.
we got that one too.
Well.
You know what? I don't want to look. I won't look at the text line.
I'm going to start calling you Warden because you don't listen to me either.
All right, next one.
All right, we'll go Avalanche.
Avalanche.
Notable 9s in Avs history. There's one that you should get fairly quickly, guys.
Yeah, we talked about him recently that we wouldn't mind him coming back here a few years ago.
Yeah.
It's not Ryan O'Reilly.
Nope.
Stuck a thorn.
Same
in our
draft.
Side.
Same draft as O'Reilly.
Stuck
though.
a thorn in our side when he played for Dallas.
Yep.
Scored late in a game.
Oh, say his name.
Matt Duchene.
Matt Duchene. Another notable Avalanche player to wear the number 9, only played here for one season, but a very famous NHL player.
It's got to be one of those LA guys that came over.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of from like Norway or something or some place like that. Am I right about that? Is he like a Swede, Norwegian sort of dude?
No.
It was one
It's
of
not
the.
Teemu Selanne then, right?
No, but you're close.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
He came over. He
Korea.
came over with Salami the same year.
I got it.
All Korea.
All Korea.
All Korea.
Is the more famous name, but he did not play more famously here.
Yeah, it was that weird time when Selanne and Korea were here. Remember that?
I was up at Grand Lake, Colorado, and was sitting in a little bar up there, the Lariat, by the way.
Nice.
And the news came out. Man, we were fired up.
Yeah.
We started doing shots, and it was. And boy, talk about maybe the most fizzled out. That'd be a question. Salami and Korea, bigger fizzle out trade or Russell Wilson?
Oh, Russell Wilson. Because
But
they were a playoff team, at least with Selanne.
What did I say, Salami?
You did.
Yeah.
It's funnier to say Salami.
Salami and Carey.
All right, what else we got?
I'm just still laughing at Scott saying salami. Okay, one more notable Avs player. I'll give you guys a hint.
Okay.
A fan favorite center who won the 96 Stanley Cup with the Avalanche.
Oh, dear. Oh, and now we're going to sound like morons not knowing this. We are going to sound like complete idiots not knowing this.
96.
Yep.
Oh, wasn't Toothless stayed in the front of the net.
Oh, yeah. What's his face?
I think that's
the big hair. With the hair.
with great hair. Italian name.
Who's that guy? I can see him.
Mike
Scott,
Ricci.
You got it.
Mike Ricci.
Was that
Mike
it?
Ricci. Mike Ricci. Good
You
job,
got it?
Scott.
Wow. Good job.
I think I did pretty good on nines.
Damn, son. Well, we're not done yet. We haven't even got to Broncos. Or did we do Broncos?
We haven't. There's not a lot of famous number 9s for the Broncos, but there is a current Bronco who dons the number 9, who's a very important player for the team.
Oh, my God. I don't even know.
Defense
number 9, important player.
That's your safety.
Yep.
That had a great year last year. And
big hair.
You asked me to come up with names. I can come up
Hufunga.
with
Noah Hufunga.
Hufunga, number 9. Okay.
Riley Dixon also wore number 9, former Broncos punter.
He was a good player.
He was a Syracuse guy. All right, so the question is, out of all those, what is the best number 9?
I got one more for you guys.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Former Buff.
Westbrook?
Nope. Well, a friend of the program.
Cordell?
Nope.
Not Cordell. He was 10.
Not Chad.
Chad, no.
We've had him on before. We haven't had him on in a while, but.
Is he from Vegas?
Yes.
Oh my God, my guy.
Mike Pritchard.
Mike Pritchard.
Played wide receiver
number
for
9
the Broncos too.
Rich
at CU.
Rich is the best. Love
Rich didn't wear 9 for Broncos. Back then, I don't think you could though. I think you had to wear the.
Yeah. They had
no,
those
you
other
probably
rules.
could have.
All right. Of all those, the best number 9 in Colorado Denver sports history is who?
I think Vinny Castilla.
Castilla? Dan, what do you think?
I would have to go Vinny Castilla.
I mean,
although I know he's not popular here.
Let Hufunga be here another 4 years and play like he did last year.
See, we're just doing this for their time they were here.
I mean, Matt Duchene had a good run with the Avalanche.
Vinny Castilla was part. You talk about the Blake Street Bombers. He was part of the Blake Street Bombers.
Duchene was great when he was here, and I hate to say it, he's been great since he hasn't been here.
Yeah.
Duchene's had an unbelievable career. Is Vinny Castilla, well...
But you got to do it with their time here, don't you?
If it's the time here, then it's Vinny Castilla by a mile. It's not even close. Because nobody else with their time here has... I mean, they didn't win anything, though, but he was a great player.
He was on the first team. He got the playoffs. He's part of the Blake Street Bombers.
Yeah.
He helped bring the attention to baseball to Colorado. You couldn't sneak a fastball by him.
Who's had a better career, Matt Duchene or Vinny Castilla? If we were just looking at their careers in general. Better career.
It's a good question. How are you rating best, longevity or all-stars?
Well, how many times was Vinny Castilla an all-star?
I think multiple.
I don't know, man. Duchesne's been to the playoffs an awful lot. Duchesne's a pretty damn good player, guys.
No, I agree. I love him.
All right, I'll have to go with Vinny. I'll go with Vinny because anybody siding with Matt Duchesne is probably going to get punched in the face. So I'll just stick with Vinny Castilla because that's an easy one because everybody still hates Duchesne. Duchesne may be one of the most, like, to this day, despised ex-Denver athletes. Give me an ex-Denver athlete who's more despised than Matt Duchesne. Give me somebody when they come to town, like the fan base hates them more than Matt Duchesne, like when Matt Duchesne comes to town. Anybody? Russell Wilson? No, nobody's going to care, and he's done anyways. Ex-player when they come to town that you hate.
Has it mellowed over the years?
With Duchesne?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think Avs fans still really dislike Matt Duchesne.
Carmelo Anthony?
Ooh,
Oh, that's a good one.
that's a good one.
He had it there for a while, that's for sure. But we're waiting for the big reunion, though, now. We're waiting for the big kumbaya mellow moment, I think, coming to a ball arena near you pretty soon. I'm looking at the text line, Mello. No one, I hate Duchesne.
Nolan Arenado.
Is he? To me, Arenado was like a 50-50 guy. Like, 50 people were down on him. 50 people, like, said, get the hell out of here, because they hated Jeff Bridich, too. I don't think he's as universally, like, what Avs fan likes Matt Duchesne? I think you can find plenty of Rockies fans that still, like, have a warm spot for Nolan Arenado and Carmelo. I don't know if you can find any Avs fans at all that like Matt Duchesne. None. Don't forget he scored an overtime winner to end the Avs just a couple years ago in Ball Arena.
Yeah. Oh, Vinny Castilla, 2 All-Star appearances and over 200 home runs as a Rocky.
All right, I'm with you with Vinny. Best number 9. That's the best overall number 9. Duchesne, though, Duchesne is something, man.
Well, listen, Duchesne.
By the way, Duchesne's like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever talked to Matt Duchesne?
Yeah.
Like, he's a good dude.
Yeah.
People freaking hate him.
He got out because everybody was because Patrick Wall was a golden god. He was the coach of the team. He coached hard and old school. And when he basically ran Duchesne out of here, and it started when he celebrated that 30th goal. I think it was the 30th goal in like a 5-1 loss or something like that.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, Wall just eviscerated him.
Yeah.
Eviscerated him. And I think Avs fans got mad. And plus, you had McKinnon coming up, and you're like, well, wait a minute, look, this kid's better anyway. And but dude, I wouldn't mind having Matt Duchesne here if he
wouldn't that be crazy
if he'd have grown up a little bit faster.
All right, we'll come back with no dumb questions. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Fanatics Sportsbook is where you need to be during the MLB. Fanatics Sportsbook is giving your profit boosts every single day. You can use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. Every at-bat and inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. And if they hit the longest one of the day, check this out. You're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatics Sportsbook, it gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Do me a favor. Keep up. You're entering a judgment-free zone. Do not worry about your lame sports IQ or your other IQ.
Could you repeat the question, please?
This is No Dumb Questions with PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Any interesting questions in that bunch?
Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189.
All right, we thank you, Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, like you just heard, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189. Open door for no dumb questions. Dan, if you got something. Scott, if you got something. Anything's on your pea brains that you want to, throw out there, 303-504-0925.
Well, there's no dumb question. I don't know if it's a dumb question. We threw it out, and you made a comment early in the show that you think the Nuggets are going to run it back, and I asked you, is it by necessity or by design? Or can you have a little bit of both?
I think it's probably a little bit of both, but it's probably more necessity than anything else. Listen, man, before you make major changes of any kind, it's easy to say trade this guy and trade that guy. You've got to get equivalent returns or hopefully a benefit of something. Everybody's like, trade Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson shot, what, like 43% from three?
No, he was a good player for you.
I mean,
he had like a 2-week rough spot that everybody, when he came back from that injury, and everybody was all mad at him. But, I mean, other than that, he was pretty good for you.
Yeah, I mean, Whether or not he is as good of a player as Michael Porter Jr. is a bit of a moot point. And also the finances, I don't know how they all work out. I think as it turns out, what you needed to do, and while it feels frustrating that you traded out of the first round, watching Brazil and Hopkins in Summer League, I'm like, I don't know. That looks all right. Like, I don't know if you would have got a better value out of a late first round guy than these two dudes.
And you got two guys that's going to compete to try to make the team that's not probably on not only a rookie deal, but a lower rookie deal because second round and probably non-guaranteed.
I heard the promo they're running there, the morning show, because the over-under on the Nuggets, I think, is 50, something like that. My over-under on the Nuggets is 45. And I'm going to be okay with 45 wins.
I want 48 or above.
I'm listening to the guys and they're like, you got Joker, that's 50 no matter what. I'm like, I don't know, man. 50's tough. 50 ain't easy. You got 54 last year, and it was like you were missing Joker for a month. But what's ironic is what were they, 10-4 without Joker?
10-4, 9-4,
something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it was fine. They were worse when he got back. So to me, it's two seasons. It's the regular season and it's the postseason. So I really do not even care how you get to the postseason as long as you can be healthy. I mean, we saw what happened. You couldn't beat the Wolves JV team because you were bummed up. And not as bummed up as they were, but it didn't matter. They still beat you.
Yeah, because the right pieces weren't bumped up for them.
So you got to be healthy. The win total to me, I don't know. And I think you're I think you're running it back. You?
I don't think they have a lot of options. And it's kind of like we were talking about Hunter Goodman. You don't just, as good as of a player he's been for you, and there's no question you could trade him. I mean, I'll ask you, is there any question you could trade him? Don't worry about what you get back. Is there any question you could trade him?
No question you could
no
trade
question you can trade him.
No question.
But then it becomes he's a valuable enough player for you, and he's played well enough for you, and you're young enough and still trying to develop a franchise again that you can't just give him away for absolutely peanuts. You know, Lorenzen, peanuts, right? You think Freeland, peanuts.
Yeah.
But a guy that's got 31 home runs and he's actually playing better at sea level than he is here, that's value. Because guess who, according to everybody else, they look at the splits. Well, that's just Coors Field. Well, it ain't with Goodman.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to trade him if they have peanuts. And it's the same thing with the NBA. I mean, it is Jamal Murray, for example, because that was a big talk early in the summer, trading him. Okay. And does he have, little things that could be better? Is he the quickest guy in the world? No. Is he a big guy? Do tall, fast guys like McDaniel bother him? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can minimize his effectiveness with taller, athletic guys. Yeah. But you ain't gonna replace that. He still ain't afraid of the tough shot late in the game, and he's made probably a lot more than he's missed. It sure feels like, doesn't it?
Let's get into more of the Nuggets, LeBron, all that stuff just after 2:00. I do have one quick one for you. Did you guys see the stories going around about the trailer for The Other Mommy or Other Mommy, the name of it? What is it called?
The Other
Mommy. Other Mommy.
Yeah, I told you about that yesterday.
You told me about it. That was a huge story yesterday. It was all over the place.
Really?
Articles. I'm reading a story in the Washington Post about it. And on social media and in as a news story, people all over the country were flipping out about the trailer.
Yeah.
And some people feel like you shouldn't put a horror film trailer
on the Odyssey.
Because Odyssey's fantasy. Not that there's not some violent things that happen. There's a lot of violent things that happen.
The big finger thing that comes out of a rock
But
mountain.
if you see Other Mommy trailer, it looks like the beginning of the trailer looks like some, maybe even a romantic comedy or something that looks something light.
Something sweet. Oh, mommy's cooking noodles, pasta.
Yeah, we didn't know she's going to have a bent head and she's underneath the table like a spider.
You're giving it away.
I'm giving it away because I want to save people right now. I do not think I'm spoiling anything.
But you told me you saw it yesterday. I told you I screamed out loud and bruised my wife's leg.
I've now seen the trailer like 5 times, so I'm immune because I know when the.
But still.
It's called a jump cut, and they do a jump cut to mommy underneath a table like a spider.
Yeah. Ooh.
And she does the scariest thing.
Turns her head.
Just
the head. Just a horror film turn the head thing. Oh yeah, dude. I didn't lie to you when I told you this yesterday.
It was a story throughout the country.
Well,
about this trailer.
And you know what? And Dan, I hope you appreciate it too because you're in part of the team. Just think of the outlets that listen to our show. Washington Post, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank God for the Washington Post listening to the show. Nikki Javala.
Can I go into your heart?
Well, that's from the other mom. Oh, that gave me chills right there.
Well, hold on. I gotta put my
how
headphone on
much other mommy audio do
play
you have?
that again.
Can I go into your heart?
You said you wouldn't leave my room.
Oh, man.
Listen.
That gives me the willies right there.
Scott's rules.
That's hard to hear right there.
Scott's rules about scary movies. Woo! I don't like them, although I could taste. Can we continue this over the top just for a couple minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'll be real late because I can tell you what I did last night.
Okay, all right.
Trying to be romantic and,
All right. Guys, we'll get back to it. I promise you with a big story of the day coming up next. All right, big story of the day appears to be LeBron James and the Miami Heat. And the Heat actually were advertising 2 weeks ago for somebody to run their YouTube page. And obviously there's something a bit in disarray in that department. And so, and again, we detailed it in the beginning of the show. You can go back, make sure you like and subscribe to YouTube. That's a great way to go back and listen to the beginning of the show. We sort of laid out why that mistake could happen, and it's in a reasonable way for it to happen. But it doesn't really happen unless you have intentions to do it. Let me just ask you this, Scott. If you were thinking about announcing LeBron James was coming to your team, how many details do you think go into an announcement like that? Hundreds?
There was a story that we learned in the World Cup that when Zlatan came to the LA Galaxy, he took out a full-page ad.
I saw that.
And it said, "Dear Galaxy fans,
you're welcome.
You're welcome."
Yes.
Zlatan.
Fantastic.
You know what? That's what you ought to do in Miami.
Yeah, right.
Miami Heat fans.
Yeah.
I'm back. LeBron James.
Well, that's fine. But even something as simple as that might take hours of meetings to figure out.
No, it would take you about $15,000 to buy a full-page ad in the paper and then whatever. And yeah, that's all you do.
The point is, when you're preparing for something like this, it's reasonable that, hey, all hands on deck and something slipped through the cracks.
Well, it is for the planning. Here's another thing. Here's why people have jobs that probably shouldn't.
Okay. All right.
It's a press conference.
Okay.
How hard is that to plan?
I don't know. I've never planned
LeBron James is going to be the headliner. Do you need invitations?
Well, you can make it as simple as you would want. That you're talking about,
which
the
is
easiest...
LeBron, and it's not going to be.
Correct. It gets more complicated.
Yeah. So you open up your practice.
What do you think
facility.
it was like here when Peyton Manning signed with the Broncos?
I understand it, but they had a giant theater at the time that they could have where they had the press conference. So you have a big place where you can bring about 50 members of the media is going to fly in.
When LeBron, Bosch, and Dwayne Wade were announced, didn't they rent out the Miami arena?
Well, they own it, but
all right, but didn't they do it at the arena?
They did it at the arena.
Yeah, they did it like a rock show.
So you could do that again.
Sure. Listen, my point is, I think it's going to be Miami because they're going to make a big deal of it one way or the other, Scott.
Yeah, no matter who gets him.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see other teams. It takes a little time.
Say all of a sudden he tricks everybody and comes to Denver. What would they do?
Who?
LeBron.
If he came to Denver?
What would you expect the presentation to be? Are they going to put it in the lunchroom?
Hey, everybody.
Are they going to?
Would Dwayne, our HR guy, just say? I'm looking at Dwayne right now. Would he just say, "Hey, everybody, I'd like to welcome LeBron James"?
Are they
going to?
Are they going to have the little media dining area? Are they going to set it up there?
Where would we welcome LeBron? That's a fun question. That's a really fun question. If LeBron James was signed by the Nuggets, how would they present him? Dude, I don't know. Because it's so small. That room is so tiny.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it there. You could do it at Colorado Social, I suppose. You could do it at Colorado Social.
Probably where you would do it.
You could fit 600 people there.
Oh, would it be that many?
You could fit that many there for sure. I don't know if that's many people.
And there's a little
there.
back.
I mean, you could do it in the lower bowl. You could dress up the lower bowl and do it there.
But you may have a concert coming in or something like that.
Well, all right, but I mean, we'll figure that out. You could do it in the Grand Atrium.
But it wouldn't be hard.
You could figure it out. There's ways to do it. I mean, we've hosted Stanley Cups and NBA championships. You'd figure it out.
Yeah. Wouldn't be hard.
Anyway, I think he's going to Miami. I think it was a little mess up. I don't think the little mess up would stop him from going there. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And I guess that's where I stand with it. I don't think it necessarily has to happen on Monday like it slipped out. It could be any day. Doesn't matter. It could happen at any time. But I think they're just getting themselves ready. And that's where the slip up came as they were trying to do like a million different details as they were getting ready.
I read.
My take.
It's funny that because now it just hit me in the head. I read or was watching a documentary on a player transferring from one team to another, whatever free agent. I can't remember, but I recently watched this. And the team that was doing the trade put out that Miami's a front runner, for example, when everybody thought for a fact he was going to Philly. And they did that, so all of a sudden Philly all of a sudden goes, wait a minute, and they actually received more from the original people that he was probably going to all along, but the ante got up because the team that was making the move traded themselves. So with that in mind,
yeah,
somebody working in Miami for Rich
Oh,
Paul.
my God.
They let this out a little bit.
I love the conspiracy theories.
Would it be beyond Rich Paul and that group to do something like that?
Yeah, I'm all for him. I'm not trying to shoot him down because who doesn't love a great conspiracy theory?
You know, you have been kind of anti.
I'm trying not to be a wet blanket because what you're bringing up is fun.
But it's happened before where a team will do that to put pressure on the other team to up your ante a little
Scott,
bit.
thank you, Dan. If it's that would be fantastic. But if it's a pimply-faced 23-year-old who hit a wrong button, it's probably more in the world of reality. But I love the conspiracy theories. I think what we know for sure, though, one way or the other, the attention monger that LeBron James is, to me, continues to make him more unlikable. I think that's what this is all about. For whatever reason, this dude cannot get enough attention.
No.
Because he could have made this decision. Nothing's going to change here. Nothing's changing. Do you
remember when Tom Brady retired?
Sure. Yes.
He did a video on the beach in Florida.
Yeah,
it put a 5-minute video out.
Sure.
You think LeBron's going to go out like that?
I know he's not because he's had a documentary film crew following him for the past several years. That whole documentary film thing, that wasn't something new. They've been following him around for years at this point. When he goes out, it's going to be a huge documentary. However, like when I don't know, that's a good question. Like when he finally just calls it quits, like when he's done, that doesn't have to be that big of an announcement.
But again,
but the end result is there's going to be like a 10-part docuseries about his life, on HBO or whatever. I mean, it's gonna.
But do you honestly see him just doing a 5-minute, just him in a video? It's been a hell of a ride. All the teams I've been at. Thank you guys so much, all the teammates.
I could if it's a tease for his docuseries.
I'm done.
Possibly if
I
it's
can't see
part. Only if it's part of something else that's much bigger.
Now, if it's filmed with the whole film crew and everything out there, and you've got guys with the lights and the flag and stuff like that. And, oh, by the way, make sure and check out Netflix next week when the documentary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Like you could do something very low key that makes you look like a man of the people.
Yeah. When's the last
That's
thing
a teaser for something
LeBron has
bigger.
done anything low key?
Can't even think of it. He recently had that reunion with his Cavs teammate, and I saw they did not invite Mozgov. How terrible is that? Timofey did not get an invite to hang out with the champions. You forget he's on that team, but Mozgov was on that team. He did not get invited to hang out with the fellas. Poor Timofey. I forgot Timofey was actually on that team. Did you remember he was on that team?
Once you said it, yeah.
Yeah. But they had, do you remember that? That wasn't low-key. Those were posted all over the place. We saw him drinking wine and playing golf and taking helicopters. Like, no, I don't know. Actually, no, you're right. You're asking me a question. No.
There's nothing LeBron's going to do
that's low-key.
That's going to be low-key.
No, that's not the world he lives in.
No.
He loves the attention.
Yeah. And there's a whole bunch of people who've really bought into it. Whole bunch of people.
Like seeing a billionaire work out and lift weights is like, okay.
Tom Brady has a little scene in there where he's jogging and working out too.
He's another attention whore. He can't get enough of it.
Yeah, no.
What do you think Joker's retirement thing is going to be?
You ain't going to know. You're liable not to know.
How do you think we'll find out?
You know what? Here's the most dramatic thing Joker would do when Joker retired. Last game, he knows this is it. He takes his shoes off.
Oh, well, that would be huge.
Hold on.
That'd be something else.
Leaves them on the court.
Okay.
Walks back in, but then just goes home.
Well, that's very cinematic.
Not today, buddy.
I mean, Rulon Jones did the same thing in the Olympics.
Yeah, but that's wrestling tradition.
I understand it.
That's
but
a
he
deep
put
tradition
the
in wrestling.
shoes there, but he still had a press conference after.
Well, yeah.
But I can see Joker put the shoes there.
And don't do a presser and just leave.
And you never hear from him.
Because he doesn't have to.
Yeah, maybe he comes back for the 10, 20-year reunion.
You know, it'd be funny if he just bought a horse called I'm Retired and we see it run during the summer.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, wait, I'm retired? Just one?
Just won the Serbian Cup.
Okay, what'd you do at home? What's your thing?
So two things. So Scott's rules on horror movies.
Okay.
They suck. Don't watch them.
One.
They
Two.
really suck if there's a little kid involved.
There's always little kids involved.
Not always.
Oh,
but
come on.
But
okay, go ahead.
New mommy.
Other mommy's
going to have a little kid.
Yeah.
So that's off Scott's list.
Okay.
So I'm laying at home, worked out yesterday, came back, laid down for a little bit, took a little nap, woke up, started thinking, let me do something nice for Mom.
Okay.
For the warden.
All right.
She is like the queen of horror films.
Okay.
She loves them.
All right.
So I and she'd been talking to me, we got to watch this movie. Good. Ellie's at camp. We got to watch this. We gotta watch this.
Into
So
the horror
I wake
movies.
up
Wow.
and it's like, 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Still light out.
Okay.
So I break down. She's been wanting to see the movie Obsession.
Don't know it, but okay. Okay.
So I'm thinking, okay, I'm
right.
going to try to put something in the bank for a little later.
Oh. Hello.
Tell her, hey, let's watch Obsession together. But my thing is, okay, at least I'm going to watch it. Sun's out.
Uh-huh.
Daylight still.
So you feel safe.
Feel safer.
Safer. Okay.
First of all, get on our text line, 303-504-0925, if you've seen Obsession.
All right.
I think they could have done better with the casting. I wish they wouldn't have made the main guy character such a wimpy, neurosis-driven dude.
All right.
The best friend was a turd. Make him a little better looking too, because he was. But I'm watching it.
All right.
I watched the movie. It's not. There's no jump scares. Although
I'm just reading the premise. The premise is an independent supernatural horror film. The film follows Bear, Michael Johnston, a music store employee who buys a supernatural toy that grants his wish for his friend Nikki to fall in love with him.
Yeah.
And it goes sour.
I want Nikki to really, really love me. And so she does. And then it becomes
too in love with you.
The word obsession.
Okay. That's it. That's not giving it away. That's just That's what it's about. By the way, lower name actors and actresses, Michael Johnston. Yeah, these are all kind of unknowns here.
Yeah. Well, he says
Andy Richter? Andy Richter's in it?
I think
that's interesting.
I saw that at the end of the movie on the trailers, and the only thing I think about is he can be this one girl's dad, because there's only like one adult in the whole movie, and that had to be Andy Richter.
All right. Other than that, it's all unknowns.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
My palms are sweating watching this thing. I watched it. She's mad. I wasted because I've gone to 2 horror films.
Why is she mad?
Because she knows this is a rare treat.
Yeah.
To watch it with me.
Yeah.
I've only been to one other when I went to the theater.
Okay.
You're
not explaining why she's mad.
Because she said, "Oh, that's not even scary. This wasn't even blah."
Oh, it's just not scary enough.
I'm like, dude.
So your palms are sweating.
My
and
palms are sweating.
She's bored.
My palms are sweating.
It's a mom spaghetti.
Yeah, I'm like, and it's there's no jump scares. Good. One kind of, but not really.
Okay.
One kind of,
okay.
But not like Mama.
Okay.
It's more like out of the shadow.
All right. All right.
I'm like, oh, there she is. That's me.
Yeah, yeah.
And listen. Yeah, so anyway, palms sweaty. She's mad. She's dumb movie. What a way. Because she knows, and all the time we've been around twice. And I do it when I feel guilty because I don't go to movies she wants to see.
Gotcha, yes.
So then I just get a call a while ago. hey, there's Slash Your Body with the log roller movie that's out right now. Some big
Slash Your Body with the log roller?
Yeah, it's something that's out right now. Some scary movie out right now.
Let's go see that one.
She goes, go tonight. I'm going, no, this isn't now a habit.
It's not a trend?
It's not a trend. Yeah, we're not clicking on this.
But she just wants to take her shot.
Yeah, she's saying, well, because me going to the movie or watching the movie.
Well, you got a shot, man. If this is the shot, you got to take it.
It's her one shot.
It's her one shot.
Yeah, you got to take it.
She's got to take her shot. You can't be mad at her for taking her shot. But you're upset now that you've started this.
Well, no, I'm upset, but it just shows you. It's kind of like people with spicy food. Some people can have just like, I have a daughter that has ketchup and she thinks it's spicy.
Yeah.
I got another daughter that can put a ball of Tabasco and this is great. When we ought to get that one with habanero. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
She's like that. She's a habanero scary movie watcher. I'm a ketchup. Like Scream. There was parts in Scream that I'm like, really? I know it's a joke.
So what are you going to do?
I ain't going to go to that. I'm done. I told her.
No. Scott, you've got to lose yourself now. She's taking her shot. You've discovered something new. You're doing recumbent classics on a bicycle.
Yeah.
You're watching scary movies.
Yeah.
You've got wings in your hair from your hat. You've got to lose yourself in this new life and find joy and togetherness and try something different. Your hands are sweaty. It's mom's spaghetti. She's taking her shot. She's inviting you into this world. You've got to take that shot. You've got to go with it. If I could rap, I'd hit it right now, but I can't. I can't spit bars as good as Eminem. But I think you go to that movie. Slasher Log Roller.
Here, let me tell you the name
Party
of it.
Camp.
So what did I call the movie, the name of it?
Something slashing in a rolling log
roller
slasher, something.
I'm going to tell you what the movie is.
Interesting premise.
I guarantee you it's not far from what I just told you it is.
Yeah.
This is just the beat, isn't it?
Oh, that's all we got, baby.
Oh, you ready? Okay, you ready?
Yeah, we're all ready.
You want the name of the movie that she wants me to go to tonight?
Slashing Log Rolling Massacre?
Evil Dead Burn. So you can see where I get Slasher Log Rolling Burn.
I'm sorry, what's the name of it?
Evil Dead Burn.
What theater do you see this at?
No, that's what she wants to go to.
Evil Dead Burn?
No, she wants to go
Evil Dead Burn.
Because I watched Obsession and it wasn't scary enough for her. And listen, do you guys remember the movie where the two chicks climbed the tower?
Yes.
That movie freaked me out.
Yes. And she was dead all along.
I couldn't watch that movie hard.
Yeah. That was a good one.
That
was a good one.
I was the volunteer for that movie. That movie's scary to me.
That was scary.
I'm like,
because it was real.
Oh, do we need a refill on the pop? I got it. Oh,
Okay.
come back. Oh, we need some more popcorn?
Yeah.
Oh, let me. Hey, I got to go to the bathroom.
But it means a lot to her.
Yeah.
So will there be benefits later?
I don't know what's today.
It's PhD. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Lose yourself, buddy. Hey guys, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone, something men younger and younger are experiencing. And maybe your game just isn't what it used to be. You find yourself with less energy, less drive, not feeling like yourself. You deserve to feel your best. Be strong in the gym during your workouts. Feel more driven at work, even better in the bedroom. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Their advanced medical strategies, including TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. It helps you get back to feeling your best. So don't be older. Take control. Be stronger in the gym, better in the bedroom, more confident in every part of your life. All you have to do, take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Takes a couple minutes. We'll draw your blood, have results within 30 minutes. The appointment, $99. You go from there. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Call my friends today at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Oh, thanks to Brad and all the crew at Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. We love you guys. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds Quince Tanner. Woo! Rookies are reporting. Something's happening. What's going on?
Yes, today is rookie reporting day to Denver Broncos training camp 2026 at the new facilities. 6 days away, I believe, from some of the vets start to trickle in. So we'll keep an eye on that, fellas. But let's get to this today. DMac, you sent us this, so we'll bring this up now.
Oh, okay.
Pro Football Focus ranked the top 32 wide receivers in the National Football League. Obviously, Jalen Waddle and Courtland Sutton did make the list, guys.
That's good.
Cortland Sutton comes in at number
And top
25.
32?
Top
Just
32.
32? Wow.
Top 32. Cortland Sutton, number 25.
Are you being sarcastic?
No.
Oh, okay.
And Jalen Waddle at number 15.
Okay.
They were the AFC West's only duo to make this list. What do you think of the dynamic duo at the wideout position for the Broncos
Well,
heading
with
into the
Cincinnati's
season?
duos ranking.
Well, they got to be number one. I
One
mean, they
and
got to be
three.
way up there.
2 and 4.
You know, it's funny you say that. I'm trying to think of other prominent receivers in the AFC West. In the AFC West, can you name another receiver?
Bill.
Bill? We got Bill?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got Rashee Rice with the Chiefs.
Do we have Rashee Rice?
He's on the team.
All right. Who else?
Isn't he suspended the first 6 games?
I don't know what his status is.
Yeah, he might be in jail right now.
Yeah,
actually.
that's why I'm asking, do we really have Rashee Rice? But I don't know what his status is.
Boy, that's a great question.
Xavier
DMac.
Worthy, I guess. Got Xavier Worthy with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But he's not on the list. Obviously not. Boy, the AFC West a little bit light with great receivers. Better in the tight end department, except for the Broncos. What's the question?
How do you guys think it? Do you think Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle both get 1,000 yards this season? We're going to have dual 1,000-yard seasons.
What you're hearing, though, is we have 2 number 1 receivers, essentially. If you're saying what were their numbers again?
Cortland was 25, Jalen Waddle 15.
All right, so do you believe, guys, Scott and Dan, both of you guys, do you believe that at the end of the day, we have 2 number 1 receivers? Because that's what this survey is essentially saying.
Well, if you go to the quarterback logic, if you have 2 number 1s, you don't have a quarterback, right?
Or maybe you just have 2 number 1s. Maybe we do, actually. Maybe we do. I think that sounds about right. Like, there's probably 30 teams in the NFL, right? And then Sutton is 25. There's probably 5 teams that he'd be the best receiver on. That's probably right.
How about Ladd McConkey?
He's with the Rams.
Chargers.
He's with the Chargers. That's
Chargers.
right. Sorry.
Good pull, Scott.
But he got hurt.
Yeah, he looked that up. There's no way he just knew
No,
that.
I was because I knew there was somebody with the Chargers, Ladd McConkey. But he got hurt late in the year, right? And missed.
I'd certainly take Cortland Sutton over Ladd McConkey. I certainly would take Jalen Waddle over Ladd McConkey. I like Xavier Worthy, but I'd take Waddle over Xavier Worthy.
Would Cortland Sutton be the best receiver on the Chiefs?
I think
maybe.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that's what that survey says. That's what that would tell you. Listen, Cortland is not like a big speedster, but what he can do on third down in the red zone, it's really unique. He is a absolute unique individual. He is big. He's unbelievably athletic and strong. He's incredible on 50-50 balls, and he's a hell of a locker room guy and a true leader. Like, Cortland Sutton is one of the all-timers. He is going to be a Ring of Famer, not a Hall of Famer, but he is a slam dunk Broncos Ring of Famer.
He's already a Ring of Famer, would you say?
I would say yes. Yep. And let's hope the same can be said about Jalen Waddle. And they look like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito and twins when they stand next to each other, wearing the same suits because they have the same uniforms. That is one thing, if fans, when you go to training camp, you are going to be blown away how small Jalen Waddle looks next to everybody else.
Well, not to go back to Ladd McConkey. He's a little dude too, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got to be bigger than Jalen Waddle, though. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be too many receivers in the NFL smaller height-wise than Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle's like 5'8", maybe, because you wear shoes. But he gets open. He's got Eddie Royal-like tendencies. And I'm thrilled that he's on the team.
They got Ladd McConkey 6 foot, so he's probably 5'10".
Ladd McConkey 6 foot. Okay,
185.
Yeah. Listen, hey, we're a week or so away from camp, right? 31st, we'll be out there. A week from Friday, we'll be broadcasting from training camp loudly, and you'll see. And if people haven't seen, you'll see. But so what? Who cares? It doesn't matter. But there will be a weird side-by-side comparison with Cortland Sutton and Jalen Waddle that'll get everybody's attention.
They got Waddle at 5'10", which means he's probably 5'8".
Dude, listen, I am not trying to brag, okay? Like, do you think I would lie to? What do I have to brag about? But
yeah, you know what you have to brag about?
What?
You know what you have to brag about? Who you are, master of the YouTube.
Hey. But standing next to Jalen Waddle, I felt better about myself, height-wise. I couldn't believe, by the way, just real quick, when I interviewed and stood next to Danny Woodhead.
Oh, he was tiny.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable how incredible some of these athletes really are.
How come we haven't done a list? Best athletes under 5'10". We could even do NFL players.
Well, as small as he was, actually, it does not match up. The smallest football player I've ever been next to is Trenton Holiday. That to me, that was mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing, Trenton Holiday. But anyways, whatever. Next story, Dan.
Guys, one of the most intense quarterback battles will take place in Cleveland this offseason as Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders will battle for the right to lead the Browns starting offense onto the field September 13th against the Jacksonville Jaguars. First off, who do you think wins that quarterback battle between Shedeur and Deshaun Watson? And are there any other quarterback battles around the NFL that you guys will be keeping an eye on or will intrigue you throughout training camp?
Number 2 battle in Denver.
Stidham and Ellinger?
That's not a battle.
Stidham's third.
Stidham makes $5 million or something compared to Ellinger, who makes like $1 million. It's not a battle.
But the better player needs to play.
Oh, okay, cool. It's unless you're making the same amount of money, it's not an even battle. Follow the money, as they would say in all the President's Men. Follow the money. I made an old reference just for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Deep Throat.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Paul
Dan.
Newman.
Keep
Dustin
going.
Hoffman. Not Paul Newman. Robert Redford, Dustin
Robert
Hoffman.
Redford, that's right. The point is,
good movie, though.
What do you have invested in Deshaun Watson compared to what do you have invested in Shedeur Sanders?
Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback.
The degree that Deshaun Watson would have to suck would have to be so high. Because don't forget, in training camp, you don't get opportunities to shine as much as you do to suck. And it's hard to suck in training camp because it's set up for success. That's why Tebow throwing completed passes in training camp was a miracle, was ridiculous. Everything in training camp is set up to be relatively easy for quarterbacks to succeed. You can't sack them. It's very structured.
Right.
We're doing 7-on-7 drills, which you should dominate. And there's no hitting.
Not only can you not sack him, they don't want you even close to him.
Not even close
so
to
you
him.
get that finger on the helmet fracture and all that stuff.
It's just set up in training camp. So, like, the ability to stand out so much more than the other guy is really, really hard to do. But that's why they got a 17-week schedule, Scott. You got a lot of games. And
they see you as command. I will say this. This is probably a little squirrel sidebar, but we're watching quarterbacks. And I'm slowly going through it. I got through Cam Ward's first episode.
You like Cam Ward?
Joe Flacco's first episode. You know what? When I went, all right. Do you remember when Flacco struggled a little bit through a pick late or fumbled? They had a pick, ran it back for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that came over to Flacco on the bench?
Shedeur
Sanders.
Yeah, but okay.
I was a little surprised by that.
I gotcha, but if I'm Joe Flacco, the last thing I need is Shedeur Sanders trying to lift my spirits.
I understand that, but
it was a nice
moment. But I thought that was a good teammate moment.
Sure. Yeah, yes.
I thought it was a good teammate moment.
Yes, it was.
And that surprised me.
Well, you think Shedeur's like a bad guy?
No, I don't. But there's so much hype around him sometime. Like, I don't necessarily think LeBron James is a bad guy, but there's so much hype around him all the time that seems like it's self-generated that I can't stand the guy.
Mm.
And I think some of that I got with Shedeur. I get some of that with Prime. I bet you Prime just sitting in this room, you and I might have a good conversation. We talk about bass fishing.
Sure.
You know, how you use a spinning reel versus a casting reel. And, you know, we can talk about all those things, right? You know about that. And be fun. But there's so much hype around Shedeur Yeah, that surprised me. He might be a good teammate. But anyway, so I enjoyed seeing that today.
Next one, Dan.
Guys, finally, NFL players are using social media to push for natural grass fields across the NFL, pointing to the temporary grass surfaces installed for the World Cup matches held in NFL stadiums just a couple of weeks ago. Players attached the hashtag worth the cost to posts questioning why those surfaces were available for the tournament, but not for their own games. Do you guys think that the NFL will eventually mandate grass fields for each NFL stadium?
That's a great question because I'm not sure what your stadium has to have to be up to NFL specs, Scott. I'm guessing there's got to be some sort of list of what a stadium has to have in order for you to host an NFL game. I'm going to assume that's the same in the NBA, NHL, MLB. There's got to be certain things that you have to be able to accommodate in order to earn the right to actually host an NFL game.
There's no reason in the brand new stadiums being built, and all you got to do is pay attention to some of these Premier League teams that play in Northern England and
year round,
and their season doesn't start till August,
right?
And then they go right through Christmas to take a break, like a spring break, and then they start back up. But they're playing in snow. And they're on grass pitches.
And by the way, MLS is about to do that as well. Rapids are who play tonight, but they're about to do that same sort of thing.
Yeah, they moved to the Premier League schedule.
Yeah.
So there's no way you can do it. But guess what those places and none of those places that I've seen so far are covered stadiums, indoor stadiums. They play in the element. They play in slogging rain days and snow days. Cold, but they take care of their pitches, their grass, their fields. I mean, they have these heat lamps and these growing things, and some of them have the field completely sink down underneath the surface where they're treated or replaced.
Yeah.
And they've invested in some of those new stadiums over there to do it.
Well, I'll tell you this: the NFL should do it, and they should pay for it. The NFL should pay for it.
Yeah,
not the teams. The NFL. There should be a standard thing.
But the NFL, it'd be interesting to see, okay, how many stadiums are we talking about? Half dozen?
30.
50? Well,
that would need it?
Because some have grass already.
Who has grass? 100% grass already?
Well, Denver.
Not really. I mean, kind of.
Well, it's a hybrid stuff, but it's mostly grass.
It's mostly grass.
It's not laying on cement.
No, but there's still like those pellets and stuff in there. But it's more grass than it's not grass.
Well, here's why the NFL won't pay for it. Because who runs the NFL?
The owners.
Yeah. And when I'm talking about, I thought I read an article recently. It's going to cost people to do it about $2.5 million to set it up the right way for all these new places.
Is that right?
That's what I thought I read.
That does not sound like that much.
Doesn't sound like that much.
No.
But say there's 20 teams doing it.
Yeah.
The other 10 teams are going to say, wait, I'm paying part of my profits so you can put grass in your field? No.
Well, if you were just to say, I'll even round it up more, over $3 million with 30 teams.
Say $10 million.
I'll say $10 million, $300 million for player safety. For the NFL that made around, $9 to $11 billion last year, something like that. Say it's $9 billion and you're going to invest $100 million in player safety. I think that's a no-brainer. We'll see where it goes. It's an interesting thing to follow. And the players feel very passionately about it. So, hey, I get it.
By the way,
yeah,
I read another article today. Football, different kind of football, but it's let's football go. FIFA in this little 6-week tournament they just ran, 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
The World Cup, yes.
Yeah, their take's going to be about $15 billion.
Are you kidding me? Johnny.
$15 billion for a 5-week tournament.
And Johnny had one thing to do: get Trump off that stage, and he couldn't figure it out.
But you know why? You know why he didn't figure it out? Because Trump helped put $15 billion in his pocket. That's why.
Hey, Broomfield got an update. Hammer and Nails. It's a men's premium grooming lounge open in Vista Highlands. Enjoy haircuts, hot shaves, hand and foot care in a masculine setting. Celebrate with exclusive deals and join today. For more information, online, hammerandnailsgrooming.com. Text Goodman to 303-504-0925. You're entered to win a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails. We'll pick the winner in just a couple of minutes. It's PhD on 92.5.
Did we get any obsession texters text in, by the way?
I'm sorry, what?
Did any of the obsession texters text in?
The obsession texters?
See if they saw that yet?
Yeah, that's the guy said, ask Scott about the car scene.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah.
It's PhD.
You can literally say after that scene, she's a brick house.
I'll pass that along. Yeah. Rockies are losing 1-0. Did they win this game or lose this game to the Nationals today? It's 1-0, sixth inning. What do you think?
They swept many?
Not many. And they've already lost the first game of this series. So the best they can do here is win. They could win the series, though, if they win this. No. Sweeping, they have not, but they weren't going to sweep the series.
They swept
anyways.
early on. They swept Chicago.
They got a couple. But, I mean, they weren't going to sweep the series. They could win the series.
Yeah, I'm going to say they lose today. Historically, Rockies struggle on getaway days.
All right, so how are they finding little ways to win every now and then?
Because you know what? They're winning big games like last night, 9-8 or 8-7. Was 8-7 or 9-8? 8-7.
8-7.
They're winning games 8-7. I mean, are they winning a lot of 1-0 games?
No. Yeah. No, you know why? Because their starting pitching blows.
Yeah, so it's a little bit.
By the way,
the birth of Blake Street Bombers happened because they couldn't get starting pitching also, so they had to win games 10-8.
Starting pitching for the Rockies, homegrown guy, Gabriel Hughes, guy they've brought up through the system who's got a lot of potential, younger guy.
Well, so he's only given up 1 run in 6 innings.
Not bad, right?
Not bad.
I mean, you're in the conversation.
Yeah.
I like games where they're competitive, they're in the conversation. I'm highly entertained by this season, as you can tell.
Well,
obviously.
He can maybe be your number one guy when they get rid of Kevin Freeland.
What was that?
Mad Dog. Mike Rizzo.
Okay,
Mike Rizzo.
Okay.
Kevin Freeland.
Kyle Freeland needs to go. I hate
Kevin Freeland.
Thank you, Mad Dog. Kevin Freeland and Kyle Freeland. You know what? And they need to go. He needs to go. He just needs to get it. He needs it.
He needs it.
He needs it.
Come back here and live in the winter.
Yeah. We would love to see him. He just needs a break. The guy. It's been yeoman's work. You know, when you're like Crash Davis and you're setting records for minor league home runs, like when you're setting strikeout records and innings pitch records for the Rockies, you need a break.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he still has several years left, potentially, as a big league pitcher.
It's like my buddy who bragged about being the leading scorer of an NBA team, only to find out that team still holds the NBA record for least wins in a season.
I was playing men's league baseball my first year. I was like 33 years old. I was playing for the Padres in Wheat Ridge, and we're 3/4 of the way through the season, and I'm playing shortstop and leading off, and I'm like, wait a second, I'm the best player on this team. That's not a good sign.
Did you have a good arm?
Yeah, I could play.
Did you have range?
I was yes, but I was better as a second baseman or third baseman. I shouldn't be your shortstop.
Right.
We're in trouble here. If your boy DMac's the best player, I need to be like the 5th best player on a team.
Yeah.
Very supportive.
You know, that's when I had my first shoulder surgery. I was playing shortstop.
I'm sure there was a time in your life being the best player on the team is just what you were all the time.
Yeah.
And then, things happened.
And then the NBA happened.
But at least it ended in the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the place to sort of find that. But when you were on the Heat, were they an expansion team when you were on the Heat?
Yep.
All right. So what were you on the Heat at that time? Were you in the top 3 or 4?
I got famously quoted in Sports Illustrated. And I don't know what the question was, but I said, I look around here and I think we're in trouble because I might be the best player.
Right.
Yeah, that
is such a great quote.
And I got put in Sports Illustrated for that.
Did you get a little heat for that from the Heat?
No, because it was true.
Yeah, so what are they going to say? Yeah, it's like, we got an issue here.
Listen, I was a really, really good player, and probably,
of course,
if I hadn't sold myself so short early on in my career, I probably would have done more than I did.
Oh, stop! You had a fantastic NBA career.
It was okay.
You yourself deprecating the whole thing, and that's been sort of your shtick a little bit, but to think that you weren't a great player is ridiculous. But as good as that is, you don't want to be if you're the best player. Where do you think the Nuggets go here with Peyton Watson?
I think they like him. I think they want him. But I don't think they'll be opposed to sign and trade him. But again, what can you get for it? I don't think they can afford $27 million.
Are you surprised with reports that came out today that several teams have approached Cam Johnson and the Nuggets do not seem to be willing to move him? Or they don't want to? But
again, I think people look at this guy might be, the Nuggets might be up against the cap, so we don't want to do this or do this. And so they're trying to get him for nothing.
And he's bringing in some fancy equipment today. He's got a
listen.
Look at that thing.
You're no longer fat guy ugly.
Look
thanks
at you,
to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
You want to look
People
better.
Want to see your face.
Clearly,
now, sometimes
clearly.
once they've seen your face, they want to punch it. But
so what is that thing?
A light.
It's a ring light.
Yeah, it's
a
nice
beauty light.
You're going to put a ring light on?
It was handed to me by the bosses. They said if you're going to be on, we need you. It's one of those lights that helps filter out the ugly.
I could use a couple
what do you
of
mean,
those.
No, it doesn't.
Listen, you and I
pass those
ain't
around.
no light helping that.
If you'd
It's
shave
gonna
that pubic hair off
mistakes.
your chin, you'd look a lot better.
I'm
then
sorry,
we'd be doing
what?
okay.
Listen, you actually paid for that haircut you're wearing today. So what are you talking to me?
Wow. Hey, by the way,
You
Andy,
paid money for it.
do you like the wings on Scott these days?
So I got wings.
Take the hat off. You know what? We did a podcast, which we're going to do tonight, right?
Are you?
Right?
Up to you.
8:30. Don't up to me. I called someone at 10 o'clock today, ready to go. 8:30, we're going to go. He had some hair a couple weeks ago. It was thick. It was luscious. You had your golf shirt on.
Wow.
And now, but what happened
Thick
to
and
it?
luscious.
I know.
Where did that go?
Did you spray something? Did you do the LeBron hair? What?
This is like 2 days without really washing
Thick and
it.
luscious.
I haven't used conditioner. I ran out of
The
conditioner.
thick was probably too much, but it looked good. It looked good.
All right.
By the way, our guy, I call my guy. I usually, I just check in with my guy every night after the show.
You guys,
Because he doesn't. Because you know what?
The two
He's
of
like
you.
me. I check in with him on the way here.
The two of you.
Because I don't want to drive without.
Yeah.
Let's have a conversation. So he does on the way
Do your
home.
wives realize you're
Yes.
each other's other wife?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Have you not seen Andy's nickname in my
Is
phone?
it other wife?
It's second wife.
Okay.
Yeah, they know.
Not like other mommy, though.
Listen.
Other
Okay,
mom-
that's
other
what I
mom.
want to get to.
Oh, okay.
Our guy freaks out. You got to watch this trailer. You got to watch this. Just
Oh,
call
you were
me
going to
back.
call me back last night.
I called you back. Looked at your call history.
Well,
you didn't answer.
and you know what?
It was because she was all crinkled up. That's what freaked you out.
It was
Well, but-
it jumped up out
and
at
the
you.
head.
You weren't ready for it.
She's crinkled up and
The
then
dad
the head.
came in there. You thought everything's calm. The
Yeah.
mom's calm. What's going on? And all of a sudden,
And the head turn.
and then the head, that little.
He. But
I
see,
screamed out loud.
You oversold it, though.
You really did oversell it.
No. Can I say something?
You oversold it, obviously.
Did you not just read an article from the Washington Post?
It's a story all over the country, but you oversold
What
it
about
to
how
Andy.
messed up the thing is?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
how,
because
how messed up that trailer
dude,
is.
you got to be in an IMAX. Have you seen the? Are you going to go see the Odyssey or not?
The 3 hours is a lot, dude.
All right,
It's
listen.
a lot.
You got to understand,
About
man.
243.
You're ready for the Odyssey, and it's a fantasy thing. It's like Game of Thrones. Like Game of Thrones doesn't scare anybody,
Right.
But it's cool to watch.
Okay.
Like Lord of the Rings, something like that. All right. You got to imagine, Andy. You're in an IMAX theater. You're in a comfy seat. You're all ready for the Odyssey, the whole thing. And they have this little trailer where it's just a mom and a girl.
Sure, and it's all cozy. Yeah.
Then it goes to like the scariest scene you could ever imagine in your
But see,
life
again,
in a trailer.
I've had these people introduce me to stupid things like the human centipede and some of the more messed up.
Who introduced you to the human centipede?
Have my, who are you going to see this?
His wife.
Listen, we worked with someone called. You remember Patrick Watkins?
Oh, yeah.
You have
of
no
course.
idea the stuff the guy would find on the internet in the early days of the internet where he's like, hey, Chuck, come on over. Hey, Chuck, check this out.
Chuck, hey,
And
Chuck.
he got to the point where we all knew he was about to show us something messed up. Hey, Chuck, can I get you to hear this cut real quick? Make sure I cut this right. He called me Chuck. Hey, Chuck,
He did
hey,
call
Chuck.
you Chuck all the time.
And then I walk over, beheaded guy. Oh, my God.
Oh,
so, no,
no.
I've already had that.
You remember that webpage?
Yeah, he found the first guy that got beheaded in Iraq. He found the Al Jazeera video and showed it to me. So no, your little fake mommy under the table didn't scare me.
It didn't scare you at all.
No,
You oversold it.
You warned me it was down the hall.
I know.
You know
you
what I
oversold
think it was? You were the guy in the haunted house where all of a sudden it was like you got the jump guy out of the corn, so I knew he was there.
Oh,
yeah, you screwed
and
it
frankly, the way you sold it, I thought human body parts are going to be boiling in
I
that
know.
water.
See, you oversold it.
But see, listen.
You oversold it.
Human body part things don't scare me. It's the jumping out.
In Hannibal, where he feeds him his own brain, that didn't stick with you a while? That didn't bother you?
That was just a movie.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver.
By the way, am I allowed to say that? Have I ruined Hannibal for somebody because it's 20-some years old?
When the dude's laying in his bunk at camp and a hand comes over and clasps his forehead and then an arrow shoved out of his neck, that scared me. The very first Friday the 13th.
Did anything in the Odyssey scare you?
No. Well, they had a little jump scare.
A little bit, yeah.
And them little worm things came out.
Yeah.
What's the worst jump scare you've had in a theater? Minus,
Other
I guess,
mommy.
other
Mommy.
Okay,
I am not
before
joking.
Before that.
I mean,
Did
Exorcist.
the Blair Witch
Exorcist,
ever get you when we
Blair
thought it
Witch
was real?
Scary.
Where the guy at the end is in the corner?
Blair Witch was scary.
Dude,
I remember when I saw it.
People knew the phenomenon. I told him, you know what mine was? Really the only one to this day. Now, as a kid, what freaked me out was the clown in the original Poltergeist that starts choking the kid under the bed.
Yeah, I don't know. The Poltergeist to me wasn't that
But
scary.
I was in 5th grade. The one that got me as an adult was the pedophile tied to the bed in 7 when they thought he was dead. And Dr. Kotz from Scrubs all up in his face telling him he deserved it. And then he goes, and he started breathing. I thought that dude was cooked. So when he moved, I was halfway out the theater door. By the time I turned around and walked back down into the
What's in the box?
And I mentioned Friday the 13th was the first Jason movie, right?
That kind of got me a little bit because I was just a kid.
The end, and you think it's all over. The movie's finally over, and the girl's on the boat.
Yeah, they have the little music.
The music's going, and she's twirling in the water, and all of a sudden Jason jumps out of the water behind her.
Yeah, that got me a little bit.
There was two. I was at the theater. I was in college when I came out.
Yeah, it's not like Other Mommy.
Two coaches for the track team. Two coaches for the track team. They're how they're starting to get up because they thought the movie's over, beat the crowd. Jason jumped up out of the water. These two dudes took off sprinting out of the theater.
Dude, we're gonna have to do an entire station field trip to Other Mommy.
No, we're not. I don't want to see that crap.
All of us going.
What is it going to be? The tough guy movie? Is that the tough guy movie of the next few years?
I'll give you a movie
Can you stomach going to watch it?
I can't wait to see. Is Tom Cruise's Digger movie?
Oh, that looks fun.
God, he looks weird.
Looks fun though.
Matt, he's so good.
I can't wait to see it because
Other Mommy?
No. I'm
Digger.
gonna pass on Other Mommy.
You're gonna pass on Other Mommy?
I'm gonna pass. I'm not a horror movie guy. I did laugh at Scott's story though that he screamed at the trailer. I did think that was funny.
I screamed out loud and squeezed my wife's leg.
That's hysterical to me. Number
I ain't
one.
lying. That got me, dog.
I will. My only comment on your horror movie discussion is they're all so formulaic. Like, how did you not see like the turn
I don't know
coming?
because I'm there to see the Odyssey. I don't really care about the previews. I'm barely paying attention.
Yeah.
To
and
be
all of
fair,
a sudden we're doing the head turn under the table.
And
I'm
plus,
like,
it's that Chastain girl who's like
yes.
She's like a big
all
time
American,
actress.
right? Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
I will say though, they as far as going to the theaters, the horror movie category is such a driver there. They make so many of those things that you just expect to see it once in trailers, like
what was the name
at
of the
least.
movie? Roll the log, chop, fire, burn.
Evil Dead Burn.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The wife thought I was going to go to that tonight.
Julie wants to take him to Evil Dead Burn.
What is wrong with her?
She loves him.
Wait, she didn't get enough blood from
No,
the trailer of Other
I watched
Mommy.
Obsession with her last night, which is not really a jump scare except for one, and it's more of a psychological, this is stupid thriller type thing.
See,
but
this
I watched
is
that and I had sweaty palms.
A Quiet Place is about as horror as I get. Like, I'm not a horror movie guy.
Quiet Place is good.
Yeah.
I like horror movies. I like more psychological
thrillers.
I like more psychological.
See, I'm with
things
you. I
than-
like Seven. Seven's one of my
Yeah, I
favorite
like-
movies
yeah,
ever, which
yeah.
I don't. I don't know what it says
that's
about me.
That's
but
a disturbing
I
movie.
See Dead People was a good one.
yeah, because again,
stuff
that
like
was not one that you really saw coming.
Yes.
See, I'm
Yeah.
with him where I
I'm
get to
kinda
the
like
point.
that.
I think I'm with you. I don't need the slashers. I don't
I-
need to
yeah,
watch how many
right.
different ways you can kill somebody.
gore
That doesn't
fest,
entertain me.
How about The Nun?
Can you watch what's the movie?
The warden's not happy with me.
Can Can you watch Final Destination
The Nun
movies?
is messed up.
Can you watch Final Destination movies?
I've only seen the first one.
That's like The Saw. I watched The Saw and
I
I flat out to
only
the
seen the
crush. And I'm like,
first one.
oh my God, no more of this crap.
Yeah.
Have you seen? There's one even worse. It's
Wait, what did she send to you? Now I'm curious. What
Thanks, Andy. Wow, I thought you'd be on my side. I'm not, Julia. Don't go to the movie tonight. Hostel. Have you seen Hostel, where these kids check into some Russian? That's like weird Russian snuff stuff. I'm like, okay.
No, I've definitely
That
not
was an
seen
HBO night where I was like, I'm not watching the end of this.
I will say, though, as far as Cruz in Digger coming out, Alejandro Iñárritu's new movie, guy who did Birdman, he's swinging for an Oscar here. And you got to know, he's never won. But I watched Damon and Odysseus, and I'm going, I don't know. He's going to be tough to beat this
it's
year.
going to be like Tom Cruise, Matt Damon, that sort of hype.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's all right. I like good movies,
But
man.
Digger's a comedy. Did they ever give Best Actor in a comedy?
Well, I think this is more like a Doctor Strangelove type, a modern Doctor Strangelove type of thing.
That's a good question. That's a good pull.
Well, yeah,
Good
I mean,
question.
they don't make comedies much anymore. So
All right.
coming up early here, first segment guest here.
Yeah, I
First
guess
segment
my guy
guest.
doesn't have the right number,
What do
right?
you got?
Well,
Is it
we're coming up, but we're gonna have Jason Hirsch on, former
Baseball.
Rocky baseball.
Rockies are down 1-0, bottom of the sixth. Do they win this game or lose this game?
Isn't another Goodman comeback? Is he in the lineup today?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
he
I mean,
just
they
got
can't take him out of the
he
lineup
just got a
at
base
this
hit.
point. Okay. Well, yeah. Give me the comeback here. The comeback Kiddaroos.
They've been really good in late innings.
They have been. They don't like the starters, but they'll get something done against
They
your
used
bullpen.
Gabriel Hughes, young guy, homegrown, up through their system.
Yeah.
Through 6 innings, 1 run.
Hey,
that's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Baseball, stay in here. Talk to Jason
Yeah,
if you
you
want
wanna
to.
talk to Jason a
Absolutely.
minute? You
That
can
would be
join
great.
us.
We'd love that. By the way, the latest report this morning, Will Salmon and Ken Rosenthal combining. The Rockies are reportedly fielding interest on Kyle Freeland, Michael Lorenzen, Tomoyuki Sugano, Mickey Moniak,
baby.
Jake McCarthy, Willie Castro, and Antonio Senzatella. And right now on the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We bring on former Rocky Jason Hirsch. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing good. It is a
You don't
little
wanna
bit of a
stay?
hump
Stay.
day Wednesday
D-Mac, come
here.
on now.
We want to talk some Rockies baseball
D-Mac
with you.
wants to talk with you too.
Yeah,
I don't wanna
D-Mac's
get in the
sticking
way.
around. You're not getting in
We're not
anybody's
getting in
way.
anyway.
All right.
So, Jason, Andy told me you've got more or less a manifesto for the future of the franchise. Is that right?
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I have thoughts.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear what is the most pressing thought as far as this franchise really making a huge change in leadership and now trying to push forward into a much different direction.
Who you shopping? Who you keeping? Who you selling?
Well, so I think in general, the direction is positive. I think a lot of the changes that have made you probably are not going to see on the field because they haven't been made on the field yet. They've been made where it matters right now, which is in the player development side and the management side, making sure that everybody is working on the same page with each other and in the direction that the organization wants to go. You are seeing some fruits of that labor with some of the guys that are in the league right now, guys that are producing, the TJ Runfeld of the world. Some of the guys they brought in, the Jake McCarthys, the Mickey Moniaks, like those pieces are working right now, and they're able to bring some young guys up and let them produce at the major league level. And yes, this is not a 90-win team right now, but there's definitely some things that you can look at and go, all right, we're starting to move the right way. The White Sox lost 121 games 2 years ago, and they're currently leading the division. Is that something that's realistic for the Rockies with the Dodgers in the division? Probably not. But that doesn't mean that they can't be up at the top of the division competing for a wild card in the next couple of years. So in terms of like what Andy's talking about, who do you shop? Anybody and everybody who can potentially bring value back to the organization that's going to help them win, not this year, not next year, but in the future.
Yeah, but you don't want to get below value. So the question I would have is,
correct,
can you get equivalent starting rotational value for Hunter Goodman? And if the answer is no, I wouldn't trade him. But if the answer is yes, I guess I'd make the deal.
Yeah, and I would agree. But the package has to be sweet, right? It can't just be a giveaway. Hunter has some control. He plays a premium position. He's hitting for power. Those are very high qualities in that position and in that player. And yes, you have to get some type of major league talent that is controllable back in return for that. You can't just go grab a bunch of A-ball arms and call it good. You want something that's going to be ready in the next 2 to 3 years when you have some other guys that might be ready in 2 to 3 years, with the idea that we're trying to get everybody to the major league level at the same time so we can open that competition window.
All right, so how young are you? Let's do this because I asked you that. Is it 3 years out? Has what D. Podesta done maybe finding like a Jake McCarthy, who I like? You know, if he can find a couple more of those guys, TJ Rumsfeld. Rumfield. Would you listen for him? Like,
God, no.
How many years out are you projecting? Is it 3 years? Is it 4 years? Like, when do you think? To me, Jason, it's when Ethan Holiday is ready to come up. What is your kind of watershed mark for you?
I mean, I think anytime you have a new general manager come in that's going to come in and make big change like D. Podesta has done, you have to look at a 3 to 5 year window and say, we need some time to let this information trickle down through the system, make sure that we've got the right coaching staff on board from a development side, because it has to be a congruent message, whether you're in rookie ball and just got drafted or you're in the big leagues and you're an everyday player. And so it takes time for those things to hash themselves out and let that development model work. So that's why I say 3 to 5 years. I would not trade TJ Rumfield at this point. I think he is rock solid at his position and what he's doing. He's, in my book, he's definitely competing for a rookie of the year type scenario. And for a team that lost over 100 games the last few years, that's a pretty impressive mark to have him come up and make that kind of an impact on this ball club. So I definitely wouldn't listen for him, but there are other pieces in there that I think are expendable if you can get something productive in return.
All right. Tell us real quick before we let you go, why does running in from the outfield suck? Why do you hate brawls? Because I was telling these guys, we had that the other night. I thought it was stupid because apparently Justin Lawrence upset some people by having a little fun. He got cut. He got DFA.
Did you see that?
And he didn't pitch in that game,
Do you think that had anything to do with it?
He didn't pitch in the other game, DMac. What else could it be?
Because he was that cannot. I saw that today. I was like, oh my God, boy, talk about not having a sense of humor.
Right.
Holy
because he
cow.
was screwing around with an old teammate, threw a fake punch, gave him a hug.
Do you think that had something to do with him?
I do, because he did not pitch in the game tonight. What else could he have done that got you so mad? So talk to us. First off, talk to me about the unwritten rule about the mound. Would you have gotten big man that started it? And secondly, why do you hate running in from the bullpen?
I honestly probably would have noticed those types of those unwritten rule type things. There are some things obviously that I think players take exception to. I know, years back when who was it that was throwing and got pissed off from the A's about some guy running over the mound. I mean, I don't care. If I'm not standing there, if you're not like running past me and giving me a shoulder bump, then it's not a big deal to me. But I hate running in from the outfield because I hate running. By the time I get there, all the action's over, and then I got to turn around and run back. So it's kind of like, it's one of those things where it's like, we're going, and now everybody clear out of the bullpen. And as we're running down there, we're telling ourselves we're not going to get there in time. We're not going to get there in time. And then we don't get there in time. And then we turn around and go, all right, I guess we should run back now.
Well, but that was really funny. That was really funny the other night, though. They didn't run back. They walked back, and it delayed the restart of the game.
Yeah.
They were literally talking about it. Like everybody's waiting for the relief pitchers, and they didn't run back at all. They
Jason,
walked back.
Have you ever had one where there was a full sprint because you knew it was going down? I told Matt yesterday, I feel like there should be like a 1 or 2 minute delay period for you guys to see if this really is going to be a thing.
Here's what it should be. It should be banned so nobody has to do it. You should get suspended if you leave the bullpen.
NBA?
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing that exists in sports that's allowed to happen. It's so dumb.
I'm with Pete Alonso on this. I think if two guys want to fight, they should let them fight.
Yeah, let them fight.
Let them duke it out, and then once they hit the ground, we can get the umpires break it up.
It's like hockey. Let those two dudes fight.
Yeah, but one of the guys has a bat.
No, but we got to put the bat down.
You can't take a weapon up there.
But I'm with him. That's better than. Why does everybody have to get involved?
They don't.
It's an automatic DQ. That
really? It could come with jail time. A bat,
if you're gonna run out there with a bat, then
Just Mortal
then
Kombat
everybody
this
else
thing
should
up.
be able to join in.
Yeah,
Spice up the game from the former MLB.
By the way, here's what was sad about that thing. Kyle Freeland is constantly, and I do love Kyle. We all respect Kyle, but he is constantly looking to be a red ass to get himself fired up. Like he needs it. And it's just, to me, I see a guy that needs something like that. He's somebody that's struggling mightily here. He needs to go, as much as we love him. He needs a fresh start. I mean, let him go already. You know, like, and I would take just some high A players for Kyle Freeland at this point. I would.
I don't think Kyle has any value to any other ball club.
Well,
right now.
high A guy. Well, you don't think, really? You don't think he a lefty out of the bullpen?
He's a 4 or 5 guy for another team in the starting position. I mean, he spent his entire career with the Rockies, and he's probably lasted a lot longer in the big leagues than he would have with another team just because he's played for the Rockies. You know, but he's been a consistent guy. He throws hitting speed. His stuff has been okay. He had one really great season that he probably should have won a Cy Young. But the rest of his career has been very serviceable for the Rockies. I just don't think he has any value to another ball club. Like, why would you take a 30-some-odd-year-old lefty when you can just bring up a 22-year-old fireballer who maybe knows how to throw a strike? And
well, then if that's the case, they need to do what they did with Gomber and just let him go. Then that's it. Let him go.
They're not going to let him. He's a franchise player. They're going to let him ride off into the sunset on his terms.
All right, Jason, we're going to let you go, buddy. Thanks so much for your time this afternoon. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
All right, that is former Rocky Jason Hirsch joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Thank you, DMac.
Hey,
appreciate that.
Do we need to do a YouTube video of what? Should we do a fake brawl in the lobby and we all have to run from our studios?
Absolutely
should we do that?
That would be a riot.
We've got some time
the
here.
longest to get out.
Like Brandon is fighting Sal.
Yeah.
And like we got to figure out like
is it really a fight? And then we got to see how long it takes IT to get down here.
Let me promise you, Nate Kreckman would be the last
He
person.
ain't coming. He ain't coming at all.
You don't think he's coming at all?
He won't be. See where Matt is? That's where he'll be when
I'm
it's
a
all
foxhole
over.
guy. I'll be in the trenches.
The first guy out the door would be Vic Lombardi because he can't wait just to be part of anything like that.
But then he's going to pull a muscle on the way.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying he's going to finish anything. And the
Moj.
More bark than bite.
Here's the problem. Moj is going to have a dip in, and he's going to be worried about swallowing it.
Moj should be fine.
Or he just chokes on it before he gets in. One of the two.
Believe it or not, you might not believe about me, but I've actually been in the situation. I have been in a baseball game when there's a fight that broke out.
I feel like maybe you started it.
I was shocked how quickly I was out on the field. I mean, I was the first one out there.
You know, actually,
and I didn't even know it was in high school. How many high school baseball fights do you have?
You know who I think would get there
many.
first of the whole staff? Brett Kane.
Brett Kane would be. He'd be there. Oh, for sure.
He would be
drawing first blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kreckman would be last.
It's in him. Kreckman ain't leaving the chair. I promise you. He is not leaving the chair.
Don't we have some expendable producers that we just throw into the
Spring,
mix?
are you going?
First line guys.
Spring won't realize it's happening because he doesn't care.
Let the sales guys fight. I don't care.
All right, we'll chime in throughout the rest of the show on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. YouTube, Twitch, however you tune in. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week with Andy Lindahl. Back with more on the other side. What is going on? Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. Andy Lindahl in the building. Happy Hump Day Wednesday. Almost throughout this week. I'll tell you this, Andy, before we get rolling here. A welcome relief was the cool down, okay? From what we had on Monday, where it was the first 100-degree day we've had this year in Denver. You good with that chair over there?
No, I'm on. They gave me the little guy chair.
Oh, I feel like that's a big guy chair because you got to be a big guy to be able to sit in that chair.
I sat down and I was below you.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now,
what are you trying to say about me?
Listen, I can't see is the problem.
Yeah, so it's been nice. A little bit cooler is nice. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, Chad Brown will join us talking Broncos, maybe a little Buffs. We'll see what we get into. Rookies reported today. We are officially cracking the seal on the 2026 NFL season. Like, for real.
Okay. Do you go through, for me, there's like stages to football season. First, it's the relief we got to camp. Then you realize we're going to be watching a lot of practice. Then it's the relief we get to preseason games. Then you realize they're preseason games. Then finally it's the relief of we're actually to the regular season.
Okay.
So tomorrow, well, we don't get a real practice to watch until a week from Friday, though, right? The 31st?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So that's technically our relief is still a week off.
So what you're saying is you experienced nothing today. You feel nothing.
No, because like Leggy told us, 2 days ago, they're just meeting and learning the ropes and going over the playbook, I think, one more time. Because, again, Sean Payton's one of those old school guys of we don't have time to teach you the plays if you don't have them memorized by now.
Well, that's for sure. And we all know it's a complicated offense in and of itself. And here's the other part of this. It feels like the last week of summer camp as far as, sports radio goes. And for football, it does. It feels like the last week at Camp Wallenpaupack is what it is.
I'm with you, but do you...
The water balloon fights, the tug of war, the food fights, all that stuff. That's what this week is saved for.
Are you a camp kid? Did you ever go to camp?
I did go to camp.
I've never been to a summer camp. Does that make me odd? Am I the odd man out? I never ever went to a summer camp.
You want my quick camp story?
Sure. We got nothing. It's
but
still
time.
Summer radio, even though it's the last week.
So I'm one of those guys that like mumbles talks in his sleep for sure. So after 2 weeks of being in a bunk with like 10 other kids and a couple of counselors, they had enough. And I was sleeping on the top bunk, and I woke up as I was being carried to the showers, by my hands and feet, and they threw me in the cold showers at like 3 a.m. because they were like, that's enough. It's been 2 weeks of mumbling. That was it. So there you go. There's my camp story.
Did you say anything offensive about
no,
the people
it was
in the
just,
room?
Just talking, some people talk in their
just
sleep.
Talking it out?
Yeah, just, mumble.
Do you have, my wife's good at falling asleep on the couch, like literally just a week ago. My daughter, wife, and I my son's playing video games. We usually watch some TV late at night to wind down the night. And I got up and I asked my daughter, I go, are you going to wake your mom up or is she just going to come up later? And then she answered the question and the next morning had no idea she was a part of the conversation. Do you have anybody in your life that does that?
No. Although I will tell you, falling asleep on the couch is one of my personal biggest pet peeves.
You don't like it?
I hate falling asleep on the couch. No, it's like... Look, the bed is for sleep. If I'm on the couch, I'm watching, I'm working, doing whatever. It bothers me. I know it's one thing that a lot of people love to do. Not a couch sleep guy.
At night, I feel you because you got to get up and you ruin the REM sleep to try to go up to your bed to recapture, and you never seem to. But I like a good couch nap, like during a Rockies game on a hot Sunday. Probably when it's going to be 100 this Sunday, I'll probably baseball nap on the couch.
All right, so the rookies reported, and this is an interesting rookie class, right? Because you traded a first-round pick for Jalen Waddle.
Sure.
And so you didn't have one of those. It wasn't a big summer of draft talk here in Denver like it can be if they had one.
Wasn't a big spring of draft talk.
That's what
leading up to it
off
either,
season, I think. That's kind of what I mean. Okay, so what do you make of the rookie class that the Broncos have assembled this year?
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I'm going to frustrate you. I guess it's, I covered the league for so long, connected with the team, and I can just remember it started early in my career. We had Steve Berline on, and I was so excited to ask him because he was a backup for the Broncos in the early 2000s. And I asked him, hey, man, there's this rookie wide receiver. Are you excited? It might have been Mark. I can't even remember which one. Maybe it was Ashley Lee at the time, right? That probably is the time they line up. And all I remember is Steve Berline telling me, I don't even learn a rookie's name until middle of the season, and I figured out if this guy's really going to be a part of something or not. So, whether it was Mike Kroll, the guys on the midday show got on Mike Kroll yesterday. I forgot that Mike Kroll got picked instead of Alfred Williams. I remember Mike Kroll's rookie year. He was really freaking good because he was across from Simon Fletcher, and then they decided, actually, as I was told by a member of the Broncos, They actually decided to dedicate some blocking to his side, and he was not as good as he was anymore after that. You know, whether it's Paxton Lynch and the failure there by both the organization and the player, or there's just something about the rookies where I got to take a little wait and see. I guess I don't know what to expect when you don't have a pick early on like you talked about. We can find diamonds in the rough all the time. Matter of fact, under George Payton, this team's been very good at it. But the guy, look, if you want a young guy for me that I'm excited about, that I hope I can get excited about, honestly, it's Caleb Lohner. I'd like to see more out of Caleb Lohner. I just go back to what that guy, now that's last year's rookie.
Right.
But there's something. For some reason, Sean Payton and Michael Malone had the same affliction of I don't really want to put young guys on the field. So I'm hoping now that this is done, Sean will let Caleb Lohner maybe play a little bit if we can see some stuff.
Okay, little challenge flag there.
Go ahead.
Sean likes his rookies. Sean likes to plant his flag in the fact that he has scouted well. I mean, we all know the Patrick Mahomes story. If the Saints had, if the Chiefs hadn't grabbed him, here come the Saints, right? So I would say that over the last couple of years, the Payton and Payton combo have been very proud of their rookie classes. And I think that these are guys who both enjoy, and who doesn't, as a GM or a scout or anybody making these decisions, finding guys in the later rounds. So it would not surprise me if we do end up first of all, I can see two guys right here on the list of this year's rookie class that I think have a shot. And maybe you could even say three of seeing snaps this year. Look at Pat Bryant last year.
Sure.
I mean, Devon Vele got on the field early. I'm trying to think of other. R.J. Harvey got on the field.
Well, R.J. Harvey got on the field in part because of need, because you lost J.K. Dobbins.
But he was still getting snaps.
He was
though.
in the mix,
he was still
but
playing.
I don't think the same
It wasn't like
way.
Jaleel was healthy. He was a backup running back.
Listen, he's got Jaleel. To me, Jaleel showed a lot where Jaleel should have been playing more too before he did. I thought Troy Franklin could add a little something more than the snaps. I'm not saying they never get to play, but I think there's times where they should play more. Riley Moss didn't play his first couple of years, but that wasn't Sean's fault.
No.
That was a Vic.
He had an injury too, I think.
Who the heck had
that? Was Sean?
No, remember Riley Moss because he's in year. God, is he in year 3? Was it?
That was a Sean draft pick. He tried to bring back the
white
white
corner. Was that the
corner.
Russell Wilson year?
He tried to bring back the white corner. Yeah.
Drew Sanders has been another wild one, but he's been hurt.
Another Sean guy.
I still don't understand the Marvin Mims thing. I think Marvin should play more because who do we have on you? It was John Gruden.
He played early too. So I think
not as much as he should have though.
Okay, all right.
These guys show stuff, and you keep going. Listen, you can't tell me there isn't a younger guy that should be playing over Adam Troutman right now. Are you kidding me? Yeah, there is. I'd have tried anybody. There's nothing special about Adam Troutman.
Okay, well,
but he continues to play all the time.
I wonder what Sean would say. What do you think Sean's retort to that would be?
That's his guy. That's his guy.
Just because that's his guy, that's why you think he plays?
I feel like he's got a few of his guys. I think he does. I think every coach does.
I would agree with that, and you're not going to get any pushback. But I would say that the reason Troutman is probably on the field is for what he does in the running game and the blocking scheme, probably compared to some of these younger guys.
I think you could keep him on the field and still find a way to take a guy like a Caleb Lohner in particular that's a size mismatch, and you don't have to be a football expert to – You and I don't need the player coming in here and dropping the line that I guess Ryan Clark was dropping on everybody that got them all fired up. I don't need to. That guy is a size mismatch, and he can jump.
Okay,
and I'd like to see in a team that could use that kind of weapon in the red zone. I'd be a big fan of seeing that.
Now, see, I'm with you there, but the problem is if you're trying to utilize those guys, they can't be a tell. That's the problem they ran into with Albert Okwuegbunam.
But they're having the tells right now. That's what happened on the 4th down play. Vrabel said the minute they switched personnel, he knew what they were doing.
Sure.
So they bailed out and knew that the stupid screen pass or whatever they were trying to do was coming.
Right.
And so it's already an issue with his personnel groupings. They're already reading that.
I think that's completely fair. So, of course, you've got okay, all right. Onyedum.
Yeah,
Tyler
look, man,
Onyedum.
I'm not going to correct you.
The defensive tackle. And I will say, with the departure of John Franklin Myers, I think Onyedum has a chance to see some snaps early, and apparently they really liked what he showed during OTAs. I heard Legwald on with the boys a little bit earlier on PhD, and he was saying that the Broncos feel like if he can demonstrate more of what he showed in OTAs when the pads go on in training camp, he's one of the young guys in line for playing time.
Yeah, I would expect that. But again, I also thought, I got to Go to the dumb roster. Who's the LSU kid that they had last year that was on the line?
Jordan Jackson, the guy who Sean Payton was all pissed off about not getting in the game, even though they activated him for the Buffalo game
because they
wanted
Jordan
to stop
Jackson?
the run.
Was he the LSU kid?
I think that's who it is.
Let me go look at the roster.
But I will say, Jonah Coleman's also another young guy that I expect rookie that I expect to get
Jordan
snaps.
Jackson's a former Saint. No, this kid was a rookie.
Who am I thinking of then?
No, Jordan Jackson is the guy. You're right. That wasn't.
But was
Jordan
he LSU
Jackson
or
was
no?
a player. I don't know if he's LSU or not, but that was the player from the Seth Wickersham story that John.
Maybe I got my wires crossed.
That guys that they were not happy about. But it's the defensive lineman that I thought
Not
they were going to let play.
Because he's not. No.
Here, I'll just go to the Broncos roster. See,
All
this
right,
is where,
figure that out then.
This is where Nate just somehow magically finds crap. I don't know how he does it, but he finds it really quick. But look, I thought Q Robinson was fascinating last year. I thought we'd see more of him. I thought he had a couple good games, and then now maybe that's more to blame on that. Maybe that's someone that I should blame more on VJ than I should, Sean Payton. But again, it just feels like some of these guys that I think we're going to see don't end up working out.
I love this text on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. They keep Troutman for his blocking and running game acumen. They don't run the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, too.
Yeah, it is. It's obviously to make everything look the same, right? You want to make your runs look like passes, your passes look like runs.
Look, you're
Jones, isn't that it?
Yes. Jones, where is he? DJ Jones is not who we're talking
about. Not DJ. Savion Jones, is that it?
Savion Jones, thank you. He was the one that allegedly was going to get some playing time. Same description you heard from Leggy. We were getting about Savion Jones last year, and then for whatever reason, he just never. Now, again, I'm not saying they never play guys, but it just feels like they don't get a regular role as often as you would think in the first year.
Okay.
Now, at times, he has played Marvin Mims to the point where the first year Mims was with Bo, it felt like he came up with some gadget stuff for him, and then that stuff all went away last year. And I one day I want to know the story of Marvin Mims. Did you upset somebody? Does he not fit the profile? I don't know. Because we know Sean likes the basketball player type wide receivers, which is another reason why I would think Caleb Lohner would excite him. That's a size matchup that seems to fit his profile.
I thought Mims was another tell guy early. Usually when he was on the field his rookie year, it was like, oh, Marvin's getting the ball here because Sean wants everybody else out there in blocking situations, I thought.
Matt, but see, that's what I think that's another reason why they're making this change at OC with Davis Webb is I've heard from countless guys since the season ended, and I was hearing it by January, that guys had figured out Sean's personnel packages and what they like to do and whether it was run or pass. Again, it was something that was told to us. Chad Brown said he noticed it when they switched personnel. He knew that they weren't going to run the football, for example, on that fourth down play in the AFC Championship, and it was something that apparently Vrabel noticed when he wasn't texting with Diana Rossini, that, what they were doing there.
Doing a lot more than texting.
By the way, is that story about to show up again in the next 10 days, do you think, as we get back to camp?
It's going to come back eventually.
It's not done, right? Well, I know the NFL would like it to be done.
The NFL would like it to be done, and I don't think it's going to be done because it's not the only isolated instance of this type of a thing happening.
Right.
I think eventually there will be more threads pulled because, again, I've heard multiple stories in many different cities about this, so it would not surprise me. But the reason that I brought up the rookie class, and I wasn't necessarily saying that Onyedem was in line immediately to get snaps. As Legwald said today, he's got to prove himself in camp, but they liked early signs in OTAs.
Well, but that felt like a need pick, too, to your point.
Sure.
They needed somebody there.
Oh, definitely. And they knew that they were going to have to replace Franklin Myers one way or another. DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, but you need a little bit more depth. And then, of course, you do have Uwazurike, who ESPN.com earlier this offseason identified as their potential breakout player for the Broncos this year.
Remember, he was really good until he got busted for the gambling thing. And then he had to take a year off. I know that they were very excited about him after his rookie year.
Yeah, that was right away, too. They were trying to develop him, and then hey, look, if the Broncos were willing to give him a second chance after what went down, that says a lot about what George Payton felt about him. Did he predate Sean? I think he might have predated Sean.
He did.
And so
Onyedem?
No, Uwazurike.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I believe he did.
Yeah,
I thought
he
he
did.
was a Hackett guy.
He was. Well, I think he was a Peyton guy in the Hackett
guy.
year. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hackett wasn't a Hackett guy.
Onyedem, Coleman. We'll see what happens with Jolie.
What about Red Murdoch?
Well, and I was going to get there. So you told me that Sean, much like Michael Malone, doesn't like some of his younger guys, and maybe we pointed out some maybe holes in that analogy. However, your point was made that you don't have a long leash, and at inside linebacker, there's a depth issue. And with a 7th rounder, Red Murdoch, the linebacker out of Buffalo, I'll be curious to see what happens at that position. Because as it stands, it's Alex Singleton and Justin Strnad, correct?
Yeah, can you name anybody else that plays middle linebacker for this team? Because
Sanders could, but they kept him outside.
See, and I've been told by Leggy in the past he's an outside guy. I don't think you put that move back in, and I don't think any of us expect him to put Jonah Ellis back in there, even though we were told that was going to be a thing. Doesn't look like that's going to be a thing anymore, right?
And so maybe you need depth at both edge, inside linebacker, and potentially safety.
See, I'm trying to...
Is depth all of a sudden an issue here with the Cooper potential absence, with what you have at safety, with inside linebacker?
What do you think of LaVale Bailey? Was he an outside or an inside guy?
He was inside, right?
There was a guy that I felt like caught a few of our eyes last year. He's another guy that's maybe worth watching as we come around again this year. Jordan Turner had a couple moments in camp last year, maybe another guy worth kind of taking a look at. But yes, I do think they need some more depth there. I will tell you later on in the show where I think their greatest need of depth is, and it's not linebacker, but it's not far from that. And you're right, they can't. I don't know what they do at safety if Brandon Jones goes out again, because I don't know how you felt about it. And again, one of the safeties got drafted, the safety out of Illinois, Miles Scott, but he's a 7th-round pick, so I'm not sure I'm going to put him high on my board as guy to chip in this week, or this year, I should say, as a rookie. But it was a little shocking as we got a couple games in how much it seemed like you missed Brandon Jones, you know? And I don't know, is the ultimate plan to maybe put Jahdae Barron back there at some point? I don't know. I think they want to move Jahdae Barron around. I know everybody wants Jahdae Barron to probably ultimately be the Riley Moss guy if he leaves, but from everybody I've talked to, they loved Jahdae Barron in part because they felt like they could play him all over the secondary.
The other guy to keep an eye at, inside linebacker, undrafted free agent Torrane York, right? Maybe the most notable name on the Broncos undrafted free agent list. Played at Texas A&M for 3 years, was a freshman All-American in 2023, third-team All-SEC in 2025, 229 tackles in his career, 6.5 sacks, 7 pass breakups, 2 forced fumbles, a pick, and a fumble recovery in 39 games for A&M. The Broncos do have a long-standing tradition of finding gems as undrafted guys. Maybe he's a name to watch. On the other side, the Nuggets are rebuffing interest in Cam Johnson. There's only one question to ask. Why? We'll ask it next.
Guys, time to tell you about Wahoo's Fish Tacos. I was just over there today with my buddy Jeff Legwald, hanging out, having a little lunch like we usually do. If you want to get a little preview of the patio, I thought I'd shoot it for you because one of the biggest patios they have is over there at the Park Meadows location. It's not only a great lunch spot, but all the Wahoo's locations are also great for dinner, especially if you're feeling like maybe something different. I know I like going out to San Diego a lot on my vacation. If you like the Baja flavors of that kind of beach culture, they got that going on at Wahoo's as well. I ended up going with the blackened chicken tacos today, but I like to get the blackened chicken and the fish, especially whether it's a taco or an enchilada or maybe they've got great taquitos there as well. They also have usually a couple menu items that are seasonal, so you got to check that out. They've got a great happy hour. On Thursdays, kids eat free at Wahoo's. And again, if you want to enjoy a patio, and I think we're finally going to get some rain and cool things off and make it patio perfect weather, get into any of the Wahoos and check out the great patio life. It's Wahoo's Fish Taco. Are you looking for something different? Wahoo's is the place to go. Find the location nearest you at wahoos.com.
The Rapids are back for their first post-World Cup game tonight at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. Tune in for coverage starting at 7 o'clock on your home for the Colorado Rapids, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week with Andy Lindahl. Well, we got some new Nuggets reports, a little bit of new Nuggets news. It's been slowly trickling this offseason, and it's been all about LeBron, which, by the way, if you're at all curious what the latest LeBron update is, why don't I fill you in? Allegedly, LeBron had his mind made up, and then last week when Adam Silver said publicly, hey, we'd really love him to get this show on the road so we can make the schedule, LeBron said, oh, you're pressuring me? You think you call the shots? Look at me, Adam. I'm the captain now. Look at me. So apparently he's dragging it out because he was upset and he felt irritated that the league was trying to push him. So that's the latest LeBron news. Well,
yeah,
that and the Miami, whatever happened last night on YouTube. The Miami Heat's YouTube account had posted a link that would have been for a potential LeBron James press conference. Now, whether or not you choose to believe that this was an intern who, instead of making a post ahead of time public instead of private, maybe that happened, okay? Or maybe it was just, throwing a little log on the fire, or potentially it could have been preparing just in case, because it's the summer and the offseason and these guys have nothing to do. Who knows?
Could be any of those.
Are you reading into that at all?
You told me yesterday you talked to somebody who thinks he's going to Miami. So
Cleveland or Miami is a former teammate of LeBron James I spoke to on Monday told me Cleveland or Miami.
God, I don't know. Well, if he goes, he wants to make the documentary. Cleveland makes more sense for the documentary. Miami makes more sense if you just want to enjoy life. So, in my opinion, of the two cities, because I would not want to deal with the winners of Cleveland. By the way, chef's kiss to the Winnipeg Jets for their LeBron presser.
Their troll
that
tweet
you sent us.
Yeah,
that was hilarious.
That was
too.
hysterical.
I like that.
Yeah, because the Heat, of course, made that faux pas. And so the Winnipeg Jets, who, famously are kind of like in rebuild mode right now and don't have much going on, they're like, hey, LeBron James press conference for the Winnipeg Jets, that could be as real as the Miami Heat thing.
I think an MLB and an NFL team ought to do it now, too. Why not just have them go into all the sports?
Since we're on the topic, here's Pat Riley on the Le Batard Show the other day.
Really don't. I have nothing, as I think probably, everybody else that, had an opportunity to talk with him are just sort of waiting, from that standpoint. So this is a man's decision, and you let him make that decision. He has the right to do that, and so I'm not calling Rich every day and bugging him. He'll make a decision.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that.
Right about that.
Thank you for that. So, entering the break, I told you that the Nuggets have been reportedly, according to Mike Scotto, a national NBA reporter, they've been rebuffing any potential trade inquiries or interest that other teams have been approaching them about Cam Johnson with. Okay. Interesting. Well,
you
know
don't like that. That doesn't seem to sit well with you.
I'm not saying that yet. But the question that immediately came to my mind is, okay, Nuggets are telling teams Cam's not on the table. Aren't the Nuggets trying to get under the second apron?
Well, we found out they're shopping the ever-shopped Zeke Naji to try to help get under the apron.
That's another report.
That's another report. Listen,
Is it a report? I mean, that's been common knowledge. He's been on sale for years.
We talked about it at the break. I feel like since he signed the contract, I think he went on the block, it feels like.
Yep.
Who do you have more trust in? Just talking this season, okay? As far as getting good things out of this season, who do you have more trust in as far as playing a role in it? Cam Johnson or Peyton Watson?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because if you're thinking about this season and the guy's got 1 year left on his deal, the guy who's got the longer history that I know who he is, and we've talked a lot about it this week, is Cam Johnson, who did play well down the stretch. Look, there are absolutely frustrating points with the guy. We know that. But guess who else had a little bit of a feeling out process? Aaron Gordon. Anybody that comes to this team, I think, has to figure out what is my role around one of the greatest players in the NBA, and at a number of times the greatest player in the NBA currently. And I think it takes a minute to figure it out. I feel like Cam started to figure that out towards the end of the year. Again, I've seen more of Cam Johnson than I have Peyton. You're probably picking this up after 3 days of this. I have real concerns about 6 weeks of good basketball, man. So I don't blame them if they're saying we're not taking trade calls yet because we're trying to maybe work a sign and trade with Peyton Watson. If we do that, then we're keeping this guy.
Do you want to know where I'm at, where I'm
Please.
really at here? After talking about this now and kind of combing back over it for a couple of weeks here, filling in, this is where I'm at. I believe that as constructed, I don't think the Nuggets are good enough. I don't think they are. As constructed, including Peyton Watson, including Cam Johnson, with the bench that they now have, which is basically non-existent, the non-Jokic minutes are going to be a problem again. I think everybody, can we all agree that they're going to be an issue here again?
Prove to us they're not, that the summer league was real, and that doesn't often happen.
And by the way, I am not convinced that those guys are going to get the minutes that a lot of people around here think that they are, at least not right away. Now, maybe they have to by necessity, but we'll see. So I don't believe as constructed it's good enough. So what do? Well, you can lock yourself up and kind of put handcuffs on yourself by bringing back both Peyton and Cam and trying to find a way going into the second apron. You've got roster restrictions. So basically, you are making the bet as a franchise that Jokic, Gordon, Brown, Cam Johnson, Peyton Watson, and Jamal Murray, your top six, and change are good enough to win you a championship. That's what that says. If you bring both those guys back, you believe that over the next, I would say, at least 2, maybe 3 seasons, that you can win a championship with Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, and at least for next year, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Jokic, and Murray. And then basically just the fixins, right? And a little seasoning, which to that I say, that sounds nice, but we just watched teams go to the finals that were deep into their bench, right? And go deep into the playoffs who could play 8, maybe even 9 guys. Look at what the Thunder can do. Look at what the Spurs can do. So that's one of my thoughts, is that I don't think they can win with what they are.
Yeah, I've got real concerns about that. I really thought we'd see some change. Now, here's what we don't know, and I don't know if it'll ever come out. Who did they try to shop? Who did they try to move that maybe had even a higher number than what we're talking about right now? And I guess to not beat around the bush, and Aaron Gordon or a Jamal Murray or whoever else that nobody had interest in. That the numbers weren't comfortable for teams. Because again, I think one of the things that Nate said early on that has resonated with me, if you're trading for Jamal Murray at that number, for most teams, that's going to be your star player. He's the dude. So how many teams are looking to do that at this point in his career? Maybe 2-3 years ago, there may have been 20 teams lining up to do that. But the older he gets, the less, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think teams are probably willing to do that. So then you move on to Aaron Gordon, who I think is a phenomenal player. But if we have injury concerns here, which is the only reason why you think about trading him with what he is to Jokic, and we have those injury concerns, you got to think everybody else does too. Guys, not only has he not played a full season, he was taking 6 weeks off to get back for 5 games last year. You know what I mean? If you're going to really trade Aaron Gordon, you might be in a position where you got to get him to show he's healthy most of this season, then try it at the deadline, because then teams will have their faith restored that he could stay healthy. But then if he's playing healthy, do you really want to trade him? I mean, everything I feel like is just this round and round circle discussion. So I'm with you. I think they need to do something, but it feels like the league's not playing ball with them to do something.
So let me give you the other side of the coin. So if you don't think they're good enough now and they're not a contender now, which I just told you, I don't, in my opinion. So how do you get back to that? I think you have to find a way to cut off the good arm, which is what I've been saying the last couple of weeks, a la what the Avs did with Mikko Rantanen, until they figured out what they wanted to do to try and reshape this moving forward. I think the only way that the Nuggets can really rebuild into a legitimate contender for at least one or multiple years of the Jokic era is to kind of take next year to become pliable again.
No, I get it. Look, I think it may take that. I'm not. Yeah. I've been thinking that. You need to reset this thing somehow, and clearly they're not being allowed to do maybe what they even want to do this offseason. Again, I don't know if they were to re-sign Peyton Watson at a number they liked, and I think Cam Johnson, maybe these rebuff calls we're getting the reports are, maybe they're not rebuffed anymore. But you and I both know a guy on an expiring $20-some million contract is still going to have value at the deadline.
Absolutely.
So they don't have to do anything right now if they don't want to.
Not right at the minute, but I just don't think you can rock into camp with both of them unless you think that this is a contender right now.
No, I'm with you. I'm not arguing that. Matt. I'm not arguing at all. I feel like there needs to be some kind of change somewhere. And to your point, two of the bench members that made this at least, well, one guy that made it a really strong bench and one guy we thought would make it a strong bench, he's back in Lithuania. And the other guy, Hardaway Jr., is maybe going to be LeBron's teammate in Miami.
There you go. I may have jinxed one of our teams in town. Just so you know. Yeah, I may have jinxed them in a really bad way. I'm going to have to apologize for that. I'll do it on the other side. And also, Mina Kimes released her AFC West preview this season, and she posed some very interesting questions about the Broncos for 2026. We'll dive into them next. Oops. Did I do what was Urkel's thing? Did I do that? So during crosstalk, DMac asked me, he goes, all right, Rockies down 1-0. They got one runner on. What do you think? Can they pull through? And I'm like, yeah, I think they got this.
They still got one more at bat.
I mean, it was bottom six. It felt good. It felt like, possible that they could do it. What did they do afterwards? Oh, they gave up 7 runs, and they are now down 8-0 to the Nationals in the bottom of the 9th. So
that won't be happening.
My bad, guys. By the way, next segment, Chad Brown will join us. We'll talk all things Broncos. But to get back to NFL football, rookies reported today down at Dove Valley, which I think is great. And we kind of kicked it around a little bit earlier. I didn't get your full thoughts on this rookie class. Obviously, the Broncos, no picks in the first 2 rounds. They moved their first-round pick this year for Jalen Waddle. And so maybe you got some guys who can contribute. Nobody who pops off the page is somebody who's supposed to be a star right away. I mean, I think Onyedem. I think you've got Coleman. We'll see what happens with Murdoch, their 7th-round linebacker. Can he fight his way into the lineup for some snaps, make the team even? Who knows?
Yeah, it is interesting, though, Matt, because, again, like there's a small part of me going, are we expecting too much from a 4th-round pick in Jonah Coleman? Which, look, I think he profiles well for Sean Payton. I think one thing the Paytons have done is whether it's a free agent or it's a draft pick, they have a plan for the guys they're picking up. They know what they want to do with them. They don't care if the skill set fits everything for every team. They just know what they want to use them for. So hopefully Jonah Coleman works out. But again, it's a lot of hype for a 4th-round pick. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But look, that's what you get in a draft class where you don't pick until, your first pick came at 66. Jalen Waddle's the one I think we'll spend the most airtime about, right?
Well, you mean off-season acquisition?
Of all of it. And technically, when a team makes a trade like they did, do you kind of slot him in as part of the draft class since it was a draft pick that was given up?
No, but that's an interesting way to look at it.
I mean, they gave up their 1st-round pick for a proven commodity.
Yeah, I look at it a little bit differently as like an off-season transaction. Yes. Okay, so they didn't have a 1st-round pick when they got rid of Bradley Chubb, right? Thought that was worth it with Sean Payton. Is it worth it value-wise to give up a
technically your 1st-round pick helped you get Sean Payton. So technically, let's hope that your 1st-round pick this year, that's a good use of a 1st-round pick, I'd say. But
well, I'm agreeing with you. I was in the middle of agreeing with you in that this year I completely agree. Are they in win-now mode? Yes. Is a 1st-round draft pick going to a late-round 1st-round draft pick, is it going to drastically alter what you're going to do the following season one way or another? I doubt it unless you strike gold. So bringing in a guy who has legitimate star capabilities in a position where you need a star makes a whole lot of sense. So I think already the value given up and at least sacrificed in a deal like that makes sense. So that's the rookie class. They're guys are getting set in. Everybody's getting their name tags, their lockers, that type of a thing. And first day, I think we get to watch practice. I want to say Friday the 31st.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. So Mina Kimes had her AFC West preview podcast and the Mina Kimes show with Lenny sometimes, her dog, which I think is it's funny. I like Mina Kimes a lot. I think she's awesome. She's definitely one of the best people ESPN still has left, especially after this week. So on her podcast, she had Hayden Winks, who's now of Yahoo Sports, kind of a fantasy guy, just so everybody knows his background, but NFL reporter, national guy at large. And she got to the Broncos, okay? This is what Hayden had to say about Denver this season.
I would put the Broncos as, I think, my Super Bowl pick. I thought their roster is really good. And then in my notes, it's kind of reminded me like when the Eagles added AJ Brown, like everything was like already in place. And just like, all right, if this hits, like we can actually go on a real run here. And obviously they're in the AFC Championship. So
that's interesting. It's an interesting comp, isn't it? To paint Jaden Waddle as potentially the missing piece, like AJ Brown could have been to Philly, that unlocked their offense.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know. I'm trying to remember back to where the Eagles were the year before, prior to them going on the Super Bowl run. Because what was wild about it, I remember, wasn't there debate about whether you sign Jalen Hurts or not? Do you keep him as the quarterback? Is this really your long-term guy? Ultimately, they chose to do that. And then it also, like he pointed out there, it helps that you picked up Saquon Barkley and really got things running. But But you and I have also talked about the fact I don't think Philly had played so many one-score games the year before. It is going to be fascinating to watch how many of the one-score games drop off for them, right? But listen, they told us the Broncos believe this is a Super Bowl roster. Otherwise, they would have made more changes than they did. So the guy that got him there believes he can get this same group there again. So I'm going to trust him.
Well, the year before they went to the Super Bowl the first time, not when they won the Super Bowl. I think Hayden was referring to
when they lost to the Chiefs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that makes a little bit more sense if you're kind of lining it up because, again, they went to the Super Bowl twice in 3 years. So he's saying at the beginning of the run, what really changed it to unlock Philly's offense the first time.
So was A.J. Brown who they got to go to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs?
Yes.
Was that it?
Okay. Yeah, because Miles Sanders was the running back on that team.
They're all running together there, Matt.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why I wanted to bring it up because I thought it was an interesting comp as a piece that could potentially, change the fortunes of the Broncos in general. And they also address this, which I think is very important because we have to remember that Waddle really hasn't had great quarterback play.
He had 104 catches as a rookie. Like I kind of forgot about how many receptions that was. And then Tyreek came in, and even then he was still wide receiver 1 in EPA per target from 2022 all the way up until last season. He's the wide receiver 5 in yards per route when Tua was on the field. There's a lot of games where it's like Skylar Thompson types out there. So once you remove them, he looks like as a borderline top 10 guy. And then in the offense, the scheme, Bo Nix is first in screen attempts in the last 2 seasons. And it's like really not even close, to the point that Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin are each averaging a screen per game. I mean, that's wild stuff. And obviously Jalen Waddle in that department is like as good as it gets. Yeah. So I think he's going to be spoon-fed a bunch of receptions. And I do think that he can do some of the downfield stuff, obviously with his speed that Bo Nix outside the pocket can create.
All right, so as we're talking about the Broncos offense getting better, taking targets away from guys like a Mims and a Franklin and allocating them to a star like a Waddle, I mean, in it of itself should be an improvement and an upgrade.
You hope.
Well, that's why you brought him in, and that's why you moved a first-round pick to get him.
But yes, in theory, yes, on paper this all works. But sometimes the receiver and quarterback don't click. You just never know. That feels like the position that sometimes can be very hit or miss, where we ballyhoo a big star move and it doesn't always work out. Now, maybe he's the next Terrell Owens, where no matter where he goes, he makes big things happen. But and hopefully, in theory, this should all work out. But again, we got to make sure that they've got the rhythm together, and that the ball gets out on time. And the mid. See, I'm not looking for Waddle to be the deep field guy necessarily, the deep ball guy. I want him to be very much the catch and run and unlock that part of the field for them in the mid range, because I think that's what Bo excels at. So that's what I'm excited for.
I love that you bring that up in how Waddle's presence affects Bo. I remember when Peyton came here, who made the other better? Did Peyton make Demarius better, or did Demarius make Peyton better?
I think both were very good to begin with. Look, Peyton will tell you that he felt like, especially post-arm injury, DT did some things for him.
I think at the start, Peyton made Demarius better, because if you remember when Peyton got here, they spent so much time after
he
practice.
Made him a better route runner.
Absolutely. A better receiver, better NFL player, more mature. And then later in his career, it flipped, and I think Demarius made Peyton a better quarterback, because all you needed to do is find a way to get Demarius the ball either A, in space, or B, in rhythm.
Yeah, I got plenty of pictures from the sidelines where Demarius made some hell of a catches for Peyton Manning. In 2014, we're talking 2013, where he's got guys draped all over him. But yeah,
it's not an exclusive blanket statement.
I think though that Peyton taught Demarius, I'm throwing to a spot and you better be there. I think he did it for Eric Decker. I think he probably helped Emmanuel Sanders later on down the line a little bit, because you got to remember those guys came from a Tim Tebow, Kyle Orton. I don't know if they were throwing to spots all that much. Peyton, what struck me the most, the first time I knew this thing is unlike anything I've seen in a while, we were watching a practice in 2012, and we were at that back corner of the end zone with an angle where we're behind the offensive line of scrimmage, and Peyton throws a ball, and when he let it go, there's just a mess of dudes in this area. And I'm like, what the hell is he doing? By the time the ball landed, the coverage, the routes took the coverage away, and it was Jacob Tamme just waiting for the football by himself. And I was like, that dude, that to me was the definition of thrown to a spot, because when he let it go, the spot was not clear for anybody to catch it.
So what does this relationship look like? As you just said, look, it can all look good on paper, but what is it going to look like when these guys get on the field together? Is there chemistry? Mina says that Jalen's going to help Bo.
Whether it'll happen, I don't know, but he's been given now everything he needs.
Isn't this to that point?
And specifically, I mean, there's a few
Okay,
areas
go ahead.
of his
Yeah,
game.
go ahead. No, you're fine.
She had a long
she
pause
paused.
on
Yeah,
you
she
there.
paused. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. To that point.
No, to that point.
That Bo's been giving everything he needs.
He's been given the last weapon he needs to prove he's $70 million a year worthy, is he not?
I agree, which is why I think this is a very good point.
Please
she brings
play.
up.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Done.
Whether it'll happen, I don't know, but he's been given now everything he needs. And specifically, I mean, there's a few areas of his game where Waddle, I think, fills in the gaps. You talked about the yards after the catch. One thing that I kind of feel like doesn't get talked about as much with Knicks as it does with Hurts and Penix. He really doesn't throw over the middle of the field. Last year, 5th lowest percentage between the numbers. And then when he did, so just on a rate basis, he was 31st in CPOE, 30th in first down rate, 28th in on-target rate. So not good. And he was very good, by the way, on go balls to Cortland Sutton, back shoulder fades, whatever. Jalen Waddle, since 2021, between the numbers, has been a monster.
Yep.
Now, you can say, again, that's Mike McDaniel's offense, sure, and to his skill set, absolutely part of it. But I really maintain, if you just watch Jalen Waddle, he is the perfect between the numbers player because he is that combination of fast and strong. He's not the biggest guy, but he's really strong and tough and then gets you yards after the catch. That makes him such a quarterback-friendly target against those looks.
So if you're bringing in a guy that should fit in where your quarterback has weaknesses, the hope is that Waddle's going to help Knicks grow as a quarterback.
Yeah, but it's wild because don't you feel like his routes, I just don't think he trusted anybody in that part of the route tree. I feel like Bo can throw that ball. I know the numbers that she rattled off were not great, but I feel like that's I feel like where Waddle does his work is where Bo throws some of his best throws. Just for whatever reason, I don't think he got the guys open that he wanted to there. Maybe he was looking for Cortland.
Well, we remember the stat from yesterday that he led the league in hitch percentage throws, right? He completed almost 83% of his hitch routes that he threw last year. But I would say that a lot of those are probably outside the numbers, rollouts, that type of a look. With Waddle, what she's saying is maybe he can open things up over the middle of the field. At Oregon, it was kind of one of the knocks on him. It was well, he's not the best at, over the middle. But, I mean, the guy's got all the arm talent you need. It's about consistency.
And has he had a guy that win? Waddle's going to win.
Oh, for sure.
He'll be open in that area.
Well,
so that throw should be available.
Well, again, if Bo was 83% on his hitch routes, if you're trying to go against zone coverage, and the Broncos struggled against it last year, it's one of the things that Bo has struggled at since he's gotten to the league was really solving zone coverage. If you've got a guy who can win over the middle and sit down in that zone, I would say that would go a long way to making you a better quarterback targeting the middle of the field.
And if he doesn't throw it, they're going to be upset with him. So,
Chad Brown on the other side joins us next. We'll continue the Broncos talk as we are barreling ever so close to training camp. It's exciting. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the Ramos Law hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Chad Brown, 3-time Pro Bowler, CU Hall of Famer. What is going on this afternoon, Chadwick?
Oh, I am enjoying this little bit of breaking the weather here in Colorado and getting myself ready for football. I can't wait.
I know, I'm excited. Rookies reported today for the Broncos, and thanks for being with us. Before we get to what you think about this year's rookie class, what do you remember about reporting as a rookie?
Nerves, man. Nervousness. In my case, I actually held out, so I was the last rookie for the Steelers to sign.
Classic diva Chad Brown. Big diva.
Well, yeah, big time.
Big time.
First round pick Deion Figures, he signed, so he was already in camp by the time I got there. And the Steelers, we played in one of those extra preseason games that year. We played over in Barcelona, Spain, played the 49ers. And so I actually had my fingers crossed at home here in Colorado, hoping my agent, Peter Schaefer, Denver native, of course, would get one more day of holding out for me so I wouldn't have to make that trip to Spain. Unfortunately, he got the deal done. I was forced to go to Spain. And after that, once you're over on Spain in vacation, the nerves of training camp kind of disappeared because it's a much more casual environment.
I was going to say, who complains about going to Spain? Like, what I imagine that the second you landed, you were like, oh, okay, this will be all right. This will be okay.
Yeah. Luxury hotel.
I'll survive.
Not in a dormitory. Yes. Practice was on some beautiful field somewhere in Barcelona. There's worse places and worse ways to start your NFL career.
Sounds miserable. All right, so Andy and I were breaking down this rookie class for 2026, and the Broncos didn't have a first or second round pick because they used their first to acquire Jalen Waddle. So, Chad, what do you make of this year's group of rookies? Do we see any of these guys make meaningful impacts for the Broncos in 26?
Meaningful impacts? I would certainly hope so. If a player is on your roster, if he makes the final roster, he's got to have an impact. We all read the Seth Wickersham article and how upset that Sean Payton was that the defensive coaches clamored for an extra defensive lineman in that playoff game, and then they didn't play him any. So that speaks to the mindset that has to happen. If we're going to have a guy on this roster, if he's going to be eligible on game day to play, then what is his role? And so these rookies shouldn't just make the team because, oh, I happen to be a rookie this year, I get a pass. What is your role on this team? This is going to be a very, very good football team. We all expect them to make a playoff run again this year. So maybe it won't be something dramatic where somebody makes the all-rookie team, but play here or there, depth here or there, that matters when the Broncos, let's think back to last year, played as many one-score games as they did.
All right, they got a guy named Red Murdoch. We're all very intrigued by because of what he was able to do. He's a guy, Chad, that probably a guy after your own heart, good at forcing the turnovers, right, and getting you the ball back, and we'll see if he can bring that to the fold, but he's a 7th-round pick. If you had to pick a position on the Broncos that's open to add to the depth, is the linebacker position it? Is the safety position it? Is there something on offense? Where do you think they need to add to the depth based off of what you saw a year ago?
Well, I think linebacker would be my first choice. And I was going to mention another guy, Torian York. I called so many of his games at Texas A&M, and he is an absolute playmaker. And while he's a bit undersized, if somebody's going to decide just to run the ball or try to run the ball down the Broncos' throat, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do much to stop that other than to provide depth. But athletic ability, sideline to sideline, playmaking ability, in the coverage game, in the blitz game, stopping the run. I think there's an opportunity in this linebacker room for either him or Red to make the roster, and not just make the roster, but to get some playing time that probably increases as the season goes along.
What did you make of the decision to re-up Alex Singleton, kind of run it back there, Justin Sternad? How do you feel about that starting group of inside linebackers right now? Dre Greenlaw didn't really work, so Sternad stepped up where he really failed to, whether due to injury or play style. How are we feeling about that tandem?
I like Singleton. Obviously, he was able to show his incredible toughness coming back from the testicular cancer. He's proven himself to his teammates, which obviously means a lot. And then that linebacker position, sometimes it's about your ability to lead. It's about your ability to call the huddle. It's about your ability to decipher all the calls and make sure everybody's in the right place. So I think Alex Singleton clearly has gained the coach's trust and does that incredibly well. And so while there are, some holes in this game, if you're going to compare him to the best in the league at that position, you're not going to compare Alex Singleton to Fred Warner from a coverage perspective. That's just not how he's built. That's not how he plays the game. But has he gotten better and found ways to make his deficiencies smaller and smaller pretty much every season? He has. Has his missed tackles gotten less? They have. So he's a player who's still in the prime of his career. But most importantly for this Broncos defense, they don't have to break in a new leader. They don't have to break in somebody else who's going to call the huddle and wear the green dot. So I think there's playing time for those guys we mentioned earlier, for York and for Red. But at the same time, I think Singleton and Stranad, more so Singleton than Stranad, have proven themselves repeatedly at this spot to this coaching staff, have gained their trust and gained their teammates' trust.
Chad, it was interesting for me watching the 2015 team into the 2016 team from the sideline, where I felt like that defense, let's call it 28 games, maybe 29 games. They were really good. They were on an unbelievable level. And then the first little crack in the armor was against Kansas City, if you remember that home game where Broncos had a chance to get that win. And the first time I really saw that group of guys defensively not hold up and prevent a score at the end. And then the rest of December was kind of miserable for not that the defense was bad, but they had their chance. I think they knew it. They went to Tennessee the next week. Demarius had a shot at a catch. One of the other guys had a shot at the catch. They couldn't win an overtime game or tie an overtime game to get to Tennessee, and that was that. What is the trick for a defense to continue to play at a high level? Because frankly, Chad, we've seen 2 great years, I think, out of this Denver defense, and they even improved last year on what they had done the year before, but you're asking 11 guys, and when you add in the subs, maybe 18, 20 guys to stay at a high level. How do you do that?
It's incredibly difficult, and this is why I'm one of those outliers in life where I hardly ever root for the underdog. I go for the champion every time because I know how hard it is to repeat as champion. So whether we're talking about being a great defense or actually being a Super Bowl champion or a championship boxer, everyone's aiming for you. For this Broncos defense, they have to go into this season knowing that the things they've done in the last 2 years don't do anything for them on the field this year. In fact, they've made their job tougher. Every opposing coach in the AFC West has spent time studying this defense. What's the weakness of each player? Where's the weaknesses in Vance Joseph play calls? Everyone, when they're going to play this Broncos defense, knows they get after the quarterback. You think those offensive line coaches aren't going to spend extra time? You think those tackles aren't going to spend extra time working on their pass sets and making sure they got all the pass rush games down? So the challenge is even greater. So how do you pull more out of yourself? To rest upon your laurels means you're going to get your butt kicked. Means that the success you had in the past, all it did was set you up for a butt kicking this year. So find a way to somehow be better. Find a way to keep within the core of what you do and your identity, but also present some change-ups. If you are Nick Bonito, yeah, you beat people with speed. You beat people with the dip around the corner. What did you add to your game? Because offensive tackles have seen the speed. They've seen the dip. What's the next layer of your game that you can go to? Have you added to the speed to power in your pass rush? All the tools you need on your tool belt to be successful as a pass rusher, you got to add one more this year if you're Nick Bonito. Pat Surtain, you think everybody is scared of you being the number 1 rated corner? Or are they pointing to the fact that you're one of the most penalized corners in the league and then try to bait you into PI calls? So, yeah, you got to find ways to get better.
3-time Pro Bowler and CU Hall of Famer Chad Brown is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. All right, Chad, the Broncos, really, like we've been talking about all offseason, we know they're running it back. The biggest guy they lost defensively to another team, John Franklin Myers. And we do not know what the situation is right now with Jonathan Cooper, except most in the know expect him to probably miss some amount of time, whether that's 6 games to start the year or a part of training camp, who knows? But right now, I think we can safely assume that he's going to miss something. So the question becomes, as a guy who used to get after the quarterback yourself, talking about getting after the quarterback, how do the Broncos replace those 15.5 sacks between Cooper and Franklin Myers right away?
The guys at the top of the depth chart have to find a way to step up, and the rest of the guys need to slide into their role. So, yeah, Nick Bonito, we need more from you. Zach Allen, we need more from you. But, Jonah Ellis did not move to inside linebacker as was talked about. They kept him out there due to this Jonathan Cooper news. Can you find a way to slide into that role and be consistent enough? Q Robinson is a guy a lot of folks have been talking about this offseason, particularly with the way he finished last year. Can you pick up where you left off, or did you put enough on tape where everybody knows all your moves and all your strengths, and did you not do enough work in the offseason to shore up your weaknesses? Because you were able to show out in limited duty, but now we're asking for more from you. And when you need more and you put 35 snaps a game on tape, guess what? They're going to find your weaknesses. They're going to figure out what you don't do well. So hopefully you added to your game this offseason and didn't just think, look at what I did last postseason. I'm going to pick up exactly where I left off. It does not work like that.
You know what, Chad? You're a guy that switched teams via free agency. Now, Jalen Waddle did not pick to come to the Broncos, although I think he's excited about it. He was traded for, obviously, but he's in a new environment, and a lot of us are expecting big things from him and Bo Nix together. But sometimes the chemistry is not always there. Sometimes it is. Is there any secret to having that big year as a free agent? Is it just being yourself? Because, Chad, for me, I feel like sometimes the wide receivers really can be hit or miss. You know, I go all the way back to Anthony Miller, who you probably remember as a San Diego Charger, showed up here with John Elway and talking about I'm a Pro Bowler, this, that, the other. And it never really worked between those two. It was kind of wild. They were both incredibly talented, never really clicked. What is the key to having that success early when you're in a new environment?
Just real quick on Anthony Miller. He's a John Muir High School Mighty Mighty Mustang, just as I am. I've known Anthony Miller a long time, and he's talked about it. He just, the chemistry just wasn't there. The way they ran the pass and attack in San Diego, he just couldn't get on the same page with John Elway here in Denver. So it is tricky. And I remember after one of my first games in Seattle, when I came in, somehow I was going to save the franchise and I was going to prevent them from moving to LA. I'm like, I'm just one dude trying to make some tackles and sack the quarterback. You guys are trying to anoint me as a franchise saver. And so we lost, I believe, those first two games. And I think after one of those games, I went back to the hotel and I cried. I hadn't bought a house yet. I didn't have an apartment yet. And I just thought, all this pressure I'm putting on myself is ridiculous. I cannot save this franchise. I can't even score touchdowns. All I can do is do my job, make tackles, sack quarterbacks. We actually had some leadership on that Seahawks defense, so that wasn't a role I was expected to take from the very beginning of my Seahawks tenure. So for Jalen Waddle, just at the very least come in and do you. And then as time goes along, maybe you can start to add the explosive threat to this offense that has been missing. Maybe you can be a veteran leader, you and Cortland Sutton in that wide receiver room with all the young guys there. Maybe you can establish a tremendous connection with Bo Nix, but at the very beginning, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are successful as a player doing these certain things. So at the very beginning, do those things, and then you can start adding and stacking on after that.
Transitioning from one training camp opening up here shortly to another, it's year 4 now for Coach Prime, Chad. And it's a big season for them to prove that there's some legitimacy in Boulder, that it's a competent operation in Boulder. As an alumni, a Hall of Famer such as yourself, how do you feel entering year 4 of the Coach Prime era?
I want the Buffs to win every single game they play. Is that going to happen this year? Nope, it's not going to happen. When you look at the Big 12, when you look at Texas Tech, when you look what Utah's been able to redo, when you look at Arizona State, when you look at some of these top teams in the Big 12, the Buffs just simply don't have the players to be able to compete with that from the players that we actually know something about on a big-time college football level. I know they brought in a bunch of guys this year from smaller schools with a bunch of starts. I guess we'll find out who of those guys are actually Big 12 level football guys. But unfortunately, this newest iteration of the Buffs, to go from the Louis to getting malcontents from big name schools, now to go to small school guys with lots of starts, I'm not sure if this moves the needle much in the win and loss column. You talked about being competent in legitimacy. If they can achieve just less bad football on the football field, if we can just do non-bad football, that would be a massive step in the right direction. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can at least cross that barrier, because there were very few times last year where you could go more than a series or two without pointing at a coaching decision or a decision on the field and go, that's bad football. That's never going to win anywhere.
All right. Can they? Some I asked you about 2 or 3 times. Can they fix the run fit thing? We talked to Brian Howell yesterday. 3 new linebackers up there. I asked you this last year. You probably remember. How the heck do you create chemistry inside a defense when you're constantly playing with 12 new guys? When you guys haven't gone through the wars together? Like, again, I'd like to look at the schedule and go, well, maybe we get at least a little bit of revenge here and there. And I'm thinking, half this team didn't even suffer the losses I want revenge for. I think we as fans and media remember the losses more than they do. Chad, are they going to be able to fix the run defense? Are they going to be able to get this thing a little more cohesive than a year ago, you think?
Yeah, to your point real quick, how do you have a chip on your shoulder when you were someplace else last year? And the things that sting the fan base mean nothing to you because you weren't involved in that. So, I mean, that's kind of the era of college football, but that's certainly how one of the issues with how Coach Prime has built the program up there. Specifically to the run fits, just do no bad football. The same thing as we talked about for the whole football team. If you're assigned to the A-gap, well, then be in the A-gap. None of this is really that difficult from a gap fit perspective. I know people want to do RPOs. I know there's going to be zone reads. I know there's all those kind of things. But I would think with this go-go offense, with some of the trickery involved offensively, that these defenders, having seen their offense during spring ball and hopefully during fall camp, get used to reading the proper keys and having their eyes in the right place. All these modern offenses want to fool you more than they want to knock you off the ball. So make sure your eyes are in the right place. Make sure you know what your assignment is. And when you break the huddle and you get lined up, know what your job is so you can go out there and do it. I don't think that was the case often enough last year. It seems so hard to believe that a major college program could have guys on the defensive front who didn't know what their responsibility was. But the numbers show that was clearly the case.
All right, I was going to have fun with you before you get out of here. And the guys yesterday on the midday show were talking about the death of the big middle linebacker. Who's the biggest middle line? Did you ever play, we're talking about the Ray Lewis, the Urlacher? Who was the guy? You guys had that monster in the middle in Pittsburgh. Kirkland, Levon Kirkland, am I remembering that name right? Who's the biggest middle linebacker you played with? And are we never going to see those days again? Has the game just become too much thrown to ever see a guy like that occupy the middle of the field?
You do have the name correct, Levon Kirkland. So when I got to the Pittsburgh Steelers, I was 225. Levon Kirkland was 235. So for the next 2 years, I came back to camp 10 pounds heavier, from 225, 235 to 245. That's where I stopped. Unfortunately for Big Kirk, he continued to gain 10 pounds every single year. So in year 11 for him, 10 for me, he came to Seattle. And he was playing middle linebacker at 311 pounds.
Wow.
But he still moves?
He was punishing fullbacks. He was punishing guards. But a tight end snag route, he had no chance. No chance
Barbecue chicken
whatsoever. Could not stop the feet and get them started again to save his life. So to this day, Levon Kirkland is still known as Big Kirk to all of us because he's the biggest linebacker I've ever seen and probably the NFL will ever see.
Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for the time today, Chad.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Always great.
That is 3-time Pro Bowler and CU Hall of Famer Chad Brown on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. On the other side, stay tuned because we got a pretty cool giveaway you're not going to want to miss.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the old dating life been lately? Are you dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction? If you're dealing with this and it's putting a strain on your relationship or impacting your confidence or leaving you feeling frustrated or anxious or embarrassed or maybe having you pull out of the dating scene altogether. No need to suffer with this anymore. It's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have a conversation with them for what they can do for you. ED is a problem that affects a lot of men, and what you want is the right treatment. You don't want to just get it fixed so everything's fine again. You want it to be back to exceptional, right? Let them help you do that. And choosing your provider matters. With better medicine, it leads to better outcomes and results, and that's what they deliver at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't let the first time this happens be something that you just shrug off. If maybe you recently experienced this, don't wait too long. Go ahead and give them a call over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. The first visit's $99. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about the problems that are going on. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for action the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. They're very proud of the revamped location in Castle Rock as well. I attend the one in Central Denver, and they have one in North Denver. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Fellas. Broomfield got an upgrade. Hammer and Nails, a men's premium grooming lounge, is now open in Vista Highlands. Enjoy haircuts, hot shaves, hand and foot care in a masculine setting. Celebrate with exclusive deals and join today. Hammer and Nails in Broomfield. Find out more information online, hammerandnailsgrooming.com. Okay, we're giving away a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails in Broomfield. Text the keyword mommy to 303-504-0925. Again, that keyword mommy, 303-504-0925, a $60 gift card to Hammer and Nails, new location in Vista Highlands. So enjoy.
When we tie it to all of this, it sounds a little weird, maybe.
A little bit, yeah.
Because we had a good chuckle. Is it Other Mommy, right?
It's Other Mommy.
Freaky movie. Did you see that trailer when you went to the Odyssey?
I did.
Is it being shown in front of the Odyssey all the time?
Well, there's a select group of trailers for big releases like that are shown,
So
and so
that's
that's everywhere Odyssey's released. Everybody's catching a glimpse of Jessica Chastain's upcoming horror movie, Other Mommy, and it's catching a lot of people by surprise, I guess.
There's a shock scene in it that I didn't think was too bad, but again, I didn't see it in IMAX and I didn't know it was coming, so it's fine. But yeah, just so people know, that's where it came from. I guess when you attach it to the read about getting groomed, that has nothing to do with the place. We just wanted to throw out a funny word because Other Mommy is all I've heard about from about 5,000 people. So the keyword is mommy.
I mean, I'd let Other Mommy groom me. That's if
Really?
you're trying to tie both of them together.
Even when she's all messed up under the table like that?
Other Mommy's under the table?
Because
grooming you under the table?
She
Is
looked
that what
like
you're
she
saying?
was a spider, so yeah. That had Thing vibes, did it not? Remember The Thing?
Yes.
Where the guy's head gets
Sure.
That's a little what that had going on.
I will
but
say, it's definitely more of a jump scare than you normally get in a horror trailer.
Did it get you at all?
No, it wasn't settling, though. It was unsettling, for sure.
Well, I get that.
Yeah.
See, again, Scotty warned me. He's like, you got to watch. For 5 minutes, he berated me to watch this thing when I got home. So I already knew something was coming. And when you watch it on your phone, DMac made the good point of when you watch it on your phone, I'm sure it's not like when you don't know what's coming as you're getting ready to settle in for the Odyssey. So it didn't scare me, but whatever.
Big tough guy, huh? Didn't
I'm
get
not
scared
trying to
at the movie
I wasn't
theaters,
trying
huh?
to get tough guy. Listen, there are a lot of things that have disturbed me. There have been plenty of things on HBO at night where I'm like, why did I just subject myself to that? But, that wasn't one of them. Although, you know what gets me more than that? There was a movie called Dope Sick Love. It wasn't even a movie. It was a documentary. Dope Sick Love on. I'm like, I feel terrible about life. Why did I watch this? It's about junkies in New York. I should have just done something else.
Okay. Well, speaking of watching things, the World Cup ratings are in. I don't know if you saw any of these.
I didn't.
But the World Cup final averaged 66.4 million viewers in the U.S. on Fox and Telemundo combined, 42.5 million on Fox, 23.9 million on Telemundo. Other than Super Bowls, this is the largest sports audience since the 1994 Winter Olympics, the 2026 World Cup final on Sunday. How about them apples?
Are you surprised it didn't surpass the Super Bowl? I guess I thought it might.
What do you mean? Other than Super Bowls, it's the largest. Well, what was the Super Bowl? That's a good question.
Well, but see, it's usually around 100 million, but I don't know if that's a worldwide number or not. Again, to your point, we're only talking about the U.S., so I don't know what a Super Bowl averages in the U.S.
So in 2026, the Super Bowl reached an average of 125.6 million U.S. viewers across NBC, Peacock, Telemundo, NBC Sports Digital, and NFL Plus. Second largest audience in television history, 2026 Super Bowl.
I'm not sneezing at 60 million. Don't get me wrong.
No, that's crazy.
Really good.
Yeah.
But I guess I am a little surprised it did not surpass the Super Bowl. So, okay.
Stanley Cup final averaged what, like 4.6, something like that? Wasn't that it? Oof. A lot of people like soccer. Glad you enjoyed World Cup over and done with. Speaking of the NHL, news that came down yesterday, we're all talking about restricted free agents in the NBA as it relates to Peyton Watson and the Nuggets. Spring, I'm sure you were all over this too. The Dallas Stars bring back their restricted free agent, Jason Robertson, of course, one of their star players, back on a one-year deal worth $12 million, which essentially clears his way to free agency next year. So as far as one of the Avs' main rivals, that's a fascinating wrinkle because we thought, all right, well, they're clearly going to shop Robertson. He wanted more than they wanted to pay him. Now we find out they couldn't find a good taker or at least a taker that was going to give them back the value that they wanted. So now it's a one-year It's a bridge deal here for Robertson. And if he's on the roster past the trade deadline, unless Dallas is like top 2 seed in the Central, maybe top 3 in the West, I don't know if they're going to be able to keep him.
No, I saw a bunch of Dallas people angry saying you've screwed this up terribly. You're going to end up getting nothing for him. He's just going to walk after the season. To your point, if he's too big a cog in what you're doing, and he's been a big piece of what they've done in the past, you can't trade that guy just because you got to make sure you got to get something from him, especially if you're in a race down the stretch. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one works out. I mean, no matter what you think about the Avs, trading Mikko Rantanen, and I think for the most part, a lot of people are happy with Marty Necas, but at least you got a really good player back for him. It looks like Dallas is set up to get nothing, Bubka, back for one of their top guys. So
we'll see. I mean,
maybe he resigns. Who knows? Maybe they move somebody else to resign him. I don't know.
See, I think they would probably get a better offer at the deadline for him, which is why on a 1-year deal, if they can do that, a la what the Avs did with Mikko mid-year, where they did get back Necas, who could contribute on the right away on the fly. I imagine that we're probably going to see something like that for Dallas, because otherwise you walk Jason Robertson right to unrestricted free agency.
But what if he's too big a scorer for you? Well, you can't afford to lose his scoring.
Would we have not said that about Mikko when he got dealt?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I don't know if you'll get another score in return for him, Like, I mean, at least the Avs traded scoring for scoring. I don't know what scoring will be available by the time we get here, but...
Well, who knows? And that's the question. I just think you probably have more options and more teams desperate, willing to meet your price. And I would imagine if you were to move Robertson at the deadline, he'd be the biggest chip on the market right now. What do you think, Spring? What do you make of this?
They're going to be contenders at the deadline, right? Like, Dallas is going to be in this
like
thing.
Buyers, you mean?
But yeah, maybe no, buyers. But like, would they want to part with a Robertson trying to win? They're trying to win a cup, unless they saw a Necas out there, like the Avs saw, a Necas for Mikko, but
Necas for Robo.
Hey,
you are both telling me that we got to be open to all ideas here, and I'm in agreement. Robertson can't settle on a new deal. Now, presumably, he wants more than the $12 million. Necas is making $11.5 on the extension. It's kind of like a 1-for-1.
Robertson's a better player than Necas.
I agree with that too.
But he is a scorer, and and at this point, it looks like that's the number Dallas is more comfortable with for Marty than it would be for Robertson and the Avs. It all depends on how it goes. I don't see a world where the Avs are trading Marty Necas, frankly. But
he is a lefty. He is a left-hand shot.
Listen,
I'm just saying.
You got to get Marty to a place he would want to go to. And maybe he'd
How
want
wild would
to
that
go
be
to Dallas.
If the Avs and Stars did a deal, would that not be crazy?
And now Necas and Mikko are playing together.
Oh, my God. It writes itself.
The
I didn't
spurned
really
lovers.
think about that.
Fascinating. We did find out, by the way, according to Puckpedia, the Avs are slated to be the 3rd oldest team in the NHL this upcoming season. Ooh, that's a tough pill to swallow. All right, on the other side, it's the High Five. We take a look around the world of the National Football League. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week alongside Andy Lindahl. Welcome to it. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman alongside Andy Lindahl. It is 5 o'clock on a hump day. If you're just getting off work, welcome to it. All right, Mark Springer, kick us off here. What do we got in the NFL?
If you are wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. New Giants head coach. That's the New York Giants. Their new head coach is John Harbaugh, former Ravens head coach, and the team gathered at the Giants facility, and John Harbaugh tried to hype him up with the speech. Here is John Harbaugh's speech to his new team.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
a little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? A little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. So give this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. This is a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow, it's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches? Sure. It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
Yeah, Coach, the Giants.
Yeah,
that's a tough, it's a cringy listen is what that is.
That was interesting. The one guy that clearly audible goes, "No, I'm not nervous."
No, nervous. No.
That felt like he was trying to channel Gruden,
or his brother. One of the two. John is no Jim. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. I'm just saying, you can hear him trying to change the culture, like physically trying to change the culture, one word at a time, and it felt like it fell on deaf ears. What do you anticipate from John Harbaugh in his second go around here as a head coach?
I don't know, because I don't know if he's going to have Scattaboo ever, if he can't quit doing flips at events and risking his leg health. I'm still not sold on Jackson Dart. I'm fascinated to see the evolution of Jackson Dart. Now, look, the kid played a little bit better than I thought he would. It didn't feel like there were a ton of people super excited about him in last year's draft class, but they got some stuff at him. He showed some moxie. He had a little, I guess, of what we talk about with Bo sometimes, where he just showed he's ready to show up in the big moments, and I think that resonates with his teammates. But there still feels like there's some work to do there. That owner's interesting. That owner feels not as much as Woody Johnson when we watched him on Hard Knocks, but Mara looks like he's not always thrilled to pay guys sometimes. So we'll see. I don't know. I know the league wants at least one New York team to be interesting. You and I both know that. So
absolutely, the league had to be thrilled that they hired a guy like John Harbaugh. I mean, please make the Giants relevant again. We'll see what happens. Tough start.
Is Sean Payton on pace to be the best guy in a second spot, maybe after Andy Reid? I'm trying to think. Shanahan started off well in Washington, but it trailed off.
I don't think any coach has ever won a Super Bowl for two different teams.
No, they haven't. That's why if Sean could do it, it rubber stamped the ticket to the Hall of Fame.
Well, that gets him in the top 20. We talked about CBS's top 20 list of coaches all time yesterday. Sean on the outside looking in. Another ring does it. For sure.
I'm trying to just think of guys in their second places. I told you, Jimmy Johnson, I thought about that in the break. Jimmy Johnson was not as good with the Dolphins as he was with the Cowboys. Never recaptured that kind of lightning in the bottle. Andy Reid's the only one that I think he actually did better than he did with the Eagles.
Belichick?
And the Eagles are pretty successful. Well, I mean, we all forget Belichick anymore. Was in Cleveland Brown head coach, but
John Gruden. Oops. What do you got next?
Parcells.
Yeah.
Parcells.
Yeah. Sure. What do you got next, Spring?
High five.
All right, let's go down to one of my favorite counties in the USA,
Duval,
where Liam Cohen hopped on a Zoom meeting and talked with Peter Schrager for an interview. And Liam Cohen was asked about Travis Hunter. Here's what he said.
A huge reason why we took him was because of that competitive spirit, because of that confidence that he oozes every time you see him. Every time you see Travis, smile. He's excited to see you. He's, you talk about the power of touch. And guys that high five and chest bump and fist bump, and he's just a connector that way. And he's special, right? Like his endurance and ability to just run forever is something pretty cool to see when you watch him practice in July or August in the summer in the heat. And he's not dying. He's not, crushed. He's not sweating. It's like, dude, what are you made of? He's just built that way. And we love his competitive spirit and character.
All right. So just a small market team down there in Jacksonville. Just a small market team. The plan for Travis Hunter, if you'll remember, traded up for, right? Taken number 2 overall. Could have paired him with Shedeur. Could have done that. Would have loved to see that. Either way, year 2 for Travis Hunter. And you'll remember, the week before he got hurt in practice, they were entering the bye week after the London game. He finally broke out as the two-way star that we knew that eventually he would be. At least I did, right? 100 yards, touchdown against the Rams in London, playing on the other side of the ball. And the next week, coming out of the bye week, he was supposed to be the guy we saw at CU. They were going to unleash him. Now, we'll see what they choose to do this year. I think it's probably going to be like they did trade for Jacoby Myers. They got Parker Washington and Brian Thomas Jr. I'll just ask you, what do you think the split is that we end up seeing this year for Travis?
I think he doesn't play as much receiver. I think ultimately he's headed towards being a corner. I think he is a better corner. We talked about the accuracy, the preciseness of route running with Demaryius Thomas. I think Travis has to get some of that in his game. They did get better as an offense down the stretch. I think that makes it also a little bit tough to crack him. I still think he gets his shot at a couple big plays, but I think ultimately this dude, I just think he's so special as a corner. Now, I know he wants to be a receiver. He'll get paid more as a receiver, but I think the guy's special, elite as a corner, and I think they're going to start using him that way, so we'll see. You and I both know he also got hurt more playing offense during his time here than he did defense.
Well,
because he would dive and he would land on the shoulder. He's fearless going after the football. And I just think one of the things, I guess I wasn't surprised to see it because I've seen it before. But, man, I would watch it. He'd have a quick swing pass at CU. Nobody was catching that dude. His speed on offense in the Big 12 level was unreal. It's not the same. He's got guys just as fast in the NFL, so he doesn't pull his weight as much. The thing that always will stick with me is the 2 or 3 times where he would get to footballs as a corner that I didn't think he could get to. And if he starts showing that in the NFL, I just think they'll reduce his snaps as a wideout. But they claim they're still dedicated to it after rumors of him becoming only a DB early in the offseason, so we'll see.
Good. I think they should be. He is unlike anything we've seen before, and you heard Liam Cohen there. I couldn't wait to see what the reaction was going to be from pros when they saw Travis at the next level. You heard him. Kid can run all day. He's like, what are you made of? He's the best athlete I've ever been around, personally. I mean, it's not the longest list in the world, but he's unlike anything I've ever seen. I can't wait to watch him this year. He's put on some muscle. I think a huge year 2 is in the books for Travis Hunter. What's up next, Spring?
High five. Sean McVay went on Jason LaCanfora's podcast, The Daily Flock, and Jason asked Sean if he has crossed paths this offseason with Aaron Donald. Here's Sean.
I have crossed paths with Aaron Donald, and what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. He represents a lot of the things that are right. And what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process. And the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
So if Aaron Donald decides to come out of retirement, it could cost the Rams $30 million that's owed to him from his previous contract. He retired before his contract expired in 2024, so he can activate and play under the existing deal or negotiate a compromise, which bad news for Andy Lindahl if Donald chooses to come back and the Rams got to pay him $30 million more. Maybe you won't get the Christmas blanket this year from the Cronkies. I don't know. Might be earmarked for Aaron Donald.
The old Christmas blanket.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it isn't okay.
Maybe the Christmas tumbler. Is it a tumbler this year? We'll see.
We've got 2 nice rings sitting there from him.
That's true. This is true.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this is going to work out. What do you think he does? Does he take his $30 million? They don't have that kind of cap room, right?
Sorry. I'm going to go get millions and play next to Myles Garrett. I would be shocked if Aaron Donald isn't on the team by the end of camp.
But for that number, like where are they in the camp? The Rams are always fiddling with the cap, right?
I'm sure he negotiates a compromise.
Let me see this.
I'm sure he negotiates a compromise. Oh, it's not going to be 30. It's going to be 20. What do you got left? 15? That's 15 I wasn't going to make otherwise. Okay. I get to play next to maybe the best edge rusher of all time in Myles Garrett. Okay, twist my arm.
Let's just take a quick glance at overthecap.com.
You guys are legit Super Bowl contenders? All right, I guess.
All right, so the snapshot of what they've got going on here. Where is it? All right. Total cap liabilities, $326 million. I'm not going to read all the little numbers. Top 51 is $283 million, about $283, $700,000. So there you go. They've got a cap space. They've got cap space of $18 million. Call it. Round it up to $19 million with a couple cuts there. Do you give him $15 million of it? Does he go for half of it? Do you give him $10 million of it? How generous does he think he wants to be?
How many holes do they have in their roster right now?
Well, but you still got to you got to remember, though, you got to account for injury.
Okay.
So
leave me 5. How about you want 25 of it back? Leave me 5. I can get away with 5. I bet you they renegotiate it down where it's a bonus and a lot of it, gets paid to him that way if he comes back. We'll see. All right, Spring, what's up next?
High five.
The Chiefs have released renderings of their new stadium. The new stadium will have a translucent roof that the team describes as maximizing visibility for military flyovers. In a statement from their owner, Clark Hunt, part of it reads that the stadium will hold 70,000 fans. It will still be the best place in the world to tailgate, and the whole building will be built for noise.
I have to tell you, I was laughing when I saw these new renderings that they released because it quite literally looks like you asked AI to modernize what they have right now at Geehaw at Arrowhead. It's surrounded by parking lots still. It's all parking. It looks like the same thing, like you could have just dropped a brand new stadium right on top of Arrowhead. I don't know. But the question as it relates to us here in Colorado, okay, they got a translucent roof. If the Broncos go with some sort of roof, which we all expect that they will on their new stadium when they decide A, where, and B, when they want to move forward with this thing, do you want to see a covered dome look, as in like retractable roof that you can't see through, or do you want the glass vibe?
I want, now, SoFi's got a roof on it technically.
Well, the whole thing looks like SoFi.
Little holes in it so that it's open air too. That was something that they kind of used during COVID. For me, I think I'd rather just have the whole roof. Just open and close the roof. Knowing the Penners and the spare no expense like Jurassic Park, they'll have a slidable glass roof if they need it, and then a closable roof if it's actually going to snow. There may be 3 versions of a roof on this thing because they'll have the most fancy stadium of all, is my guess. But I would like to be able to see it so where you can open it for true open air, because Indy does that. I've been to Indy, and matter of fact, I think they opened it to make it colder one year because they knew Manning didn't like the cold. So it was a temperature. I thought they were going to close the roof, and instead it was open a little bit. The glass roof is fine. I guess if the fans like the natural light, that's the way to go. But when you think it will get snowy from time to time in KC, wouldn't that kind of ruin the natural light if there's snow stuck up there? Or, I don't know how that would work because they don't deal with snow at SoFi, right? This roof concept would be, this roof concept would be interesting. We're not quite to the day after tomorrow.
Not quite.
But this roof concept will be interesting, I think, in KC if it truly is clear, which is what, like you said, it looks like Arrowhead with a clear roof on it and move to wherever they're going to go.
It really does.
And I guess fans are upset about it. Did you see that on Twitter?
No. Chiefs
Warren
fans?
Sharp, one of them was like, all I see now is all you Chiefs fans are complaining because it's literally Arrowhead with a roof and you hate it. I thought you loved Arrowhead.
I'm telling you, out of all these new stadium renderings, it definitely caught my eye. I was like, oh, this is just what they have before. Just stay where you are. Even though I will say Arrowhead's a dump. It's just I can't stand that place.
I like the history, I like going to the historical places where a lot of good football's been played, but yeah, there's nothing. Although they did do they did a little bit better with the upgrades, but you're right. It's still mainly a dump. You also bring up an interesting point. Clark Hunt, businessman, what? You're not doing the neighborhood thing? You're not going to go with what every NFL team does and actually create an entertainment neighborhood? That's interesting.
It caught my eye for sure.
They don't have the money to do it. I don't know.
You bring up the Penners sparing no expense. Are they going to have like some sort of electric glass where you can flip a switch and all of a sudden, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The electric glass.
Kind of like the sphere in a way.
That's what I'm saying. So it can be translucent and it can be covered. Here's what I'll say. If you're going to go with the open look, which we know they're going to do, some sort of retractable roof, whether it's clear or not, you got to make sure you know where that sun's going to come across so you don't end up with what they have down in Jerry's world. That is such a joke that he hasn't
remember when the Broncos played the Cowboys and whoever was going into the sun just had a nightmare because Jerry wasn't used to the late day?
It gives us a competitive advantage.
And his quarterback, I think it was Romo, staring into the sun as they tried to go down there for the game-winning drive.
Jerry, you don't control which direction you're going always. Okay, all right. On the other side, back to the Broncos. Rookies have reported today, and Mina Kimes tells us that this player could be the key to unlocking Denver's offense moving forward. It's Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman with Andy Lindahl. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. Andy Lindahl here. It feels like the last week of summer camp a little bit, right? Rookies reported today for the Broncos. We're just last of the vacations for sports media here in Denver, and camp closes up. You put away the tether ball, you unhook it, right? All the floor scooters go away, the capture the flag, the tug of war. We're airing out the tires this week.
Field day's over.
Field day's over.
I literally told this to my son last week. He's like, yeah, it feels like summer's kind of coming to an end. And I said, no, you've been influenced by your dad that has to basically look at summer ends once football starts. You don't have to be that way. Stop acting that way. We just got a second paddleboard. So I was like, we're going to go paddleboarding. We're still going to do the stuff. We got to fight this mentality, Matt. I'll be giving up my Saturdays soon enough and happily because I love being a part of a game day crew, but summer's not over yet. But yes, summer radio, thank God, is coming to an end.
Maybe the next 2 days we go songs of the summer as requested by the fans. As requested. What
Pop songs? What genre are you looking for?
Anything. If it makes you think of summer, then I want it on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. Maybe your suggestion gets played on the show the next couple days.
Now, Friday's Ska Friday. We got to get you hip to that.
Okay, so Ska Friday.
But I got I usually see the
Ska Summer.
Matter of fact, Ska Fest was in summer 3 years ago. How about that? So
we could
definitely do some pop songs of the summer tomorrow. Okay. I guess I
like it. I mean, it feels like that to me. So we'll get to the Broncos in just a second, but a quick LeBron update. Oh, we ought to have some sort of drop, at this point, like a yawn or crickets, because are we just all sick of this yet? This is from Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo. Sources believe LeBron James is slow playing his decision to see if any of his suitors can find a way to land Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. The problem is that AD and Kyrie don't seem available for trade. I told you this the other day. What is LeBron doing? Like, what's going on? We heard a report earlier today that he resented what Adam Silver said last week about LeBron's decision holding up the NBA schedule. That's not what's going on. He's team building. That's what he's doing. He's trying to use every last ounce of leverage that he has.
Yeah, where is Anthony Davis? I forgot.
Washington.
There we go. He is still a wizard.
He's a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry.
Because he didn't play last year, right? He ended up not playing once he got traded there.
No, he didn't play after the trade.
Right.
Yeah.
Neither
did Trae Young. I don't think.
So,
maybe he did a couple games.
So basically, LeBron, the teammates that
feels
Trey
like he gets 5 games. Sorry,
it feels like he gets attached to some interesting old teammates, right? Did LeBron wish he got traded with Davis to Dallas for Luka? So he could have been with Kyrie?
Thank you for bringing that up. I've been wondering where everybody's been. Did he not sign off on Anthony Davis getting shipped out to Dallas?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Now, all of a sudden, he's not going to commit unless he's got AD back?
Right.
So what are you – okay, now, simply, what are you buying, what are you selling of the LeBron rumors and news?
Well, no, I think you're absolutely right. I think he's trying to handpick who he goes through his last season with.
Absolutely.
And I don't look, I guess he and AD were good there for a minute, but it didn't get you to – well, I guess they got the bubble championship. I got to remember that. By the way, someone else pointed out to me Shanahan's second stop was Denver. I always forget about the little Raiders stint that he had.
Right. Okay.
So anyway, just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah.
Great memory by that. But again, I kind of forget about the bubble championship because it didn't really feel like a championship. You didn't have to go into hostile environments. We didn't have to relitigate this whole thing. Good for you, got the championship, raise the banner, whatever. But we've seen through the last few years how environments can affect things in championship settings and playoff settings. Yeah, I don't know. Look, the vibe is ultimately what I feel like you've talked to a few more people close to this thing than me. The fact the Miami thing is still out there. It's like, just go to Cleveland. Just go to Cleveland, shoot your doc, wrap it all in full, have your Hollywood movie footage ready to go, do your own Last Dance 30 for 30 thing, and let's all be done.
So here's what I'm buying. I think Cleveland has all their cards on the table. I think if they could have moved James Harden for Kyrie Irving, they would have already done that. And had they been able to pull that off, I think LeBron would have been a Cav. I don't know that they have to oversell and be at the front of the line every day for Rich Paul because the natural-born connection to home is there for LeBron. Now, we know Pat Riley has been very forward about how hard he's pushing for LeBron, and I would not be surprised if Miami, who just moved on from Tyler Hero, who could probably use some backcourt help, is trying to pull some strings and see what they could do to land a guy like a Kyrie. I do believe he wants to play with Kyrie again. AD, I'm not so sure. I think Clutch would like that to happen because Clutch would like everybody to be reminded of the fact that Anthony Davis is in Washington. Like you just asked me, where is he again?
Well, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm like, I think he's a Wizard, but I'm not even positive. I just remember he got traded out of Dallas late in the year, right? And then, like, again, he didn't play because he was hurt and this, that, the other. I just think, like, again, let's talk about this familiarity. He's definitely trying to seek familiarity because it feels like the final two stops. So Philly was all the rage there for a week. Now it feels like Philly's out of the conversation. And we're back to the two stops, two places he's already had a stop in. So if you're looking for familiarity, although I guess it's not like he's got a bunch of familiarity with his new teammates in Cleveland possibly, but you're going to go try to get used to you and Giannis to try to exist on the same two superstar planet. You know what I mean?
We'll see.
I'm not even sure he and Harden are going to love each other. You know what I mean?
Doesn't feel like the decision's coming this week. That's as much as I'll say on that.
Because Adam asked for it. He's going to wait till August.
So let's transition over to the team that did get action rolling, at least today. The Broncos rookies reported, which is exciting because training camp is bearing down on us very soon. Friday the 31st, first open practice to media. Is that correct?
First practice open is the 31st. Yes. Are we having the barbecue?
Don't ask. I wouldn't. I won't be there. So you let me know how it is. Okay. So
I can't always go either.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the AFC West preview from Mina Kimes on her podcast just dropped, and I thought she brought up some really interesting points. And we took a listen to some excerpts a little bit earlier in the show. The point that she and Hayden Winks of Yahoo Sports were trying to make is that Jalen Waddle is possibly the missing piece that unlocks this Broncos offense that we all lamented for one reason or another the last couple of years, right? Just the lack of explosion. So she compared it potentially to A.J. Brown going to Philly, which unlocked their offense, which allowed them to make it all the way to the Super Bowl. Now they ultimately lost to the Chiefs the first time. They won it a couple of years later. But what do you feel on the surface about that comp? Do you like that?
Yeah, because I think it's the most close to what all of this is, honestly, right? I don't think, I think, Bo, like Jalen Hurts, still has some proving to do, even though he's had a bang up. Great job by him the first couple of years as a rookie quarterback and then being a second year guy that, was able to lead this team. He had a lot thrust on him when he got here, especially with them dealing with the cap hit from the Russell Wilson deal. I hope Jalen Waddle stays happier longer than A.J. Brown did, if that's a cop that we're making, because with 4 years and then he was kind of 2 years, the last 2 years, he's sort of been not into it so much, but he was into it the first year, and hopefully Jalen Waddle's into it the first year as well. See, I guess for me, what I feel like made the Philly offense so tough, though, is that Saquon Barkley one that came on. I'm really sorry, Matt. For some reason, I'm really struggling to remember. I remember they were good in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, and then they made the old fatal choke job going forward on fourth down. They should have won the game.
Right.
But they do what every dumb coach does, and they try to play the way the Chiefs do. You should just play smart football, and you don't do that. But how good – can you give me some numbers from that first year? Tell me, like –
the year they went to the Super Bowl?
And lost to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I got you. What are you looking for?
Just what did they average passing yards a game? What did they average? What was A.J. Brown's average a game?
Well, they were second overall in yards. I can give you that. That's what I have in front of me. I can break that down
Do you think Jalen Waddle, because when you asked me the question, I guess for the comp, for the sake of you understanding my line of thinking, are we thinking the Broncos are going to jump to second overall in yardage? I'm not so sure that necessarily happens.
Okay. What about
because
a top
that's
five?
A pretty big.
What about top five?
Well, if they can do that, hell yeah. Right now, when you take top 10, because it hasn't everything they've been doing is kind of middle of the pack offensively.
And remember, this is pre-Saquon, so that's Miles Sanders. And as it relates to the Broncos, yeah, they've been middle of the pack or maybe kind of towards the bottom of the league.
If you could go between 10 and 5, heck yeah, I'm happy about it.
All right, so
but is it realistic? I think more than Jalen has to. There has to be at least a Miles Sanders version of the run game, right?
You would hope so. So this is the other comp they made. You're a little wishy-washy, it seems like. Don't really love the A.J. Brown thing. Isn't like a one-for-one.
Well, I just don't feel like I feel like A.J. Brown was like the dude in the league when he got traded there, and I don't know that I'm expecting Jalen to be the dude. He could be the dude on this team.
Well, I would say Jalen's not the dude in the league when he got traded to Denver, and I don't think A.J. was before or after. I think he's just a really good weapon that could have served as the final piece.
Who's the guy in Minnesota? But AJ was right up there.
Okay. Jefferson?
Jefferson, thank you.
Okay.
Justin Jefferson.
All right. How about this comp? This is Mina Kimes.
He compared Waddle joining Denver to potentially Stephon Diggs and what he did for Josh Allen in Buffalo.
Right. Yep.
And he did it not like he wasn't comparing Bo Nix to Josh Allen, so don't freak out. His point was like a true number one, a truly talented receiver can help develop a quarterback. And I think that's so important for Bo Nix and his development because Waddle hypothetically allows Bo Nix to get much better at the things he's been bad at. And whether he will, I do not know. I cannot tell you, right? Like, I didn't see it coming with Josh Allen, right? Like, it's just not that, again, they're very different players. But my point is, like, whether it'll happen, I don't know, but he's been given now everything he needs.
Okay. True or false? Bo Nix has been given everything he needs right now to develop as a quarterback.
Yes, for the most part. I still would love to see him have a tight end. That would be the only missing piece for me. A really good, reliable pass-catching tight end. But yes, now he's got the middle threat. He's got the physical mismatch in Cortland Sutton. Again, if J.K. Dobbins stays healthy, they should have a run game that bothers people, if nothing else. A run game that you do have to think about. And I think you've got your guys. He certainly has one of the best offensive lines by the numbers to play behind. So, and I think Bo does help the line a little bit with how quick he makes decisions and gets the ball out. I don't think they have to block forever, right? So that helps a little bit, I think, with their ranking. But I think they're the perfect line for him because he doesn't see quick pressure too often. So I'll tell you this. I think he's got enough to make your decision on how much money you're going to pay him on the next contract, depending on how this works out.
That's really well said. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Does Bo Nix have everything he needs?
Do you think he does? Would you not like to see a tight end, a better pass-catching tight end?
The only arguments I think you could make would be tight end that's reliable and running back. I still... J.K. Dobbins, when he's healthy, I think is good. Is this the best combination? I don't know. I was never really in love with R.J. Harvey in college.
I'm with you.
I think he stepped up in some major ways last year. But I would say tight end, running back, those are the two areas. Now, Hayden Winks talked about what we're talking about. How do the Broncos take the next step offensively?
Maybe they take some more chances because they have Waddle throwing or going over the middle versus like Troy Franklin and these guys. But by the way, the Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, like yards per target numbers are horrific. So like if we just take some of those targets and go to Jalen Waddle, like we're talking about like a huge upgrade there. The other thing about Bo Nix, I think his arm strength, I think is also pretty underrated. I think like the last 2 years, I think he has the longest completed pass in the NFL. Like, there's a couple of these like huge shots. And it's like 58 air yards if you're like looking like in the spreadsheet filter, but also like it's on the other side of the football field and stuff. So like he does have like a really wicked arm. It's just like the development over the middle and stuff like that's where we have to take the next step here if we're going to get a top 5 offense, which I think is possible. I do think this is like one of the biggest moves of the offseason.
Now, it may not be the Myles Garrett impact in LA, but offensively, I think you look around the league this offseason at which players moved around. I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find an acquisition that makes as big of an impact, provided Jalen Waddle can stay healthy.
I would agree because, again, I think everyone's talking about it. He helps in the area Bo's bad at. So are we going to find out, has Bo been bad at it because the option hasn't been there? Or does Bo not want to go to that part of the field? So I guess that's the answer they'll get, the question they'll get answered this year. But yeah, in theory, I think he's a catch and run guy in the area that Bo likes to throw, the middle part of the field. By the middle, I mean just that mid-range route. Clearly, the numbers say the exact between the numbers is not his favorite area. But the mid-range route, I think, is something where hopefully maybe he hits him on prior to the number, and then he runs it through the numbers, if you will, if you're imagining the route that we're talking about.
You're talking about hitting him on the move, hitting him on the run.
Yes.
So you can take advantage of that game-breaking speed.
And tackle breakability.
Mina brought that up too.
One of the things about the Broncos offense that I think is notable, they were 6th in yards after the catch, which is not surprising because of how many screens they ran. But if you limited it to throws over 10 yards, they dropped to 25th. So it was basically all screens. Jalen Waddle on throws over 10 yards over the course of his career is second only behind Justin Jefferson in yards after the catch. So it's not just, hey, let's just throw the ball in the flat. It's on like legitimate routes, he will turn a 10-yard throw into a 20-yard one consistently. And that to me is a skill set that's been missing in this offense.
I think that says it all right there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think that surmises it perfectly. The Broncos, if you take away screens, 25th in the league, yards after the catch. That's what you're talking about. They need that. And if you could find a way to get Jalen Waddle, who, since he's been in the league, only Justin Jefferson has more yards after the catch. It seems to me on paper, and again, you brought it up to start the show, chemistry is everything. But if you could have drawn up a guy in a lab to be the solution, if you're just adding one player, probably hard-pressed to find some better names.
No, because you got to get some yards after the catch. That's part of that's one of the reasons why this offense struggles with the long drives sometimes, is that you don't have, like, you can't always rely on a 10 to 15 play drive. In NFL history, that's a marker. Good luck with it. It's why Vic Fangio has created this defense that says, I bet you'll get it a couple times a game. I don't think you'll get it 4 times a game, 5 times a game. And they need guys like Jalen Waddle, exactly, that can take it to the house every now and again, so you don't have to work so hard for scores.
We'll wrap up a Wednesday next. It's Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl.
Guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Southern Steer. Just saw Ben and his crew out there yesterday as I was picking up some meat for the week. I love going on out there, getting some of their great flavor-infused chicken. I got some of the wings yesterday. I got their buffalo. Love their buffalo. They had Caribbean jerk a couple weeks ago. Those were absolutely outstanding. Their beer can is also fantastic. Their house chicken breasts are fantastic. When it comes to their steak tips, which I think I'm going to go have one of tonight, whether it's the Korean barbecue, the Argentinian, whatever you may want. They've got another great, the teriyaki is fantastic. There's a steakhouse brand as well. Those are all fantastic. They're vacuum tumbled, so the flavor's really sealed in. And then when you grill it, it really, really comes out. Also, it does well in the air fryer if you want. And you can talk to Ben about that. If you need suggestions on how to prepare what you get from there, they can do it. Matter of fact, if you go by their Instagram page, you just saw this today, they've got a great chicken recipe. It is your full butcher shop. It's Southern Steer Butcher, a great place to get quality meat for your next big outing or just something during the week. Find them at southernsteer.com. Look for the Greenwood Village location. Find them physically in the shop. It's in the little strip mall that's right across from the Shane Company. That's 2 blocks east of I-25 on Dayton Street.
Happy Hump Day Wednesday if you're just making your way home from work or you're on your way to the night shift. Thanks for being with us. By the way, we just told you about the latest update in this LeBron James saga of where he is going to spend the last stop of his career. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports. Sources believe LeBron James is slow playing his decision to see if any of his suitors can find a way to land Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving, which I speculated about earlier in the week for sure. I saw a couple of things in regards to this and some comments on the text line. On social media, somebody put out there, okay, well, if LeBron wants Kyrie, then what about this? Donovan Mitchell, who just signed an extension. So I don't know if he's eligible to be traded.
I don't think he is, right? Because there's that grace period.
Right. But if possible, Donovan Mitchell for Kyrie Irving and, Daniel Gafford or PJ Washington or something like that. Because then you get Kyrie and LeBron or just Donovan Mitchell. What would you rather as a Cleveland Cavaliers fan?
I don't know. They've both kind of left you before.
Mm-hmm.
How bad? I don't know. I'd be interesting. You know what? I got family in Cleveland. Maybe I'll, at least my wife does. Maybe I'll ask her how they're feeling about it.
If I could have Donovan Mitchell for the rest of his prime or the chance at LeBron's last go-around with Kyrie back, I think I'd take that. I think I'd take Kyrie and LeBron.
You'd rather have 1 year over longer play? Because you're already pretty good.
LeBron's the chosen one. He is, the homegrown son. I mean, he is
and
the
he's
prodigal
already left
son.
you twice.
I know. But he's talking about coming back, Andy. Now, on the text line, I like this one. Jamal Murray for Kyrie Irving to try and land LeBron. If James Harden is off the table for Masai Ujiri in Dallas, and he has no interest in that, and Kyrie Irving's reportedly not available, would Masai have interest in Jamal?
Well, at least that's the connection, right? How did the Nuggets ultimately trade Michael Porter Jr. when not everybody was sure what the market would be? You found somebody that was familiar with the game and liked the game and was willing to make the move last year. Maybe that's how you break through with Masai. Still remembers all the great things Jamal had done and why he liked him and on and on and on. And maybe that does get it done. Let me ask you about this though. If you're going to get Kyrie, what version of Kyrie are we going to see? What was he an ACL or was he an Achilles?
I think he was Achilles.
Because I'm trying to remember. But I mean, that's a guy that also, remember it took Jamal when he got back from the injury. It took until after Christmas, I want to say, before he was playing every night.
ACL, torn left ACL.
So doesn't that make you a little nervous? And again, if you're in Denver, I'm not sure all the Denver fans from what we've seen on the text line, I don't think anybody, I shouldn't say anybody. There are a lot of Denver fans that would tell us, hell no, am I giving up Jamal in any attempt to get LeBron because they don't want LeBron, period.
Who's a better player, Kyrie or Jamal?
At this point, post-injury?
Right now.
I'd put my money on Jamal because I know he's healthy. You don't know what Kyrie's going to look like after this injury. That dude's played a ton of basketball.
So the question would be, if we're talking about Donovan Mitchell, right, and sacrificing the rest of his prime, the conversation would be the same for the Nuggets. Would you sacrifice the rest of Jamal Murray's prime for a chance at 1 year with LeBron and to get the rest of Kyrie Irving, whatever that looks like?
I'm not.
It's an interesting question, isn't it?
I'm not.
Does that make the Nuggets more appealing to him?
I guess I got a problem if Jokic doesn't make it appealing enough to you. You get to play with Nikola Jokic, famous sharer of the basketball, famous make my teammates better kind of guy. Again, how much of this, we saw this with Peyton Manning once upon a time. People were never sure, are you really good because of Peyton Manning, especially if you're a receiver or an offensive lineman, or are you really good? How many of these guys does Denver want to shop where the rest of the NBA is going, maybe it's with Peyton Watson. Were you really good because you finally got to play with Jokic out there? Is that why we saw the good version of you? And LeBron doesn't want to sign up for that?
Was Jamal healthy in the playoffs? How did Jamal play in the playoffs this year?
Okay, but that's everyone's got their Lex Luthor, and we're finding out that Jaden McDaniels is his Lex Luthor.
Okay,
so
I think that's completely fair, but I'd also say he was banged up. Who's the better offensive player, Kyrie Irving or Jamal Murray?
How many big shots has Jamal hit in his career? Let's not just
Plenty.
wipe away everything that the guy's done.
Hold on.
I feel like you want Jamal Murray out of here.
I'm not saying that. I'm asking you a simple question.
I think right now Jamal is. You cannot tell me Kyrie's coming back from what he was and to be what he is again. We don't know that for sure. It took Jamal a minute to get ready to be what he was.
But Jamal's not even that guy like on a month-to-month basis. He had the best regular season of his career last year. Does Kyrie Irving get clamped by Jaden McDaniels?
I don't know. Because, again, when you talked to Scotty about it, it was the speed of Jaden McDaniels that caused Jamal the problem. Are we sure Kyrie's going to have enough speed to deal with that either?
It's an interesting
question.
question.
Jaden is still there in Minnesota. Jaden's not gone anywhere. Not yet, anyway.
It's an interesting question. So that's the latest on LeBron James. By the way, the numbers are in, okay, as far as challenging pitches in Major League Baseball this season. Tell me what you think about this. According to Major League Baseball, umpires this year have had a 95% accuracy rate on all called pitches. But when challenged, here's the overturn rate by the robot umps as broken up by age bracket.
Oh, okay.
50.1% of the time when calls are challenged by umps under 40, they're overturned. So just about half.
Half of the time, okay.
54% for umps in their 40s.
Okay. See where this is going.
57.2% for umps in their 50s.
Bad eyesight. Keep going.
58.2% for umps age 55 plus. Over 58% of calls for umpires 55 and over are getting overturned by robot umps.
And if we could get honesty out of any of them, and I'm not sure we could, I wonder how many of those older umps are still calling their old strike zone because they refuse to change. And the old strike zone does not match up with what the new technology tells them it should be.
So you're giving them the out. It's not just bad eyesight. For
No, I
getting
think
older.
some of it is the bad eyesight, but I also think some of these guys are stubborn about this is my strike zone for player X or Y, and I've been calling it for years, and I'm not going to change it for them. And look, I think the catchers, it's been brilliant to watch. I think it's been fascinating to watch the catchers in particular. They do know, and yet they're still trying to frame pitches.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think that's funny because you guys know what you're doing because I've seen you way too many times. Hunter Goodman's great at it. Hunter Goodman, if he challenges something, I almost expect him to win every time. Now, he's fallen off a little bit the last couple of challenges that I've seen. I think he missed one last night. I can't remember, but I think maybe he did. But it is amazing how much that guy – I just think it's amazing how the catchers really do know. And yet, I would also say this, for all of us that love to hate the officials, 95% is pretty damn good. You're getting it right 95% of the time. That's pretty damn good, man. That's why you're a major league umpire. I'll just say that. Because with the movement and the speed and everything today, and 95% of the time you're right –
that's what I was going to say.
I don't think the NFL officials are getting things 95% of the time right. Do you?
If it's about a 10% difference, okay, being more error prone, 55 plus, and we're talking about quick decision making, reacting fast.
Back to the Sean Payton conversation a little bit.
Does it make sense now that a 62-year-old head coach says, maybe I'm not as good as I once was calling plays?
I really want to know if he got sped up play calling. I don't know if he'll ever tell us.
I think actions speak louder than words.
Well, but again, there's still a part of me that's not positive it was all his action.
Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. A couple of more days. Nate back on Monday. It's the last week of summer camp here for Denver Sports Radio. As rookies reported today for the Denver Broncos, we'll be back tomorrow to break it all down and more. And I want to remind everybody that Wine Time is coming up on August the 28th. What is it? Well, it's an evening filled with exceptional wines, live entertainment, and unforgettable experiences in the heart of downtown Denver at Elitch Gardens. Get more information and purchase tickets at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Okay, that's Wednesday.
Thank God.
We'll talk to you on Thursday.